3 days ago, I was on my knees begging, and 3 days later, I stand tall and make them cry. Did the simp really transfer 880,000 without even seeing the goddess's face? Congratulations to the host for awakening the god-level wealth system. Wang Fan, who was tricked by his roommate Yang Wei and his girlfriend Fu Yanjie into taking out an online loan, laughed out loud at the text message on his phone, his bank account. Balance skyrocketed to 1,000,000,000,000,000. A trillion cash piled up like a mountain, and that couple of scumbags had to kneel and sing tears behind iron bars overnight. The luxury goods sales assistant rolled her eyes. Drenched chicken, no entry. How did you buy the entire mall? The top malls across the country instantly changed ownership, and Wang Fan looked at the sales assistant and said, "Get out of my way." Chapter 1, it was drizzling outside the Yida Mall in the Magic City. Wang Fan walked in the rain with his head down, like a walking corpse without an umbrella. This was the 4th time this month that a deal he had arranged was snatched away by his dog of a boss to boost his harem's performance. After being pushed too far, he couldn't take it anymore and punched the dog boss down to the ground. Taking advantage of the boss's confusion, he ran out of the office, out of the building, and into the rain. After getting drenched, he felt a bit regretful. He had acted impulsively. Now he might lose his job, and his girlfriend Fu Yanjie's desired handbag would definitely be out of the question. If she threw a fit, he would have to take out another loan, and just thinking about the exorbitant interest made his liver ache. At that moment, a couple walked by. "Honey, when are you going to buy me that handbag I like?" "Babe, we need to spend our money wisely. That idiot Wang Fan already promised to buy it for you. He's been targeted by the boss lately. It's unlikely he can scrape enough money together. Relying on him is pointless. Then just cry, throw a tantrum, and if all else fails, dig up your deceased grandpa. He'll definitely give you the money. You're so bad, darling. If Wang Fan finds out, he'll hate us for sure." Chapter 2, Wang Fan straightened his back and wiped the rain and tears from his face. He was ready to start a brand new life. Strutting confidently, he walked towards the Yida Mall. When he reached the entrance, the security guard stopped him. The guard had seen Wang Fan go crazy earlier and was worried he might actually be insane. He couldn't afford the consequences if Wang Fan attacked customers inside the mall. Wang Fan didn't waste time and directly shoved his work ID into the guard's hand, saying, "First, I work here. Second, I'm going in a shop. If you stop me again, you better watch out." After saying that, he walked into the mall without looking back. With 10 trillion in his bank account, he had the confidence to do so. If the guard tried to stop him again, he wouldn't mind giving him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson about looking down on others. Seeing the Hermes flagship store not far away, Wang Fan usually wouldn't dare to enter such luxury stores by himself. Unless it was a specific brand product that Fu Yanjie mentioned, he would only check the prices online, bring enough money, and then leave right after buying, never lingering too long that he was afraid of being unable to resist the enthusiastic sales pitch from the staff and ending up buying more. Plus, he felt embarrassed if he couldn't afford it. Chapter 3, after swiping the POS machine and entering 10 million, Wang Fan took the POS machine to the door and handed it to Wang Fan, saying, "Sir, I need you to enter your password." Zhao Jiahui laughed and said, "Wang Fan, stop pretending. I know exactly how much money you have. Entering a password? Are you trying to enter it wrong 3 times? Just tell them your bank card is locked and come back to recharge after it's unlocked. Seriously, is it interesting for you to pretend to be rich? You're just a poor loser." Wang Fan knew that at this moment, no matter what he said, those dogs on the opposite side wouldn't believe him. The most resounding slap in the face would be successfully entering the password for payment, watching these dogs. Would they still dare to look down on others in the future? Ding! 100 million has been credited to F-Bao. This sound rang out in the Givenchy store, and the store manager almost dropped the calculator in his hand. He hurriedly ran to the door and asked, "Xiu Yin, what's going on? How did we receive 100 million in our account?" Xiu Yin quickly explained, "Manager, this are recharged at our store." The manager smiled broadly and extended his hand, saying, "Xiu Yin, why didn't you let our esteemed platinum member rest in the store?" Chapter 4, otherwise, how could these big shots, who are rarely seen, all mobilize? Wang Futsai adjusted his breathing vigorously, but still panted a bit due to his weight. "Director Wang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." Wang Fan looked at Wang Futsai, who was sweating profusely, and handed him a towel, saying, "Our mall doesn't need brands that look down on others. Kick Hermes out." "Understood, Director Wang." Wang Futsai executed his orders directly without questioning, which made Wang Fan quite satisfied. The Hermes store was instantly thrown into chaos. "Director Wang, What does this mean? Why do you want to kick us out? Wang Fan snorted coldly. Who told you to look down on others and offend our chairman? The store manager smiled and said, Director Wang, this joke isn't funny at all. We wouldn't dare offend your chairman, even if we had 100 times the courage. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Hurry up and notify your higher-ups. We'll compensate whatever we need to. You must vacate our Yida Mall within 2 hours. Seeing this scene, Xiaoting no longer sought Wang Fan's forgiveness. She knew that if the Hermes people found out that their store was expelled from Yida because of her, Chapter 5 suddenly, her phone rang, and she instinctively went to answer it. When she saw the note was from her sycophantic fool, she didn't bother to pick up. After all, her idol was walking towards her step by step. She felt that such a dreamlike moment couldn't be ruined by a sycophant, so she hung up directly. But soon it rang again. Unable to avoid it, Fu Yanjie had to answer. I have something to do now. Please stop calling me, okay? Are you in bed with someone else in a private cinema? A cold voice came from a man walking towards her. Fu Yanjie shivered. She didn't expect the person in front of her to be her ultimate sycophant, Wang Fan. How could this be? She had seen Wang Fan's photo before. Although she had always made various excuses to avoid video calls and meetings, they had exchanged photos. That's right, she had teamed up with Yang Wei, working together to deceive Wang Fan of his hard-earned money time and again. At this moment, Fu Yanjie was truly panicked. She didn't expect that the seemingly flawless scam she and Yang Wei had concocted would be exposed by Wang Fan in this way. The incident came too suddenly. Before she could react, Wang Fan stepped forward and snatched Fu Yanjie's phone, handing it to Wang Fan. Save all the chat content involving me, Yang Wei, and Fu Yanjie. Chapter 6 Wang Fan, you can't treat me this way. I'm your precious. Fu Yanjie heard Wang Fan say he would call the police if she didn't pay back the money, but that more than 800,000 had long been squandered, leaving her with nothing to repay. So she began to soften and feign pity, try to win back Wang Fan's heart. You said you wouldn't marry anyone but me in this life. How can you bear to see me sad? Hearing these words, Wang Fan felt extremely disgusted. He truly felt like he was feeding a dog. His once great reputation had unexpectedly been ruined by this pair of dog men and women. Fu Yanjie, shut the hell up. I just want my money. Stop disgusting me. After saying that, he turned to leave, seeing Wang Fan's departing figure. She knew this time he was serious. They had been together for 8 months. Was there really nothing worth him cherishing? Was he still that sycophant who would transfer money on command? How could someone who had been a queen be content with being demoted to a lowly maid? Fu Yanjie couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Fan, if you're heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Hearing this, Wang Fan stopped in his tracks. But he was extremely disgusted with Fu Yanjie, so he turned his back, wanting to hear what else she could say. Chapter 7, just as Bobo was about to introduce the black Bugatti in the live broadcast, she suddenly heard another girl's voice. Excuse me, is this car yours? Isn't it a bit lacking in manners to occupy the live stream like this? Another girl dressed in punk style chimed in. Do we even need to say? Of course. There's no manners. Wearing a tank top. It's obvious she's a national drop-in. Bobo's expression instantly turned sour. She had originally been a serious car influencer, but had never gained much traction, with the live stream audience stabilizing at a few dozen people and never surpassing 100. Even with such a small audience, they hardly listened to her talk about cars. Instead, they discussed her figure, headlights, chassis, and so on. She felt truly helpless. Besides, these people were all self-proclaimed experts, offering all kinds of suggestions in the comment section of her automotive science videos. Over time, looking at the paltry 3-digit income from the back end of the live stream, she boldly tried wearing tight yoga clothes for a live stream. To her surprise, the effect was unexpectedly good. It wasn't that people started seriously listening to her talk about cars, but that the platform provided more traffic. Chapter 8 Wang Fan felt quite frustrated upon seeing the options. His emotions hadn't changed, yet the system tasks were still being triggered. Could this system be a saintly BTCH? However, Wang Fan soon made his choice. Who would want more money and fixed assets? Isn't that right, readers? Furthermore, this godly rich man had already become quite humble. Dear readers, please stop thinking about rubbing him on the ground, and I wish all of you who give 5-star reviews could become godly rich men too. The host has made a choice. Please subdue the knife wielder as soon as possible to avoid harm to others. System, I haven't learned Shaolin martial arts, Sanda, or Taekwondo. I'm afraid I can't defeat the knife wielder. What should I do? Just wait for the godly rich men to rub you on the ground. All right, just kidding. Don't forget you still have the godly rich man's mall. Wang Fan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten such key information and thought to himself that he really had a pig brain. He then summoned the God-level critical hit system, and a blue light curtain appeared in front of him. He checked his personal information. Host: Wang Fan Strength, 75 Intelligence, 82 Stamina, 80 Chapter 9. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The ownership of the Donghu Bay Villa project now belongs to you. Relevant documents have been placed in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Dark Legend. Please check. Hearing the system's prompt, Wang Fan felt delighted. He knew that the Donghu Bay Villa project was one of the most luxurious properties in Magic City, considered by many wealthy people to be even more prestigious than the large flat at Tang Chinipin. He pressed the key in his hand, and with a beep, the scissor door opened, as if adding wings to the black beast. Bo, who was about to express her gratitude to Wang Fan, forgot to thank him and was left dumbfounded. It was completely beyond her expectations that the handsome guy who saved her not only had outstanding looks, but also an incredibly high net worth. The most crucial thing was that he had a kind heart, who wouldn't be infatuated upon seeing him. Oh my God, what kind of luck is Bo having to encounter such a perfect, handsome guy? She hurried over. The opportunity was right in front of her. And if she didn't seize it now, when would she? Oh no, my goddess is about to be taken away. Sob, so heartbroken. The roar of the engine echoed, as the Bugatti Dark Legend seemed to sweep across the world like a beast emerging from the wilderness. Chapter 10. Actually, there is no need for Wang Fan to call the police. The law enforcement team would arrive quickly since the traffic accident happened at the intersection, causing congestion. Moreover, with a luxury car involved, curiosity drove everyone to get out of their cars and watch. Oh wow, this is no ordinary rear-end collision. It's practically a live broadcast of a luxury version of Fast and Furious. Look, a BMW against a Bugatti. This isn't just a BMW crashing into a luxury car. That takes guts. The BMW owner is probably calculating whether the insurance will cover it right now. The worst off is the insurance company. They must be crying while holding a calculator, muttering, "This deal is not going to happen. This deal is really not going to happen." The BMW owner must have watched too many short videos, influenced too deeply by the idea that a rear-end collision guarantees marriage, and pressed the gas pedal right into it. Haha. Soon, the law enforcement team arrived, reviewed the surveillance footage at the intersection, understood the sequence of events, and immediately determined that Lee Swecki was fully responsible. Hearing this result, Lee Swecki burst into tears, leaving the law enforcement team speechless. After a round of persuasion, they instructed her to move the car to the side of the road and wait for a tow truck. Chapter 11. Wang Xiaomin is the current sales champion of the Donghu Bay Villa project. She walked with a sway, like the little green snake learning to walk after transforming into human form in Green Snake, paired with her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, radiating a kind of seductive charm. Before she arrived, her voice was already heard. "Hey, master, you've swept through the buildings and found such a perfect young master. As your disciple, I've been quite thirsty lately. Could you quench my thirst?" Indeed, when Wang Xiaomin first joined the company, she was mentored by Li Shuoqin, so she privately called her Master Li. However, ever since she got involved with the sales vice president, Zhang Shun, her career skyrocketed. Not only did she snatch the sales champion title from her Master Li, but she also took away many of Li Shuoqin's clients, allowing her to taste plenty of success. From being an intern, she transformed into a small, wealthy woman worth millions in just half a year. To earn even more money, she constantly whispered sweet nothings to Zhang Shun, directly adjusting the workflow to no longer be based on who brought in the client, but rather to be reassigned by Vice President Zhang Shun. This way, Zhang Shun's power increased, allowing him to control more salespeople. If you wanted a commission, you not only had to have the expertise to serve clients, but also had to please Zhang Shun. Chapter 12. The person who came was none other than Zhang Shun, Wang Xiaomin's backer, a balding man with a big belly. Based on Wang Fan's experience from watching TV dramas, such men are usually small-minded but have big appetites. Seeing this, Wang Xiaomin ran over with tears in her eyes, clinging to Zhang Shun's arm, leaning her body against him, causing her ample bosom to squish together, continuously rubbing against him, portraying a pitiful image to the fullest. "President Zhang, you must stand up for me. Li Shuoqin hit me, and it really hurts." Zhang Shun thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being flattered and controlling others' fates. He wished that the woman beside him was Li Shuoqin, but this woman really didn't know how to appreciate the opportunities given to her. It was infuriating. He stroked Wang Xiaomin's face and said, Darling, it doesn't hurt. Later, I'll take good care of you. Then he glared at Li Shuaqin and said, Li Shuaqin, are you deaf? What are you still doing here? You're fired. Please leave Donghu Bay immediately. Li Shuaqin knew that there was only one way to break out of this dire situation, to submit to this despicable bald man in front of her. Chapter 13 Kai Jianfeng kicked Zhang Shun down. Get out of here, you blind fool. Chairman Wang is here. Who do you think you are? It seemed rude to Zhang Shun, but in reality, Kai was helping Zhang distinguish the hierarchy. Zhang Shun suddenly realized that the real person he should be flattering was Wang Fan, and so he crawled toward Wang Fan on his knees, truly like a dog. My God, I never expected our new boss to be so young and handsome. Wow, sisters, we are so lucky. It's truly self-inflicted misery. Zhang never imagined he would have such a day. I'd say the one suffering the most is probably Miss Wang. This time, it's really going to be a case of a bamboo basket fetching water in vain. Regarding the whispers of her colleagues, Li Shuaqin did not participate. She was genuinely shocked. She never expected that the person her sister hit would turn out to be the new boss of Donghu Bay. The more pressing concern for her was that after dealing with Zhang Shun, it would probably be her turn next. Chairman Wang, I failed to recognize the Great Mountain. Please spare me this once. I promise to work diligently for Donghu Bay from now on. Wang Fan was truly disgusted by Zhang Shun's shamelessness. He had been so arrogant before, and now he was doubly disgusting, so he kicked him out again. Chapter 14, it was truly like a small knife scraping the buttocks. Wang Fan's eyes were opened. Has the world of the wealthy evolved to this point? This is too intelligent. Yes, starting the massage. It was as if hands sprouted from behind the sofa, rhythmically massaging Wang Fan. Not to mention, this thing was completely on par with the manual massages at offline stores. In fact, Wang Fan was a bit boastful because he had never been to an offline store. As a pure-hearted young man, all his money was spent on wooing Fu Yanjie. Taking advantage of the massage break, I opened the personal information interface of the godly rich strike system. Host, Wang Fan strength, 94 intelligence, 82 stamina, 80 spirit, 88. The limit for an ordinary person is 100 godly rich value. 0. Previously to subdue a criminal. I exchanged 19 skill points using godly rich value, all of which were added to strength, turning my weakest attribute into the strongest. To max out the other skills, I need 56 skill points, with each skill point costing 100,000 godly rich value, meaning I need 6 million godly rich value. But now my godly rich value has reset to 0. It seems I need to spend more money to accumulate it. I currently own 1,000 shopping malls, 1,000 school district houses, and a villa in Donghu Bay, having removed one of the 3 burdens on young people. Chapter 15 Wang Fan stopped getting into the car and turned his head to look. It turned out to be the girl with the milk cap, who was teasing a guy slightly older than herself. She was not very old, but her speech was full of a fatherly tone. Is this how you talk to your dad? The milk cap girl shook her big lights and said cutely, Han Xiao, he is taking advantage of you. Saying he is your dad. Wang Fan had a face full of question marks, wondering how he ended up in this 4S store with such poor comprehension skills. On the side, Li Na quickly said, Lu Ying, don't exaggerate. This gentleman doesn't mean what you think. Han Xiao tilted his head to look at Li Na, his eyes lighting up as he asked, Then what do you think she means? Wang Fan quickly said, I don't want to be your dad. I don't have such a stupid son chasing after insults. After saying that, he lost interest in this fool and turned to get back in the car. Kid, do you know how much this car costs? Dressed in a basic Givenchy outfit, just coming out to show off, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Right now, Wang Fan was least in need of money. Even if he bought this 4S store, it would be just a matter of speaking. Fool! Wang Fan cursed and ignored this self-righteous idiot. The milk cap girl shook Han Xiao's arm and said, Han Xiao, he is cursing you. And he didn't listen to your stop and got in the car. Chapter 16 Ha ha ha. Li Xiao, this show-off, has started acting up again. He doesn't even know what the Ferrari Daytona SP3 you want to buy is, yet he wants to become the king customer here. Kid, showing off has its limits. At this moment, Han Fei forgot the pain from earlier, now looking excited as if he had caught Wang Fan's weakness. Looking at him, his entire outfit was worth less than one of Li Xiao's shoes, yet he was pretending to be a big spender, wanted to buy a car for $1 billion. This guy is just a clown. That waiter is also an idiot, doing whatever she is told, and she really brought a contract. If he can become the king customer of this store, I'll eat shit upside down. Wang Fan has plenty of money now. He would spoil these spoiled, rich second-generation kids. I'll show you whether I'm bragging or not. You'll know soon enough. I'm going to become a king customer here. If he eats shit upside down, what about you? Seeing your serious face, I almost believed it. If you can really become the king customer here, I'll kneel and call you grandpa. All right, although I don't want to have relations with your grandma. I don't mind reluctantly being your grandpa. Chapter 17. Wang Fan saw that the incoming call was from his dormitory leader, Qi Xiangdong, and his brows furrowed slightly. But he still answered. Wang Fan, you're really impressive. Usually, Wang Fan only nodded to Qi Xiangdong, and hearing such inexplicable words on the phone made him frown even tighter. I heard from Yang Wei that you dug his wall. How does it feel? Wang Fan suddenly realized that it was most likely Yang Wei who returned to the dormitory to complain to Qi Xiangdong and the others, considering that paying back that 880,000 was no small amount. It's not true. Wang Fan didn't want to recall the incident with Xiaoshu 21. Wang Fan, you're being unreasonable. Yang Wei admitted it himself, and now the whole school knows. Are you still hiding? Our friendship for over 3 years in the same dorm isn't worth one honest word from you. Clearly, Wang Fan was good at grasping the main point. His previous judgment seemed to have a significant discrepancy. Yang Wei not only told his dorm mates, but made it known to the entire school. What does he want? Does he want to use public opinion to cover up their sordid truth to avoid repayment? How do you know everyone in the school knows? Wang Fan didn't answer Qi Xiangdong's question, but directly countered. Is he shouting on the playground or something? Chapter 18. Donghu Bay Villa Number 1 has an owner, causing a huge stir among the owners of Donghu Bay Villas. After all, it's a billion-dollar house, and the payment method required by the owner is quite extreme, to pay in one lump sum. Any owner with a bit of sense would spend such a large sum to buy a villa to live in. With that much money, would it be better to do some business to make money? There are also some well-informed people who got the news from the internal staff of Donghu Bay Villas that the owner of Villa Number 1 is now their boss. These curious neighbors are trying to find ways to get to know the new owner of Donghu Bay, and at this moment, 12 luxury cars worth tens of millions each drove into Donghu Bay Villa. My God, my dream car, the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno, and wait. There's also a Ferrari LaFerrari. Who is so extravagant? Wow, a Porsche 918, Pagani Huayra, and a SSC Tuatara. Is this a luxury car exhibition? I can hardly believe my eyes. This is not just a car. It's a moving bank, a torrent of wealth. I never imagined I would witness such a miracle one day. These 12 luxury cars fell like pies from the sky, making it hard to believe. Chapter 19. Looking at the online bullying comments directed at him, Wang Fan felt the power of public opinion that could destroy bones and erase existence. If it had been before he received the system, Wang Fan might have, like most people, collapsed mentally, and perhaps there would have been one more university student seeking to end his life from a rooftop or a bridge. But now, facing these overwhelming attacks and insults, it seemed childish and ridiculous to him. It was just a bunch of naive and foolish university students who couldn't think independently and only knew how to join the crowd. After a moment of thought, Wang Fan commented under that post, encountering the wrong people and falling into someone else's trap, the pure will clear themselves. Saying more is useless. Seeing is not necessarily believing. I advise everyone to rationally enjoy the gossip. Yang Wei must return the 880,000 in full 3 days later, or prepare to step into the sewing machine. After commenting, Wang Fan exited the school forum. His comment attracted high attention from the university students in Modu again. Wow, I knew things weren't that simple. It turns out I caught the reversal. Yang Wei, come out and talk about this 880,000. Wang Fan is quite impressive. He quickly cleaned himself up and then threatened Yang Wei. Can anyone tell me where his confidence comes from? Chapter 20. Zhu Shasha said, suppressing her displeasure. I have liked anime since I was a child, and as I grew up, I became fond of AAA games. My dad loves me, so he opened a game company for me. From Zhu Shasha's account, Wang Fan learned that she is a girl who grew up in pampering, sheltered by a big tree at home, and has never experienced the harsh realities of society, unlike Wang Fan, who was treated like a workhorse in the company, not daring to make a sound when his orders were snatched away. It is well known that AAA games require a lot of money, a lot of resources, and a lot of time. Given Zhu Shasha's father's ample funds, it is still possible to achieve such a venture. Unfortunately, her father, like the previous owner of Donghu Bay Villa, is in the coal business. With the country's promotion of renewable energy development, such as wind, solar, and photovoltaic energy, The traditional resource industry has been declining. This has caused significant downturns in Zhu Shasha's family's business, compounded by her father's failed investment in entertainment projects due to various uncontrollable factors, which made it impossible for them to be released. Chapter 21 Wang Fan now has plenty of money, and he doesn't care how much White Yukon can earn him. Seeing Zhu Shasha so on board is equivalent to giving him the entire company. So he generously said, "Considering you still have a filial heart, let us split the shares 70-30, with me taking 70 and you 30. The first investment is 1 billion. After you spend it, come to me again. I only have one requirement. Make the game quickly and with quality." Zhu Shasha's eyes immediately welled up with tears. This was another man, besides her dad, who gave her love without reservation. At least that is how she saw it. As for whether Wang Fan would acknowledge it, that was his business. No crying. Wang Fan can't stand a girl's tears because he doesn't know how to handle them. "First, give me your bank account number so I can transfer the money to you. As for the share transfer and investment contract, just get them ready for me later." When Zhu Shasha saw the text message from her bank, she felt the urge to cry again. 1 billion just arrived like that, and her company was saved this time. When she wanted to ask, when Wang Fan interrupted her again, "No need to thank me. Just manage the company well and don't let my money go to waste." Chapter 22 The other party clearly came prepared. Facing Bobo's impeccable defense, they directly unleashed their trump card. Legally, you are innocent, but morally, you are at fault. I want to ask you, is the murderer your fan? Is it because you always flirted with the edge that made him have inappropriate thoughts, ultimately leading to my friend getting hurt? After hearing this, Bobo's expression changed for the worse. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream kept increasing, reaching 30,000. It seems that topics will never lack for traffic. The other party was right. The guy who injured someone was prepared through Bobo's live stream to confront her offline, and injuring someone was just incidental, not his intention. Facing the aggressive stance, Bobo knew she couldn't remain silent or end the stream. That would make it seem like she really was at fault and feeling guilty. Moreover, if she continued to let the other party control the narrative, it wouldn't be long before her fans would probably run over to the other side. She needed to turn passive into active to change the current situation. We are a society governed by the rule of law, and I believe that the law will not let any bad person go free, nor will it allow any good person to be wronged. Don't pretend to be a justice messenger here. Just say your true intentions today, or I will end this call. Chapter 23 What about the old man who wanted to support Bobo with his retirement funds? Hurry up and join the carnival, Doing number 1. And that person who boasted about helping Bobo, you are truly annoying. Your bragging has reached its peak, and when it comes to the PK, you just disappear. What a joke. Bobo is in trouble. There is no way to fight back. The other side has fewer people, but more big brothers. And this carnival is being bombarded like it's free. There are already dozens of them. Originally, after the PK started, Wang Fan was about to give a reward. But at that moment, he received a call from their instructor. They inquired about his situation with Yang Wei because this matter had already caused a stir, and some nosy classmates had even moved the forum posts to their social media. A public opinion storm was forming outside the school, and if it wasn't handled well, their Modi University would definitely be affected. So the school sent their instructor to understand the real situation. Wang Fan briefly explained the course of events. But this matter must be based on evidence and not just the student's word. In the end, the instructor said, "Wang Fan, bring your evidence to school tomorrow. And I will also call Yang Wei so we can handle this face-to-face. If you are innocent, the school will definitely clear your name." Chapter 24 The most beloved lover hurts me the most. Why do you love others behind my back? Listening to such straightforward lyrics, Wang Fan was quite touched. He loved Fu Yanjie so wholeheartedly, but in the end, it turned out to be a scheme by that couple. It's truly poetic justice. Since they fell into his hands, he must send them to prison to find peace and to better pursue new relationships. He then recalled the classic saying circulating online. Want a date? The kind that ends up in jail. Yao Yao started a new round of debt collection. Hands on her hips, pointing at Bobo and said, Stop, stop, stop. What is so good about this whiny song? The last round doesn't count. Your big brother doesn't play fair. He is a little trash who ambushed us. Bobo ignored the other party's taunts and directly muted her. She patiently finished singing Why Do You Love Others Behind My Back, the song Wang Fan requested. Thank you again for your support, Big Boss Fan. I will DM you after the stream to express my gratitude by treating you to a meal. I will also return the reward you gave me. Bobo expressed her appreciation for Big Boss Fan so directly in front of over 100,000 viewers. Chapter 25. Bobo connected with Yao Yao for a live discussion, and they agreed on the punishment standard for the new round. Whoever loses must dance to the song specified by the other. Then both parties muted their microphones and encouraged their viewers to send rewards in their respective live streams. To attract more fans during this wave of traffic, Yao Yao directly brought out a pole and planned to show a pole dance for her viewers. Instantly, some of Bobo's LSPs were attracted over. Bobo, on the other hand, remained calm, continuously asking Big Boss Fan for his opinions, ready to perform whatever he wanted to see. Honestly, before having the system, Wang Fan, to express his loyalty to Fu Yanjie, never watched these hot-bodied female streamers. Most of the time, he just listened to music or novels. Even when watching live broadcasts, it's just some treasure appraisal types, of course, purely for free, but I can't help but marvel at how others have some silver or copper coins at home, while his ancestors left him nothing. For songs about self-entrapment like Clearing, it's quite suitable for my once foolish self, so Wang Fan clicked on such a song again. The first line of the song particularly captured Wang Fan's heart. It's my foolishness and naivety in love that made me mistake your loneliness for a compatible soul. And it's also my own doing, taking it so seriously, believing in your frivolous kiss. Chapter 26. A PK with a reward of 30 million, which definitely set a record for rewards on Douyin. The shock was simply overwhelming. Even the official account supported the ordinary Big Boss, so he must have a terrifying background. Ordinary Big Boss, I've sent you a private message. I'm really 38D, voluptuous and fierce. Remember to add me. Ordinary God of Wealth. I can be offensive or defensive, straight or gay. I can do whatever you need me to do. The guy upstairs, how disgusting. Hurry up and get lost. Friends, what has happened? Who's the big boss? Please tell me, little brother. Compared to the joyful scene in Bobo's live broadcast room, Yao Yao's live broadcast room appeared much more bland. Zhang Boyang, the operations director of Huayang MCN, had an extremely grim expression. He didn't expect Bobo's big brother to be so fierce, rewarding 30 million with a single gift equivalent to 10,000 carnivals. They were simply unable to compete against such a presence. Before the second PK started, he had already applied to his boss for a budget of 3 million, determined to take down the opponent no matter what. According to Zhang Boyang's plan, they would only need to spend 5 million in the second PK to have a good chance of winning. Then they would start the third live broadcast, spending the remaining money, thus winning with a score of 2-1 against Bobo. Chapter 27. Watching the continuous bursts of carnivals on the live broadcast screen, like fireworks in the night, illuminating Lin Xiaoxiao's live broadcast room. She instantly became teary-eyed, yet she remained very professional. Even though this sudden happiness made her a bit dizzy, she still controlled her emotions and sang steadily. However, she had already put her hands together, expressing her respect for the ordinary Big Boss. Wow! As expected of the ordinary Big Boss, arriving at every live room with 100 carnivals, impressive. Comparing goods is to be thrown away. Comparing people is to die. The ordinary Big Boss's one shot is equal to 3 years of salary. Why is there such a big gap between people? I want to be rich. Ordinary Big Boss, please let me cling to your thigh. What do you like? I can be male, female, or a lady boy, whatever you prefer. Ordinary Big Boss, I'm a college student. Can you give me some money to show off in school? As the song ended, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly expressed her gratitude to the ordinary Big Boss. Thank you for your reward, ordinary Big Boss. My mom is finally saved. Boo-hoo. I'm sorry for losing my composure. Let me adjust my emotions. Wang Fan didn't expect that just to gain some wealth points. He ended up making Lin, the campus flower, cry and even saved her mother's life. Chapter 28. Wang Fan was somewhat speechless. Why was it so difficult to spend money? He initially planned to give Lin Xiaoxiao more support to help her through this tough time. After just rewarding 30 million, she got kicked offline. Tonight, Wang Fan's plan was to spend this little goal completely, but he didn't expect to encounter setbacks twice. So he started a new round of looking for targets to reward with carnivals. Anyone he found appealing would get at least 100 carnivals. And this action instantly ignited Douyin. Everyone rushed to start their live broadcasts, silently praying that the ordinary Big Boss would come to their room. Calculating based on at least 100 carnivals, with the platform taking half, the final amount left for the host would be 150,000. Among them was an ordinary girl, celebrating her birthday alone in her small rental room. Wanted a live stream, to have some company. There were only about 20 people in her live room, and they were coming and going. Just as she closed her eyes to make a wish, Wang Fan entered her live broadcast room. Seeing such a scene was quite pitiful. A girl drifting alone, lacking friends, unsure if she had her family's blessings. Chapter 29. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, Wang Fan woke up, looking at the decor in the room, feeling an unreal sensation. Previously, to save money, he would travel far for internships, returning to school to eat in the cafeteria and stay in the dorm. Now, he was living in a luxurious villa, lying on a fully smart bed that could adjust to his sleeping habits, enhancing his sleep quality to a new height. Habitually picking up his phone, it was no longer the old model with a cracked screen he couldn't T-bear to replace, but a fancy, foldable phone. Not to mention, watching videos on this thing was really enjoyable. Opening Douyin, there was an overwhelming amount of information about the ordinary big boss, all filled with envy and praise, greatly boosting Wang Fan's vanity. So, he casually took a picture of his room and posted it on his account, adding a somewhat brash caption, "Another plain and unremarkable day." Logically, such a casual snapshot didn't deserve music, especially since it was just a photo, equivalent to a friend circle, which wouldn't attract traffic on Douyin, but who made Wang Fan not an ordinary person, but a highly noticed ordinary big boss, instantly causing the onlookers to spread the news that the ordinary big boss had a new update. Chapter 30. Wang Fan followed the voice and saw a woman with a foldable belly holding onto a young man who seemed to be about the same age, looking almost like mother and son. Past unpleasant experiences surged to his mind like a movie. Wang Fan's company was an advertising firm, and the foldable woman was from a brand, managing a 5 million promotional project. At that time, Wang Fan was responsible for following up on this project. If it succeeded, he could earn nearly 100,000 in commission, which was a significant income for him back then. He could then buy gifts for Yanjie to make her happy. So Wang Fan took it seriously. The final presentation was well received by the foldable woman's company. However, nobody knew who would win the bid before it was officially announced. On a dark and windy night, the foldable woman called Wang Fan, expressing some doubts about the proposal and asking him to come and discuss it. If he could satisfy her, the project would be handed over to them. Wang Fan didn't think much and went to meet her. The foldable woman chose a noisy bar, making it impossible to discuss business in such an environment. She kept pouring drinks for Wang Fan, making him drink everything from beer to red wine, to foreign liquor and white wine. During the drinking process, Wang Fan sensed something was off. Chapter 31. Suddenly, Wang Fan felt a chill run down his spine as past memories resurfaced. His body instinctively reacted, feeling nauseous. The overwhelming sensation in his stomach felt like crashing waves, and he aimed for the trash can beside the cabinet, bending down to start throwing up. This action, originally meant for Wang Fan with a monkey picking peaches, caused Sister Li to shove her directly to the ground. Seeing this, the male Gagaga hurried to help, but Sister Li was furious and slapped Gagaga across the face. "Damn it, you useless piece of trash, I've been bullied, and you don't even know to rush up and help me." Male Gagaga also wanted to charge in, wanted to be fierce, but he had just lost 3 teeth from a slap by Wang Fan, and now half of his face was swollen. He really wasn't Wang Fan's opponent. He was genuinely scared. However, the investor had such demands, so there was no choice but to act. After all, the green water ghost hadn't been obtained yet, so he couldn't just take that slap for nothing, and thus he forced himself to rush in. He tried to emulate Sister Li, wanted to tackle Wang Fan from behind. Thinking of Wang Fan's physique, male Gagaga felt an inexplicable excitement. Although Wang Fan was currently throwing up and looking disoriented, he had undergone body modifications by the system. Now his 6 senses were very sharp, and he sensed danger behind him. So without even looking, he kicked out. Chapter 32. Han Dapeng walked over and grabbed his lover's head, saying, "I love you so much. Why did you lie to me? Are you just after my money? What do I want from you? Want you old? Want you not to take a shower? Want you to smell like an old person? Or should I want your impotence?" It was explosive, which also indirectly confirmed why Sister Li had gone out to cheat. Soon, the 4 of them united against each other, with Sister Li and her partner on one side, and Gagaga and Gigi on the other. They started to grapple, and the Rolex staff's attempts to stop them were completely ineffective. The commotion on this side caused a blockage in the outside passage, and security from the mall rushed over. They quickly got the 4 of them out, and at that moment, the owner of the Rolex store hurried over, clearly a rich second generation who had been pampered since childhood. dressed very businesslike. Under the introduction of the staff, he smiled politely and shook hands with Wang Fan, introducing himself. Sir, hello. I am Li Shiwedong, the owner of this store. I heard you want to buy the Unicorn Daytona numbered 60-65. Let me show it to you. Making a gesture to invite. Wang Fan followed him to a reception room, where there was a safe. Li Shiwedong walked over and operated it, taking out a square glass case. Inside which was that unicorn. Chapter 33. Wow, what a divine boss. Even the gifts are so impressive. Do I still have a chance to enter Yida, the Mortal group? I've never heard of it. Mortal, oh my god, the online sensation Mortal boss can't be this guy in front of me, right? I've caught a living god of wealth. Mortal boss, can I take a picture with you? Wang Fan didn't expect to be so famous online. As the saying goes, wealth and nobility do not return home, like a brocade robe at night. After living for over 20 years, he had never received such treatment. So he welcomed everyone to take pictures together. As a series of short videos and images were posted online, the news of Wang Fan being the Mortal boss sparked renewed discussion. However, this time there were also some skeptical comments, completely disbelieving that this incredibly handsome man was the Mortal boss. In their stereotypes, a big spender who could give away billions overnight must be a big-bellied bald old man. How could it be someone who is both handsome and rich? What did God close on him? Clearly, these photos were fake. These bloggers who had no bottom line for views were really disappointing. Who doesn't know that Yida in the Magic City belongs to Principal Wang's family? Obviously, this person was not Principal Wang, let alone Old Wang. Chapter 34. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao's drunkenness sobered up considerably. It was so different from before. Previously, he just announced his identity as the young master of the Qin family, and the other party would immediately turn into a soft-shell shrimp. Then he would wave his hand, and his little lackeys would rush up and beat the other party. And in the end, he would look down on them, take their compensation, and kick them a couple of times to settle the matter. Now, it was completely the opposite. His identity couldn't suppress the other party at all. And that incredibly handsome guy had impressive skills. His useless little brothers were really too useless. Watching Wang Fan walk toward him, Qin Shao was frightened and stepped back. At that moment, a female companion beside Qin Shao stepped forward and said, "Don't be impulsive. Qin Shao is not someone you can mess with. He is the young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families in the Magic City. If you hit him, it's like hitting the Qin family, and you won't be able to bear the consequences." Wang Fan looked at the girl who appeared timid but still stood up, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't recall where he had seen a similar face. The young master of the Qin family among the 4 great families in the Magic City? Wang Fan asked with suspicion. Is it the Qin family that has been making waves online, the one with the rumored Qin Fan? Chapter 35. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng became smug again. You dare to disrespect Uncle Hat? This is provoking trouble, do you understand? I wondered why you were so arrogant. Turns out you're just a legal illiterate. Sometimes it's like this. No matter how rich you are without a background, when encountering law enforcement, you can feel like a scholar meeting soldiers, unable to articulate your reasoning. Qin, are you feeling itchy again? What qualifications do you have to shout and turn black and white when you're involved in a DUI accident? It's easy to check the surveillance for who is right and who is wrong. The Uncle Hat who had been standing with Qin Feng spoke again. The car is wrecked like this. The onboard surveillance must have been damaged too. And why is your car modified like this? Have you reported it to the relevant departments? Let us see the relevant materials. Wang Fan was also genuinely angry. The bias was too obvious. Clearly, he was the victim, but now it felt like all the blame was on him. The reason why this law enforcement officer was leaning toward Qin Feng was simple. He was supported by the Qin family and naturally considered them his own. Chapter 36. Zhang Huntao saw that Qin Feng had finished the call and hurriedly approached to ask about the situation. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at Wang Fan's increasingly ugly face. This situation was completely different from before. At this moment, Bai Jia's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, directly answering in front of Wang Fan, revealing what she could and directly refusing what she couldn't say. Soon, she finished the call and said to Wang Fan, "Young Master Wang, it was a call from the Qin family inquiring about your situation." "The Qin family speed is quite fast," Wang Fan said with interest. "It doesn't matter if the Qin family doesn't know their place. I don't mind pulling them down from the 4 great families in the Magic City." If any other young person had spoken to Bai Jia like this, she would have thought they were arrogant. But thinking of Wang Fan's bank account, she felt that if the Qin family really didn't know their place, it would just be a matter of time before he wanted to destroy them. Subsequently, Bai Jia also represented the 4 major banks and explained some of the related services included with the Supreme Dragon card, which made Wang Fan feel quite emotional. The more money you have, the more unimaginable services you can obtain. While everyone is worrying about when the annual interest rate on deposits can break 2, Chapter 37 begins. Everyone turns their heads to see 3 vibrant high school students looking around. It turns out that handsome guys like this type, but they're still undeveloped. With you being so handsome, I really don't want you to go in and pick up soap. When young, one does not know the good of mature women and mistakenly regards young girls as treasures. Handsome guy, don't take too many detours. I will feel heartbroken. Just then, I'm also hungry. Call your little sister, and let's have a meal together. Later, this big Benz will be yours. Wang Fan really didn't expect that his good intentions to take pictures with these women would lead them to lust after him. It reminds him of that saying, when women become seductive, men have no place. Have you all had enough fun? Wang Fan said coldly. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness. Be careful, I turn against you. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Wang Fan's body, those surrounding him unconsciously took a few steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Fan squeezed out of the crowd, waving his arm and saying, "Cousin, over here." Only then did Feng Lianyue see Wang Fan and happily ran over, but was unexpectedly pulled back by her 2 roommates. "Lianyue, you are not being considerate. With such a handsome cousin, why didn't you introduce us to him earlier? Are you keeping him all to yourself?" Chapter 38. Brother, I noticed a huge change in you this time I saw you. Not only have you become more handsome, but you also seem more confident. Did a rich woman really support you? Wang Fan was speechless. His cousin was quite imaginative. With his current worth, could any rich woman afford him? Didn't I tell you? Your brother changed jobs and found a powerful boss. We mainly work in the health industry, so it's normal for me to manage my body and become more handsome, right? Feng Lianyue was so shocked that she stepped back repeatedly, covering her mouth in disbelief as Fan Shuqin stared wide-eyed like a curious child and asked, "Big cousin, are you a 0 or a 1? No matter what, this meal cannot be on you. We brought money. How can we spend your hard-earned money? Damn it." Wang Fan was almost driven crazy by these 3 girls. In just a few words, he was labeled as gay. Worded A as high school students thinking all day. It's really speechless. Kong Lianchuan came out of the fried chicken shop and called his brother, directly putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, vividly recounting the humiliation he suffered. At this moment, Kong Liantong, who was preparing to go to People's Square with 5 younger brothers to find a place to eat, heard this and was instantly furious, slapping his chest and saying, "Give me your address. I'm going over there to see who dares to touch my Kong family." Chapter 39. Facing the punches and kicks from his brother and his brothers, Kong Lianchuan pitifully shouted, "Mom, I'm going to tell Mom that you brought people to hit me. Are you still my brother? You're such a beast," turning your elbow outwards. With a slap, Kong Liantong slapped his brother again and angrily said, "I'm saving you. Do you know who you have provoked? This is Li Shaoxin's recognized big brother. He could crush you with a finger. Damn it, you've put me in danger." Saying this, he slapped again, leaving Kong Lianchuan stunned. He just wanted to pursue the school flower. How did he end up provoking Li Shao's big brother? "Brother, the Li Shao you mentioned is the one you often tell me about, the one related to the Leaf family of the 4 major families in the Magic City?" Kong Lianchuan asked in confusion. "That doesn't make sense. His surname is Wang, and Li Shao's surname is Li. How could he be Li Shao's big brother? Damn it. How can I have such a stupid brother? He is recognized as Li Shao's big brother. Hurry up and apologize to Wang Shao. If you don't get Wang Shao's forgiveness, I will kill you today." Only then did Kong Lianchuan realize how ridiculous his mistake was and that he had inadvertently offended such a powerful figure. Chapter 40. Wang Fan never expected that Li Shuang, this roommate, was surprisingly a hidden acting talent at a young age. When Zhang Meng aggressively lunged at her, it seemed like a tearing battle on the surface. But in reality, it was a performance she meticulously designed. She didn't genuinely want to fight. Instead, she was trying to get close to Wang Fan and create some intimate contact. Fortunately, after Wang Fan's body underwent system modification, his reflexes were exceptionally sharp. The moment Zhang Meng almost pounced on him, he deftly turned and quickly dodged, causing her to miss. Zhang Meng clearly didn't expect Wang Fan's reaction to be so quick. With her center of gravity unstable, she fell flat on her back. Fortunately, she managed to brace herself with her hands as she fell, avoiding the embarrassment of landing face first. If she really fell like a dog, it would have been too humiliating. "Daddy," Zhang Ming instantly switched to a delicate demeanor, her voice soft and seemingly aggrieved. I've been bullied like this, and you're not going to do anything? This call of daddy made Wang Fan's heart churn, and he couldn't help but secretly complain. Today's young people are getting bolder. They even play such seductive tricks so smoothly. Chapter 41. Wang Fan was carrying 3 shopping bags, filled with Swarovski earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. The reason for buying 3 sets was that Wang Fan realized his cousin was too beautiful, and she would inevitably attract the attention of some undesirable students or social figures. Fan Shuqin and Li Shuang, these 2 roommates, were quite nice and to Wang Fan's liking. Plus, they shared a dorm with his cousin, which meant having 2 more pairs of eyes watching over her. If anything happened to his cousin at school, they would be able to notify him immediately, preventing some irreparable tragedies. So bribing these 2 cute girls in advance would definitely have the effect of spending a little money to achieve great things. When the 3 girls saw the gifts Wang Fan gave them, they were all as happy as flowers. However, after they looked at them, they felt that the gifts were too expensive. The 3 items totaled over 10,000 yuan, and buying 3 sets meant 30,000 yuan. Big cousin, this gift is too precious. We can't accept it, Li Shuang said first. Fan Shuqin was not willing to fall behind. We are still students and have nothing to repay you. If you insist on giving, Li Shuang and I can only offer ourselves in return. Chapter 42. Tang Xianxian didn't expect Wang Fan to be serious. He spoke with such sincerity that it unwittingly had a certain persuasive power. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. After all, Wang Fan was too young to be taken seriously. If the person in front of her was a balding, pot-bellied man, she might believe him 7 or 8 points. But this man, aside from a set of over 10,000 yuan Givenchy clothing, didn't seem to show any signs of being wealthy in other aspects. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your concern for our school. Tang Xianxian smiled and replied, our school has already applied for the corresponding budget from the higher authorities. Although it's not much, it can help improve the students' living conditions. As for the rest, we will seek assistance from the higher authorities and solicit donations from some outstanding alumni and social figures. So there is no need to trouble Mr. Wang. You should focus on your studies and complete your academic and internship work well. Wang Fan noticed that Tang Xianxian didn't believe that he had money in his pocket to help improve the hardware and software facilities of their school. It seemed that being famous was a double-edged sword. Sometimes it could bring you convenience. If Principal Wang were standing in front of Principal Tang, she would probably be overjoyed. Chapter 43. Tang Xianxian looked at Wang Fan's handsome profile and felt it was unbelievable how he managed to appear in front of her desk after reaching the door, and how he had embraced her. The scene where he spun her around while holding her waist felt like something out of a romantic drama. Unfortunately, she was too old. If she were the same age as Wang Fan, she would definitely pursue him. But then she thought, even though she was a few years older than Wang Fan, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man can hold gold bricks. She could let him hold 12 bricks and still feel it was a bargain for him. Wang Fan also didn't expect that Tang principal, who looked slim, felt quite soft to the touch, especially when he had initially placed his hand on her hip to prevent her from falling. However, now Tang principal was closing her eyes, looking somewhat inviting. If he hesitated now, would it make Tang principal think she lacked charm, leading to insecurity and an inability to manage the school properly? That would be a serious mistake on his part. So Wang Fan lowered his head and was about to kiss her when he heard a knock on the door. Startled, he quickly stopped his movement and adjusted Tang Xianxian, who flashed a hint of anger in her eyes, but it was still not missed by Wang Fan's keen observation. Chapter 44. Zhang Xiaowei's father truly didn't expect that this pretty boy Wang Fan would actually be twice as tall as him every time. However, he sneered inwardly, seeing that Wang Fan was most likely still a college student and probably didn't have much pocket money. He figured this visit was probably just a classmate's brother attending the class meeting on behalf of the parents. He wanted to show off in front of someone as wealthy as him, Zhang Weiman, without getting his face swollen. So instead of sending a test amount of 1 or 200, he directly sent a red envelope of 10,000 to the group chat. Instantly, it ignited the whole class group, and everyone began to flatter him. Thanks for the red envelope. President Zhang, you're so handsome. As a parent, how lucky I am to be in the same class as President Zhang's child. Oh yeah, I was the best and snagged $9.99. Thank you, Boss Zhang. Zhang Xiaowei's father provocatively looked at Wang Fan and then naturally glanced at the fashionable student parent, watching her focus on grabbing the red envelope. which made him even more envious. Wang Fan ignored him and directly sent out a 20,000 red envelope in the group, causing even more excitement. The previous praises for Zhang Xiaowei's father were instantly drowned out by compliments for Wang Fan. Chapter 45. Wang Fan's various metrics were already 5 times the limits of an average human body. Even when he was sleeping, his body instinctively sensed the impending danger. When the chalk piece was about to hit his head, his hand reflexively caught it. Then, he flicked his fingers, sending the chalk piece flying towards Li Guangbei, which caused the parents present to gasp in surprise. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. Not only was Wang Fan handsome and had a bit of money, but he also knew martial arts, making him quite versatile. If one could date such a handsome guy, they would be willing to trade their best friend's 10-year lifespan for it. Li Guangbei truly didn't expect Wang Fan to pull off such a stunt. He felt a surge of fear, thinking that if he didn't dodge this attack, it might cost him his life. In his panic, his head hit the podium table, causing a big bump to form on his head. He initially wanted to curse, but upon hearing a loud bang, the blackboard shattered as if it had been hit by a bullet, with the chalk piece perfectly embedded in the wall. This scene left the parents even more incredulous. They wondered if Wang Fan was a descendant of an immortal family. This move was quite impressive. Chapter 46. The person who entered was none other than Director Wang, who had gone to Principal Tang's office and was also Li Guangbei's uncle. He had already recognized Wang Fan's voice from outside the door, and his anger surged. He had always had a crush on Tang Xian and often found various excuses to talk to her, but she always treated him with a businesslike demeanor, fueling his desire to conquer her. During this senior year mobilization meeting, he initially didn't want Tang Xian to participate since he had a secret with his nephew. So he deliberately reported to Principal Tang. Based on his past experience, once he said that Tang Xian would definitely not participate, and he would be the one in control, who knew that upon entering Principal Tang's office, not only did she defend Wang Fan, but Wang Fan was also too handsome, making him feel insignificant in comparison. Moreover, in Director Wang's mind, seeing Wang Fan and Tang Xian together sparked the phrase, a talented man and a beautiful woman. This was hard for him to accept, especially when he asked Principal Tang who Wang Fan was and was directly ignored. This made Director Wang feel his dignity was trampled on, and he had been thinking about how to vent this anger. Chapter 47. Everyone present, including Tang Xian, was puzzled by Wang Fan's confusing operation. Wang Fan was indeed handsome, but he had a dog-esque brain. If what he speculated were true, Director Wang and the others had colluded, what could he confront them with? It seemed this Wang Fan was a narcissist, feeling like he had everything under control when, in fact, he was just bluffing. It was obvious that Principal Tang was on the handsome guy's side, so what could Director Wang do? I think the principal is a perfect match for the handsome guy. Wang Fan ignored the surrounding gossip, laying down on the desk again. He was already irritated by being woken up by the noise. Wang Fan, have you started slacking off? Don't you want to find your backing quickly? If Director Wang brings people over later, you're doomed. Zhang Xiaowei's father began to shout again, and Wang Fan was truly too lazy to deal with such a clown. However, he was like a mosquito, buzzing while you were trying to sleep, which was quite annoying. So Wang Fan glanced at Zhang Xiaowei's father and said, have you had enough of living well? Do you want to go back to being poor? If not, then shut your mouth. Chapter 48. Director Wang disdainfully said, let us see who you can call. I told you, no matter who you bring today, you won't be spared. The other parents in the class felt this scene was familiar. Zhang Xiaowei's father had previously shouted arrogantly at Wang Fan, and now he was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog, begging for mercy. Li Guangbei, who had been standing on the podium, could no longer stand it. He had witnessed Wang Fan cause Zhang Xiaowei's father to go bankrupt with just one phone call. His uncle clearly still didn't know Wang Fan's true identity, and if this provocation continued, there would surely be no good outcome. Li Guangbei walked over to his uncle and said, Director Wang, this person is not simple. Don't be fooled by his act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. At this moment, Director Wang was furious. It was this white-eyed wolf nephew who had turned his elbow outwards and directly betrayed him. Now, he was coming to undermine his authority and boost Wang Fan's morale, which was truly unforgivable. He raised his hand and slapped him. You traitor, what qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things? Get lost. Li Guangbei didn't expect that his uncle, not knowing good from bad, would not appreciate his help. Not only did he not show gratitude, but he also slapped him in front of so many people, leaving him with no face at all. Chapter 49. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. donating 100 million dragon coins to Pengcheng High School, and allowing students to stay in Xianyang apartment for free. Special rewards. 1. Perfect singing skills. Using it will grant you master-level singing techniques and abilities. 2. Flawless driving skills. Using it will grant you master-level driving skills, capable of handling any type of vehicle in the world. 3. Reward of 100 billion dragon coins as encouragement. Looking at these 3 rewards, Wang Fan felt very pleased, as if he could sense the system was about to transform him into a perfect male god. When he became flawless, how many young girls and married women will be captivated by him? Just thinking about it made the corners of his mouth rise in a sweet smile. As the saying goes, in the north there is a beauty. A smile can conquer a city. Another smile can conquer a nation. The women in the classroom were all staring wide-eyed, making Wang Fan feel like a wolf entering a tiger's den. He cleared his throat and said to Principal Tang Xianxian, "Since it's for the students and the future of our country, whether it's hardware or software, we must use the best. Therefore, I decided to donate another 900 million, hoping our school can cultivate more excellent talents." Chapter 50, hearing the voice of the rich man as critical system in his mind, made Wang Fan break out in a cold sweat. He quickly explained and apologized to the system, sweating profusely to calm things down. Now Wang Fan suspected that this system was female. Otherwise, why would it have such a bad temper? Seeing that Wang Fan was silent and sweating on his forehead, Long Piao asked in confusion, "Are you weak in the kidneys?" "That's really great." Wang Fan felt that this Long Piao was like a different person for what he saw on TV. On TV, she looked like a cold person, giving off a vibe that kept others at a distance. Now, Long Piao was more like a friendly person, capable of saying anything. Is this the so-called character design? A high-cold beauty persona in front of fans, but actually a goofball in reality. Wang Fan wanted to say, "You're the one who's weak in the kidneys. Your whole family is weak in the kidneys." He took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Whether I'm weak in the kidneys or not is not for you to say. You have to try to know." Long Piao looked at Wang Fan with interest and said, "You're so handsome. You wouldn't lose out even if you slept with me. I originally wanted to add a clause in the agreement that we couldn't cross boundaries during the cooperation, but now it seems that could be removed." Wang Fan, with a dark expression, asked, "Is the entertainment industry this open?" Chapter 51, the life of the rich is so unpretentious to satisfy his appetite. Wang Fan casually recharged 10 million. He was starting to love this time when he didn't have to worry about money, buying whatever he wanted without thinking about how to get by after spending it. Just then, Long Piao ran out from the private room she had just entered, her clothes even looking a bit disheveled, clearly having encountered something unpleasant inside. In fact, when Long Piao entered the private room, she sensed something was off. How could there be so many people for a blind date? And as soon as she stepped into the room, she felt the men staring at her like wolves. This made her very uncomfortable, and she was about to leave, but the man sitting at the head of the table, Zheng Jiakong, shot her a look, and someone blocked the door. "Long Piao, you made me wait here for an hour, and now you want to leave without even having a drink? Don't you think too little of me, Zheng Jiakong? So how can I leave? Very simple, drink those 3 glasses of wine on the table, and I'll let you go." Long Piao had a bad premonition. She felt certain there was something in the wine. Otherwise, Zheng Jiakong wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Chapter 52, entering the bedroom. Wang Fan immediately called Dong Mengjiao, asking her to contact a highly confidential private doctor and bring some detoxification medicine to Baiyun Hotel. If she didn't have those resources, she should call Bai Jia. Then Wang Fan wrapped Long Piao in a bedsheet and closed the door. He left because there were many things waiting for him to handle outside. Zheng Jiakong and Zhang Mingsheng directly came to the presidential suite where Wang Fan was staying. After knocking down the butler and the waiter who brought Wang Fan, they barged in. Zhang Mingsheng pointed at Wang Fan fiercely and said, daring to act wildly in Baiyun, "You're the first, and you'll be the last. Get him." Armed with electric batons and shields, they charged at Wang Fan. Wang Fan, like a bee collecting nectar, used his unparalleled speed and strength to dash through their attacks like the wind. The security at Baiyun Hotel fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, screaming in pain. This time, Wang Fan was a bit angry, so these security personnel were destined to lose the ability to attack again. If he allowed them to keep attacking, he feared something might happen to Long Piao alone in the room. Chapter 53, the doctors from the Bai family were indeed quite professional. After taking her pulse, they used a stethoscope to listen and then drew blood, completing the examination. Besides her body being a bit weak, everything else was fine, and they suggested she rest more. As for the poisoning, the doctor initially judged that she was already fine. A deeper examination could only be concluded once the blood test results came out. The blood test results would be available in half an hour. If there were any issues, they would come back. If not, they would send a message. Since Long Piao was a public figure, it was inconvenient for her to receive messages. So Wang Fan left his contact information with them. Then Wang Fan called Dong Mingjiao, saying that the examination was complete and there was no major problem. So they could go back, and the consultation fee would be paid, as usual. This incident also made Wang Fan realize that having his own medical team would actually be very beneficial. In case of such tricky problems, they could handle and resolve them immediately. So he gave Dong Mingjiao a new task to invest in or acquire a top medical institution that could serve them. He also asked her to investigate the Zheng family, where Zheng Jiakong was. After arranging all of this, Wang Fan took a glass of cool boiled water and walked to Long Piao's bedside. Chapter 54. That touch of red still moved Wang Fan quite a bit. He leaned over and hugged Long Piao, his hands skillfully reaching for her two ample assets. Long Piao slapped his hand away and, like a slippery loach, turned around and said, "If you touch me with your salty pig hands again, I will report you." Wang Fan's brain momentarily malfunctioned. Did this girl not want to take responsibility? Isn't that something men do? After a night of craziness, they just pull up their pants and leave. Fine. Go ahead and report it. I'll just collect some interest first. Wang Fan, acting like a rogue, began a new round of attacks. After playing around for a while, Long Piao said, "Stop messing around. Don't you know how to care for someone? I'm not feeling well." Wang Fan quickly picked up the phone beside him and said, "Then I'll call the doctor over to check on you." Long Piao rolled her eyes and asked, "You're not a first-timer, are you?" Wang Fan felt a bit awkward at the question, but still nodded. Long Piao was very pleased, kissed Wang Fan on the cheek, and then said, "No need to call the doctor, I just need to rest a bit." As long as you're fine," Wang Fan replied, giving her a kiss back, then said, "Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring breakfast over." Chapter 55. From the moment Wang Fan appeared at the entrance of Modi University, some students, eager for gossip, took photos and directly edited the title. Shocking. A Pagani Huayra spotted at our school's East Gate. Guess which campus beauty can sit in the passenger seat? They attached photos of the Pagani from various angles and posted it, instantly trending. Wow, my dream car, I didn't expect it to be so close this time. My beloved car is waiting for me. Just by looking at the design of this car, it must be worth at least 10 million. My dear grandma, I'll probably never earn enough in my lifetime to buy such a car. What a disgrace to my alma mater. Only our art department's campus beauty, Gao Meian, will be able to sit in such a passenger seat. Who else could it be? Doesn't this car look familiar? It's rumored to belong to the owner of East Lake Bay Villa No. 1, who bought 12 luxury cars in one go, and one of them is this color. Can someone help me check? A picture was indeed attached, and everyone began to frantically compare. Wow, it really is the same car. This means he not only has 12 luxury cars, but also a big villa. Key point, he is our classmate. He has achieved what would take us 10 lifetimes. Ladies, let's go. Chapter 56. The University Forum of Modi University turned into a live broadcast scene of Wang Fan's arrival, thanks to the enthusiastic contributions from numerous alumni. Shocking. The 5 campus beauties unite to surround Wang Fan. The king of simps and the male god are only separated by Pagani Huayra. Indeed, the shocking title always attracts the most attention. This post lived up to expectations, instantly soaring to the top of the campus forum. The appearance of Gao Meihan, the beauty from the art department, made me realize that Wang Fan's green outfit and the car's green color all imply giving someone a green hat. Rich people really know how to play. Zheng Jian, Zheng Xiao, Wang Fan, this bastard dares to dig at your corner. Hurry to the scene, otherwise you'll be in trouble. Women are indeed superficial. Even the 5 campus beauties cannot escape this reality. How are we losers supposed to cope? 5th girl, my favorite. I no longer believe in love. Even goddesses have become money-driven simps. I must become the master of money. Originally playing games in the dorm with a group of friends, Zheng Jian's phone kept popping up notifications, making him want to smash it. I don't care who you are, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll kill you. Chapter 57. Zheng Jian was caught off guard by Wang Fan's ferocity. taking advantage of his lackey being bullied by Wang Fan. He picked up a baseball bat and smashed it against Wang Fan's green Pagani Huayra. Each hit felt incredibly satisfying, as if he were hitting Wang Fan himself. Avenging Wang Fan hugging Gao Meihan. Wang Fan was at a loss. It seemed like these people were determined to go against his new car. At this rate, he might consider starting a car repair business. Wow, Wang Fan's combat power is so strong. Our university's taekwondo club probably ISNT his match. I feel sorry for that Pagani Huayra. This Zheng is really a wastrel, smashing it just for a woman worth millions. You don't understand the world of the rich. This is what it means to be classy. I can't beat you, so I'll ruin your beloved possession. You'll still feel the pain. Damn, your analysis is spot on. You don't think you're a rich person, do you? Wang Fan knocked Zheng Jian's lackey to the ground, pulled Gao Meihan over, flirted with her a bit, and just watched Zheng Jian smash the car without intervening. Chapter 58. Hello, Lawyer Lee. I have just one request. Send in whatever they should send in, and if they can't, I want a public apology. Wang Fan spoke like an emotionless machine. Do you have a USB drive? I want to copy the recording of today's meeting. Upon hearing this, even Director Han from the school changed his expression, feeling quite uncomfortable. Who as student casually calls in a lawyer? Reflecting on what was just said made his face feel hot. He smiled and said, Student Wang, we're all part of Modi University. We should be like family. Why make it so tense? It could cause a certain impact on society and tarnish the school's reputation, which we have to explain to the principal. Lawyer Lee, this is our school's Director Han. I suspect he has a conflict of interest with Zheng Jian's family. Can you investigate his additional income? Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Mr. Wang, after suing him, we have the right to investigate his income. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it and give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 59. Wang Fan rejected Principal Tang's proposal. He came here today to ensure that Yang Wei and Fu Yanjie would regret their actions for the rest of their lives. The main theme of life should still be low-key. Being too high-profile will inevitably bring misfortune. However, Wang Fan also secured many benefits for himself, such as not needing to attend classes or take exams like ordinary students. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Fan went to the cafeteria to indulge in a feast. With his seemingly bottomless appetite, he caught the attention of some onlookers again. The incident of Wang Fan eating enough for 50 people was filmed, edited, and uploaded to his personal social media account, as well as the university forum. Eating enough for 50 people in one meal in front of this student from Modi University. All food bloggers pale in comparison, no rebuttals accepted. The food challenge video went viral, skyrocketing to the 20th spot on the national trending list. However, as interactions increased, its ranking continued to rise. At this moment, Wang Fan was swaying towards the music department's auditorium. After all, he promised the music department's beauty, Han Bailing, that he would watch her performance. Chapter 60. Backstage at the auditorium, Han Bailing was doing her final makeup preparations before going on stage. But her mind was filled with thoughts of Wang Fan. How did the once unknown king of Simps transform into a rich second generation? And not just any rich person, but an extraordinarily wealthy one? Thanks to some curious classmates, posts analyzing the value of Wang Fan's outfit had already appeared on the school forum. Givenchy's green suit is priced at $588,000, and their leather shoes are $268,000. The auction price for the Rolex Daytona Unicorn numbered 6,265 is $5.9 million, which converts to at least 50 million dragon coins. Adding in the green Pagani Huayra with an official guide price of 29 million dragon coins. The total for the new car comes to at least 30 million. This is only considering the visible attire. We haven't even seen the inner garments yet. The total value has reached an astonishing 80 million, and I can't believe I'm dealing with such a wealthy individual. If I could become his girlfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about my future after graduation. For someone like her studying popular music, unless they have exceptional talent and a bit of good luck to make 1 or 2 hit songs that become their signature, it's hard to have a place in the music industry. Chapter 61. Li Haoran also comes from a musical family. His grandfather is a singer, and his mother is a professor in the music department at a university. He has inherited the family's genes well, having possessed absolute musical talent since childhood. Throughout his journey in music, he has been labeled a prodigy and a genius. Perhaps it is these titles that have made him feel like a gifted player. After entering university, his parents shifted from strict supervision to a more relaxed approach, allowing him to express himself. with the title of a musical genius. He has often pursued girls at school, until he met Han Bailing. All his usual methods of flirting failed, igniting his competitive spirit to win her over. Han Bailing, like Li Haoran, is also a rare musical talent, as hinted by the name her parents gave her. However, unlike Li Haoran, she didn't let loose after entering university. She has always held herself to high standards and worked hard, aiming to carve out her own path after graduation. But upon meeting Zheng Jian from the art department and hearing various rumors from classmates about the entertainment industry, what she previously considered jokes suddenly took on a more serious tone. Chapter 62. Li Haoran was proud like a peacock displaying its feathers, strutting around as if he were the center of the universe, believing all eyes should be on him. Today, I will bring you a song called Skin by the Rain God. Before I sing, I want to say a few words. I believe everyone knows Wang Fan, who is also participating in our singing competition today. An insincere person from the start, claiming to have been cheated out of 888,000 in a relationship, deserves what he gets. Now he is wearing a disguise and flaunting his luxury car around campus, even tricking our music department. As the recognized genius of the music department, I will guard our doors and protect our campus beauty, Han Bailing. Don't be fooled by this hypocrite Wang Fan. He is nothing but a clown in everyone's eyes. After Li Haoran spoke, the audience erupted in an uproar, surprised that Wang Fan had the courage to participate in the music department's singing competition, especially since he hadn't shown up for the previous top 10 singers contest. It seems that the moment he changed his identity, even the talent from the music department began to resent him. One must remain low-key in life. Chapter 63. In a world of love, where can there be no regrets? The entire auditorium fell into a reminiscence as Wang Fan's voice filled the air. No one expected that a melancholic love song, which seemed to lack any flashy elements for the singer, could resonate so deeply. Yet, Wang Fan managed to sing it into everyone's hearts, as if everyone was reliving their own past regrets through the song. A fantasy from years ago, forgiveness years later, nurturing wounds for the sake of a face. Don't mention missing me. I can't handle it. As the final note faded, silence enveloped the hall, and some people were even wiping tears from their eyes. It was unclear who started the applause, but soon everyone joined in. Even the professors serving as judges stood up to applaud. It was somewhat ironic that the two musical geniuses, Li Haoran and Han Bailing, did not receive such treatment, while an outsider from the journalism department garnered such honor. Li Haoran was furious, initially hoping to embarrass Wang Fan, only to find that this guy had hidden his talent, singing a sad love song so beautifully that it was absolutely masterful. Chapter 64. Han Bailing had planned to invite Wang Fan for a meal after the singing competition. However, she didn't expect him to slip away under the pretense of going to the restroom, leaving her frustrated. Nevertheless, thinking about how she had secured her recommendation for graduate school, she clenched her fists and said, "Wang Fan, you can't escape my grasp." As he exited the music department's auditorium, Li Qianquan and his gang of followers surrounded him, which caught Wang Fan off guard. The chubby Han face said, "Boss, we heard from the group about your situation at school, so we came to check it out. Your sister isn't mad, is she?" Han Fei's green tea vibes immediately provoked laughter from everyone. It turns out this chubby guy really has some comedic talent. Aren't you all bored? So free. Boss, we have good luck in our birth, and apart from playing, we have no special skills. Just living off our parents is our fate. Wang Fan rolled his eyes. If that got out, someone would definitely chase them with a knife. It's infuriating. Since you all did well today, I'll give you a chance. If you come across a business you like and need money, you can come to my investment company. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can be your angel investor. Chapter 65. Slap. Wang Fan slapped Fu Yanjie again, this time with a bit more force, knocking her to the ground. Fu Yanjie's face was slightly swollen, her clothes dirty, making her look very disheveled. She couldn't believe that Wang Fan had not only become wealthy, but also turned bad, even hitting women. What kind of man does that? Perhaps it's not that wealth changes people. He was always bad, just better at pretending before. A person who is arrogant will eventually face consequences. Someone like Wang Fan, who does not know how to be low-key, will only bring disaster to his family. You're just meddling in others' business. Haven't you heard that the centipede dies, but doesn't he fall? No matter what, it's not a height we can reach. Why not shoot some footage and sell it to Wang Fan for a few thousand? Upon hearing others speak up for her, Fu Yanjie felt her tactic was effective. After all, public opinion can be powerful. Under pressure, Wang Fan would likely not make her repay the money. Compared to her reputation, 880,000 is just a drop in the bucket for Wang Fan now. Wang Fan, I like you. I'm asking for reconciliation. Did I do something wrong? You slapped me without asking for context. My parents never even hit me. Why do you have a group of people bullying me? Chapter 66. Wang Fan was overjoyed inside, but maintained a cold expression, saying, "Greed will only lead to your downfall. Aren't you afraid of choking on more than you can swallow? A car costs over 10 million, and 1.5 million is just a drop in the bucket for you." Zhang Min looked at Wang Fan and said, "With this insignificant amount of money, buying a stain on your life, or buying your chances of winning an appeal, I think it's quite a bargain. I want what I want, not what you think." At that moment, Wang Fan's domineering side emerged. "What if I don't give it to you?" Zhang Min laughed and said, "You caused my best friend to disappear, and you still won't give me money? Then I will use the video in my hands to ruin you. Post your evil deeds online. Let everyone see your true colors. And then let this matter ferment online, digging into your family. Who knows, we might even uncover the illegal activities your family is involved in." At that moment, Zhang Min's imagination was so wild she could be a novelist. Women have been showing off on social media a lot. Wang Fan remained disdainful. "Are you threatening me?" Looking at Wang Fan's lofty demeanor, Zhang Min was actually furious. Why should Wang Fan spend millions to buy materials from others, but be so stingy with her? Does he look down on her? Chapter 67. After Wang Fan left, Long Pia Piao caught up on sleep and her body recovered well. Looking at the blush on the bed, she recalled the wild times from yesterday, making her cheeks flush. She then got up, took a pair of scissors, and cut off that blush to keep in her bag. After a simple tidy-up, she had the butler bring her some food and was stunned to see the table filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Long Pia Piao asked in confusion, "Why such a feast?" "Hello, miss, this is our Supreme VIP package. Please enjoy your meal." "Did you make a mistake? I didn't apply for Supreme VIP here. It was young Master Wang who arranged this for us. If you need anything, feel free to ask." Long Pia Piao recalled her encounter with Wang Fan and realized she knew nothing about him, only viewing him as a tool to acquire her inheritance. She never expected their relationship to develop so rapidly. Were the requirements to become our Supreme VIP? Accumulated spending of 100 million. What? Long Pia Piao dropped her chopsticks on the table in shock. Wang Fan spent 100 million here. Chapter 68. Looking at the fashionable men and women walking down the street, as if attending a grand banquet. Bar crazy is truly hard to get into. I heard that not only are there some popular celebrities today, but also a large number of wealthy second-generation individuals coming. This is our chance. I even specially underwent a cosmetic surgery for today. I must succeed. To attract a rich older sister, I've been working on my abs and squats for half a year. I'm like a little electric motor now. You guys are really going to any lengths to succeed. Unlike me, who only relies on personal charm to find my one true love. MD, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed, but today I'm going to be a chameleon. I can be male or female, offensive or defensive. I'm invincible. Listening to these explosive words, Wang Fan glanced at them, all dressed impeccably. He suddenly felt they were all just animals in human skin, utterly crazy. He couldn't help but curiously ask, "Do you know who owns this bar crazy? Why are so many people flocking to it?" Li Qinquan, like a sycophant, said, "Big brother, this place is run by the eldest son of the Zheng family, Zheng Jiakong. Their family mainly deals in entertainment, with many attractive streamers and stars under their banner. Plus, the Zheng family has rapidly risen in the rich circles of Magic City in recent years, subtly trending toward becoming a top-tier family. So many wealthy second-generation individuals are befriending Zheng Jiakong." Chapter 69. Zheng Jiakong was in the meeting room, fawning over 3 young men, Li Badeo, Bai Jingqi, and Qin Hao. What surprised Zheng Jiakong the most was Qin Hao. Unlike Li Badeo and Bai Jingqi, who were from one of the 4 major families of Magic City, he was from the Qin family in the capital. The Qin family in Magic City is merely a branch of the Qin family in the capital, which is capable of being the top among the 4 major families in Magic City. One can imagine how terrifying the Qin family in the capital is. If their Zheng family could align with the Qin family in the capital, they would undoubtedly rise to a first-tier family in Magic City, and the difficulties their family is facing could be easily resolved. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. When Zheng Jiakong turned to look, his eyes were filled with anger. He had previously instructed that no one was to disturb them, yet someone still dared to be stubborn. He planned to have this oblivious person thrown out. The person outside showed no intention of stopping. Zheng Jiakong gestured to Qin Xiao at the main seat, and after receiving his approval, opened the meeting room door. The newcomer was not from their establishment, but was someone who came with Qin Hao. Zheng Jiakong greeted him with a smile and did not even glance at Zheng Jiakong. He walked straight to Qin Hao and said, "Young master, I saw a top-notch girl downstairs and wanted to bring her to you, but I was stopped by a blind man who even shouted that even if you came personally, he would still make you leave." Chapter 70. To determine whether a man loves you, it's not just about him providing emotional value with sweet words. There must also be concrete actions to express his love for you. Li Qinquan and the others counted a total of 15 accounts live streaming the internal situation of Bar Crazy. After obtaining the information, Wang Fan did not directly post the other party's name in the Bobo live broadcast room. Instead, he privately messaged Bobo a name, asking her to show everyone an example so that the people in Bobo's live broadcast room would have something to refer to when searching for similar live broadcast rooms. Naturally, Bobo was more than willing to comply with the request of the big shot. So with her LSPs, she connected with one of the 15, named Wild Little Kitty. Through Wild Little Kitty's live broadcast, viewers could see the scene at Bar Crazy, instantly leaving the audience in Bobo's room in awe. The lighting, atmosphere, and the handsome men and beautiful women inside opened the eyes of these LSPs, and many began to inquire about where this was. Some busybodies in Wild Little Kitty's live broadcast room ran over to answer, Bar Crazy. As a result, the LSPs in Bobo's live broadcast room began searching for related live streams on the Douyin platform, knowing that this was their path to wealth. Chapter 71. Qin Hao came to Magic City from the capital to find some lucrative projects. After arriving at Zheng Jiakong's bar and understanding the current situation in the entertainment and internet celebrity circles, he felt that these two projects could indeed help him achieve his goals. Thus, the four of them planned to jointly invest in establishing an entertainment company, even coming up with a name, Shengshe Entertainment. They aim to create a comprehensive entertainment company centered around the hottest shore dramas, integrating internet celebrities and stars. Who would have thought that just as they were forming a prototype, the live streaming business under the Zheng family would encounter a setback? Often, crises come hand in hand with opportunities. It all depends on whether you have the ability to seize them. For the talents of the Zheng family, it may seem like their career has encountered a huge crisis. However, as the boss, Zheng Jiakong feels that with the help of 3 young masters, their talents will have the opportunity to soar. According to previous discussions, Zheng Jiahao plans to package the existing talent resources into Shengshe Entertainment. In other words, as long as they can defeat the ordinary big shots today, Shengshe Entertainment will have already succeeded halfway. At that time, it will be easier to sign top streamers. To achieve all this, they only need to do one thing: defeat the ordinary big shots online. Chapter 72. Just as Wang Fan was about to input 100 carnivals on the carnival platform to test the waters, a phone call came in, and it was from an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, Wang Fan hung up, but the other party seemed relentless and called back. After hanging up 3 times in a row, seeing the carnival flying in the other party's live stream, while his own only had a few sunglasses and hearts, Wang Fan reluctantly answered the call. "Mr. Wang, hello, I'm Zhang Xinbing, the operations director. I'm calling to remind you that someone is investigating you and has prepared over 100 million in funds to challenge you. I tell you this so you have a heads up and don't fall into someone else's trap. Can you tell me who is investigating me?" "Mr. Wang, I can only tell you it's a family from the imperial capital, not from Magic City. As for who it is, I'm sorry I can't disclose that." "All right, I understand. Thank you." After hanging up the phone, a fierce look appeared in Wang Fan's eyes. Didn't he expect to encounter someone from the imperial capital so soon? However, Magic City is his territory, even if the other party is a strong dragon. They must be careful here. He is not short of money and is not afraid of anyone who wants to compete with him in spending. Chapter 73. In Zheng Jiakong's office, watching the blood bar in the Bobo live stream being crushed without warning, pushing them into a small corner, Li Baidu excitedly said, "The ordinary man is really a madman. He just threw out 10,000 carnivals. It's simply insane." Qin Xiao was also very surprised. "What did you say? 10,000 carnivals? That's 30 million dragon coins. TMD, he's not trying to set up some super spendthrift persona, is he?" Bai Jingqi's eyes flickered. "Zheng Xiao, you better counterattack quickly. Do you want to admit defeat like this?" A fierce look appeared in Zheng Jiakong's eyes. "Defeat? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. I want to teach him how to write it." "That's right. Zhang Jiakong originally wanted Qin Xiao and the others to take the lead, but he never expected Wang Fan to break his defenses first with 10,000 carnivals. He immediately started operating on his phone, and soon the screen in the Wild Little Cat livestream showed Carnival x 30,000. The atmosphere in the Wild Little Cat livestream, which had originally fallen to rock bottom, became crazy again. Boss Kong Kong is the only god of wealth on Douyin. Who else can be this fierce? The ordinary big shot is nothing but a minor character in front of him. Chapter 74. When 300,000 carnivals appeared in the Wild Little Cat livestream, the entire platform erupted. It was an unprecedented live PK battle. At this moment, the Wild Little Cat was like a proud queen. Although she knew that none of this money would end up in her pocket, as she was merely a tool. So what? Who could resist such an envious spotlight? She believed that after this PK battle, she would definitely gain over 1 million followers, and with the title of a livestream queen, she would earn a fortune in the next half-month. After all, this was her shining moment. She had to show off as much as possible during this time. Facing the camera, she made a throat-cutting gesture towards Bobo. Then she performed a powerful dance for the brothers in the livestream. Since it was just an empty show, the sense of power didn't come through, making it look like some sort of spiritual dance. Many newcomers asked in confusion, did this sister go crazy with happiness after receiving so many gifts? Compared to the excitement in the Wild Little Cat livestream, the people in the Bobo livestream were filled with anticipation, hoping that the ordinary big shot could counterattack, as no one wanted to miss a historic PK battle. Chapter 75. Watching the reign of carnivals on the public screen, Qin, Li, Bai, and Zheng looked at each other in disbelief. The money they had rewarded was merely 100 billion exchanged through the rebate advantage of Zhang Jiakong's talent company. On the other hand, the opponent had actually spent 15 billion, far exceeding their capital of 2 billion. Which young master was so powerful? Could it be that the information they had previously found about Wang Fan was fake? Qin Hao took out his phone again and dialed. Help me check Wang Fan's information. I want everything about him from childhood to now. Zhang Jiakong said coldly. He is just bluffing, try to confuse us. We must not let him succeed. Anyway, our capital is just 2 billion. Let us go for it. To be honest, in this scenario, anyone would get carried away. After all, none of them had ever spent money so extravagantly. Li Bidu still retained some rationality and was not completely lost in excitement. Zhang Jiakong's hatred for Wang Fan had already penetrated to the bone. He had to win this live PK. As for Qin, Li, and Bai, they were merely his tools. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money to engage in an online PK while his family's business was being targeted in the stock market? Chapter 76. The ordinary big shot's reward was capped at 100 billion and 3,000, slightly surpassing the opponent. But everyone knew this was just a deliberate attempt by the ordinary big shot to annoy Boss Kong Kong. As soon as the PK ended, Li Qinquan and the others raised their arms and shouted that they had won, drawing many curious gazes from the crowd. Someone in the crowd said, "What is there to be excited about? It's not you who won." Needless to say, this was a talent from Zhang Jiakong's company, Han Fei, who was also partaking in a 100 billion battle and was feeling quite spirited at the moment. He immediately stood up and said, "Nispi, the real God is right beside you, but you can't see it. If you dare to keep talking nonsense, just watch how I deal with you." Many people heard this, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the patrons in the bar. During the time spent watching the live stream, they had also learned some insider information. They knew that the owner of this bar and the owner of the Wild Little Cat were the same person, which made things interesting. It was equivalent to the ordinary big shot breaking into the house of the owner of Wild Little Cat. If this got out, it would definitely shock the internet again. Thus, Wang Fan and their position instantly became the center of attention. With just a glance from Wang Fan, Li Qinquan slapped Han Fei on the head, wondering when this fat guy would learn to be more stable and stop causing trouble. Chapter 77. Wang Fan actually felt quite disgusted when Qin Hao brought up his family background. For someone born with a silver spoon, bringing up family to suppress others when conflicts arise is truly shameless. Just as Wang Fan was about to respond to Qin Hao, the system's pleasant voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of helping Bobo win a car livestream. You will receive the following rewards. 1 reward, Dragon Shield Security Company, valued at 100 billion. Relevant property proof has been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. 2 reward, Master Level Combat Skills, which will be used with thought. After use, all external strength martial arts can be integrated and utilized by you. Hearing the rewards given by the system, Wang Fan was overjoyed. It was truly like a timely rain, because when Qin Hao and the others arrived, to be honest, Wang Fan felt a sense of danger, which is why he asked Li Qianquan and the others if they were leaving. Although he had already used the system to improve his body, now his physical fitness was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and purely based on physical fitness, he could defeat boxing champion Tyson. However, he had never had the corresponding fighting techniques to better utilize his impressive body. Chapter 78. Sometimes, once you make a choice, you shouldn't waver. Going back and forth will only end in vain. Libideo did not expect that his useless cousin would dare to confront him directly in front of so many people. Anger surged in his heart, and he initially wanted to slap him, but seeing that Qin Shao's face was already very ugly, he suppressed his anger and waved his hand. Li Qianquan, even if you kneel down and beg me later, I won't pay you any attention. Li Qianquan directly responded by flipping him off. You wish. From childhood to adulthood, Li Qianquan had never been this audacious in front of Libideo. He felt a thrill he had never experienced before. Qin Hao was obviously not the kind of person who would drag things out. With a wave of his hand, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. How to describe this feeling? It wasn't until later, when Wang Fan had blood on his hands, that he understood what the aura of the first martial artist he met, Lu Changming, really was. Wang Fan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He realized that the danger he had felt earlier came from this person. You all step back and protect Pia Piao. Wang Fan stood in front of Li Qianquan and the others, blocking all the previous tension and unease. Chapter 79. Wang Fan knew that now was not the time to engage in a war of words with Zheng Jiakong. He picked up the phone and dialed the number. I don't care what method you use. You have 8 minutes to get someone bar crazy. Otherwise, you don't need to come see me. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Qin Hao was already very angry about Zheng Jiakong agreeing to Wang Fan's demands. The advantage was on their side. Instead of seizing the opportunity with so many people, they were letting Wang Fan call for reinforcements. What a ridiculous decision. Truly, it's not the godlike opponent that scares me, but the pig-like teammate. However, hearing the content of Wang Fan's phone call piqued Qin Hao's curiosity. Could it be that Wang Fan really had some big shot backing him? Moreover, from his tone, it didn't seem like he was pleading, but rather commanding the other party. What kind of identity and background does Wang Fan have? This question arose in everyone's mind. In the Dragon Shield building office in Modu, Qian Shiguang did not expect that the first call he received from the new boss would be to execute such an urgent task. He didn't care about anything else and directly activated the highest SS-level emergency task, releasing it into their internal system. Chapter 80. Zheng Jiakong truly did not expect that someone he casually offended would have such a powerful background. So powerful that it left him with a deep sense of helplessness, as an endless stream of people was entering his bar. Each person exuded an aura, as if they had returned from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Dragon Shield truly lived up to its reputation as the top security company in Longhua. This organization's efficiency is indeed remarkable, and they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. When Qian Shiguang arrived, timing it to the 8-minute mark, he saw that the bar had already been occupied by their people, and the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. Upon seeing Wang Fan, even this old fox couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that the fragmented Dragon Shield would achieve unification in the hands of this young man. However, seeing that the boss was blocked at the bar, which led to such a serious order, he had directly issued a 5S level task, which could be considered a significant blunder. But since he was already here, he naturally had to stand by the boss's side. When he saw the person in the photo, Qian Shiguang's legs began to tremble. He believed that even his father would only be able to smile apologetically. Chapter 81. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating day for the three of them. And even years later, thinking of Wang Fan would still ignite their anger. One should be low-key. Wang Fan continued to admonish in an elder's tone. If your parents don't have time to educate you, society will educate you. I will educate you. Don't think that just because you were born lucky, you can enjoy wealth and honor for a lifetime. Look at Zheng Jiakong, born with a silver spoon. He started to act recklessly, treating people like they were nothing. His only ending is a fall from grace. From being the arrogant young master of the Zheng family to becoming a heavily indebted ordinary person. Do you want to become like him? Do you want to be someone despised by others? Don't think I'm being alarmist. Just wait and see. Wang Fan scolded like he was teaching his grandchildren for about 10 minutes before becoming a bit thirsty and drinking a bottle of beer. I said before that I'm not a vengeful person and one tea provoke others, but I'm not afraid of those who don't know their place. Life is just one word, fight. I was very dissatisfied with the compensation scheme you mentioned earlier. 10 billion, 5 billion. What can that do? It's less than what I would spend on a PK match. Do you look down on me? Chapter 82. After obtaining the super rich critical hit system, Wang Fan experienced a life he had never dared to imagine in just 3 days. Tonight, not only did he dominate online, but the full-force attack of Dragon's Shield also stirred up the city of Modu, where everyone was curious about what kind of situation could cause so many helicopters and luxury cars to flock to a newly opened bar. Wang Fan realized that the world he had seen before seemed to not be a complete world. In that ordinary world, everyone was just an ordinary person. Perhaps those with a bit of talent were sent to serve the country as athletes, bringing glory in various competitions. The appearance of Liu Changming made Wang Fan aware of the existence of martial artists and their different levels. That person with the surname Liu was a 5th-grade external strength martial artist, as if he had been forcibly pulled from a normal life into a martial arts world. So, could he, like the characters in other novels, transcend and become immortal to see the moon goddess? Readers, how should we proceed? The old man smiled and responded to Wang Fan. Truly, the young are fearless. Is it old Jin's influence giving you such confidence? Chapter 83. Han Qinggong was also puzzled. Could it be that Wang Fan was not old Jin's grandson? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly? But if Wang Fan wasn't old Jin's grandson, how could Dragon's Shield be explained? After all, it was established by old Jin himself. If he wasn't the most beloved grandson, could he be old Jin's illegitimate child? Wow, is this news explosive? Since the other party does not want to admit it, there is no need to press for details. All right, I understand everything. Han Qinggong shifted the topic mysteriously. The Dragon Soul Hall is an organization established by the state for martial artists, gathering some martial artists together to maintain social stability. I'm not interested. Wang Fan directly refused. I'm used to being lazy and can't stand various constraints. If there's nothing going on, let's part ways here. Oh, young people should have a bit of patience. Han Qinggong said earnestly. You're in a hurry to leave without even hearing the benefits of joining the Dragon Soul Hall. Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? Wang Fan stopped in his tracks and turned to ask. Then tell me, what are the benefits of joining the Dragon Soul Hall? What do you need me to do? The benefits are certainly obvious. Han Qinggong said proudly. By joining the Dragon Soul Hall, you are considered a person within the system, equivalent to having a layer of protection, allowing you to do many things you want to do but currently can't. Chapter 84. When you don't have to worry about money. You won't be in such a hurry. Wang Fan and Long Piapiao slept until late morning. At the moment their eyes met, they resumed their morning exercises and played around until almost noon. Long Piapiao, unable to keep up, complained, I have to leave. If I don't, I might just die on your bed. Wang Fan smiled wickedly. Woman, you can't escape my grasp. Saying this, he lunged again at Long Piapiao, scaring her into pleading. Husband, please let me go. I'm hungry. You forgot about food while you were busy enjoying me, and now my stomach is growling. Should we go down to eat? Or should we have it brought up? Long Piapiao was indeed feeling a bit overwhelmed. In her mindset, there are fields that won't tire out, but there are no cows that won't die from exhaustion. Wang Fan, this oddball, had completely shattered that notion. He was like an eternally tireless ox, while she was a field that was nearly torn apart under his plow. I see the weather outside is nice. Let's go eat downstairs and soak up some sun. Long Piapiao suggested, not wanting to turn into dessert for Wang Fan right after a meal. Chapter 85. Hearing that familiar yet sad voice. Long Piapiao's previously smiling face instantly fell. She never expected her aunt, Chun Guifan, would find her here. Wang Fan noticed Long Piapiao's change and gently patted her hand in comfort. Let go of your dirty hands. Chun Guifan, like she had stepped on a tail, pointed at Wang Fan's hand and shouted, Who do you think you are, daring to touch my Piapiao's hand? Piapiao, I am so disappointed in you. Chun Guifan seamlessly turned her anger on a Long Piapiao. You are a little diva in the music world. How can you mess around with this wild man? Aside from his looks, what else does he have? I bet the stay at the Bayan Hotel was all your money. Chun Guifan lamented. Piapiao, you finally got some fame, and you don't cherish your reputation. I'm so disappointed. Hurry up and come with me. This loser will only ruin you. Chun Guifan continued her tirade. Have you forgotten your dream of becoming a true diva, not just a little star? If those paparazzi catch wind of this, your career will be over. Zheng Xiao is not a bad choice. He has money, looks, and a strong background. No little brat can compare to him. Only Zheng Xiao can help you advance and achieve your position as a diva. Chapter 86. At that moment, Wang Fan and Long Piao, wearing masks and sunglasses, appeared at the event. The subordinate who had been scolded like a grandson immediately approached. You must be Miss Long Piao, right? Come with me. We need to go over the process for later. At this moment, he couldn't care less about why Long Piao was not accompanied by the older woman he was supposed to coordinate with, but instead a young man. The boss with slick back hair was stunned by the sight. Long Piao was even more beautiful than he had seen on television. She exuded a captivating aura, and all his previous anger dissipated with her arrival. He quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. Miss Long, hello. I am He Kuan, the chairman of Longziyuan. It is an honor to have you here to support us. Upon hearing the name He Kuan, Wang Fan felt a bit nauseated. It seemed his parents were not good people either. He directly stepped in front of Long Piao and shook hands. Chairman Miss Long still has things to prepare, so there's no need for excessive pleasantries. It would waste time. After saying this, he withdrew his hand and wrapped his arm around Long Piao's shoulder, heading toward the temporary lounge at the back, where they could review the process and touch up makeup. Chapter 87. Zhang Chunxin covered his beaten face and could only say pitifully, Boss, please calm down. I'll go plead again. After speaking, he turned and re-entered the makeup room where Long Piao was. He Kuan took a deep breath, adjusting his state because the new product launch was about to begin. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurried back to the previous lounge where the unsuccessful incident occurred, asking his secretary to call a makeup artist to quickly change his hairstyle, and of course, he also changed into a different outfit. The reason for doing this was to cover up. The absurd things he had done earlier were not something to be exposed. As long as he changed his appearance, everything could still be salvaged. After finishing all this, he still didn't feel secure and had someone call Zhang Chunxin over, instructing the makeup artist, quickly style him like my previous hairstyle and have him put on my previous suit as well. Zhang Chunxin wanted to say something, but was silenced by He Kuan's glare. In this company, his word was law, and no one dared to defy him. Anyone who disobeyed would be fired. Originally, the new product launch was supposed to start with a speech from the chairman, but He Kuan changed that, deciding to warm up the atmosphere first. Chapter 88. Finally, with everyone's combined effort, they pulled Ho Wenyuan away. He Kuan pointed at Ho Wenyuan and said, I don't care who you are, you ruined our Longziyuan's new product launch, causing irreparable damage to our brand. Kid, I will make you pay until you go bankrupt. Also, regarding your slander against me, I will hold you accountable. Damn it, I will make you spend your days in prison. After saying this, he aimed a kick at Ho Wenyuan's stomach. Now, Ho Wenyuan was like a living target, unable to move as He Kuan's men held him. He Kuan, I have evidence of you cheating on me with my girlfriend, and you still dare to argue? Ask anyone present who hasn't seen your sordid activities upstairs. Hearing this, He Kuan couldn't help but feel pleased. His previous efforts were finally about to bear fruit. He Kuan kicked Ho Wenyuan's stomach again and said, Let him go. I want to see the so-called evidence. Ho Wenyuan endured the pain in his stomach and took out his phone to find the video he had recorded. The executives on stage immediately recognized their boss. But at this moment, they couldn't betray him unless they wanted to lose their jobs. Chapter 89. The stage was once again thrown into chaos, and Longziyuan's new product launch was completely ruined. Wang Fucai arrived with a group of security personnel to maintain order at the scene. After understanding the situation, he immediately prepared to call the police. Only by leaving this matter to the authorities could they minimize the impact on Yida. Otherwise, if no one held new product launches in their mall in the future, it would result in a considerable loss of income. He Kuan, aware of his wrongdoing, felt that there was no need to call the police and that they could resolve the issue privately. As for the commercial impact on Yida, they would issue a public apology and provide Yida with a nominal compensation fee of 300,000. Everyone was in the business world, and who knows, they might cooperate again in the future. Wang Fucai also didn't want to make the relationship too strained, and after calculating his mind, he found the price acceptable. He then said with a stern expression, Mr. He, you handle this matter. Also, leave Yida as soon as possible and make sure to clean this place up. Don't worry. President Wang, we will restore this place to its original state, Wang Fucai assured him. Just as Wang Fucai was preparing to leave with his people, he suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It was none other than his boss, Wang Fan. However, Wang Fan signaled him with a glance, stopping him from approaching. Chapter 90. Realizing this, Hikuin immediately shrank back. The arrogance he had before completely vanished, replaced by fear and servility. He crawled in front of Wang Fan and knelt down, like a child who had made a mistake and was being scolded by an adult. At this moment, he couldn't care less about face. After all, face was worthless. If he offended the heir of Yida, his business would be completely ruined. Although Yida was only one of his distribution channels, Wang Futsai's warning that anyone who cooperated with him would be kicked off Yida's cooperation list was the most lethal threat. Who would offend a commercial giant like Yida for a small beverage owner like him? Therefore, the arrogance he had before turned into extreme humility. He conscientiously learned to take matters into his own hands, constantly slapping his own face, saying, "Young Master Wang, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare me. I will repay you in my next life by serving you." Wang Fan, however, was increasingly disgusted by those who pretended to be grand in front of those weaker than themselves, only to act subservient in front of those stronger. He found such behavior repulsive, seeing their cowardice as sickening. Chapter 91. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touching it means death. Have you found out who the murderer is? Wang Fan asked coldly. I want him dead. Feeling Wang Fan's killing intent, Long Piao beside him shivered in fear. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shiguang was also taken aback by the new boss's domineering attitude. Boss, I'm sorry. We only know they are among the top 100 assassins on the dark web, but we don't know who the backer is yet. Find out. I want a result as soon as possible. Also, send a helicopter over to me at the Yida Mall in Pudong. Contact Secretary Dong and have her arrange a list of personnel that need protection under the group. We must ensure our people are safe first. Okay, boss, I'll take care of it right away. Just after Wang Fan hung up, another call came in. Seeing it was from Han Xinggong of the Long Soul Hall, he answered without hesitation. Thank you, old Han. Laughter came from the other end of the line. It seems you already know. I just wanted to remind you to keep a low profile. Being too ostentatious will inevitably bring unnecessary trouble. But don't worry, with the Long Soul Hall around, your parents will be safe. Okay, old Han. I want to express my gratitude to the brothers protecting my parents. Let's discuss a way to thank them that is legal and compliant. Chapter 92. Wang Fan was completely unaware of the heated discussions online. At this moment, he was dozing off in a helicopter. In reality, he was researching the Wealthy Strike System's Wealthy Mall. Since learning about the existence of martial artists, he felt a sense of urgency to acquire a technique that could make him fearless against any enemy, no matter how powerful someone was. If he could take them down with one move, it would match his image of being invincible. Since he was favored by the heavens, it was certain he would achieve this. However, while searching for ways to enhance his own strength in the Wealthy Mall, he discovered a problem. Everything related to techniques, skills, pills, and other items was extremely expensive. Although Wang Fan had to spend at least a small target amount every day, it was nothing compared to the prices of these techniques. For example, there was a medicine called Mighty Pill, which promised to double one's strength for 15 minutes, priced at 10 billion wealthy points. This meant that simply doubling his strength, albeit temporarily, would cost him 10 billion wealthy points. The key was that the money Wang Fan donated to his alma mater and to the Long Soul Hall was not something he could spend all at once. Chapter 93. Just as Wang Fan's mother was about to say something, laughter came from outside the door, reminiscent of the feeling of Wang Shifeng meeting Lin Daiyu, someone arriving before being seen. Wang Teng's family. I just saw a plane at the village committee courtyard. Your Wang Fan came along, and it's not even summer or winter break. How come your college student is here? He wouldn't have been expelled, would he? The visitor was none other than Wang Daba's mother, who had previously said some sarcastic remarks when Wang Fan was accepted into Magic City University. After all, her son Wang Daba was a study failure who didn't even finish middle school and had given up on education to tend to two sheep, which he sometimes lost, causing Wang Fan's family to help him search for them. Now, seeing Wang Fan come back, she was probably here to spy on him and take the opportunity to mock him. Some people just can't stand others doing better than them. Your aunt is here. Come sit. In fact, Wang Fan's mother didn't know why he suddenly returned home, and before she could discuss it, the neighbor had already come to visit, so she could only change the subject. Wang Fan, what kind of hairstyle is this? It looks so feminine. You wouldn't have been dumped and intentionally styled your hair like this, would you? Chapter 94. No matter how much you grow up in your parents' eyes, you will always be their child. Wang Fan used the Wealthy Strike System to check if there were any of his own industries in their county. After searching, He found nothing. It seemed the system also looked down on the real estate in this small county. He then checked the city that managed their county and, surprisingly, found that there really was a Yida Mall. It proved the saying true. Wherever there is a Yida Mall, that place is the city center. Hello. Is this General Manager Huang Zhongming? Wang Fan called the number provided by the system. I am Wang Fan, in Wang Jiakin, Lianxin County. Please come see me as soon as possible. Oh my, is that really you, my new boss Wang Fan? I can't believe it. We are actually fellow villagers. When did you come home? Why didn't you say so in advance? I could have sent someone to pick you up. By the way, bring some gifts suitable for the elderly when you come. I forgot to bring them in my rush to come home. Just give me a list, and I'll reimburse you. Huang Zhongming was relieved to hear this good news. He had been worried that with a new boss, he might also be replaced, which made him feel quite anxious. Now that the boss had a need for him, it meant he wouldn't be replaced, which was like a reassurance for him. Chapter 95. Just when Wang Fan's mother was seeking help from his father Wang Tong, they suddenly heard a series of screams. The 6 people rushing towards Wang Fan were knocked down to the ground in just one encounter. This scene appeared ghostly to Wang Debao. He could not understand what had happened to Wang Fan. Why did Wang Fan seem like a completely different person this time he came home? Previously, when he returned from college, he could manipulate Wang Fan as he wished, but now he seemed much stronger and made him feel very unfamiliar. Could it be because of his curly hair? Did getting a perm grant him power? Or did Wang Fan learn martial arts in college? The once weak guy, who was about 1.8 meters tall, seemed to have transformed into an unstoppable tiger. Wang Fan, how did you become so strong? Wang Debao trembled as he voiced his doubts. Don't think you're impressive just because you're strong. I have backing now. If you hit me, Boss Lee won't spare you. Wang Fan's mother was also dumbfounded by his achievements. Was this really her son who was as weak as his father? The son who would cry in a corner when bullied? Chapter 96. What a greedy person. Blocking others' wealth is like killing their parents, creating an irreconcilable feud. Wang Fan found Boss Lee to be incredibly ridiculous. Their family lived a simple life. But it was Boss Lee who first infringed on their interests for his own selfish gain. Now, influenced by Wang Debao, he was trying to turn the tables on them. What about the orchard, the house, and the house of my sister's family that you forcefully took? If you really want our land, give a reasonable compensation. Now you come up with some document from nowhere and try to bully us into giving up our house and farmland? How come all the good things in the world are claimed by you alone? Wang Fan's words resonated with the villagers. But due to Wang Debao's bullying reputation and Boss Lee's power, they silently endured it. No one dared to confront them like Wang Fan did. Right? You're asking us to move out while our houses are unlivable. Where are we supposed to go? We were living well, and now not only are you demolishing our houses, but also occupying our fields, and you want us to spend money to buy your apartments? How come all the good things are taken by you? Chapter 97. Wang Fan grabbed Boss Lee by the neck and turned to his parents, saying angrily, have you seen enough? When are you going to act? As soon as he finished speaking, a scream was heard as the 2 people who had a knife to his parents' necks dropped their weapons in response. They fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Fan's parents were confused about what was happening. His father tightly held his trembling mother and stepped back further away from Boss Lee's subordinates. Seeing this, Wang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had sensed a powerful aura nearby, but the other party was well hidden. Every time Wang Fan tried to find it, it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. The dragon shield had already arranged for the injured brothers to be transferred. They could not appear here. The only possibility was the Dragon Soul Hall. He was confident to trouble Boss Lee because he had people from the Dragon Soul Hall backing him. Just as he expected, the people from the Dragon Soul Hall were nearby. That 10 billion investment was not in vain. Chapter 98. We don't want much. Just compensate my daughter, showing 5 million. And this matter will be settled. Otherwise, we'll report you to the county, and then Wang Fan will be locked up. Wang Fan's mother had never seen someone so shameless. This was simply taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Was her daughter made of gold? Asking for 5 million was utterly bullying. However, the thought of them reporting to the county and locking up Wang Fan was a huge shock for a mother. It would certainly ruin her son. Everyone, judge for yourselves. How can there be such people? This is just extortion. Xiuling's mother stood up with her hands on her hips, saying, you're truly vicious. Just gave out things to the villagers, and now you want them to judge? This is bribery. What you say now doesn't count. Your family has to give, whether you like it or not. Just as she finished speaking, a distant sound of helicopters approached, and Xiuling's mother's eyes lit up. Great, the magistrate is here. I will report you. Not a single cent less. At this moment, Wang Fan's mother became nervous, recalling that Boss Lee had called the law enforcement team. They wouldn't really come to arrest her son, would they? There were still many people lying on the ground in their house, which could be incriminating evidence. Chapter 99. Today's events were truly an eye-opener for the people of Wangjia village. First, Boss Lee made a scene at Wang Fan's house. Then Wang Fan suddenly became the chairman of a certain company. Boss Lee brought the law enforcement officer from the county, Team Leader Lee, to try to lock Wang Fan up. At this moment, the roar of helicopters filled the sky, and 4 individuals dressed in intimidating uniforms descended. It was clear that these 4 were much more spirited and authoritative than the county's law enforcement team. Huang Zhongming felt reassured upon seeing them. Their boss was definitely safe now. Director Fan, thank you for your hard work. Let me introduce you. Huang Zhongming stepped forward with a smile and shook hands with Fan Chongfeng. This is our Yita's chairman, Wang Fan. Chairman Wang. This is Director Fan from the city's law enforcement team. Wang Fan was surprised to learn that Huang Zhongming had such connections and smiled as he shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with Director Fan. Wow, Wang Fan is actually the chairman of Yita. He must be on some rich list now. How did he achieve this? The Wang Tung family could no longer afford to offend him, especially since even the city's Director Fan was his guest. Anyone who dared to mess with him would probably be in for a rough time. Chapter 100. Wang Fan's bold and unbelievable actions shocked everyone. No one expected him to dare to hit Team Leader Lee. This could be a big deal since Lee was a member of the authorities. Director Fan had stepped in to prevent Wang Fan from clashing directly with the officials. The people Lee brought all drew their batons and surrounded Wang Fan, as it was quite embarrassing for their direct superior to be beaten. Witnessing the entire process, Boss Lee pointed at Wang Fan and shouted, "Wang Fan, you're finished this time. How dare you hit Team Leader Lee? Even if the Emperor comes today, he can't save you." Wang Fan's audacity was astounding. He just hit the officials without fear. It had been a long time since things had been this lively, and I was dazzled, unsure whether Wang Fan or Boss Lee would end up in trouble in the end. No matter the outcome, the Wang family has become famous in our Wangjia village. It's best not to provoke them, as they can crush us common folks as easily as stepping on an ant. Seeing this, Fan Chongfeng directly fired a shot into the sky. Whoever dares to take another step forward, don't blame my gun for being merciless. Chapter 101. Team Leader Lee and Boss Lee's subordinates hurried to the 2 of them, performing acupressure and CPR. And even some of the younger brothers brought a basin of water to splash on them. This finally brought the 2 back to consciousness. After their subordinates told them that their phones had been ringing incessantly, both men felt a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Wang Fan, Fan Chongfeng, and Huang Zhongming's phones also rang one after another. Unlike the 2 LIs, the faces of these 3 revealed shock and joy. Fan Chongfeng was genuinely surprised by the strength of Wang Fan's backing in such a short time. He had managed to catch everyone involved from a county office in this matter. Such a thunderous method would make anyone's legs tremble. Wang Fan was astonished by the high efficiency of the Dragon Soul Palace. It seemed that joining this big family was indeed a good choice, at least filling the gap in his current lack of connections. Huang Zhongming was genuinely happy for Wang Fan. His original purpose in coming this time was to leave a good impression on Wang Fan, to stabilize his position in Yita or even rise further. Now that Wang Fan's issue had been resolved satisfactorily, he believed he had performed quite well throughout the process, so this time he had indeed backed the right horse. Chapter 102. When arguing with outsiders, what makes it hardest for those involved is the betrayal from relatives, just like how Wang Jing was publicly scolded by her mother-in-law, not knowing how to feel embarrassed. Wang Jing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Ever since marrying into the Qian family, she had faced her mother-in-law's difficulties. It was only after she became pregnant that her mother-in-law seemed to change her attitude, making Wang Jing feel a brief moment of being cherished by her in-laws. However, this good fortune was short-lived. After she gave birth to a daughter, her mother-in-law's face changed instantly, and instead of helping her during the confinement, she became hands-off. Not even glancing at her granddaughter, she deemed her a worthless burden, destined to become someone else's wife. From then on, Wang Jing was always in her mother-in-law's bad books, especially since the second son's first child was a son, which delighted her mother-in-law. Every time someone passed by their house, she would deliberately encourage her grandson to urinate, showing off that the Qian family had heirs. Without comparison, there would be no harm. With comparison, there was harm everywhere. From then on, all the laborious tasks in the Qian family were thrown onto Wang Jing, while her sister-in-law spent her days idly playing cards, being treated like a princess. Chapter 103. Those old ladies and middle-aged women who had been gossiping before had never seen such a scene. Fearing being implicated, they hurriedly distanced themselves, afraid of being associated with the Wang family. Due to Wang Fan's immense anger, his speed had exceeded that of an ordinary person by 3 or 4 times. And it only took an instant to knock down Wang Jing's sister-in-law and mother-in-law. Wang Jing had not yet reacted by the time she did. She had already positioned herself in front of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Sometimes, kind people forget the harm caused by their relatives and will still rush to protect them when danger approaches. Don't hit anymore. If there's something, come at me, she said, her body trembling in fear. Wang Fan was truly exasperated with his foolish sister, who, after being bullied by those 2 despicable women, was still speaking up for them. He stepped forward, supporting Wang Jing's arm, and said, "Sister, it's me, Xiao Fan." Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's trembling body shook even more because she couldn't believe her brother had become so wealthy. He had just gotten out a luxury car, and he was still a student who hadn't graduated from college. Chapter 104. Wang Fan was genuinely worried that his sister Wang Jing would soften her heart and agree. So he supported her and said, "Sister, you can't be soft-hearted. Think about how they treated you just now. Do you still want to endure this? Brother, how can you talk like that? Family ties are strong. The old saying goes, it's better to break 10 temples than 1 marriage. Since you came, you've been inciting your sister to leave home. What are your intentions? You old hag, why are you still trying to argue? When you were beating my sister just now, why didn't you mention family? Now that my sister is going to have a good life, you come back to be a sycophant. If you dare to keep blabbering, I'll smash your head." After saying that, he ignored his sister's mother-in-law and led her home. Seeing this, Wang Jing's sister-in-law hurriedly said, "Mother, we can't just let that shameless Wang Jing go. We haven't treated her poorly in our Qian family. Now that her brother has become capable and can provide her a good life, we have to be included, or else your 2 grandsons will start off at a disadvantage. When will our Qian family ever see the light? Daughter-in-law, you're right. Let's hurry home and tell your father about this. Let him take the 2nd son to find the eldest. If they dare not include us in their good fortune, we'll cut ties with them." Chapter 105. Qian Yong arrived with his family, but he didn't show up immediately. Instead, he hid not far away, wanting to observe the situation, as he was caught between his wife and his parents. To be honest, he had always felt guilty towards his wife Wang Jing for making her endure so much hardship. And since they hadn't had a son, his mother had become increasingly harsh towards his wife. He saw everything but felt powerless to resolve the current predicament. So he could only work harder to earn more money. Once he had a certain financial foundation, he would find a way to take his wife and child away from here. Now that he had the opportunity with his brother-in-law, he felt it was time to make a real choice as a man. Hearing Wang Fan's voice startled him. He hadn't expected this college student brother-in-law to not only look handsome, but also seem to have developed some keen insight. How did he know he was hiding in the corner watching? Qian Chong hadn't anticipated that his brother would also come. He had planned to pocket the 200 million compensation before his brother arrived, keeping every penny for himself. Chapter 106. Looking at the pile of things his sister had packed, Wang Fan was speechless. Not only were there pots, bowls, and utensils, but she even wanted to take the tent. This was after repeatedly advising them to travel light and buy new ones when they got there. It seemed she was still used to frugal living, trying to save wherever possible. "Sister, didn't I just say to only bring valuable money and jewelry? We could buy everything else new when we get there. This is called starting anew. How are you going to carry all these things? The car won't even fit them." Wang Jing felt a bit awkward when her younger brother said, "Brother, everything is expensive now. These things can still be used. There's no need to buy new ones. Besides, in a new environment, there are many places to spend money, so there's no need to waste that money. Sister, give me your bank card number." Wang Fan was ready to show off a bit, because often words alone lack credibility. "I'll transfer some funds for restarting life to this little family." At that moment, brother-in-law Qian Yong quickly stepped forward and said, "Little brother-in-law, no need. If you can help find a job later, that'll be enough. Your sister and I will earn money slowly." Chapter 107. Faced with the powerful Fan Chong phone, Wang Jing's in-laws immediately became timid. After all, ordinary people genuinely fear those in the system. So when Fan Chong phone revealed his law enforcement badge, they had already fled in panic. Huan Huan looked at Wang Fan and said, Uncle, I want to ride in a plane." Qian Yong hurriedly said, Huan Huan, don't be silly. Don't cause trouble for your uncle. Hearing her father's reprimand, Huan's eyes immediately filled with tears. Wang Fan felt his heart break and quickly said to his brother-in-law, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? If the child wants to ride, let her ride. It's not a big deal." Then he turned to Huan and said, "Uncle will take Huan to ride the plane, but Huan must not cry. If you cry, then I'll take Lele instead." Huan wiped her eyes and said, "Uncle, Huan won't cry. Take Huan a ride." She kissed Wang Fan's face. And who could resist that? Lele then ran over and kissed Wang Fan's other cheek. Wang Jing was very touched by this scene, her eyes moistening. Her brother was really good. Seeing how much he loved the kids, she continued, "Brother, since you like kids so much, hurry up and marry a wife after you graduate. While our parents are still young, they can help you take care of the kids, and I can lend a hand too." Chapter 108. Of course, Wang Fan knew that the real workers were the employees at the bottom. He instructed Huang Zhongming, "Starting this month, every employee's salary will be increased by 20%. As long as everyone works hard, we won't treat anyone unfairly." This command was like a shot of adrenaline for the employees at Yida Mall, energizing everyone. If they previously viewed their job as just a job, now everyone felt it was their career, and they were determined to fulfill their responsibilities and ensure customer satisfaction. While shopping at the mall, Wang Fan's family heard many praises about him from consumers, which made them feel very proud. Wang Fan stayed in Jiangsheng for a few more days, making sure to arrange everything for his parents' and sister's family before preparing to leave. After all, family members were unfamiliar with the area, and if arrangements weren't thorough, feelings of homesickness might arise. This was not what Wang Fan wanted to see, as the environment back home was indeed more vulnerable to harm, making it difficult for him to focus on developing his career in the Magic City. Issues like his two nieces' schooling, the villa's cleaning, his brother-in-law's job, and the car all needed Wang Fan's assistance. Chapter 109. Young Master Qin, how could you say that? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch your sister. Although Zheng Jiakong was rude to Qin Bingbing, he still restrained himself in front of the infamous playboy from the Qin family, because Qin Lu, the second young master of the Qin family, was as explosive as his name suggested, very violent. After being beaten by Wang Fan multiple times, Zheng Jiakong did not want to suffer any more physical pain. He then approached Qin Lu and whispered, "Young Master Qin, I have something good to share with you, and also discuss a collaboration." To be honest, Qin Lu was a bit annoyed with this guy, as everything he did was shady. This made Qin Lu very displeased, and he coldly said, "What can't be seen here?" Acting so mysterious, Zheng Jiakong, "Are you itching for a beating?" Saying this, he was about to unbuckle his belt. Zheng Jiakong's heart tightened. He had seen Qin Lu beat his subordinates mercilessly, leaving them severely injured, and those people never appeared again. Only Qin Lu knew what happened to them. "Young Master Qin." Zheng Jiakong lowered his voice even more. "The matters between us men, it's not good for your reputation if more people know about it." Chapter 110. If I don't say your dad is sick, will you come back? Long Piao's stepmother, Ma Salon, retorted sharply, as a daughter of the Long family. "The Long family has invested so much in you, and in the end, you act like an ungrateful wolf. Just because your short-lived mother wants to cut ties with your dad. This is a great unfilial act. Matsualan, what qualification do you have to talk about my mom?" Long Piao was furious. "My mom was driven to death by you. You still have the face to mention her." Matsualan immediately looked at Long Piao's father with a pitiful expression. "Shengjun, look at your precious daughter. As her mother, I say a few words to her, and she looks like she wants to eat me alive." Long Zhengjun's expression also darkened, and he said to Long Piao, "Piao, how can you speak to your mother like that? After all, she is your elder. Don't you have the most basic upbringing?" Tears were already welling in Long Piao's eyes. She truly saw through the family's true colors this time. To this family, she was just an outsider. They were the loving family. Since that's the case, she wouldn't come back even if he died next time. Long Piao glared fiercely at her father and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Ma Salon's son, Nyodali, quickly stepped forward to block her path. Chapter 111. Huan, Lele, Uncle has something urgent. Let's go home first, okay? Wang Fan was still quite worried about Long Piao's safety. After all, she was his first woman, and he wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. When he called Qian Shiguang, he had already asked him to arrange a helicopter to come over. This time, he must help Long Piao completely resolve the hidden troubles from the Long family. Obviously, Huan and Lele, who were having fun, did not want to leave. Wang Fan continued to coax, Your aunt is in danger, and some bad guys want to hurt her. Uncle has to go save her. After I rescue her, I'll take you to Disneyland in the Magic City next time. Juan and Lele had seen Disney in cartoons, and upon hearing their uncle say this, their eyes lit up. Uncle, you can't lie to us, Juan, clearly excited, said, let us make a pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Me too. Lele, imitating her sister, extended her little bent pinky. After Wang Fan made a pinky promise with the two little cuties, he took them home. Once at home, he didn't go into detail about what had happened, just mentioning that there was something urgent to handle in the Magic City and he needed to return. Chapter 112. With her neatly cropped hair, Chun Tao looked like a demon from hell. Her smile was like a flower but was terrifying in Yo Dali's eyes, and he shouted with all his might, Mom, save me. But his cries for help were completely drowned out by the sound of the chainsaw. At this moment, Matsuhua was riding a horse, like a female knight, filled with pride and ambition, galloping across the vast grassland. The mountains of gold and silver were within her reach, and she could take them any time she wanted. The truth she had adhered to her whole life was to conquer the world. One only needs to conquer the men who possess the world. Her first husband helped her achieve a leap in class, transforming her from a hair washer into a wealthy lady. After giving birth to 2 children, she discovered that her husband had never truly cared for her and spent every day in nightclubs looking for princesses. This immediately sparked her thoughts of divorce. And after gaining custody of the 2 children, she also secured a considerable amount of property. If she had no ambition, she could have lived a worry-free life. But who was Matsuelan? She was someone destined for greatness. So she took her share of the property and went straight to the pickled vegetable country, undergoing a complete transformation from the inside out. Chapter 113. Walnut had seen the world, but facing someone as shameless as Matsuelan was a first for him. Could it be that her husband was a cuckold? Otherwise, how could a normal man tolerate this? Long Shengjun watched like he was at a show, even a hint of excitement sparkling in his eyes. This Matsuelan really knew how to play, always giving him a different thrill. Walnut picked up a piece of clothing from a chair and threw it over, saying, You brought this upon yourself, so get ready to work the sewing machine. I heard the people in there play hard enough to keep you 2 entertained. At that moment, Long Shengjun said to Walnut, Are you thinking of a 3-way? I can do that. Damn it, Walnut felt like he was having the worst luck today. He really wanted to rush over and knock some sense into these 2 idiots. You and I are both men. I understand perfectly. As long as you don't report what you filmed, I can even give you my daughter. She's a little diva in the music scene, definitely capable of igniting your desire to conquer. It was absolutely ridiculous, thinking that was the boss's wife. This father was so indiscreet. If the boss found out, he wouldn't have a good outcome. Chapter 114. Niohuahua was completely stunned. Which decent person comes up and hits a woman? Seeing the other party look somewhat human, she didn't expect them to be so unreasonable. You dare to hit me? Niohuahua screamed like a madwoman on the ground. I'll make you and that bitch Long Piao pay an unbearable price for what you've done. Wang Fan, looking down like a king, said, Oh really? I want to see what unbearable price you can make me pay. Saying this, he wrapped his arm around Long Piao and walked step by step towards her, which scared Niohuahua to death. She thought to herself how she could encounter such an unpredictable person. What bad day. Looking at Wang Fan's malicious expression, to be honest, she panicked and was afraid, especially since her mouth still hurt from the earlier incident. Don't come over. Long Piao, I beg you to spare me. Otherwise, I'll tell your dad and have him deal with you. Long Piao seemed to be provoked by her words, her body trembling again as she viciously said, Go ahead and report me. I have severed ties with Long Shengjun. He can't control me anymore. But before you slander me, I'll collect some interest first. Chapter 115. Grandma Zhao clearly panicked when she heard the name Matsuelan. Wang Fan saw all of this and realized he had guessed correctly. Then, Wang Fan opened the video he had shot from Long Shengjun's phone and showed it to Long Junyo Dali, was holding a chainsaw, crazily cutting down the door of Long Piao. Long Piao, you've completely angered me. When I get in there, you'll know my power. Haha, for now on, Long Piao, you are my prisoner. I am your master, and you'd better behave, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Not only that, he was also kicking the door furiously, causing Long Jun to feel his blood pressure rise, not expecting that the outsider could be so insane. At this moment, Grandma Zhao supported Long Jun and said, Brother Jun, in matters of love, who can say this isn't a form of passion? Perhaps both young people enjoy this. They're just looking for excitement. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Dolly wasn't someone who lacked discernment. All of this was just playful banter between couples and shouldn't be taken seriously. Wang Fan truly did not expect this old lady to say such shameless things just to make up for her grandson. Chapter 116. The garage wasn't even half full, which completely didn't align with Wang Fan's identity as a wealthy man. Moreover, the luxury cars that could be showcased, in Wang Fan's current understanding, should at least meet the standard of a Bugatti Black Legend. Yet he only had one of that level, which seemed a bit shabby. Looking at Long Piao, who was sleeping soundly and wouldn't wake up anytime soon, he thought it would be better to go to a luxury car exhibition and buy her a car as a gift to calm her down. So he carefully removed her arm from his and called for Chun Tao, instructing her to keep a close watch on Long Piao and ensure she didn't encounter any more accidents. Then he went down to the garage and drove a golden Lamborghini Veneno towards the Shanghai International Circuit. After Chu Nantian hung up Wang Fan's call, he walked over to Qin Yun and said, "Young Master Qin, as per your request, I've invited Wang Fan over. I want to participate in what happens next. After all, Wang Fan is also one of our top-tier clients, and if this gets out, it would negatively impact my dealership." Zheng Jiakong put his arm around Chu Nanshan's shoulder and said, "Boss Chu, from the moment you called Wang Fan, you've created a connection." Chapter 117. For Wang Fan to buy 12 luxury cars in one go, spending nearly 2 small fortunes, Chu Nantian thought that was already a person's limit. However, today at the International Racing Center, Wang Fan once again refreshed Chu Nantian's understanding, being utterly extravagant. As long as it was a car above a small target, he would directly take it down after introduction. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lamborghini Vision GT, Bugatti Veyron Convertible, Maybach Accelero. He snatched them all, not even sparing some classic antique cars. Young Master Wang, this is the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, the highlight of this car exhibition, valued at $1.6 billion, with less than 10 units existing worldwide. Chu Nantian began to narrate the history of this car. Produced in the early 19th century, it was a luxury car with a total output of only 874 units, mainly supplied to the British royal family, witnessing the development of the global automotive industry. Besides the British royal family, very few circulate in the market. You could say each sighting is a rarity. Wang Fan sighed, shaking his head with disappointment. Chu Nantian thought Wang Fan found the car too expensive. So he quickly changed the subject. Actually, antique cars only hold historical significance. The practical value isn't that great. So unless one is a true car enthusiast, there is really no need to spend so much money on such an old car. Chapter 118. No need to ask, it was me. A tall and angry woman was followed by several men as she walked towards Wang Fan. "Wang Fan, are you done yet? You didn't listen to my advice at school and got together with that trash Gao Meihan. Now that I've come to the international racetrack, you followed me here and even drove a car the same color as mine. How shameless can you be?" While Qin Bingbing was speaking, Wang Fan caught a few key points. She was from the same school as him, and they had communicated before. Her anger stemmed from the fact that he didn't heed her advice, leading to the current incident. Moreover, behind her was a familiar face, Zheng Jiakong, who looked like he needed a beating. Wang Fan had no idea how they ended up together, but he honestly couldn't recall seeing such a beauty at school. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his head and asked, "Beautiful lady, who are you? I don't remember meeting such a pretty girl at school." Qin Bingbing was furious. It turned out this guy hadn't taken her seriously at all, that damn thing. "Wang Fan, has your brain been struck by lightning?" Qin Bingbing continued her fiery outburst. "Open your eyes and take a good look." Chapter 119. Wang Fan was so amused by Qin Bingbing's words that it was clear she was a little princess spoiled since childhood. What she said seemed so naive and ridiculous. "Qin Bingbing, listen to yourself. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Wang Fan countered, "Even if I had more cars, it wouldn't be an excuse or reason for you to crash into mine. You must pay every penny. Call your family for the money now." Seeing his sister about to cry from Wang Fan's bullying, Qin Lei stepped forward and said, "Wang Fan, I've heard your name before, and seeing you today is indeed impressive. My brother Qin Feng was sent to the hospital because of you, and I didn't cause you any trouble. Now do you want to send my sister to the hospital too?" Although Qin Lei spoke calmly, he exuded an invisible pressure. The Qin family is not something a small nouveau riche like you can easily manipulate. If you want compensation, fine, let us have a match. If I lose, I'll not only pay you for your car, but also give you a luxury car worth over 100 million. "Oh, so you're from the Huiguang 4S shop, another imperial client," Wang Fan said thoughtfully, "although your logic is the same as your sister's. Both belong to the logic of bandits. You're quite indecisive when it comes to doing things. If you lose, you owe me 10 luxury cars worth over 100 million. How about I give you 10 if I lose? Chapter 120. Wow. This is more thrilling than any racing competition I've ever seen. These rich second-generation kids are really crazy. They could be enjoying life, but instead choose to seek such thrilling experiences. I must say, that Pagani is really impressive. In the first turn, someone tried to sabotage him. Not only did he evade it successfully, but he also managed to push the car that tried to crash into him off the track. Are you crazy? Why are you always thinking about conspiracies? Car accidents are pretty common in racing. What is so surprising about it? I think things aren't that simple. That Pagani seemed to be the target of a blockade, aside from the leading red McLaren. The other cars seem to be focused not on racing, but on stopping that Pagani. It's also possible that the McLaren is driven by a young master from the Chin family, who reportedly bet against the owner of that Pagani. The loser would give the winner 3 luxury cars worth over 100 million. Wow, have these rich second-generation kids become this wealthy? A casual bet could be worth over 100 million. My goodness, when will I be able to earn a small target like that? Wang Fan was unaware of the discussions in the stands. After 3 turns, he still managed to maintain second place despite the pursuit and blockade from the cars behind him, which was already quite impressive. Chapter 121. To put it simply, the products of the system are definitely top-notch, and that is no lie. At this moment, Wang Fan had acquired Xiaoyao Lingyun's step, which was equivalent to having lightness skills in modern times. Not only had his jumping ability made a qualitative leap, but he could also glide through the air, though he certainly could not fly. Nevertheless, this still left ordinary people dumbfounded. Just like the person who tried to crash into Wang Fan and the terrified Zheng Jiakong in the car. What the hell, how'd he do that? Is he even human? Zheng Jiakong began to doubt his eyes. Wasn't it said that after the founding of the nation, animals aren't allowed to become spirits? Why am I encountering a bird person that has transformed into human form? At this moment, Zheng Jiakong had the thought of fleeing because Wang Fan's performance had exceeded his understanding. Before his backup arrived, escaping was the best choice. So he quickly turned the steering wheel, but due to his previous high speed and a bit of panic, he turned too sharply, causing the car to flip several times. Fortunately, the car eventually landed on all 4 wheels. He steadied himself and was just about to step on the gas to rush out when he saw Wang Fan glide over and kick open the windshield. Chapter 122. Those who were shooting at Wang Fan with guns actually posed no threat to him. The real danger came from the 3 foreigners standing at the back. Thus, while Wang Fan dodged the bullets, he had to keep an eye on the movements of those 3. Damn, is this guy a sportsman? How can he run so well? I think he is like an eel, so slippery that shooting at him is completely ineffective. If this were a shooting game, I could headshot him with 1 shot. This is just too hard to kill. The 3 people at the back exchanged glances, seeing the greedy desire in each other's eyes. Because the body technique Wang Fan displayed was undoubtedly top tier. If they could possess such skills, fighting beyond their level would no longer be a dream. If they couldn't win, they could escape using this special technique, ensuring they would be invincible. If they ranked among assassins, they would surely make it into the top 10, and their worth would skyrocket. They hadn't expected this mission would yield unexpected gains. Wang Fan knew that if he continued to waste time with them, he would end up surrendering. It was better to take advantage of his remaining energy and use the 36 stratagems to withdraw. Chapter 123. The best defense is offense. Wang Fan took the initiative to attack the female assassin. After all, in Wang Fan's impression, no matter how powerful a woman was, there was always a certain gap in strength compared to men. Handsome, your judgment of women is lacking. Yilisha smiled at Wang Fan and said, I'm not the vase you think I am, easily manipulated by arrogant men like you. Just as Wang Fan was about to get closer to her, a fire dragon was shot from her mouth towards Wang Fan's face. Holy crap. Wang Fan was taken aback and quickly changed direction to dodge. You foreign lady really have no martial ethics. Have you learned fire-breathing techniques in my dragon country? All Wang Fan received in response was laughter and the cold leg sweep from Lewis, the 1.90 m white giant, kicking towards Wang Fan's kidney. If he got hit, Wang Fan would be completely finished. Without a good kidney, it would be like a race car without an engine, just a decoration. So Wang Fan didn't have time to extinguish the fire on his head and quickly changed his escape direction again. Just as he turned, a huge black fist greeted him. If he got hit, he wouldn't need to extinguish the fire. His head would likely be smashed. Chapter 124. Yilisha was truly wronged. She did use a poison needle to ambush Wang Fan, but she genuinely intended to help him detoxify. She had a snake underneath her, And as long as Wang Fan was bitten by that snake, the poison on him would naturally be cured. However, Wang Fan didn't trust her at all and let that damn black Cardon take action. Cardon hadn't been poisoned before, but after being bitten by the snake, he would naturally be poisoned. Due to the snake's venomous attack and being ambushed by Lewis, it could be said that Cardon was justifiably dead. But Wang Fan, being the malicious guy he was, thought she was trying to further harm him. So in a fit of rage, he crushed her arm, rendering her completely powerless, even struggling to speak. However, she couldn't remain silent. Knowing Wang Fan's temperament, he would most likely continue to torment her until she couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. When Wang Fan looked at her other arm, she endured the immense pain in her chest and loudly said, "Detoxification requires my snake to bite you, and the poison on you will be naturally cured." After saying that, a whistle sounded, and the small green snake hidden on Yi Lisha Bai's body crawled out. Chapter 125. Wang Fan's expression changed repeatedly. He was truly having a bad day. It was definitely the small green snake's fault, as it crawled around on his arm. And it came out from Yi Lisha Bai. Old Han is done for. Wang Fan's face turned red, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. I feel like the poison I just got bitten by on my arm hasn't been completely cleared. Han Qinggong, seeing this, felt a jolt in his heart. After all, Wang Fan looked quite uncomfortable. So he leaned in again to look at Wang Fan's arm, and at that moment, Wang Fan directly shoved the snakebite wound towards Old Han's face. Then, using the carefree cloud-stepping technique, he quickly distanced himself from Old Han and burst into laughter. "Old Han, how does the taste of a foreign girl feel?" "Ha ha, I'm the kind of person who values friendship. I'll definitely share my fortune with you." Old Han realized he had been tricked and was furious. This guy was truly not a good person. The stench was overwhelming. That foreign girl definitely had an infection. After throwing up, Han Qinggong wasn't a good-natured person either and immediately chased after Wang Fan. What puzzled him was that during this time, through exchanging cultivation resources with the headquarters, his realm had improved from a 3rd rank of internal strength to the 5th rank, thinking he could easily handle Wang Fan this time. Chapter 126. Wang Fan. This is all the doing of Zheng Jiakong. Qin Bingbing had completely lost her previous high and mighty demeanor. She put her hands together and bowed to Wang Fan. "My brother was deceived by him. That's why he caused you trouble. Please give my brother another chance. I promise he won't trouble you again." "Qin Bingbing, what can you use to guarantee that?" Wang Fan coldly stared at her and asked, "Do you know what kind of person your second brother is behind the scenes?" Qin Bingbing felt the terrifying chill emanating from Wang Fan. She was very afraid that her second brother would be forever separated from her. After all, with the bloody lessons of Lu and Chu, when Wang Fan said he would kill you, he really meant it. Throughout her life, her second brother had taken good care of her. Whenever she was bullied at school, he would always rush to help her regain her dignity, and all she had to do was stand behind him to avoid the storm outside. Thinking of this, Qin Bingbing felt a strange pain in her chest, and her breathing became rapid. When Wang Fan asked her what she could use to guarantee it, her mind became a mess. Using money wouldn't work, as Wang Fan was wealthier than all the rich second-generation heirs in Modu combined, and his status seemed even higher than their Qin family status in Modu. Chapter 127. 200 billion is not a small sum for any family. Even for the Qin family, the top of the 4 great families in Modu. To be honest, this request depends on whether the family values the lives of the siblings or not. Otherwise, if they encounter a disaster like Wang Fan, they would truly be facing a dead end. "Qin Lei, I've laid out the conditions. If you don't want to die, call home and ask if they are willing to pay for your lives." Wang Fan was never one to drag things out, but after listening to Old Han's persuasion, he realized that if he offended all 4 families at once, even though he had the dragon shield and his strength was decent, he wasn't invincible yet. If they became desperate and directly sent some powerful assassins after him, he would still be in danger. It would be better to go with the flow, give Old Han some face, and temporarily ease the conflict with the Qin family. As for the other 3 families, aside from the Lu family being a bit troublesome, the Zheng and Chu families would be relatively easy to deal with. The Qin family was different, as they had the backing of the Emperor's Qin family. When Qin Lei briefly explained the situation to his father, Qin Mu Wu, the latter exploded with rage. However, when Qin Lei told him that Wang Fan had killed Lu Junyue and Chu Nantian, the other party fell silent. Chapter 128. In the Black Dragon Gang's office building, a group of people was having a meeting. Lu Batian looked around and noticed that his son Lu Junhue was missing. His face immediately darkened, and he asked the secretary beside him, "Where's Junhue? Why didn't he come?" "Young Master Lu is out on a task for the Zheng family's young master." The secretary replied based on what she knew. Hearing this, Lu Batian slammed the table and said, "Bastard. I told him a long time ago that we don't do those violent jobs anymore. Does he want to die? Call the Zheng family and tell them to bring something over to apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After hearing this, the secretary cursed inwardly. "Boss, listen to what you're saying. This is typical of only allowing you to set fires while not letting your son light a lamp." After receiving the task, the secretary quickly left the meeting room to contact the Zheng family. Lu Batian slammed the table again and continued, "Our Black Dragon group is about to go public. I don't want anyone causing trouble at this time. Manage your subordinates well, or don't blame me for being rude. Boss, don't worry. The brothers understand the gravity of the situation and won't cause any trouble at this critical moment." Chapter 129. Just as Wang Fan was about to step off the helicopter, Han Xingong grabbed his hand and said, "The reason the Lu family can become the emperor of the underground of Modu is not because of how remarkable Lu Batian, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, is, but because of the venerable Zhuge Rue by his side, a powerful figure from a hidden family." Wang Fan's expression instantly fell. This old man had previously said he would stand by his side, but it turned out he was just a wolf that couldn't be raised. "Old Han, this isn't funny," Wang Fan said, genuinely a bit angry. "I've already fought to their doorstep, causing a stir, and now you're telling me this? Why didn't you say it at the racetrack?" "Ah, when one is in the rivers and lakes, they can't control themselves." Old man Han complained. "The Dragon Soul Hall sent me to take charge in the Magic City, and I had to go with a stiff upper lip. The previous person in charge was killed by the Black Dragon Gang during their elimination process, but they were very thorough and didn't leave any flaws. Plus, at that time, powerful foreign enemies invaded our dragon country, and all the high-end combat forces of the Dragon Soul Hall were dispatched to the border to quell the chaos, leaving me, a mere first-tier internal strength person, to oversee the situation in the Magic City." Chapter 130. Those who worked near the Black Dragon Group in the Magic City would never forget that crazy afternoon. Over 50 helicopters surrounded the Black Dragon building, and in front of everyone's eyes, a one-sided gunfight unfolded, even using mortars. The concentrated firepower attack lasted for half an hour, and in the end, an entire floor of the Black Dragon building was blown to smithereens, indicating that the materials used by the construction team when building this skyscraper were quite solid. As there was no overall collapse, the onlookers took out their phones to record this crazy moment. But when they tried to upload the footage to their social accounts or call the law enforcement team, they found they couldn't operate their phones. Only then did they realize that their signals were being jammed, and some of the more timid people didn't care about work and immediately drove home to avoid the trouble. Once they were out of that range, their phones had signals again, but they still couldn't send out the footage of the Black Dragon building being swept away. The law enforcement team's phone could be connected, but they only took notes and didn't dispatch any units. Chapter 131. After discussing, Wang Fan parted ways with Han Xingong. He needed to deal with the last of the Zheng family. When Wang Fan brought the half-dead Zheng Jiakong to the Zheng family, Zheng Shijun couldn't believe his eyes. He had spent 300 million US dollars on the dark web hiring 3 assassins ranked in the top 50 and had his son unite with the Qin, Lu, and Chu families, yet they couldn't kill Wang Fan. Was he some sort of invincible cockroach? So hard to kill. Looking at his eldest son, he suddenly felt that the Zheng family sky was about to collapse. "Wang Fan, you're being too overbearing. My son Jiakong only competed with you for long piao. Yet you're going all out against our Zheng family. Is there any sense of reason left? Do you not recognize the law?" Zheng Shijun's words directly made Wang Fan laugh in anger. He had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Wang Fan said with a cold smile, "Old man, your ability to turn things around is absolutely top-notch. How is it that all the good things in the world are rightfully occupied by your Zheng family? And anyone who retaliates is unreasonable and disregards the law?" Chapter 132. After Bai Jingxi hung up the phone, Bai Jia asked, "How did it go? Did he agree?" "Sister, you need to work harder," Bai Jingxi said regretfully. "Right now, young Master Wang's heart is with Long Piao. Whether he attends tonight's auction, he needs to consult Long Piao's opinion. This young Master Wang truly deserves the title of a sycophant, but the span of his flattery is quite large. In a short time, He went from a wild chicken to a phoenix, making people very envious. Bai Jie directly pinched Bai Jingqi's ear and scolded, "Bai Jingqi, are you getting cocky? From now on, whether in public or private, you must show some respect to Wang Fan. Do you know he has $1 trillion in assets? Currently, which family in the Magic City has $1 trillion cash on hand? The forces behind him are not something our Bai family can provoke. If you don't manage your mouth well, be careful I tear it apart." Upon hearing this, Bai Jingqi was stunned. What? $1 trillion? That's definitely like having a top-tier family in the Magic City. Moreover, he not only has so much cash, but also the largest security company, Long Shield, and a cash-generating mall like Yida. I can't even imagine how high his future achievements could be. Chapter 133. After Long Piapiao finished washing up and just sat down, Wang Fan brought her the bouquet of 999 red roses he had bought for her. No girl could resist the romance of red roses. Unless the girl was very materialistic and would frown upon receiving only roses without any other more expensive gifts. But Long Piapiao was not that kind of person. She really liked the gift Wang Fan prepared for her. "Thank you, dear." Long Piapiao smiled brightly and said, "Mua, love you." Of course, Wang Fan's romance didn't stop at just a big bouquet of roses. He also took out a round iron box and handed it to Long Piapiao. "What is this?" Long Piapiao asked curiously after taking it. Wang Fan spoiled her by saying, "Open it and see." When Long Piapiao opened it, she was stunned. Inside were a small horse, a small cow, a big cow, and a manure fork, making her a bit dizzy. She couldn't believe it and picked up a car key, looking for the switch. She had seen similar short videos where some fake, rich, second-generation people like to show off in bars, directly slamming down the keys to their fake luxury cars to attract some gold diggers. In fact, many times, these keys serve another function, as lighters. Chapter 134. Task Completion Reward. Master Level Ninja Skills. Funding of 10 trillion. Task Failure Penalty. IQ reduced to 250. Little brother shrinks by 2/3. Upon hearing such a task, Wang Fan couldn't help but curse in his heart. No matter what, he had to complete this task. Or else if his IQ dropped to 250, who knows what trouble might arise. The key point was that his little brother would be directly chopped off by 12 centimeters. That's like turning a carrot into a small bean sprout. How could he explain this to Long Piapiao? How could he explain this to the vast audience? A prestigious god of wealth really couldn't afford to lose face. So for that 10 trillion bonus and the master level ninja skills, he had to mess up the auction of the Sanjing family. He could only silently apologize to Long Piapiao in his heart. He couldn't hold back anymore because this was related to their future happiness. Just then, that sycophantic translator said, with a flattering expression, "Mr. Sanjing, this is the person from the Dragon Country. As long as you are of higher status and wealth than him, he will compromise no matter what you ask him to do. People like him are inherently lowly." Wang Fan, who had already walked over, stopped in his tracks and turned to look at that sycophantic translator. Chapter 135. Chu Ning, this is the Wang Fan you mentioned, the sycophant turned Sea King? A finely dressed young man, following Wang Chuning, mocked as he looked at Wang Fan. He doesn't think that becoming bald will make him impressive, does he? Ha ha ha. Wang Fan tilted his head and looked at the other person with a sideways glance, replying with a simple 2 words, "Idiot." Then he coldly continued, "I won't support the wall. I'll support you instead, so you won't run out and cause trouble. I didn't expect that I still couldn't control you, letting you spew nonsense everywhere." The person confronting Wang Fan's face turned incredibly ugly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Wang Fan, you are seeking death." Just as he finished speaking, a punch came flying toward Wang Fan's face, the sound of the punch creating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. Wang Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. After encountering so many rich second-generation heirs, today he unexpectedly met a martial artist from a wealthy background. It truly seemed that the higher you stood, the more you would see things that were previously hidden from you. Instinctively, Wang Fan pulled Long Piapiao behind him, and without any hesitation, he threw a punch back. Wang Tao didn't expect Wang Fan to be so tough, daring to confront him head-on. After all, he was an 8th-grade external martial artist. Even a steel plate could be shattered with a single punch. Wang Fan was also a bit annoyed. Ever since he obtained the godly rich critical hit system, it felt like he was running into a wall wherever he went, always encountering a group of provocateurs looking for trouble. Why can't everyone just enjoy the beauty of this world during their one visit? Why must they provoke him with their reckless words and actions? As a result, his temper was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. At this rate, Wang Fan even wondered if he might develop manic disorder. Just like Wang Tao today, everyone was here to attend the auction. He could have brought his girl into the auction hall without causing trouble, but he chose to act foolishly, thinking that having some martial skills meant he was invincible. The line had already been drawn, and now it just depended on whether the Wang family would retaliate. If they continued to cause trouble, Wang Fan wouldn't mind letting the Wang family follow in the footsteps of the Zheng family. As for whether he would provoke the Wang family in the capital, it was better to destroy everything than to let it slide. With the godly rich critical hit system, he could succeed anywhere, if worse came to worst. He could run abroad, slowly developing his own power and eventually come back to take revenge. Wang Fan couldn't understand why he had any unresolved grievances with Wang Tao, so he stopped thinking about it. To be honest, the two ninjas from the Aoi family were quite sensitive to bald heads. After all, when they made their move earlier, they failed to deal with the bald head who disrespected them immediately, which left them feeling embarrassed. When they saw someone mimicking a bald head, one of the ninjas couldn't help but take action. Unexpectedly, this attracted the attention of the Murong family's martial artist, who intimidated them. Since seeing Wang Fan, Aoi always had a bad feeling in her heart, but for the sake of the auction item, she had to endure it. She took a deep breath and told her subordinates, "Anyone causing trouble before the auction ends will be kicked out." At that moment, a masked man walked over and smiled, saying, "Oh, how come a young lady from Sakura country is so angry? Is there anything I can help you with?" Aoi snorted coldly and turned to leave. However, the sound of her wooden clogs made him involuntarily crouch down, as if he could see what was wrapped inside her outfit if he got low enough. The ninja following behind really wanted to draw his long knife and fight him, thinking to himself, what kind of rubbish person is this? Wang Fan's appearance was a significant variable in the business landscape of the Magic City. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences because the data on this young man was currently classified. The only reason for this situation was that the force behind him was immense, enough for him to disregard current laws, flying planes as he pleased, and surrounding the Chu family's bar with armed men. A person with such a temperament could easily ruin a family over a trivial disagreement. When they asked him to hold up a sign, he straightforwardly added 500 million. Those who didn't know might think the Bai family and the Murong family were colluding to scam Wang Fan. Bai Jie secretly glanced at Wang Fan and found that he showed no reaction to his brother's bid increase, which finally put her mind at ease. She thought 10 billion was already the final prize for the 1,000-year ginseng, but unexpectedly, number 2 was so aggressive, directly increasing the bid by 500 million. It turned out that big shots always made their entrance at the end. Just now, number 9 had a momentum that seemed certain to continue. And this 1,000-year ginseng would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Damn it, investigate who the holder of number 2 is, daring to compete for ginseng. Today, let him see the strength of our Aoi family. The next few auction items were all ancient famous calligraphy and paintings, which didn't compare to the 1,000-year ginseng. After all, most of the attendees were martial artists. Once they became martial artists, their yearning for power outweighed everything else because at this point, everyone had a measure in their hearts. Improving their strength was far more important than displaying antiques and artworks in their homes. After all, only by enhancing their strength could they protect the treasures in their hands. Otherwise, they might be snatched away before they even warmed up to them. Even so, a vase from the Xuanda period was still auctioned off for a staggering 50 million. Moreover, a peach blossom painting by Tang Bohu left a deep impression on Wang Fan, as it unexpectedly sold for 380 million, truly surprising everyone. Then Wang Fan participated in the bidding again, this time for an imperial green bracelet imbued with a touch of spiritual energy, which he intended to buy for Long Piao. After some bidding, it was finally bought for 880 million by Jingqi on Wang Fan's behalf. This made Bai Jie envious. If only a man could buy her such a bracelet, she would definitely be smitten. The masked man, sitting below, turned to look at box number 2. He was quite fond of the 6 short swords. He had taken a great risk to attend this auction and felt it was worth it. As a top assassin, he immediately set his sights on these 6 hidden daggers. As Murong Voa said, as long as he coated the surface of the sword with poison and used them unexpectedly, they could definitely turn the tide. However, there were quite a few competitors for this treasure. According to his budget, he could get it for about 10 times the price, which was over 60 billion. Who would have thought that a roadblock would suddenly appear, directly raising the price to 150 billion? The people in the auction house had already reached a preliminary consensus about this number 2 bidder. As long as he raised his paddle, It was like lighting a signal flare. No matter how much the opponent bid, he would follow through and fight to the end. Simply too extravagant. Just as the masked man was still contemplating how to bid, number 9, his sworn enemy, appeared and directly quoted a price of 200 billion. The masked man's murderous gaze could no longer be concealed. Was this number 9 an idiot? He and T bid once before and suddenly lost his mind. In the next auction, Wang Fan was completely excluded. He felt the Qian Kuan sword technique. The ones leading everything now were Long, Pia Piao, and Bai Jie, deciding what to bid on and what not to, while Bai Jingqi remained a mere tool. They successfully bid on a ruby necklace worth over 100 million, fulfilling a small wish of Bai Jie. When the ruby necklace was placed around Bai Jie's neck with Long Pia Piao's help, it indeed taught Bai Jingqi a lesson. Those who dare to be bold enjoy the world first. Even so, he didn't dare to act recklessly and bid for anything for himself, especially since his sister had yet to climb into Wang Fan's bed. Acting arbitrarily now could very likely bring about his own ruin. However, he can't be said to have gained nothing. At least he has exceeded the promised project of 10 billion for Wang Fan. Sometimes, women are strange creatures, and their thoughts may change in an instant. The two previously hostile women quickly became sisters without Wang Fan as an obstacle in between. However, Bai Jie is still self-aware. After all, she is not Wang Fan's girlfriend now and won't buy anything for herself. Chapter 142. Wang Fan's thoughts stirred, and the lively flying sword directly cut through his thumb, causing blood to flow out immediately, which made Long Pia Piao, who was beside him, extremely worried. Without giving Wang Fan a chance to react, she immediately took his bleeding hand and pressed it to her mouth. What? Wang Fan was filled with questions. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What the hell? Long Pia Piao, what are you doing? Are you the sword spirit? Bai Jie kindly advised, Wang Xiao, you have endless money now, and with a goddess like Long Pia Piao by your side, what is there to be unhappy about? Cultivation isn't something that can be achieved overnight. There is no need to rush, or you might fall into obsession. Do you want me to find a doctor to take a look at you? Wang Fan knew his actions had caused misunderstandings. He quickly pulled his thumb away from Long Pia Piao's mouth and said, Oh, it's my fault for not explaining clearly. I got a bit lucky this time. This sword is not an ordinary sword. It has some spiritual intelligence and needs to recognize its master through this blood-dripping method. Upon hearing this, Long Pia Piao burst into tears and hugged Bai Jie tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Why is my life so hard? My mom is dead. My dad has a mistress. My grandpa doesn't want me anymore, and I got a boyfriend who is an idiot. How am I supposed to live? Chapter 143. Aoyu's face turned extremely gloomy. She never expected everyone to be so enthusiastic about the top-notch spirit liquid. However, she must acquire this item. Otherwise, the family's rise plan would be delayed indefinitely. But with such crazy bidding, her chances of obtaining it were quite slim. This time she came to participate in the auction with 500 billion at her disposal. Thinking everything was secure, but after encountering a bald man, nothing went well, and she couldn't win a single item all night. Now, with everyone so eager to compete for the top-notch spirit liquid, she felt incredibly frustrated. So she picked up the phone and dialed out, while the masked man in the audience had eyes that seemed to speak, revealing how greedy he was at that moment. He instinctively licked his lips and began operating on his phone. Of course, there were others in the venue also transmitting news about this place via their phones. After all, it was a pound of top-notch spirit liquid. To be honest, when she heard Murong Jiruo's introduction, Bai Jingqi was overjoyed because she said that if they could obtain this top-notch spirit liquid, it could allow ordinary people to step into the ranks of warriors. Chapter 144. We ultimately underestimated the power of the financial tycoons in Magic City. MMP, spending billions casually. No wonder they are rich. The richer they get, the richer they become. Money is something very easy for us warriors. To become wealthy, you just need to improve your strength. And the ways to make money will come naturally. At this stage, having money is equivalent to having a head start. Warriors go against the heavens. If you lag behind even a bit, it won't be that simple unless you suddenly get a great opportunity. Just like the recent rise of the ordinary big shot in Magic City, who smoothly transitioned from a sycophant to a sea king. Achoo! Wang Fan sneezed in the private room, rubbed his nose, and said, That bastard is secretly talking behind my back. He really deserves to die. Long Pia Piao handed him a tissue and said, You never know. Maybe someone is thinking of you? Women are a mysterious species. It truly proves the old saying that a woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. When her emotions rise, you can't understand why she suddenly acts that way. Xiao Bai, how many people are still competing with us for the top-notch spirit liquid? Wang Fan suddenly thought of something. Is number 9 biting us closely? Chapter 145. Damn it. Sakura is really not a person. She is ruthless to win and actually teamed up with number 56, giving me a warning right from the start. Does she really think I'm easily scared? I can operate with tens of trillions as the young master of the Bai family. Let's see if I don't take you down. You dare to show off to me? If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Bai Jingqi cursed, clearly angered by the alliance of Aoi Yu and the masked man. To be honest, hearing her brother curse, Bai Jie also realized that tonight had allowed her to see why Wang Fan's account had such a large cash flow. Participating in an auction, investing tens of billions to buy things. If anyone says women are spendthrifts, she would directly slap them. The real spendthrift is the one who spent nearly tens of trillions in one night. 750 billion. Bai Jingqi gritted her teeth and said fiercely into the microphone, "Tell them I want a sky lantern. No matter how much they bid, I will crush them." Murong Draw felt her body weaken upon hearing the voice from box number 2. She almost couldn't stand up. Fortunately, there was a table nearby, and she quickly supported herself with her hand. Chapter 146, 750 billion, first time. 750 billion, second time. 750 billion, third time. Duong. The auction hammer fell, and this transaction was completed. Congratulations to buyer No. 2 for winning a pound of top-notch spirit liquid at the price of 750 billion. Murong Zhuo smiled brightly and said, "Thank you all for participating in this auction. See you next time." When Wang Fan received the top-notch spirit liquid in a jade bottle, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have gained master-level ninja skills. Would you like to use it?" Wang Fan's face lit up. It would be foolish not to use a skill. Use. He felt delighted. Now he had 3 martial artist skills provided by the system. Master-level ninja skills, carefree cloud stepping, and Xian Kuan sword technique. Now he had both speed and attack. If he had to say what he lacked, it would be defensive skills. He hoped the system would give him skills in that area soon. Then his shortcomings would be completely filled. You have received a reward of 10 trillion in funding, which has been transferred to your Supreme Dragon card. Please check it. At that moment, Bai Jia also received a text message on her phone. She took out her phone to take a look, then stared at Wang Fan in shock, wondering what kind of freak he was. Chapter 147. Wang Fan's showy operation truly baffled Aoi Yu. She looked towards Koizumi-kun in the corner. Wanted to get an answer from him. "Miss, I see this Dragon Kingdom person is so high profile." Koizumi-kun coldly said, "There must be a trick in this. People from the Dragon Kingdom are always cunning. However, no matter how cunning, in the face of absolute strength, it's just a joke. You asked Miss Ming Zong to return to the company first, and after I retrieve the top-grade spiritual liquid from that Dragon Kingdom person, we will meet at our company and then head directly to our Sakura country." "All right. Thank you, Koizumi-kun." A puff of white smoke rose, and Koizumi-kun, who was originally in the corner, disappeared. After Wang Fan left the auction hall, he stored the top-grade spiritual liquid away. Before taking the elevator, he looked around to see if anyone was following him, and only then did he directly take the elevator to the underground parking lot. After thinking for a moment, Wang Fan felt that he still needed the Dragon Soul Palace to clean up after him, so he called Han Qinggong. "Old Han, where are you? You brat. If you don't cause trouble for a day, you get itchy, huh?" You guessed it right. I just learned a new trick and really need a practice partner. "Where are you free? I'll come find you to practice." Chapter 148. The Murong family held a celebration banquet for this auction, and when Bai Jia contacted her, she directly invited them to join. After all, the second box where her best friend was located was the most supportive one, with nearly 800 billion in cash being paid at this auction alone. This shows how deep the Bai family's foundation is as one of the 4 great families in Magic City. Befriending the Bai family is all gain and no loss. When Murong Zhuo heard Bai Jingqi's voice, her eyes lit up because it was this voice that had called the bids during the auction. When facing Bai Jingqi, she appeared enthusiastic and proactive, but Bai Jingqi was currently preoccupied with a bottle of top-grade spiritual liquid worth 750 billion on his body. In response to Murong Zhuo's enthusiasm, he appeared relatively indifferent, which only made Murong Zhuo feel that Bai Jingqi was not simple and more eager to befriend him. Bai Jia observed all of this but did not point it out. She was just a bit headachy about her brother, who usually mingled with those inappropriate women. It was not easy to meet a proper woman of matching status, and when she enthusiastically engaged him in conversation, he acted aloof. This really left her at a loss for her old sixth. Chapter 149. With Murong Zhuo's command, the martial arts competition officially began. Murong Xian was really furious and wanted to give Wang Fan a swift kick. If he were to kick him, it would definitely be more ruthless than when Shimin Qing kicked Wu Dalong back in the day, at least enough to take half of Wang Fan's life. After all, his body had undergone a 5-fold human limit transformation by the system, so it was no joke. But would Wang Fan just stand there waiting to be kicked? Obviously not. After a puff of smoke, there was no trace of Wang Fan left. Damn, this bald guy actually knows ninjutsu. He can't be a little ninja from Sakura country, right? Bald, Sakura, damn, this is just like a real-life one-punch man. Murong Xian is in danger. What a fool. Can't tell the difference between cartoons and reality. In reality, only those with high strength can be called supermen. After a few dodges and turns from Wang Fan, Murong Xian was completely at a loss as to where he would appear. Based on his previous judgment, attacking Wang Fan should have been an easy task. After all, there was a significant gap in realms between the two of them, along with countless smaller realms. He could easily kill him with just a casual move. But who would have thought that this bald guy would not play by the rules? He actually learned the ninjutsu of Sakura country. And if one had no understanding of ninjutsu, fighting such a person would put oneself in a very passive position, getting dizzy just trying to follow his movements. Chapter 150. The back of the order badge was a big A. When Murong Xian's father saw this Dragon Soul Palace order badge, he abruptly halted his intention to attack. After all, once he picked it up and looked at it, it meant he recognized the other's identity. If he were to attack at this point, it would mean opposing the Dragon Soul Palace. Institutions like the Dragon Soul Palace, even hidden families dare not provoke lightly. Although the people of hidden families are powerful, they still appear weak in the face of a national machine. No matter how strong you are, a direct delivery from Dongfeng Express could still take you down. Unless you can reach the land immortal realm and survive such brutal power, otherwise, you can only be on the receiving end of the beating. Murong Xian's father was merely an outer member of the Murong family. If his actions brought disaster to the Murong family, he would be in deep trouble. Taking a deep breath to adjust his emotions, he stepped forward with a smile towards Wang Fan, who was looking at him coldly. Ha ha! The flood has washed the Dragon King's temple, and a family does not recognize its own family. It's all a misunderstanding. On behalf of Xianer, I apologize to young Master Wang. Here are 20 pieces of top-grade spirit stones. Consider it as compensation, and I hope for your understanding. Chapter 151. A post appeared on the campus forum of Magic City University titled, "Want a date?" The kind you send in, and just by looking at the title, one could tell there must be a big scoop inside. It instantly caught the attention of many students, and upon clicking to read, they found the familiar male and female leads. Recently, there was a huge incident on the school forum where Wang Fan's roommate Yang Wei, along with his girlfriend Fu Yanjie, tricked Wang Fan out of 888,000. At that time, Wang Fan declared he would give Yang Wei and his girlfriend 3 days to repay the money, or he would send them to prison. Now there was finally a conclusion. Wang Fan truly kept his word and sent the two of them in. Not only that, but even Fu Yanjie's friend Zhang Min was also packaged and sent in by Wang Fan. Among them, Yang Wei was the main culprit of the entire incident and was sentenced to 15 years, while Fu Yanjie was an accomplice but received a 12-year sentence due to the severity of her actions. As for Fu Yanjie's friend, she was sentenced for filming the fight between Wang Fan and Fu Yanjie. At that time, Wang Fan offered her 500,000 to buy the footage she had, but greedily, she threatened Wang Fan that if he did not give her 5 million, she would post the content online. In the end, Wang Fan had no choice but to pay her 5 million, but when he left, he didn't even take the footage she had shot. Chapter 152. Dong Mengjiao originally planned to come back and have a good rest, but unexpectedly, her boss directly came for a night of passion again and again. It wasn't until 4 or 5 in the morning that it finally calmed down. To be honest, Dong Mengjiao was a bit impressed by her boss and his wife's shamelessness. It seemed as if after this time, they could never do it again, so they were desperately going at it. Is this really that addictive? In the morning while having breakfast, Dong Mengjiao dully stared at her 2 dark circles. Looking at the ham sausage in front of her, she imagined it was Wang Fan, with a knife and fork ready to chop him into pieces. Just as Dong Mengjiao was sulking, Wang Fan sat down next to her and asked, "When did you arrive? Are you having any troubles? You've chopped the ham sausage into tiny bits. Dong Mengjiao felt as if she had been caught in bed, startled to the point that her knife and fork fell to the ground. During the moment she'd bent down to pick them up, she quickly adjusted her mood. You still have a nerve to ask me if I'm having troubles? Dong Mengjiao said pitifully, I don't know who was yelling all night yesterday. This remark was too direct, leaving Wang Fan blushing. Perhaps it was because his body had been baptized by the top-grade spiritual liquid yesterday. He was particularly resilient. Chapter 153. Wang Fan drove his armored vehicle, which looked like a tank, down the road, naturally attracting a lot of people's curiosity. What the hell is this divine vehicle? Can someone give me some insight? Have modified cars become this crazy these days? How can it be turned into an armored car? Who allowed it on the road? Aren't the relevant departments go to check? It feels like this thing is a giant turtle shell. Driving this car must be extremely safe. Just looking at it, it must have cost a lot of money. Damn it, where do these people get their money? Can someone tell me how to make money? Wang Fan's only wish right now is not to get hit by some oblivious driver again. Since he became a wealthy god, he has had several cars hit. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt wasteful. He didn't even know what happened to the cars he had repaired before. Maybe this is the life of the rich. They never feel sad about things that have already become a fact. After all, that would make them miss some new scenery. Wang Fan remembered when he first arrived in the Magic City. Every weekend, his aunt would invite him over and prepare a big table of delicious food for him. But every time during dinner, he wasn't really happy, because he could see the disdain in his aunt's eyes. The way a high-class person looks down on someone of a lower class made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 154. Wang Fan felt something was off when he heard this and quickly pulled his hand away. He looked at his uncle and said, Hello, uncle, I'm Xiao Fan. Long time no see. Fang Lianyue's dad pulled her aside and admonished, Do you know your girl? How can you let a man come into your room and even lock the door? What do you want to do? What do you all want to do? He didn't even give Fang Lianyue a chance to speak and then blasted Wang Fan, saying, You little brat. You came to my house before to eat and drink for free, and now you're back? You even put your dirty hands on my daughter. Damn it. Today I'm going to chop you up. Saying this, he began frantically searching for a knife, and if he really found one, he might dare to stab Wang Fan. In Wang Fan's impression, his uncle Fang Hongjian was a simple, honest mama's boy, and the only rebellious thing he had done in his life was not listen to his mother and marry his aunt. Last time he visited their home, he didn't say much, but still maintained some rationality and restraint. Sometimes he would even help his aunt speak to his parents. But this time, he looked like he had some serious illness, and coming into his cousin's room was an invitation from her. As for why the door was locked, it was because that old lady was gossiping. Chapter 155. Wang Fan watched Fang Hongjian leave the room and couldn't help but shake his head. Those who had threatened him before either ended up paying a hefty compensation or were no longer around to see the sun. Now, there was another reckless one who was threatening him using his loved ones. Is Fang Hongjian a man or a ghost? To be honest, Wang Fan was now very curious about this uncle of his. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of Fang Hongjian on Fang Lianyue's desk, sending it directly to Qian Shiguang. This person is called Fang Hongjian from the Magic City. Please help me check if he has rented a room with anyone in the last 3 months. Then he called Dong Mengjiao, asking her to contact the HR department of the Chu family's new energy vehicle company to find out if someone named Fang Hongjian was there, especially to investigate if there were any scandals involving him. When a man uses his wife's life as a threat and his child's dignity as a bargaining chip for money, it can only mean one thing. His heart is no longer in this family. If he is not in this family, he must be in another one. So Wang Fan needed to investigate this seemingly honest man from an outsider's perspective to see if he was really as honest as he appeared. Chapter 156. Besides that matter, Wang Fan felt there was nothing his cousin couldn't know. After all, she was already grown up and would have her own thoughts and judgments. Besides, he would be there to support her. The college entrance exam was not the only path to success. Facing his cousin's questions, Wang Fan nodded calmly. Fang Lianyue was at an age when she was full of vigor and very concerned about right and wrong. Grandma, how can you be like this? How old are you? You should stop watching those trashy dramas about domineering CEOs falling in love with menopausal women. She continued, You could be sued for defamation by my brother for saying that, and you might even end up in jail. To be honest, Fang Lianyue's words were quite intimidating, leaving her grandmother stunned. Then she grabbed her old man and cried, Old man, you have to stand up for me. This money-grubbing fool hasn't even married me off yet and is already trying to turn against me. What a misfortune for the family. Girl, how can you say that about your grandmother? Look at your cousin. He's not a good person. What decent family would shave their head? Sometimes it happens like this. When you can't find a point to attack the other person, you start from their appearance anyway. You can't let yourself lose in the argument. Chapter 157. Fang Lianyue seemed to have been stimulated, recalling many past events. She leaned her head on Han Xinrui's shoulder and said, "Mom, as my brother said, you don't have to worry about me all the time. I've grown up and can take care of myself." Then she pointed at Wang Fan and said, "Anyway, my brother is now a landlord. At most, I could just collect rent from him later. You can rest assured, my brother won't let me go hungry, right?" Wang Fan smugly replied, "Of course. As long as I have food, I won't let you starve." Han Xinrui was very touched. It had been a long time since she felt this way, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Just then, Wang Fan continued, "Aunt, have you been in touch with my mom lately?" Han Xinrui composed herself and replied, "Yes, she praised you a lot on the phone, saying you've grown up and can support your family. Gaining recognition from family for one's efforts outside is, in fact, the greatest achievement for oneself." "So, Aunt, are we family?" Wang Fan asked this question out of the blue. "You child, you were just fine a moment ago. Why are you being sentimental again?" Han Xinrui had a vague premonition that Wang Fan seemed to know something about her and her husband's situation. We are naturally family. Chapter 158. With no worries, Wang Fan's aunt became more confident and determined. If her biggest concern before was that getting divorced from Fang Hongjian would affect Fang Lianyue's life and studies, then during the drive, Wang Fan's probing about Fang Lianyue made her realize her daughter was not as fragile as she had imagined. Plus, her nephew was incredibly reliable. He had resolved her biggest worries about housing and work, so she no longer had to worry about having nowhere to stay after the divorce or being unable to support her daughter. Since her aunt had decided to divorce that colorful husband, Wang Fan would naturally do everything he could to help. A phone call summoned the lawyer team that had previously assisted Yanjie and the others, with the sole objective of addressing the male party's debts without involving his aunt. The female party's savings would be verified according to daily expenses, which would help preserve the aunt's past earnings. As for the jointly owned Toyota, they decided to let it go, considering Fang Lianyue's presence. It would be too awkward and could negatively impact the child's psychology. Regarding the salary issue, discussions with the lawyer indicated that it could be set at the minimum wage standard in the city for the time being, and normal payments would resume after the divorce was finalized. Chapter 159. The reason Han Fei and the others knew these people was that Wang Fan had previously rewarded them. This was largely due to those cutting clips, who noticed that any content related to the influential figure Wang Fan would attract significant traffic on Douyin. Consequently, they began gathering various information about him. Since Wang Fan's emergence, the platform Bobo Talk Cars had provided the most material. Wang Fan's repeated live PKs had propelled Bobo Talk Cars to the top position on Douyin, amassing an astonishing fan base of over 100 million. And she was the only influencer at that level who had not signed with an MCN agency. This was quite unbelievable, as someone with such a massive following would typically attract numerous MCN agencies or guilds eager to sign her. However, when offered contracts worth hundreds of millions, even billions, Bobo Talks Cars firmly rejected them, as all her achievements stemmed from Wang Fan. After unprecedented live PKs, she no longer lacked money and had become a billionaire in her own right. There was no need for her to be coerced by capital for money. She now had the right to say no to it. Chapter 160. The large man who first appeared seemed very generous, but he actually wanted to put some pressure on Wang Fan, the boss. After all, a fifth-grade external energy martial artist is respected wherever he goes. Yet when he arrived, this so-called bald boss was just sitting there unmoving. Zhao Xiangdong thought about showing off a bit to let the boss know his worth. The effect was indeed good. Seeing the rich kids beside him with their mouths agape, it was clear that his display was impressive. However, he did not expect that this bald boss would reward him so generously, sending over a high-grade spirit stone. The saying about a man's knees having gold? Forget it. As long as he has high-grade spirit stones, he would kneel forever. Li Qinquan and the others were stunned by the scene before them, realizing their boss was indeed a hidden talent. It had only been a short while since they last met, and he had already started running a bar business again. The red jade stone caught the large man's eye, and excitement sparkled in his gaze. "Get up," Wang Fan said casually. "Work hard from now on. I never shortchange my people. Get the video of the VIP 888 guests at our bar and show it to me." Chapter 161. In the VIP 888 private room, the girls coming in for interviews were relatively reserved. According to the information they received, This time it was a big director casting for a role, while also getting to know the city's top wealthy young men. It was an excellent opportunity for them to soar. As a popular male actor, he introduced himself first and then went around introducing everyone. Each person seemed capable of determining the fate of these girls, which naturally made them a bit nervous. At that moment, Director Fong stepped forward, showcasing his directing skills, and smiled at the girls, saying, "As an actor, the first lesson is to liberate your nature. A good actor must have the spirit to break through. Only then can one become a good actor. If you cannot overcome your inner fears, anxieties, and weaknesses, how can you become an excellent actor? I believe you have all seen the scenes in Color J. Those are all real performances. Why can they let go and act? Because they can break through and understand that this is an opportunity to change their fate. One moment of breaking the rules can bring a lifetime of glory." There is also a popular Hong Kong star known for her big mouth, who once said she would put on each piece of clothing she took off. Chapter 162. A flock of sheep is a rather disorganized group. They often blindly rush left and right together. However, once a leading sheep starts moving, the others will instinctively follow, completely ignoring the potential wolves ahead or better grass nearby. At this moment, Wang Mingxiao played the role of the leading sheep very well. The competitive spirit of the other girls was instantly stimulated, and they rushed towards their goals. Seeing this, Wang Tao couldn't help but give Director Fong a thumbs up, realizing that people in the entertainment industry really know how to play the game. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao had already been brought before Wang Fan. Noticing a wet spot on her clothes, Wang Fan asked, "What happened?" The waitress quickly replied, "Boss, I'm sorry. I accidentally spilled a drink on your friend while calling her out." Their conversation left Lin Xiaoxiao confused, but bringing someone out this way was indeed a quick approach. "All right, you can go now." After the waitress left, Wang Fan said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Please have a seat." This further confused Lin Xiaoxiao, and her guard was already up. "May I ask what you need me for?" Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her usual distant demeanor. Chapter 163. Once all preparations were complete, Wang Fan suddenly had a thought and slapped his forehead, realizing he was being foolish. He had only been thinking about solving problems with conventional methods, forgetting that he had the system to back him up. Problems that could be solved with money are not really problems, are they? Moreover, he knew that to protect the lives of the bar's patrons, he could just have them leave. His own life was precious. He was a man with system buffs and shouldn't foolishly risk himself by confronting someone of unknown power. He called out to Zhao Xiangdong, who was about to take a tray to the private room, asking him to wait and see if there was a better solution. To be honest, with Wang Fan acting this way, even Zhao Xiangdong, a 5th-grade external energy martial artist, felt his heart racing. He hadn't expected to do something so thrilling on his first meeting with the boss. Wang Fan quickly searched the luxury goods market for substances that could induce unconsciousness or fragrances. After a smart search, he indeed found a relevant product. Rosemary, colorless and odorless. Inhaling it can make someone unconscious for an hour. One stick can knock out 10 people, with no side effects on the human body. Value, 1 million luxury points. Chapter 164. Director Fong, as a big director, truly had exceptional directing skills. Under his guidance, Zhuang Mohan, Wang Tao, and Zhang Shunsheng experienced an unprecedented, wonderful feeling that they had never encountered before. At first, the shy girls seemed to really see a bright future in their careers waiting for them right in front of them. One by one, they completely liberated their nature, just as Director Fong had said, but what they liberated was the primitive beast nature hidden deep within their bodies. Outside, Zhao Xiangdong, who was fanning the flames, felt some changes in his body as he listened. These guys were really chaotic. The excitement of the wealthy world was truly beyond his current level. Thinking of his mysterious boss, who had quite a few tricks up his sleeve at such a young age, he fanned even harder. To be honest, Zhao Xiangdong didn't even know if any smoke actually entered the private room because the thing his boss gave him was lit, although it was called fragrant. It had no smoke or smell at all, making it hard to judge. He could only try his best to fan it to ignite quickly, and whether there would be smoke or not was left to fate. Chapter 165. Jin Yi's words were indeed very tempting, making Wang Fan feel restless and full of longing. To become a sword immortal of the era, capable of flying on a sword and slaying enemies from miles away, it felt exhilarating just to think about. "I'll trust you once for now." Wang Fan suppressed the joy in his heart. Having a sword spirit was convenient. He would find a way to become stronger. He was originally a person who disliked trouble, and Jian, he was quite good. However, he couldn't show too much joy, lest the sword spirit look down on him. There was a master outside with an external force, and he needed to find a way to break his protective shield. Jian, he circled around Wang Fan and said, "Master, don't worry, a weak chicken like this can be slain with a single sword strike." Wang Fan's mind was full of black lines. Could it be that this foolish Jian, he was a bit dim-witted? How could his comprehension be so poor? He had to emphasize again, "I just want you to break his protective shield and let him be poisoned by the rosemary, not to kill him." "Okay, master, rest assured. I can break it with a snap of my fingers." After speaking, Jian, he flew out directly. Seeing this scene, Wang Fan's feeling of unreliability intensified. Damn, why can't he think a little? Why is he so reckless? What was the point of hiding all this? Chapter 166. The sound of the guava ringing in the bar awakened the unconscious Zhao Xiangdong. When he looked at Zhuang Mohan, he was so scared that he quickly closed his eyes again. Those wine bottles couldn't hit him at all, as if protected by an invisible shield. In front of his face, a short sword kept stabbing in one direction. With each stab, the light on the sword body would brighten a little. And everything felt so bizarre. It completely exceeded his understanding. He thought cultivation was just about strengthening the body and being a bit stronger than others, never expecting it to be like in the movies, where one could control flying swords. It also allowed him to avoid all physical attacks. This was just too amazing. He didn't know when he could reach such a realm, but the most important thing right now was to ensure his life. He prayed to all the gods not to be discovered by Zhuang, or else it would really be over. "Jianni, can you hurry up? When will you break the opponent's defense? I'm about to hold on." "Master, don't worry, I'm feeling stronger and stronger, and the opponent's talisman is getting weaker. I can handle it soon. Just hold on a bit longer." "Damn it, when it comes to life and death, you're only thinking about cultivating. I'm really fed up with you. Don't you think if I die, you won't have a master anymore? You'll suffer backlash, and all the energy you absorbed will be for nothing." Chapter 167. Listening to Wang Fan's nonsense, Han Qinggong felt that something was off, and one of his subordinates sitting opposite him was constantly giving him signals. It seemed like he had discovered something significant, but Wang Fan kept dragging them into a conversation. Suddenly, a topic raised by Wang Fan caught Han Qinggong's attention. "Old Han, how many classifications of realms are there?" Wang Fan asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Although asking this would expose many of his issues, he thought, that bastard Zhao Xiangdong wouldn't have gotten involved by himself, right? They were putting in all their effort to buy him time, yet it still wasn't over. "I remember you mentioned external force, and external-internal release. This is completely different from the classification methods where I come from." Indeed, Wang Fan did not speak the truth. He wanted to confuse the matter, as only then could he appear different. "Then tell me about your classification method." As expected of an old fox, Wang Fan initially wanted to inquire about Han Qinggong's situation, but the other party refused to answer and instead tossed the ball back to him. Wang Fan, pretending to be cool, curved his ring and index fingers, pressed his thumb on the ring finger, and pointed to the sky with his index and middle fingers, shouting, "Sword come." Chapter 168. Wang Fan was truly impressed by old Han. He was now doubting how he managed to become the person in charge in Modu, as he didn't seem strong and hadn't seen anything good. He always wanted to reach out for something, but he couldn't let him develop such a bad habit. If he could get things easily, they wouldn't be worth anything. "This is our family's secret medicine," Wang Fan said casually. "Since old Han has spoken, I can't refuse your face. How about this? I'll give you a friendship price of 1 billion for a pack." Damn, Han Qinggong cursed again. He realized that being with this little bastard Wang Fan always made him unable to control his emotions. 1 billion for friendship price? Why don't you go rob a bank? "Old Han, I find your emotions quite unstable. This is not a quality a good leader should possess," Wang Fan joked. "Do you believe that if I take this medicine to the Murong family for auction, it could at least fetch 5 billion? Han Qinggong knew how crazy the people at the Murong family's auction were, especially the person beside him who had spent 750 billion for a bottle of top-grade spiritual liquid. Damn, that's a lot of money. Perhaps his rapid cultivation speed was related to money and abundant resources. Chapter 169. Wang Fan gave Han Qinggong a big eye roll. "Old Han, you're not being considerate enough. I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my grandfather. But speaking of which, is our granddaughter pretty?" Looking at Wang Fan's smug face, Han Qinggong thought that perhaps the two young people really had a chance. "She is at the Dragon Soul Palace in the Imperial Capital. Next time you go to the Imperial Capital, you will naturally meet her, and then you will know." making it so mysterious she must look average. Suddenly, Wang Fan's ears perked up as he heard the distant wailing of alarms. Wang Fan waved his hand at Old Han and said, "Old Han, I'll leave this to you. I have something else to do," and pointed at the jade bottle in Old Han's hand, saying, "Remember to keep it secret." Without waiting for Old Han to respond, Wang Fan directly used the carefree cloud-stepping technique and, after a few flashes, left the illusion soundbar. This kid, Old Han looked down at the jade bottle in his hand, then thought of his granddaughter, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. It wouldn't be bad if they really got together, but this kid really knows how to attract girls. Wang Fan drove his Xuanwu along the road at night. He once dreamed of buying a house in Magic City before turning 35, working hard with his beloved girl to pay off the mortgage, and then having a child, living a warm family life with his wife and kids. Chapter 170. During his internship at an advertising company, although he was exploited by his direct supervisor, he truly put in a lot of effort to learn. Coupled with his studies in journalism and communication, where his teachers discussed the development trends of the self-media era, he absorbed the information well and was often able to apply it in other contexts. In today's news, the content that quickly grabs people's attention and generates high traffic is often gossip about entertainment stars. So he also conducted some research on that. Sometimes, it's like this. What you think is useless at a certain stage may quickly take root and flourish when you need it on the right platform. After some advice, Dong Mingjiao and Long Piapiao couldn't help but admire him. Previously, according to Long Piapiao's idea, they had a linear way of thinking, seeing entertainment as separate from Wang Fan's other industries. The binding and intersection between different industries can not only save costs, but also improve work efficiency. Wang Fan also utilized his bar industry, allowing singers and dancers to tour across bars nationwide, increasing their popularity and sense of stage control. Chapter 171. Wow. Just this fire dragon alone, without at least 30 years of chef skills, one definitely can't pull off such tricks, regardless of whether it tastes good or not. If I were there, I would definitely buy a portion to taste the chef's delicacies. Xiao Xiao, were you singing in the hospital corridor to raise medical fees for your mother? All scripted? Is such a high-end food stall really the place for you? Haizi, can you not just hate for the sake of hating? Xiao Xiao's mother has been discharged. Why can't she have a bit of personal life? I see. Xiao Xiao, have you been really impressed by the ordinary big boss? Is the ordinary big boss handsome or not? If it weren't for the clever people among the netizens, Lin Xiao Xiao would be quite pleased. She lifted her camera, and at the top of the Bund 8 CBD building, there was a large billboard reading, Ordinary People Group. Just those simple 4 characters made the live stream room boil again. Wow, my goddess has finally been revealed by the ordinary big boss. My heart hurts so much. When I went to the Bund for work, I suspected that the Ordinary People Group was indeed run by the ordinary big boss. I really didn't expect it to be true. Can someone enlighten me on what the Ordinary People Group does? Who is the ordinary big boss? Chapter 172. I originally just wanted to treat the employees to a meal, but things got a bit out of hand. At that moment, a simple stage set up on the steps of the building was completed. When the lights came on, it indeed attracted most people's attention, and order was slightly restored. Dong Mengjiao, dressed in a high-end professional suit, perfectly embodied the urban elite woman. She took the microphone and became the temporary host, instantly causing a scream from the crowd of LSPs. They really didn't expect that the yoga goddess who demonstrated the beauty of women's sports every morning had turned into the general manager of the Ordinary People Group. This made them feel, look, no wonder she's my goddess. She's indeed impressive. Thank you all for coming to our company's late-night event. We also didn't consider everything thoroughly and didn't expect everyone to come see us. Although we didn't prepare food for everyone. We can't let you come here for nothing. Let us give a round of applause and welcome our general manager of Ordinary People Entertainment, Long Piapiao. Of course, her other identity is well known to everyone. That is the pop music little diva. Chapter 173. Dong Mingjiao was really impressed by her boss and the boss lady. How did they turn the live performance into this? She hurriedly reminded them, it's time to get down to business. This statement was quite ambiguous, but thankfully only Wang Fan and Long Piapiao could hear it. Long Piapiao was genuinely moved. Her legs felt a bit weak. She shyly said to Dong Mingjiao, stay with me. Dong Mingjiao also noticed Long Piapiao's unusual behavior and shot a peculiar glance at Wang Fan's mouth, secretly wondering, does he really have such great power? Long Piapiao stabilized her emotions, but the blush on her face didn't fade. She picked up the microphone and calmly said, I along with our Group S General Manager Miss Dong, am officially recruiting our first employee for Ordinary People Entertainment. I hope everyone will support her live stream in the future. I believe she won T let you down. The audience erupted again. They truly didn't expect that Long Pia Piao, who usually appeared on TV with a cold and aloof demeanor, would be so approachable in person. Now they also found her a bit quirky, boldly starting a recruitment right there. Chapter 174. When a helicopter descended to about 3 floors high. A rope was dropped from above, and the Dragon Shield team members came down one by one like monkeys sliding down the rope. It was just like filming a movie, but even more realistic. What astonished the audience even more was that the last team member jumped down like Superman. Many people couldn't believe their eyes, thinking, is this still a human? I see. They're martial artists. We are about to start the era of cultivation, and everything must begin with martial artists. Shouldn't we also set up a measuring stone tablet to see if you have any talent in this area? Yes. For goodness sake. Stop reading those messy fantasy novels. Isn't it better to read a solid story about a wealthy person? Those immortals and monsters are too far from us. I just feel that the owner of the Ordinary People group is truly amazing. He can arrange such high-level security. The world of the rich is beyond our imagination. Being wealthy is truly wonderful. As the most powerful security in Dragon Country, the Dragon Shield didn't even need to be arranged. They automatically maintained order. Chapter 175. Wang Fan looked at the women in reality who had connections with him shining on stage. To put it bluntly, he was a bit confused about why people like Xiu Yin, Li Na, and Li Sueki were joining the fray. Each one looked at Wang Fan as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Long Pia Piao shot a sharp gaze at Wang Fan, wondering how this guy attracted so many admirers. Fortunately, she had made arrangements in advance, bringing Dong Mengjiao on board. However, she still felt a bit uneasy and needed to pull in more allies. Otherwise, based on the current trend, who knows how many women would join the battle for Wang Fan. Looking at the lineup of goddess-level beauties, one must say Wang Fan's taste was indeed on point. Welcome everyone. Long Pia Piao smiled sweetly like a hostess and said, I wonder what talents everyone has or what position you would like to apply for. Who would like to introduce themselves first? Originally, Han Bailing was closest to Long Pia Piao, so it would have been easy for her to take the microphone. However, at that moment, Li Sueki picked up her keyboard and crossed it in front of Han Bailing's hand, blocking her attempt to grab the microphone. With this rather impolite action, she snatched the microphone from Long Pia Piao's hand and raised her keyboard, saying, as you can see, I am a two-dimensional beautiful girl who loves playing games. If you're a fellow gamer, you might have come across me. My account on Tiger Tooth is called Game Queen. Chapter 176. Look, someone is about to jump off. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd. Everyone's gaze followed the direction of his finger. There on the 12th floor window stood several people dressed in black and masked, holding unknown sharp weapons. The large glass of the office instantly turned into a snowflake pattern, and with a punch, the glass shattered like a kite with broken strings. Crashing down, it was quite dangerous. If it hit someone, even a small piece could kill under the combined effects of gravity and acceleration. Seeing this, the snipers from Long Shield hid in the shadows and began shooting at the black-clad individuals. Nearby members unhooked a round object from their waists and shot it toward the falling glass shards. Strangely, although it seemed small, once it fully expanded in midair, it turned into something resembling a cloak, catching quite a few glass shards. Wang Fan really did not expect that his impromptu event would attract someone targeting him. It was quite eerie. However, he couldn't think too much about it now. He couldn't just watch the ordinary people who came because of him get hurt. So he immediately used the carefree cloud step. Chapter 177. Wang Fan discovered that the skill Doubtful Turn of the Stars had another function. It could reveal the opponent's strength level. As long as the enemy he targeted could use this skill, it would display their realm. Similarly, the realm of those who could not be displayed indicated that his own strength had not reached that level, and he needed to flee because the opponent's strength was too high. However, this time, the group of little trash that came to ambush him consisted of 10 people. The strongest being a third-tier master of internal energy release, but when facing Wang Fan, they were mere small fry. However, that third-tier master was directly stripped of all his power and transferred to Long Pia Piao using the Doubtful Turn of the Star skill. After this incident, Long Pia Piao would undoubtedly become a target of many attacks, as she instantly became a third-tier master of internal energy release, and with the aid of top-tier spiritual liquid. she would surely progress even faster. As expected, after long Piao gained the strength of a third-tier master of internal energy release. She hadn't even had the chance to truly feel how to utilize this power within her. Chapter 178. The dark web assassins have been giving Wang Fan a headache. Ever since the Zheng family had targeted him and his family, they had been pestering him, making him quite annoyed. This thing was a tumor, and it seemed he needed to find an opportunity to uproot it completely. As for the Aoyu family, a fierce look appeared on Wang Fan's face. This little cherry blossom was really something else. At the auction, it was supposed to be based on strength and how much money you had in your pocket, not just wanting to take the items you desired. Now, having not bought anything, she thought to use robbery to obtain it, truly shameless. If he didn't teach her a lesson, it seemed she wouldn't learn her lesson. So, Wang Fan decided to deal with Aoyu. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this anger. However, he first planned to let the late-night activities outside finish and arrange for Long Piao and the others before going. After several rounds of performances, they finally presented a grand fireworks show. The previous feelings of panic and unease gradually disappeared in the joyful atmosphere. Whether it was the employees of the Fanrin Group or ordinary people who came to join the fun, this night was destined to be unforgettable, as some individuals revealed strengths that completely overturned their past perceptions. Chapter 179. Wang Fan was truly fed up with Han Wenbin, who abandoned him at a critical moment. However, when faced with the crying little cherry blossom, Wang Fan would not show mercy. Using the carefree cloud step, he reached the floor where Aoyu was in just a few breaths. At that moment, the previous licking dog translator suddenly jumped out from the side, holding a mop and pointing it at Wang Fan, saying, "You bald head, can't you just go away? You've trespassed into someone's home and come to the villa. Do you know this is illegal?" Wang Fan was amused by this self-righteous idiot's words. Someone who understood nothing and blindly idolized foreign things truly deserved to go to hell. Aoyu kept sending assassins to steal his things and even thought of killing him, constantly provoking him. In this four-eyed idiot's eyes, it was somehow his fault. Wang Fan suddenly disappeared from his spot, and then the mop in the four-eyed person's hand vanished, followed by the sound of slapping. "Ah, you dare to hit me? Are you even a man? Hitting a woman? Woo woo woo. You won't have a good death." This woman probably only had a hard mouth. Wang Fan slapped her back, and she didn't even have a chance to scream before she fainted. Chapter 180. Wang Fan shook his head, indicating that he could not forgive Aoyu. Right now, Wang Fan was like a belief in deity in Aoyu's heart. Seeing Wang Fan's attitude, her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Fanjun, what can I do for you to forgive me?" Her voice trembled, fearing that Wang Fan would turn around and leave, permanently exiting her world, leaving her with no meaning to live. "I want you to become the spokesperson for your Atoi family, and I want you to become the leader of all martial artists in Sakura country. If you can do that, I will forgive you." Aoyu's face showed a painful expression, and Wang Fan's eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Indeed, little Cherry Blossom was an ungrateful wolf raised in captivity, and what she said was like listening to a fart. Just as he was about to say something threatening and leave, Aoyu said, "Fanjun, I really want to agree to all your requests, but I've been troubled by the bald-headed demon since I was young, and I have never been able to enter the martial way, so I can't do what you ask of me. Unless you can always be by my side to help me. Would you be willing?" Wang Fan obviously was not willing. He had a lot of life to experience and could not be tied to little Cherry Blossom's waistband as a decoration. However, concerning Aoyu's troubles, it was something Wang Fan could easily solve. Chapter 181. Don't say it, but this girl's observational skills are indeed extraordinary. It was as if Wang Fan was with little Cherry Blossom, and she was watching from the side. However, Wang Fan was no longer that naive person who could just chat with green bubbles and be good at others from the heart. To be honest, ever since he got the system, his mindset and state of being had undergone a tremendous change. If it had been before, facing so many goddesses pressing him for answers would have definitely made him panic. Now, however, it was completely different. He knew that if he wanted to break through today's situation, he had to go all out. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain those bloodstains on his body. Strange as it was, that little Cherry Blossom had suddenly turned from a Hello Kitty into a fierce tiger, particularly wild, resulting in multiple scratches on him. But no matter how crazy the tiger was, it couldn't withstand the punches of Wu Erlang, and in the end, it was still subdued. Wang Fan took off his jacket and then tore open his white shirt, revealing numerous bloody scratches on his back and ribs. Li Sueki jumped up happily. while Long Piapiao's eyes showed a hint of sadness. The light in the eyes of others flickered and vanished. Chapter 182. The goddesses in the hall all had their own thoughts, while in the room, Wang Fan and Long Piapiao had already begun to flirt. After they had a playful quarrel, Long Piapiao tidied up her clothes and found a set of casual clothes for Wang Fan to wear. "It's all because of you," Long Piapiao said with a hint of glee. "Let's see how you deal with them. Let's see if you dare to mess around outside in the future." "I just want to hold you and sleep," Wang Fan said playfully. "They're a bunch of ingrates. I helped them, and now they blame everything on me, and even made my little darling angry. They really deserve it." "Don't say that, it's true. A man's mouth is just a deceptive ghost. When you say sweet things, it really makes Long Piapiao happy, like drinking honey water." "All right, you need to call Dong Mingjiao now," Long Piapiao said, climbing the ladder of conversation. "Let her handle the outside matters. Let's just go to bed now." Wang Fan immediately leaped onto the bed, lying flat like a rogue, and patted the bed, saying, "Darling, come hug me." Long Piapiao was truly exasperated with this old six. How could someone so grown up sometimes act like a child, being so unreasonable? Chapter 183. While Wang Fan spoke eloquently, the core of his argument was that his spending on gifts and buying things was not flirting. To be honest, everyone involved felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing this, originally thinking that a rich and handsome prince was interested in them. It turned out to be completely different from what they imagined, making one feel that they had been overly sentimental from the start. Wang Fan's serious expression happened to convey that everything he said was true. However, Long Piapiao's smiling corner of her mouth was harder to suppress than an AK-47. She resembled a victorious queen, overlooking the other women, examining her man beside her, sincerely apologizing and explaining to him. The clever women instantly felt relieved. It wasn't that Wang Fan didn't have them in mind. After all, in terms of looks and temperament, they weren't too different from Long Piapiao. They were all top beauties, each with their own shining points. If one had to say what the difference was, it was that each had their own merits. A man who could reject various beautiful women, after all, would eventually get tired of seafood and abalone if eaten every day. Instantly, the beautiful women on the ground understood Wang Fan's intentions. He was doing it for Long Piapiao, giving her an attitude as the main consort, brushing off the matter of the other women coming to find him tonight. Chapter 184. Inside, it was indeed very real. A few black men and a woman were dancing wildly. When Wang Fan looked at Li Sueki, his eyes sparkled with gold. He truly felt he had struck gold. The key was that this little thing had come to him, truly a blessing from the heavens. "All right, hurry and back out," Wang Fan instructed. "Can others trace your operations through the code?" Li Sueki confidently replied, "If they can find me, then I wouldn't be a female emperor. By the way, do you want these things? I can help you download them." Wang Fan thought for a moment. Having these things was like holding a ticking time bomb, and since Wang was already fed up with it, he figured he would definitely expose it once he came up. "No need. There's no need to get myself into trouble over this. Hurry and back out. I find you quite timid." Li Sueki looked down on Wang Fan, saying, "Do you want me to help you get some money? I can get you as much as you want from the White House. Don't worry. I guarantee there won't be any loose ends. Moreover, after my extraordinary efforts, I will definitely wash it clean for you, so you won't have any worries." Chapter 185. What do you want to find? Li Sueki turned to Wang Fan and asked, "As long as it's on this platform, I can help you find it." Wang Fan first gave Li Sueki a thumbs up. Although she seemed a bit clueless about social niceties, her computer skills were absolutely top-notch. "First, help me check if there are any bounty notices for me up there." Li Sueki now resembled Wang Fan's AI, and she began typing rapidly on the keyboard. "Brother Wang, what kind of grudge do you have with Zhang Shijun? He's actually put out 2 bounties on you in the dark web. The first for $100 million and the second raised to $300 million. I didn't expect my brother Wang to be so valuable. Is it true that the less hair you have, the more expensive you are?" As for the Zheng family, their stock market had already been suppressed to the brink of delisting. Once it was acquired back, they could directly let Fan Ren Entertainment go public through a shell. I can imagine the Zheng family will be infuriated upon hearing this news. Therefore, the remaining members of the Zheng family are all neatly imprisoned, unable to die comfortably. They must slowly have everything they once valued stripped away from them. Dying in despair is their best ending. Chapter 186. Young Master Wang, sorry to disturb you so late. I just wanted to confirm that your bank account received $10 trillion. Do you know about this? This statement actually made Wang Fan a bit displeased. I deposited my money in your bank, not for you to monitor me. Now that there's a bit of movement in the account, you come to verify the situation, which made him quite unhappy. President Bai, is there a problem with my money? Wang Fan's words made Bai Jie feel a jolt, to be honest. She knew it was quite abrupt and unprofessional to ask Wang Fan this, but the amount was indeed too large, and she couldn't help herself. Young Master Wang, I'm sorry. It's my first time seeing so much money. I really couldn't help but ask you to confirm. Since you know about it, I won't disturb you further. I apologize again. After speaking, she hung up without waiting for Wang Fan to respond. Just then, old Han's call came in, and after Wang Fan answered, he said, "Kid, where did you get so much money again? This is even bigger than our country's annual foreign exchange reserves. What kind of plane are you flying?" To be honest, Bai Jie called about this matter because she is part of the banking system, and it's normal for her to know this news as she is their biggest client. Chapter 187. Shit, it's that damn Dragon Country again. Recently, many killers on the leaderboard have fallen in Dragon Country, and that treasure site is about to open. Let the third brother take some people there to check on the whereabouts of the Empress. They will stop at nothing to bring her back to Dragon Country, and I want her to suffer immensely. Although Lucas was furious, while he was crazily killing Orcus, he was also thinking about what to do next. After all, bad emotions won't solve problems. One must find a way to resolve issues. Demon Lord, we have no money in our account now, and you bear some responsibility for this. Since the Empress could use such stealthy methods to take our money, I believe you also have the ability to bring her money to our account. When Lucas said this, his eyes were filled with madness. Boss, do you want me to make a move against Dragon Country? To get back the $100 trillion we lost? Fuck, Demon Lord. Has your brain turned to mush with all that coding? Is Dragon Country someone we can afford to offend? Find some organizations similar to us, hack their accounts, steal from some small countries. Chapter 188. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Han Qinggong was obviously angry this time. The Grand Elder received news that Lucas, the founder of the Pacific Dark Web, went mad and killed many Orcus, turning the entire island red. How dare you offend even the Grand Master? Don't you cherish your life? Wang Fan could only smile awkwardly after hearing this. What else could he say? No wonder Dragon Country's spies are everywhere. Even the movements of that mysterious dark web are under their surveillance. However, he could feel the concern of old Han, that kind of care from an elder to a junior. Wang Fan spread his hands innocently and said, "Old Han, did you get it wrong? Lucas going mad has nothing to do with me." Smack this time, the force of the table slam was even greater, but fortunately, it didn't break in half. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of this set of Wang Wally furniture. Are you still pretending with me? I want to see how long you can keep it up. But soon, old Han's anger turned into weakness, and he stared straight at Wang Fan, with a clear hint of sadness in his eyes. "Kid, am I not trustworthy enough for you? You keep using family matters to fool me." Chapter 189. Wang Fan also didn't expect that his timid and fearful father was actually a pure love warrior. Could it be that his cowardly demeanor was all an act? Perhaps he didn't want to argue with those troublesome villagers. After all, what was his status? It seems he has to go back again someday and have a good talk with his father. At over 20, he doesn't know more about his own dad than a stranger. Is that reasonable? Afterward, old Han still revealed the secret in his heart to Wang Fan, urging him to set aside some time to visit Jinling because a secret realm would be emerging. At that time, martial artists from all countries would participate in the treasure hunt, and if they could find the location in advance, they would gain more benefits. If lucky, they might find suitable spiritual treasures inside that could lead to a qualitative leap in their realm. When he got to this point, old Han looked at Wang Fan and said, "You've reached the realm of fasting and can control the sword. But I can't sense any fluctuation of spiritual power in your body. You feel like an ordinary person, not even a martial artist. What is going on?" Wang Fan grinned and said, "Of course. It's because the big person in my family taught me a set of methods to pretend to be a pig while eating a tiger, which can obscure my realm. This way, it makes the enemy let their guard down, and during a fight, I can deliver a fatal blow." Chapter 190. To avoid exposing Wang Fan, Li Sueki also put in a lot of effort, covering herself with a towel and lying on top of Wang Fan. Wang Fan's entire head was pushed underwater by her, and at this moment, the bathtub was still filling with water. If it weren't for Wang Fan's physique being modified by the godly rich system to 5 times that of an ordinary person, he would have drowned under normal circumstances. Just being submerged like this could have suffocated him, and the key was that Dong Mengjiao was still chatting with Li Sueki. To to avoid raising suspicion. She leaned halfway over the bathtub's rock wall. Moving around made Wang Fan very uncomfortable. After all, he wasn't a stoic person like Liu Xiaowei. With such a beauty on him, if his body didn't react at all, he would have to be a eunuch from the Qing dynasty. But he wasn't. He was a normal man with a particularly healthy body, so he did react. Li Sueki, the empress of the hacking world, naturally sensed the change in herself and wished she could kick this guy to death. What's wrong? I'm just answering your question. Li Sueki quickly adjusted her state. I hope President Dong can promote my sister more. I know my sister's capabilities best. The current job doesn't even utilize 50% of her abilities. If you give her more responsibilities, she will definitely provide you with unexpected returns. Chapter 191. Early in the morning, after the women had breakfast, they went to work. To avoid the awkwardness of seeing Dong Lingjiao, Li Sueki, and Lin Xiao, Wang Fan simply stayed in bed until after 10 in the morning. After all, he had just received $100 trillion, and he really had no desire to go work. If it weren't for the ringing phone waking him up, he would have continued sleeping. The intense battle with Long Piapiao the night before was truly a tie, which surprised Wang Fan. It seemed that Long Piapiao becoming a martial artist was quite beneficial for him. Hello, this is Wang Fan. Half asleep, Wang Fan answered the phone. What's the matter? Wang Fan, what time is it? Why are you still in bed? Did you get fired again? The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it right away. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm hanging up. I want to sleep some more. So sleepy, you didn't do anything bad yesterday, did you? Hearing the tone of the other person, Wang Fan squinted at the phone number, which was just a string of digits indicating that he hadn't saved this number before. Who are you? Are we familiar? Wang Fan, you heartless person, it's Meng Qian. Don't you remember we volunteered together at the nursing home? Chapter 192, based on experience. There might sometimes be deviations, so Wang Fan immediately apologized to Meng Qian. Sorry. I thought you were in some trouble and wanted to help you as much as I could. Meng Qian ignored Wang Fan, gazing out the window, lost in thought. To relieve the awkwardness in the car, Wang Fan played some upbeat music. After a while, Wang Fan thought Meng Qian had fallen asleep when he vaguely heard her say, Wang Fan, if you knew I used you, would you forgive me? Wang Fan pretended not to hear, focusing entirely on driving. Meng Qian might have just been murmuring to herself, perhaps not wanting Wang Fan to hear her. But Wang Fan's physical condition was 5 times that of an ordinary person, and his mental strength was even stronger. So he heard it, which made him even more curious. Perhaps he could really complete some hidden task. And thus he was full of expectation for this visit to the nursing home. He found a relatively large flower market nearby, through navigation, with various green plants and blooming flowers. Wang Fan bought a small truckload of them. He had the owner take care of these flowers to make them look more vibrant while he bought 2 large bouquets to put in the trunk. And of course, he didn't forget to get Meng Qian a small bouquet of sunflowers. At this moment, Meng Qian was a bit scared. After all, she was in a critical period of reviewing her visa. If she were really kicked out of Shanghai by this refined scoundrel in front of her, her visa to the cherry blossom country would definitely not come through. Wang Fan, why not let it go? You bought 2 bouquets anyway. Just sell them one. Before Wang Fan could respond, Li Minghua's family surrounded them. This little girl spoke like a sensible person. Those who know how to adapt are the wise ones. Fighting with early family will only lead to a dead end. It's an honor for you to have my grandfather take a look at your flowers. It's your blessing. How can you not be grateful and still be stubborn with us? You're just looking for death. Your family supports you to study in Shanghai, which isn't easy. So don't ruin your future and waste 4 years of university. Today's young people don't know their limits. They think they're amazing just because they got into college. They haven't been beaten down by society. In today's world, strength, capital, and connections are what matter. What do you 2 clueless kids have? You still dare to be stubborn with Mr. Li? It's like hitting a stone with an egg. It's better to back off now than to face unemployment before graduating. That would be a tragedy. Isn't it better to use a bouquet of flowers to make a good connection? Dad, what are you doing? He's just a bottom feeder. How can you kneel to him? Get up. It's humiliating. Kid, what did you do to make Mr. Li kneel to you? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? You should cut off your legs and apologize to Mr. Li. Old Li, get up quickly. You've embarrassed the Li family. Li Minghua angrily said to them, all of you kneel and beg this gentleman for forgiveness. If you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's all my fault for being reckless and provoking you. Please forgive me. Li Minghua was now as humble as a dog. Wang Fan snorted and kicked him, causing Li Minghua to fall flat on his back. What you just said to me, I'll return it to you. Even if you kneel and beg me. I won't show you any mercy. Were you? How dare you hit my dad? I'll have my uncle put you away so you can never come out again. Ha! It seems your uncle helps you do bad things often. I don't know if I can go in or not, but your uncle is already inside. You're talking nonsense. Do you know who my uncle is? Your whole family could go in, and he would never go in. Wang Fan was also impressed. How strong must this old man be? Not only is his mental strength super strong, but he also created illusions. With his muscular build, he doesn't look like an old man at all, but rather a strong middle-aged man. He was making some seductive movements in the water, and there was soap on the lakeshore. Damn, Wang Fan instantly understood why the service lady said that everyone who entered this room ended up becoming mentally ill. If you really fall into this old man's illusion, anyone would be confused, step by step walking into the lake, and then follow this old man to experience a story that cannot be told to outsiders. Anyone would go crazy. How did Dean Su let such a perverted madman in? Who knows how many people he has harmed? Young man, what are you hesitating for? Come over. This is the divine water that can make you free from illness and prolong your life. Of course, it would also make you incredibly strong, turning you into a fighter among men. You will thank me well. This is a rare opportunity for you. Suddenly the scene changed. The originally empty lake was filled with many enchanting, mature women in bikinis, and the lake instantly transformed into a smoky willow alley. Ding dong! Wang Fan finally received the God-level rich crit system. An involuntary brilliant smile appeared on his face. To the old man, this was definitely Wang Fan's heartfelt joy upon hearing that he would take him as a disciple. He liked this foolish warrior showing a worthless smile for some trivial benefit. Detected that the host is facing a choice, triggering choice task. Choice 1. Agree to become his disciple and face the system's disdain, which will abandon you, strip you of everything you have, and throw you back to the bottom as a loser. Hearing this option, Wang Fan broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this is asking for his life. He immediately pledged his loyalty to the God-level rich crit system. System, my loyalty to you is as bright as the sun and moon. How could I harm your reputation by becoming someone else's disciple? Rest assured, I will find a way to eliminate this damned old thing. How could he covet the host you chose? That old bastard truly deserves to die. Choice 2. Refuse the other party's request and gain the soul puppet skill. This skill allows you to control the other party by refining their soul. Applicable to those whose realm is lower than the host, or whose mental strength is weaker than the host, or those whose mental strength is damaged. At the same time, Wang Fan felt a special connection with the puppet in front of him. As long as he had a thought, the puppet would dissipate. One thing that amazed Wang Fan was that although they were connected, the death of the puppet would not affect him at all. As expected from the system, it was definitely a top-notch protection for oneself. Soon, information about the puppet appeared in Wang Fan's mind. He never expected that an old guy he encountered by chance would have such a powerful background. He turned out to be an ancient monster who had lived for over 1,000 years and was a powerful spiritual cultivator. Surviving in an era when spiritual energy was nearly depleted due to his cultivation method, which allowed him to occupy other people's bodies in the form of souls. Of course, not just any body could be occupied. It required a person with strong mental strength. Otherwise, if he occupied a regular person's body, that person would die from being unable to withstand his mental strength. Therefore, when he saw Wang Fan, he was particularly happy because not only did he have a strong body, but he also had powerful mental strength. After 1,000 years, this was the most perfect body he had ever seen. Wang Fan looked again at the old man on the bed, Shao Hai, and truly felt sorry for him. His woman and the P-head not only took away his fortune, but also sent him to a mental hospital. So, I advise men who are building their careers to take time to accompany their wives. Otherwise, your efforts might only be for someone else's benefit. Gently closing the door. There were already many people in the corridor, including Meng Qian, who was surrounded by others. There was even a man pushing her, which was a bit too much. How could a man hit a woman? Wang Fan jogged a few steps forward and saw the man about to make a move again. He grabbed the man's hand and said, "Why can't we just talk things out? Do we have to resort to violence? Who the hell are you to meddle in my business? Do you believe I can find someone to kill you? Is this even human speech?" Wang Fan was most annoyed by such people. If you're going to show off, at least don't act like you're on top of the world. The Dragon Country is a society governed by law. You can't just go around threatening to kill people like you're the king of Hell's uncle. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, Wang Fan. The speaker was none other than Qin Muxiue, a colleague from the same advertising company as Wang Fan. In Chapter 199, Zhu Laotu's daughter covered her face and barked at Wang Fan like a mad dog. You dare hit me? If you don't compensate me with a Maybach today, I won't let this go. Sometimes people are like that, no matter how wealthy their family is. Their greed knows no bounds. You wish. Wang Fan scoffed. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to be human. And you still have the face to ask me for a car? Get lost. His words really angered Zhu Laotu's daughter. Blinded by rage, she lunged at Wang Fan's face with claws outstretched. She acted like a shrew, and Wang Fan, naturally, wouldn't hold back against someone who didn't even consider themselves human. He kicked her away more than a meter, scaring Qin Mushiwe and her boyfriend into retreating. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Qian had already fed the medicine to Zhu Laotu. Perhaps she had been too agitated earlier, or perhaps she was genuinely angered by her unfilial children. This time, the medicine didn't seem to take effect as quickly as before. Looking at Zhu Laotu lying on the bed, breathing more out than in, Meng Qian felt a genuine fear. She had come this time to say goodbye to Zhu Laotu, as she had decided to start a new life in the Cherry Blossom Country. In Chapter 200, Remove the Ma. Wang Fan pointed at Zhu Laotu lying on the bed and said, Look. The once weak and labored breathing of Zhu Laotu had become steady, with a healthier complexion. Wang Fan thought of something and said to Meng Qian, Bring a basin of warm water. We need to clean him up. Qin Mushiwe was also drawn over by their conversation. She glanced at the bed and saw that Zhu Laotu indeed looked much better than before. Wang Fan, what did you do to Uncle Zhu? He's showing signs of recovery. You've really gotten yourself into trouble. When Uncle Zhu passes away, they'll definitely send you to the sewing machine. Look at what you've done. Uncle Zhu's forehead is starting to turn black. It's over. He's really going to die. Wang Fan was truly exasperated with some people, like dogs that can't be taught no matter how you discipline them. Qin Mushiwe, you're cursing for Uncle Zhu to die. Are you waiting to inherit his wealth? Wang Fan scoffed. You, someone who sells themselves, are still thinking about someone else's inheritance? Be careful of your greed. You might end up choking on it. Qin Mushiwe, having her thoughts exposed by Wang Fan, instinctively took a step back and pointed at Wang Fan. Wang Fan, you're really something. You've achieved financial freedom by finding an old rich woman, and yet you're jealous when I light a candle. Are you even human? In Chapter 201, Zhu Mingwei patted his head. Meng Qian had previously told him she wanted to leave Magic City, to escape this place of disputes and start a new life. She had even consulted him on whether he wanted to go with her. To be honest, at that time, his health was not suitable for any major movement, and his children had been causing trouble, leaving him feeling half-hearted and unwilling to burden Meng Qian any further. So he and T agreed. However, now that his health had improved thanks to Wang Fan's treatment, if Meng Qian was leaving, he would definitely want to go with her. But as Wang Fan said, simply making a will is not very meaningful. The main thing is to realize the existing assets so that he could take the money and follow Meng Qian for a double life. Zhu Mingwei turned to Meng Qian and said, Can we not go out? How about I leave the business to you to manage? Meng Qian shook her head without hesitation. I know my own capabilities. I'm not cut out for managing a company, and I just want to change my environment. All right, I respect your choice. Zhu Laotu said to Meng Qian, Then I will change my environment and live together with you. He then looked at Wang Fan and said, Dr. Wang, the business I have is somewhat related to your profession. It's a company related to pharmaceuticals. I wonder if you know any friends who need this kind of industry. I currently don't have the energy to manage it and just want to live with Meng Qian. In Chapter 202, the battle raged from the bathroom to the living room and then to the bedroom, and it was quite fierce. However, Wang Fan had given Aoyu a heads up beforehand. She couldn't scratch or claw at him, nor could she leave marks. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain later. He couldn't keep letting Dragon Soul Palace take the blame. In the middle of it all, Wang Fan also fed Aoyu 2 drops of top-grade spirit liquid. Otherwise, her stamina wouldn't recover so quickly. For an ordinary person, 1 drop is already the limit, so it can be said that Aoyu's physical condition is still quite good, able to withstand 2 drops. They continued until 9:30, when Aoyu reluctantly got up to dress. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if her family noticed something was off. Having seen the Blood Demon ancestor, Wang Fan felt he still knew too little about the martial artists in this world. He was genuinely afraid of Aoyu's betrayal being discovered by the monsters from her family, which could lead to a fatal blow, and he would lose a great bed partner. This would also affect his future plans, so he hurriedly took out the rosemary from the system space. He said to Aoyu, You go and light these in the living room. As soon as the other party enters the room, they will be knocked out. Then we can pick one with strong abilities and take all their cultivation. In Chapter 203, the fallen Songlong, he was filled with fury, unable to contain it any longer. He never expected that the future family head candidate, valued by their family, would betray them. It was truly infuriating. His face twitched slightly, and it was this moment that caught the blood demon ancestor, who was secretly observing. I told you this kid wasn't honest. And it turned out to be just as I expected. For the blood demon ancestor, who had become Wang Fan's puppet, there was no betrayal in his mind. He needed to inform Wang Fan about this, so he rushed into Wang Fan's room. Inside, Aoi was busy wanting Wang Fan to kiss her and hug her. So he quickly turned around and said, "Master, there's an old guy down there pretending. I don't know why, but he was already on guard before entering the room. He plans to launch a sneak attack on you and Miss Aoi, so please be cautious." Aoi was still lost in delight, unaware of the blood demon ancestor's existence. Wang Fan set her down and supported her shoulders, saying, "The old man downstairs hasn't been affected by the rosemary. He's trying to lure the snake out of its hole." What do we do? Grandpa Longy has reached the master level this year. He's the third strongest in our family. What should we do? Chapter 204. Aoyu is a very ambitious woman. Because of her ambition, she is unwilling to become a pawn of her family. When the opportunity to escape the family and take control of her own life arises, she does not hesitate to come to the foreign land of the Dragon Kingdom. She wants to prove herself with her own strength, to show that even without the Aoi family, she can create an empire of her own. Just as she is filled with aspirations to achieve great things, she discovers the existence of the magical beings known as warriors. Even more tragically, her brother and sister are both warriors. Therefore, no matter how hard she tries, she will always be insignificant in the eyes of her family. She once asked Grandpa Inoue how to become a warrior, and the answer was to use spirit stones and spirit liquids to nourish her body, which could potentially allow her to become a warrior. However, these items are treasures even to warriors themselves. She fell into despair until she met Wang Fan, and after giving herself to him, he directly ignited her hope of becoming a warrior. What she did not expect was that this day would come so quickly. When Wang Fan asked her if she was ready, she nodded heavily with tears in her eyes and said, "Fankuin, I am ready." Chapter 205. Aoyu smiled charmingly at Wang Fan and then leaned close to his ear, saying, "Fankuin, there is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom. The younger sister-in-law has half a PG from her brother-in-law. My sister has great talent in martial arts, and at a young age, she has already reached the 6th rank of internal energy release. You can take her in, so she can stay in the Cherry Blossom country and control the Aoi family and even the entire Cherry Blossom martial arts world. I don't want to be alone in the Cherry Blossom country, living apart from you. I can't stand that, okay? Fankuin." Wang Fan realized that people from the Cherry Blossom country are indeed quite selfish, willing to sacrifice anyone for their own interests. However, this doesn't seem unacceptable to him. Just as Wang Fan was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Wang Fan said to Aoi Yumi, who was kneeling on the ground, in English, "Get up." Aoi Yumi replied firmly, "If you don't agree to me, I won't get up." After several rings, there was no response from inside, and the people from Dragon Shield assumed something unexpected had happened, immediately preparing with their guns. As the doorknob turned, they rushed in and saw Wang Fan holding one person, while another was kneeling at his feet. Chapter 206. Han Qinggong, the old fox, laughed and passed the blame to Wang Fan. "Xiao Fan, this really can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too high profile lately. You've attracted a lot of attention, making those guys in the imperial capital a bit envious and jealous. So to calm everyone's anger, they added more tests for you." Wang Fan recalled the recent stir he had caused online, the extravagant purchases he had made, and the things he had done to the second-tier families in Magic City. He indeed had been a bit high-profile. "All right, I'll handle the urgent matters at hand, and then come over. I still don't know you. You're just a hands-off manager. What urgent matters could you have? How about this? You go over tomorrow morning." "Damn, is it that urgent? The earlier you go, the earlier you come back. I'm more at ease with you in Magic City." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Wang Fan and instructed his subordinates to carry Aoi Ryuichi away, as he was a master-level expert, and any mishandling would surely cause dissatisfaction from the little Cherry Blossom side. Of course, someone of Aoi Ryuichi's caliber could exchange for quite a bit of resources within the Dragon Soul Hall. Thinking of the spirit stones and spirit liquids in Wang Fan's possession, the old man Han could only laugh and consider it a reward for cleaning up after Wang Fan. Chapter 207. Upon returning to Villa Number 1 in Donghu Bay, Wang Fan opened the door and was stunned by the scene before him. These women were having a gathering at home, each with rosy cheeks, looking quite adorable. When they saw Wang Fan return, Long Piao patted the seat beside her and said, "Darling, come sit. We're reviewing everyone's gains from today." Wang Fan was truly impressed. Could it be that these women were all strong-willed? It was so late, and they were still awake, not afraid that staying up late would ruin their skin. Honestly, they really weren't worried. Every day, they were nourished by a drop of premium spirit liquid, and with no serious illness, any minor drawbacks could easily be compensated for. Seeing that no one else was getting up, Li Shuachin, who had been pulled over by her sister Li Sueki, hurried to take the candied hawthorn from Wang Fan's hands. "Thank you, President Li, for sharing with everyone." "All right, Chairman Wang." Li Shuachin was quite mindful of her manners. Initially, when her sister dragged her over, she didn't want to come at all. Although the first meeting with Wang Fan felt somewhat awkward, Wang Fan had redeemed her career, leading to everything she had now. She was already very satisfied and did not dare to have more extravagant expectations. Chapter 208. In this half-asleep, half-dreaming state, the two of them did not realize they had battled hundreds of rounds. Before becoming a warrior, Long Piao would have definitely lost. Ever since Wang Fan used the skill doubled stars to help her become a third-rank expert in internal energy release, Long Piao's physical condition had undergone a qualitative leap. When facing Wang Fan, her ability to withstand blows had become remarkably strong. Perhaps thinking about their impending separation the next day, Long Piao did not stop Wang Fan's requests. Therefore, the specific number of battles they had that night became unclear to both of them in their dazed state. Due to having not worked for some time, Wang Fan had no sense of time, while Long Piao, being drunk and stirred by Wang Fan, also lost track of time. The two of them slept until the sun was high in the sky. When Wang Fan looked at the time, he saw that the flight he was supposed to take had already arrived in the imperial capital. He could only change his flight time. Since he was already late, he might as well have one last go before parting. Chapter 209. One of the doctors said, "Colleague, although CPR is a standard treatment for heart disease under current conditions, it is the most effective treatment method. Do you think a few random injections will cure it? Do you think you are the reincarnation of the divine Dr. Hua Tua?" Logically speaking, what this doctor said was correct, but who is Wang Fan? He is a man with the skill of national medical sage. Even if the patient has only a breath left, he can still bring them back from the hands of the king of hell. Do you think that through CPR and artificial respiration, my old man will improve? In fact, it could be seen with the naked eye that there had been no substantial improvement. Instead, his complexion had worsened, as there were already signs of darkening on his face, and his eyes had begun to glaze over. At that moment, a young man beside them, with a crying tone, said, "Doctors, please be sure to save old Huang. He is the soul of our country's manned spaceflight. With him, we can conquer the stars and seas of the universe more quickly and steadily. If old Huang is gone, our space program could be delayed by 10 years, which would be a heavy blow to our aerospace efforts." This statement inadvertently put pressure on the three doctors who were treating the patient. If they couldn't save him, they would carry a lifetime of guilt. Chapter 210. With the increase of martial artists, the entire structure of Blue Star will surely change. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, if there are really madmen who use extermination-type nuclear weapons, with manned space exploration, we might be able to establish another survival base on another planet. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the future will suffer in the present. It's not too late to start working on this matter now. Since we encountered the soul of the manned space program by chance, why not strengthen this bond and make the relationship more solid? So, Wang Fan raised a finger, and Huang Dongsheng immediately understood. 10,000 is already a significant amount for a young person of your age. If everyone had the same love as you, little divine doctor, why would we worry about not achieving the manned space program's plan to land on Mars within 3 years? Hearing Huang Lao say this about Wang Fan, some people around felt that Wang Fan was a bit overrated. From his earlier tone, it seemed he could really push manned space exploration to more distant planets. But unexpectedly, he only donated 10,000. For a manned space program that often costs tens of millions or even billions, this amount is hardly worth mentioning. Chapter 211. Huang Dongsheng showed the text message he received on his phone to the loudest person nearby. One person still didn't believe it and said, "Receiving a text message doesn't prove anything. Many scams use text messages to deceive people. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that daily transfer amounts cannot exceed 50,000. Amounts greater than this need to be processed at the counter. So I suspect this is just that guy. What was his name again? Right, Wang Fan, trying to grab attention by creating a fake message. Huang Lao naturally stood by Wang Fan's side. He suppressed his anger and pulled up his bank account balance on his green bubble. Noticing that it matched the content of the received bank message, a proud smile appeared on his face. And he displayed this interface again in front of the person who claimed Wang Fan was fake. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Huang Lao said sternly, "Don't always judge a gentleman's heart with the thoughts of a villain." After seeing Huang Lao's account balance, that person no longer dared to speak. After all, the truth was right in front of them. Questioning would undoubtedly offend a big figure like Huang Lao. His extreme actions against Wang Fan were actually to attract Huang Lao's attention. Chapter 2:12 for these young people, they are all superficial. Initially, they become fans of someone based on their older brother or sister's looks. Wang Fan, with his striking good looks, could hardly be matched by anyone in their eyes. Chen Xiangdong had altered his face with surgery to achieve his current appearance, and he couldn't be compared to someone like Wang Fan, who was naturally handsome. The fans of Chen Xiangdong, who had been pushing and shoving in anger, immediately stopped their unfriendly actions. They were all like dogs accustomed to eating rough food, suddenly amazed by Wang Fan's looks. This commotion also caught Chen Xiangdong's attention. When he saw Wang Fan's handsome face, he felt a surge of jealousy. Anyone who has undergone surgery knows the difference between natural beauty and acquired looks. It's obvious. Why is it so unfair? He had endured so much suffering to become handsome, while this person in front of him, without any effort, was so much better looking. Sometimes a woman's jealousy can change a person's appearance, and men are not any less so. He signaled to his agent, who immediately understood Chen Xiangdong's intention. Chapter 213 Wang Fan also didn't expect that Chen Xiangdong would be so bold, daring to run away under Uncle Hat's inquiry. Many of these so-called popular stars have never received a proper education and don't even understand basic laws and regulations. They are merely favored by luck and recognized by others. And in the process, they become intoxicated by their fans' adoration, thinking they're the best in the world. This blind arrogance leads them to have no regard for rules. They're their own rules. Watching Chen Xiangdong turn to run, his fans were dumbfounded. Is this still their brother? This is turning into a fugitive situation. Uncle Hat has a keen eye, and after they called out his name, someone turned to leave in the crowded crowd, knowing that this person must be the Chen Xiangdong they were looking for. Chen Xiangdong, stop right there. If you run away again, it will only worsen your situation. At this moment, those die-hard fans of Chen Xiangdong saw their brother, trying to escape, and felt the need to provide assistance. They directly blocked Uncle Hat's path. What right do you have to arrest our brother? There are bad people around you that you don't even catch. Look at what you've done to my teeth. You need to be reasonable. Chapter 214, as an elderly person who has devoted his life to the Dragon Kingdom, Huang Dongsheng holds a transcendent position in everyone's hearts. Instantly, the noisy voices in the office ceased, and everyone looked at him. He smiled brightly at Wang Fan and said, "Little Divine Doctor, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. As you said, those who are destined to meet will come together quickly." Wang Fan also didn't expect that Huang Dongsheng's visit to the capital for a meeting was actually the investment promotion meeting organized by Qin Hao for him. Sometimes, fate is truly remarkable. Huang Lao, I didn't expect we would meet so soon. The subsequent matters became much simpler. After Huang Dongsheng arrived, he revealed that Wang Fan had invested 100 billion in him, which was enough to prove that the funds Wang Fan controlled were far beyond their imagination. First, I apologize to everyone. Due to various reasons, I did not meet with you at the agreed time, wasting your valuable time. I'm sorry. Wang Fan deeply bowed to everyone, and seeing such a polite and wealthy young man, the previous resentment had already dissipated significantly. Next, I don't want to waste too much of your time. Each of you will have 2 minutes to explain what you're doing, how much funding you need, and what returns you can offer me. Chapter 215 Qin Hao felt a bit aggrieved at this moment. The two people in front of him were not ones he could provoke, especially after hearing Bai Jingqi say that Wang Fan was a martial artist and a particularly powerful one at that. He immediately became submissive. As the young master of a top family in the capital, he had some understanding of martial artists. Therefore, these top second-generation individuals were all very afraid of Han Mimi, who was famously a tough character. The young master of the Wang family was notoriously unruly, looking down on everyone. Once, he arrogantly spoke ill of Han Mimi, and it was reported back to her ears. She single-handedly stormed the Wang family and reportedly beat their young master to a pulp. The Wang family said nothing and even sent Han Mimi away with a smile. From then on, in the capital city, Han Mimi earned a nickname, Boss Han. Upon hearing that Han Mimi said Wang Fan actually dared to stand her up, Qin Hao shrank his neck, realizing that this matter could be either big or small. However, after a moment's thought, he figured that since both of them were martial artists, it wouldn't be bad to sort out a hierarchy between the two. That way, he would only need to deal with the victor instead of having to manage both at the same time. Chapter 2:16. The investment conference was quite successful. Although it wasn't initially smooth, the final outcome satisfied the participants with the financing. Of course, there were those who didn't secure funding, but they were confident about collaborating with the Mortal Group at its headquarters in the Magic City. Having witnessed financing rounds of hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions, they were very optimistic about the Mortal Group and felt it was a rare opportunity to partner with such a giant, willing to do anything to get on board. Only in this way could their companies possibly ride on the battleship that was the Mortal Group and soar to great heights. The key was that the young helmsman of the Mortal Group was so generous and low-key. He was practical and not pretentious. And succeeding with someone like him felt as easy as drinking water. Qin Hao also secured $500 billion from Wang Fan for the Qin family's South commercial real estate and subway projects in the capital, which greatly elevated his status within the Qin family. After the investment conference, Qin Hao held a grand banquet. But Wang Fan didn't attend and was instead taken away by Han Mimi from the Qin group. It was unclear whether Han Mimi had been intimidated by Wang Fan's wealth at the conference, but her attitude towards him was no longer as resentful as before. Chapter 2:17. Years later, when someone asked Han Mimi what her first impression of Wang Fan was, she always remembered that scene in the alley late at night, where they chatted while eating spicy skewers. In the second-generation circle of the capital, not only were there rich second-generation heirs, but also second-generation martial artists. And they all feared Han Mimi because she was a martial artist and didn't fear anyone when it came to family background. After all, she had a grandfather who nearly got crippled for the country and still served in the Elders' Council. With that alone, she could walk freely in the capital. Moreover, her martial arts talent was exceptionally high, and at a young age, she was already touted as the best below the grandmasters. When they were settling the bill, the boss lady insisted on not taking any payment, but when both parties were pulling at each other, it severely affected her business. After all, around 10 o'clock at night was when night owls came out to hunt for food. Wang Fan held Han Mimi's hand and said, "Let us go. We'll come back to support the boss lady's business later." Little Wang is quite understanding. Little Han is always too polite to me. Really, you should learn from your boyfriend. If I were as polite as you, our family wouldn't be able to stand in the capital. Okay, thank you, boss lady. We'll see you again. Chapter 2:18. Han Qinggong, unable to reach out, could only sigh and think that the younger generations would have their own fortunes. Mimi, is Wang Fan by your side? Yes. Han Qinggong sighed again. That pig-headed Wang Fan really had a knack for pushing away good cabbage. Old Jean is about to kick the bucket. Ask him if he brought the 1,000-year ginseng he got from the Murong family auction. Han Mimi, feeling a bit guilty, looked at Wang Fan and asked, "Did you bring that 1,000-year ginseng?" Wang Fan looked at his feet and replied, "My foot hurts." Han Mimi knew this guy was being unreasonable again, so she asked him patiently, "Then what can I do to make it stop hurting?" Wang Fan pointed his cheek and said, "You give me a kiss." This was naturally transmitted through the microphone to Han Qinggong's side, making the old man so furious he almost blew his top. Then he heard the sound of a kiss through the microphone, which nearly made him throw his phone. He suspected that his call had interrupted the two of them in the middle of a romantic moment. So both his granddaughter and that little brat Wang Fan were acting up together to annoy him. He sighed again, thinking, how could a girl be so outgoing? Just this morning, she wanted to kill him, and by evening, she wanted to jump into bed with him? What on earth happened between the two of them? Chapter 2:19. Jin Xingtan was somewhat troubled by his second son leaving home. After all, it challenged his authority as a father. And the other two sons resorted to the Miaojiang method of raising poison insects to fight each other. Whoever defeated the other would end the struggle. In the end, the eldest son, Jin Longfei, and the third son, Jin Longxiang, formed a situation of territorial separation. It was at this time that old Jin, while on a mission, was severely injured like old Han, with his life hanging by a thread. No one knew why the third son, Jin Longxiang, would sell the dragon shield he had. The entire Jin family's strength continued to decline. If old Jin died at this time, it would be a fatal blow to the Jin family. as a former comrade. Old Han didn't want old Jean to leave like this. So he thought of Wang Fan to see if he would be willing to offer the 1,000-year ginseng obtained from the Murong family auction. With this ginseng, old Jean might extend his life a little longer, allowing the Jean family to operate and find the best doctor in the world to treat him. After hearing Han Mimi talk about the Jean family situation, Wang Fan couldn't help but sigh. The Jean family really brought this upon themselves, getting all torn apart. It seems that male chauvinism is truly undesirable. Chapter 220. At this time, the only one who could throw such a fit in front of the Jean family was Jin Jiqing, who held the Northern Dragon Shield. His father Jin Longfei had no other competition. Jin Jiqing awkwardly gestured for Han Mimi and Wang Fan to enter the room, and once inside, they discovered there was a suite. This was essentially a small living room for receiving guests. And then Jin Longfei reprimanded the so-called divine doctors invited by the Jin family, as if he were scolding his grandchildren. Clearly, these so-called divine doctors, who were usually revered by others, seemed helpless in the face of the elderly man nearing death. Given the Jin family's power, they could only endure the scolding. Otherwise, they might provoke the Jin family's wrath, which could lead to their own demise alongside old Jin. Upon seeing Han Mimi, Jin Longfei's expression softened slightly as he smiled and said, "Nephew Han, you're here. How has old Han been lately?" "Hello, Uncle Jin, my grandfather is doing well. I came today on his behalf to bring a divine doctor for Grandpa Jin. This is Wang Fan from the Magic City, who not only has a 1,000-year ginseng, but also possesses extraordinary medical skills." The relationship between the Han and Jin families was quite good, although there had been some minor rifts due to the marriage between Jin Jiqing and Han Mimi, which was limited to the younger generation. Chapter 221. Just because you in Yaowang Valley can't do it doesn't mean that everyone else in the world can't. You're just a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. Since the other party is shameless, there's no need to save face for them. It's time to unleash full firepower and bombard them directly. Lu Lingshu's greatest pride is being the direct disciple of the master of Yaowang Valley, so he will not allow anyone to slander it. He angrily pointed at Wang Fan and said, "Ignorant child, in today's world, if there are no medical classics from Yaowang Valley, then there would be none in this world. Not to mention someone like you, a wild kid who doesn't know where you popped out from, claiming to have some medical knowledge as your own ability. What do you think you are? If Yaowang Valley is filled with people like you who are arrogant and ignorant, then I truly feel sorry for the old master of Yaowang Valley for taking in such a thing. In fact, the disciples of Yaowang Valley are very humble and polite within the valley. But once they enter the world, they feel that the rest of the world is insignificant, and only they are above it all. The medical path may not be very strong during cultivation, but it is definitely the most feared path, as everyone must face life, aging, illness, and death. A good doctor can definitely save your life at a critical moment. Chapter 222. I don't know if Lu Lingshu is pretending or what, but after performing 6 needles, he was sweating profusely, as if he had expended a lot of energy. Then he waved his hand again, took a green gourd from the medicine box, opened the lid, and drank several mouthfuls. A satisfied look appeared on his face. Then he returned the gourd to its place, got a towel, wiped his face, and draped the towel around his neck. He began to needle the Feng Fu and Chang Jiang points again with 2 needles. For the last needle, he did not finish in one go, but paused to observe old Jin again. This made the Jin family members start to get nervous. How could the life-threatening 9 needles be stopped after the last one? "Dr. Lu, why aren't you continuing? I'll check old Jin's condition first, and then decide where to place the last needle. Different acupoints yield different effects, so it's better to be cautious. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Lu." This was merely Lu Lingshu's excuse, as he realized that after 8 needles, old Jin was very different from the patients he had seen before. Typically, by the 5th needle of the life-threatening 9 needles, the patient would definitely have a reaction. But this time, it was strange. After 8 needles, the other party showed no reaction at all. Chapter 223. Hearing Wang Fan's explanation, Jin Jiqing looked at the data, maintaining his grandfather's vital signs. The once winding lines were gradually weakening toward a straight line. The emotions he had been holding back erupted directly as he rushed over and grabbed Lu Lingshu by the collar, questioning, "Why is my grandfather like this? If anything happens to him, I'll make you bury him with me." Lu Lingshu did not expect that after exhausting all his knowledge, he would still be of no help. However, given the Jin family's influence in Longhua, if they accused him of killing old Jin, it would truly be a futile death. Even if the old master Yao Wang knew, he wouldn't say anything. Compared to Jin Jiqing's impulsiveness, Jin Longfei was much calmer. He grasped the key point, as he was not only focused on Lu Lingshu treating his father, but was also secretly observing Wang Fan. Just a moment ago, after Wang Fan counted down 3, his father spat out a mouthful of blood, and with the previous various statements, it was enough to prove that Wang Fan had real skills. He then walked over to Wang Fan, bowed deeply, and sincerely said, "Dr. Wang, please help save my old man." Chapter 224. Regarding Jin Longfei's character. Wang Fan still trusted him, so he did not wait for the property rights of Longdu North to arrive and began treating Jin Longxiang. After all, Jin Longxiang was once the master of the southern Longdu, and seeing him in such a situation, even if the Jin family did not give him the northern Longdu, he would still intervene to save him. Accepting his benefits, saving his life could be seen as settling a karmic debt. Silver needles were inserted into Jin Longxiang as if they were free, quickly turning him into a hedgehog, and blood began to flow constantly from the silver needles. At first, it dripped slowly, but later it sprayed out directly. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Jin Longxiang died from excessive blood loss. Jin Longfei cautiously asked from his side, "Little doctor, do we need to prepare blood?" "No need." Wang Fan replied, "Done. He just needs to release some blood to cool him down." In martial arts, haste makes waste. If the foundation is solid, there's a chance to soar in the future. Your brother is too anxious, always wanting quick success, which ultimately harms himself. Meeting me is considered as good fortune. Wang Fan formed a hand seal, and suddenly 2 golden flames appeared in his hand, definitely not comparable to Lu Lingshu's blue flames that were merely for show. Chapter 225. Old Jin also seemed to be in good spirits, saying with a smile on his bed, "If you don't want to be my grandson, then you can be my godson." Before Wang Fan could respond, Han Mimi, who was beside him, was already displeased and elbowed Wang Fan. Now that she and Wang Fan were peers, if old Jin truly recognized him as a godson, she would have to call Wang Fan uncle, which would be chaotic. Jin Jiqing's expression also changed, as it was originally an equal relationship, but suddenly it became unequal, making it hard for anyone to accept. Wang Fan did not respond to old Jin, but waved his hand, causing the 3 silver needles inside old Jin's body to break through his skin. "Ouch, you little brat. Couldn't you give me a heads up? You want to kill the old man, huh? Damn it, just as Hans said, you're vengeful. If you had been a little off, you would have caught yourself in trouble." Old Jin was surprisingly quite lovable, straightforward, and said whatever came to his mind. Unlike old Han, who sometimes liked to beat around the bush. "What, you still don't want to?" Old Jin stared at Wang Fan and said, "Do I need to bow to you before you agree?" Chapter 226. One should not be self-righteous and arrogant. Otherwise, they will eventually be slapped in the face. As there are always greater people out there. True big shots are low-key and pragmatic. Only those who want to deceive you for money will loudly proclaim on various platforms, ultimately aiming to say, "Family, I have provided benefits for you again. Hurry up and place your orders." You directly buy without thinking, treating the streamer as a good friend, while the money goes straight into their pockets. At the beginning of the year, they buy luxury cars, and by the end of the year, they buy villas, all taken from the pockets of their families. Currently, Lu Lingshu is like a fraudulent streamer who has been exposed for selling fake goods, standing in front of the screen, crying, and begging for forgiveness. Is he truly asking for forgiveness? He is just afraid of losing the opportunity to continue harvesting. The only difference is that Lu Lingshu is focused on advancing towards a higher path in acupuncture, wanting to take a step further in the medical field. Old Jin looked at Wang Fan and said, "Grandson, we cannot deny the contributions of Yaowang Valley to society just because of this one rotten apple. They have made outstanding contributions to promoting traditional Chinese medicine." Yes, Lu Lingshu chimed in. "I'm the rotten apple of Yaowang Valley, a stirring stick. I hope the divine doctor will not hold it against me." Chapter 227. After the sun was high in the sky, Wang Fan and Han Mimi finally got out of bed. Neither Wang Fan nor Han Mimi had expected their relationship to progress so rapidly. If old man Han knew the outcome was like this, he would have flown to the capital to keep a close eye on them. This was way too fast. They had already crossed the line before they were even mentally prepared. Han Mimi also experienced the joy of being cared for by her boyfriend, as Wang Fan would always serve her the first bite of every dish. Usually, a meal would take at most 20 minutes, but their special lunch lasted an hour and a half. After a satisfying meal, Wang Fan intended to engage in more intimate activities, but was directly rejected by Han Mimi. After all, according to their plan, Wang Fan was supposed to go to the training base of the Dragon Soul Palace yesterday. However, due to various reasons, Wang Fan was a day and a half late, which seemed quite disorganized and undisciplined to outsiders. As Wang Fan and Han Mimi were preparing to head to the training base of the Dragon Soul Palace, internal affairs within the Wang family in the capital were also becoming less peaceful. The Jin and Wang families had never gotten along well, a conflict that could be traced back to the time of Old Man Jin and Old Man Wang, when Old Man Wang fell in love with a girl who liked Old Man Jin instead. Chapter 228. From Qin Hao's reaction upon seeing Han Mimi. It was clear that she was a thorny rose, now that she had become his woman. It was quite bold of her to appear so flamboyantly at the training base of the Dragon Soul Palace. Wang Fan had anticipated this day would come, so he decided to be high profile this time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he dismissed the people in the base with disdain and stood his ground. He knew very well that these martial artists were vastly different from ordinary people. Ordinary people would submit at the sight of power, prestige, or money, while martial artists pursued strength. If you were strong enough, they would act submissively before you. Sometimes, a subtle reminder could be the most cutting. The young man who was silenced by Wang Fan was sweating profusely. What one sees may not be the truth. Until you are invincible, one should remain low-key and remember that trouble often comes from careless words. Wang Fan patted the shoulder of the other person and then turned to Han Mimi, saying, "Let's go." This time, no one dared to provoke them again, as their strength was comparable to the person Wang Fan had defeated. So no one wanted to make a fool of themselves. Han Mimi, ignoring everyone, sprinkled salt on their wounds by giving Wang Fan a kiss on the cheek and smiling. "Darling, you look so handsome." Chapter 229. Upon seeing Huang Fu Wei's state, the onlookers began to distance themselves from Wang Fan, as if he were a plague. This was terrifying. The usually suave young master Huang Fu was now reduced to a helpless child. This was beyond their understanding. It was simply sorcery. Wang Bingbing was so scared that she withdrew from the fight. If she got caught up in this, who knows what embarrassment would follow. Han Mimi's eyes sparkled. It seemed that the man she found was indeed a treasure. If this technique were used in a real battle, it would surely be a nightmare for the enemy. In that state of crying for his mother, one could just go up and finish him off with a knife. Suddenly, a strong mental pressure hit Wang Fan, causing him to cover his head, and then he heard a voice in his ear. "All right, he has been punished. Withdraw your technique." Wang Fan was actually unconvinced. As when Huang Fu Wei attacked him earlier, the other party did not intervene. Now that Huang Fu Wei was at a disadvantage, they stood up as mediators. What kind of nonsense was that? However, the situation was stronger than the individual. After all, the other party was more powerful, and he was not yet a match. So he could only obey. Otherwise, he might suffer some physical or mental pain. Chapter 230. The originally relaxed conversation atmosphere instantly turned tense with a single sentence from Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, what are you talking about? He is Wang Fan. How could he be the blood demon ancestor you mentioned?" Han Mimi panicked, completely flustered. After all, she had just worked on software hardening projects with Wang Fan that morning. If there was another person, what did that make her? She grabbed Wang Fan's arm and said, "You better tell Uncle Zhang who you are. Don't scare me." Wang Fan ignored Han Mimi and stared intently at Uncle Zhang, revealing an incredulous smile. "I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, someone would still remember me. You are quite impressive." Han Mimi's grip on Wang Fan's hand snapped back as if it were spring. She couldn't believe all this. Why was heaven playing such a joke on her? She felt utterly lost, murmuring, "Why? Why? Why?" It was hard to accept that after finally liking someone, he turned out to be an ancient monster from 1,000 years ago. Uncle Zhang, seeing that Wang Fan had no malicious intent towards Han Mimi, continued to ask, "Do you know which ancestor left the relics in Jinling?" Chapter 231. Wang Fan looked at the envoy token of the Dragon Soul Palace in his hand and asked Han Mimi beside him, "Why do I feel like I've fallen for Uncle Zhang's trick? This envoy token feels like a slavery document, meant to bind me tighter and make me work for him." Han Mimi rolled her eyes and said, "How many people dream of obtaining an envoy token, and you think it's worthless? This only shows that Uncle Zhang values you highly and hopes you can help the Dragon Kingdom become better while maintaining your integrity." Wang Fan gave Han Mimi a thumbs up in appreciation. It was evident she was a child raised in the capital, with a tone and attitude that were impressively proper. "By the way, is Uncle Zhang a member of the Elder Council? He looks quite young." Han Mimi rolled her eyes again, saying, "Did my grandpa not tell you before you came? He even tried to promote his granddaughter to me. He never mentioned any of this. Wang Fan's teasing made Han Mimi blush. Wang Fan, are you trying to get yourself killed? You just curse me, and if I really die one day, you'll be left a widower. Han Mimi raised her hand and slapped Wang Fan's face. Hurry up and say if you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash your dog head. Chapter 232. Regarding Han Mimi's concerns, Wang Fan naturally had his solutions. He called the agency to help find the highest-end housekeeping service in the capital. They needed to be young, beautiful, professional, and most importantly, obedient and discreet. Facing a big client like Wang Fan, the agency naturally did not dare to be negligent and immediately guaranteed to complete the task. Han Mimi, listening beside him, felt a bit unhappy, thinking she had never seen someone who could spend money like this. She couldn't help but nag, "You settle everything with money. What if one day you run out of money?" It's easy to fall into extravagance from frugality, but hard to go back. Wang Fan thought to himself that with his rich man crit system, he would never run out of money in this lifetime. So since he got the system, he had never worried about money. Even if there is no system now, the fixed assets he obtained before are enough for him to spend 100 million every day without running out of money. Therefore, Wang Fan does not agree with Han Mimi's idea, but he fully understands it. After all, she is not like Dong Mengjiao, who knows exactly how many assets she has. Yes, you are right, but don't forget that 99% of things in this world can be solved with money. Chapter 233. While Wang Fan and Han Mimi were enjoying themselves in the capital, the Zhuge family on Langya Mountain was holding their monthly family meeting. Zhuge Hongtu, sitting in the main seat, said, "Today, there are two topics for the meeting. The Jinling secret realm is about to open, and our Zhuge family must take the lead in this secret realm to prepare for our emergence. The other topic is the income situation of the branches entering the world this month and the expected growth for next month. Let's start with the second topic. Let's discuss the income from each region, as these relate to where our Zhuge family will settle down after entering the world. Currently, the Zhuge family's branches in the entire Dragon Kingdom are divided into 5 regions: East China, South China, North China, Central China, and the Northwest. When the contacts from other regions reported their earnings and breakthroughs over the past month, the contact person from the East China region began to sweat. This is because he had lost contact with the East China region's leader, Zhuge Rui. The health product business in East China has been booming recently, with revenue approaching 10 billion. Not long ago, Zhuge Rui was still asking the family for ancient prescriptions as he was planning for the company's IPO. If it can successfully go public, the scale may reach nearly 100 billion, which would greatly assist the Zhuge family's entry into the world. Chapter 234. Qian Shiguang said this because he knew that through Wang Fan's mysterious means, Qian Duo and the others have become powerful martial artists. Now that so many foreign martial artists have arrived, if anyone dares to cause trouble in their bar, they can directly have Wang Fan strip them of their entire cultivation. Who knows, he might even become a master himself at that time. The influx of martial artists is a dangerous sign for the Dragon Soul Hall, but for Wang Fan or the Dragon Shield, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Shield. Dong Mengjiao also agreed with Qian Shiguang's proposal, but Wang Fan had been in the Dragon Soul Hall for a while now, and there had been no news, which meant he was definitely busy. We shouldn't place all our hopes on Director Wang. Once he finishes his business, he will definitely come back. During this time, we should arrange for the stronger members of the Dragon Shield to be positioned in larger and better bars in our Magic City, so that if any emergencies arise, they can be resolved immediately. Dong Mengjiao thought for a moment and said to Qian Shiguang, "I will also find a way to contact Director Wang and let him know the situation we are facing." Chapter 235. Following Wang Fan's request, the pilot reported to the Air Traffic Control Department and increased the flight speed again, which could shorten the time by half. Wang Fan told Han Mimi about Long Pia Piao and the others being kidnapped by the Zhuge family. Han Mimi immediately found information about the Zhuge family on the internal network of the Dragon Soul Hall. After her analysis, she concluded that the person leading this time from the Zhuge family was likely a nascent soul-level great cultivator. Wang Fan asked in confusion, "What is the equivalent of a nascent soul cultivator in martial arts?" Han Mimi thought for a moment and said, "It's roughly the master level." However, the nascent soul-level great cultivators from hidden families are generally stronger than those at the master level. After all, both their inherited techniques and understanding of cultivation are more advantageous than ordinary martial artists. No matter how powerful the opponent is, we must find a way to rescue the people. Should I give Uncle Jean a call and have him send support? After all, a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage is beyond what we can handle. Thanks, but not yet. I will think about how to respond. Chapter 236. Han Mimi stared at Wang Fan with her big, beautiful eyes, looking puzzled. Could it be that the pressure was too much, causing him to have a nervous breakdown? Otherwise, why was he acting so strangely, sometimes frowning and sometimes cheerful? Moreover, the black obsidian thunderstorm ball was made using ancient methods, and the current environment does not allow for the production of such disposable weapons targeting cultivators or martial artists. To think that one black obsidian thunderstorm ball could deal with a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage is simply wishful thinking. I can't let Wang Fan make such a mistaken judgment. Han Mimi seriously grabbed Wang Fan's arm and urged him to calm down. Then she said, while the black obsidian thunderstorm ball is indeed rare, as it is made using ancient secret methods, it cannot be produced in today's environment. Finding things like the blood of spirit beasts is impossible, even if you were lucky enough to find it. Who would be willing to bleed their spirit beast just to make a black obsidian thunderstorm ball? Compared to this disposable item, everyone would prefer to raise a spirit beast with growth potential. If you plan to use this black obsidian thunderstorm ball against the Zhuge family's great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, I must say that it would be a path to self-destruction. Chapter 237. After Aoi Yu relayed the situation she saw at the abandoned factory to Wang Fan, he became very angry. These so-called hidden families are truly rubbish. They completely disregard current laws and regulations and act purely according to their own whims. It's simply outrageous. Given the number of people on the other side, how to resolve this quickly without harming Long Pia Piao and the others is indeed a headache for Wang Fan. System. Can I use Rosemary in the mirror space? Remove the character Ma, as all products from this system are naturally compatible. Okay, thank you. Wang Fan then synced his plan with Aoyu. As soon as he started to take action, Aoyu would swiftly control the 6 guards watching over Long Pia Piao and the others. After arranging everything, Wang Fan confidently walked into the abandoned factory. I must say, these people are quite confident. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have someone at the door, allowing Wang Fan to enter easily. When he reached the door of the warehouse, the Zhuge family's people finally reacted. Are you the Wang Fan who killed Zhuge Rue? The previously oily-faced young man looked at Wang Fan coldly and asked, you arrived quite early. Otherwise, I would have shown you some different good shows. Chapter 238. Zhuge Yi, as a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage, had done well in terms of self-protection. When he entered the space, he had already used spiritual energy to create a layer of protection for himself. Now, realizing something was wrong, he took out a talisman and added another layer of protection. However, at that moment, the blood demon ancestor appeared in the mirror space and immediately launched a major attack without holding back. Despite Zhuge Yi's many precautions, he did not expect that Wang Fan had means of spiritual attack, and by the time he was ready to take action, it was already too late. He had already crossed from the mirror space to that night when he parted ways with his beloved. Zhuge Yi, I'm getting married tomorrow. If you take me away today, there is still a chance. Will you take me away? Zhuge Yi, you want me, right? Even if we can't be together, I still want to give you my first time. Zhuge Yi, you are such a coward, betraying my true feelings. You will swallow 10,000 silver needles. Zhuge Yi, why? Why? Why can't you take me away? I'm not afraid of hardship or fatigue. As long as I'm with you, everything is sweet. Xin Yuan Shui's repeated questioning was like a devastating attack, completely unveiling Zhuge Yi's painful past. They had been childhood sweethearts. Chapter 239. When Zhuge Yi opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with greed. Taking a deep breath, he said, that long-lost feeling, I, the ancestor, have finally found a body that can carry my soul. Then, Wang Fan used his skills as a national medical saint to help the blood demon ancestor stop the bleeding from the wound inflicted by Aoyu and performed simple bandaging. The following matters became much easier. Wang Fan called back Long Pia Piao and the others to the warehouse and turned Dongmeng Jiao and the others into martial artists, with each of their strengths reaching the 5th rank or above in external energy. As a result, Long Pia Piao's strength became the lowest, and Wang Fan sensed her slight disappointment. Quickly comforting her, when there's a suitable level for you, I will change it for you. This made Long Pia Piao happy again. As for the other Zhuge family members, Wang Fan called over some Dragon Shield members to convert the cultivation levels of the younger generation of the Zhuge family using the technique of Dozhuan Xingyi. At the same time, He had the blood demon ancestor use secret methods to make them forget everything that happened in Magic City. This meant that when they woke up, they would not only find their cultivation gone, but would also be terrified to discover they were in an abandoned factory in the wilderness. Chapter 240, Zhuge Pifu. Do you dare to hit one of the heirs of the Yao family's future head? Are you completely turning against us? As the words fell, an elder with an ethereal presence appeared, looking even older than Zhuge, staring at him with anger. The blood demon ancestor quickly searched his mind for information about this person. Yao Yuxuan, a member of the Yao family elder council, was also a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, slightly surpassing Zhuge, who was at the early nascent soul stage, reaching the mid-nascent soul stage. However, Yao Yuxuan was not facing the real Zhuge. After observing for a while, he found something strange about Zhuge, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Despite being at a lower level, there seemed to be a layer of mist that made him hard to see through. Therefore, he did not rashly act, but wanted to understand clearly before taking action. Zhuge did not directly answer Yao Yuxuan's words, but took a big sip from his green stick and then sprayed Yao Yuxuan's face. Such childish behavior, as if playing house, would be hard to believe if it came from an elder of a hidden family. Yet Zhuge, he did it so boldly. Chapter 241, No. Bobo did not hesitate at all and directly rejected Sima Bowen. This caused Sima Bowen to pause with his fan. This was too disrespectful for him. The future heir of the Sima family. I want to know you. That's your fortune from 8 lifetimes. How dare you refuse? Do you want to die? Unable to get what he wanted, he threatened, which had always been the style of these reclusive young masters. Yes, meeting our young lord is your fortune from 10 lifetimes. You're still not satisfied. Truly an ungrateful woman. As a newly advanced martial artist in the late fusion stage, Bobo didn't indulge these so-called young masters with a backhand slap. She sent the late-stage cultivator flying. Sima Bowen did not expect that this beautiful girl was not only stunning, but also a cultivator, which was exactly his type. Only with a woman like this would his family not oppose him. After all, becoming a cultivator in such a vast environment is incredibly difficult. It requires rare materials piled up to have chance. Thus, Sima Bowen did not show any anger when his subordinate was beaten. Instead, he became exceedingly excited. Chapter 242. The one who replied to Sima Bowen was a slap from his mother. Woman, all you think about is women. Can't you think of anything else? The Jinling secret realm is about to open. How many maps have you found? Just like your bastard father can't tell the priority. All you think about is women. Do you believe I'll castrate you to see if you still want women? It must be said that the saying the most poisonous is a woman's heart is becoming more relevant. Women can be so fierce they even curse themselves. And she could even do something as drastic as sterilizing her son. Truly the strongest mother. And what's more, this woman is incredibly strong, at least in Wang Fan's eyes. Stronger than Zhuge, who is only at the early nascent soul stage. Facing such a powerful opponent alone, he knew he couldn't win or escape. If he did, what would happen to his women? Would they really be taken back to the Sima family? Wang Fan hurried to check the God Wealth Value Mall to see if there was a way to resolve the current dilemma, but after searching, he could only blame himself for being financially strained and unable to afford anything. This was indeed a serious issue. After all the fuss, he still messed it up. He should have sent the others to the box first when Han Mimi acted. Chapter 243. At that time, the system used its cold voice to present 3 options. First, complete the tasks issued by this system. Second, trigger a hidden task. Third, use God Wealth Value to purchase in the mall. Wang Fan did not continue with the third method. The money he had spent hadn't even formed a large-scale effect, leaving him unable to accumulate more God Wealth Value. As for the first method, it seemed the system had forgotten it, as it hadn't issued tasks for a long time. Even when he was furious after Xianyuan Shui slapped him, there was still no task triggered, unlike when he first received the system, where significant emotional fluctuations would lead to relevant tasks being issued. Now, he was in dire straits, yet the system did not come forward to support him. Thus, the first method of waiting for the system to issue tasks had to be pushed back a bit. The only option left was the second one, triggering a hidden task, which had a relatively high probability of occurring. Last time in the nursing home, he completed a double kill. It seems he still needed to experience life more and not be too satisfied with the status quo. He should strive harder and not become lazy just because he had money. Only by taking action can he meet more people and see more things. Perhaps when he reaches out to do something, he will complete the system's hidden task. Chapter 244. Although Wang Fan pretended to tell the slightly naive girl in front of him that his grandfather had just passed away and he was out running errands, he felt quite guilty for lying about a grandfather he had never met. However, her idea was quite bizarre, claiming that Wang Fan's grandfather died at the wrong time. In the royal courtyard of the capital, the old Master Wang kept sneezing. That little person dares to gossip about me behind my back. If I find out who you are, I will make you wish you were dead. Look, this is exactly what they say. If you're not a family, you won't enter the same door. The Wang family can be ruthless even to their own. Arriving at the entrance of a bar, Wang Fan instinctively thought that a frail-looking man waiting for someone was the boyfriend of the young girl. Handsome, thank you for giving me a ride. By the way, we haven't exchanged contact information yet. The girl said, remember to give a 5-star review, and you'll naturally know my contact details later. Before she could finish her sentence, the frail man came over and pointed at Wang Fan, yelling, who are you? Are you having an affair with my wife? Why don't you get out of your car? Wang Fan was confused, thinking, what the hell is this? They really are a match made in heaven. Chapter 245. For such a highly sensitive girl, Wang Fan really didn't know how to comfort her. He remembered a Douyin video he had seen before, the one that had gone viral online and was positively imitated by many. In the video, a heartbroken netizen leaned against a wall, silently sad, and his mother came over to comfort him, softly singing, touch flowers and grass, touch feelings, move hands and feet, touch hearts. Fate without the chance to be together. No matter how much love equals zero. This also showed us why Yunnan is called crazy. In terms of internet celebrities, anyone who steps out to showcase their talent is terrifyingly strong. Wang Fan, possessing perfect singing skills from the system rewards, imitated the voice of that Yunnan mother remarkably well. Yang couldn't help but laugh, then shyly nudged Wang Fan's arm and said, I didn't expect your way of comforting people to be so special. Hearing her speak like this, Wang Fan was genuinely worried that she would come out with a Taiwanese accent later. Just don't hit people casually, Wang Fan complained. Yang then realized she had lost her composure and reached out her delicate hand to stroke Wang Fan's face. Chapter 246. You're beautiful, but I'm really not capable. Wang Fan didn't want to get too involved with this girl, whom he thought had some issues, and directly admitted to a problem many men dare not face. Sometimes, it's understandable to back down due to circumstances, but Yang was not the type to easily change her mind once she had made a decision. If you say it's not possible, then it's not possible. Why does everything have to be decided by men? Aren't women human too? She escalated the conversation from a normal discussion to a gender confrontation, and Wang Fan was at a loss. It seems that the old saying is true, don't try to reason with a woman. Otherwise, you'll really know what failure is all about. So, Wang Fan had to keep quiet, secretly vowing that if he said another word, he'd be a fool. Yang didn't wait for Wang Fan's answer. When she looked at him again, she saw he was focused on driving. Am I really that annoying to you? You won't even talk to me. What's wrong with me? I can change. Please don't ignore me. As she spoke, she kept shaking Wang Fan's arm that was holding the steering wheel, which was simply reckless. Wang Fan had no choice but to find a safe place to pull over and said to Yang, Miss Yang, please get out of the car. I can't take you any further. Chapter 247. A woman's mood can change as quickly as the weather in June. So, when you can't communicate with a woman, you should stop trying to argue. Wang Fan directly changed the topic and asked Yang, do you have a storage space artifact? As a young lady from a hidden family, Wang Fan thought she would normally be equipped with one. But he saw Yang carrying a suitcase. He couldn't tell if she had one or not. Yang cautiously asked, why do you ask that? Wang Fan turned her body to face him and asked, do you trust me? Looking into Wang Fan's sincere eyes, Yang found it hard to say she didn't trust him, so she nodded vigorously. Then take out the storage space, and I'll give you something good. This sounded a bit boastful. For people from hidden families, they had definitely seen more treasures than Wang Fan had. They also looked down on ordinary worldly things. So when Wang Fan said he would give her something good, she thought it was unnecessary. So she shook her head and rejected him. I don't have anything to give you. Keep your things for yourself. Chapter 248. Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new profession. Completing the system's hidden task grants the following rewards. Reward: 10 trillion in cash, transferred to the Supreme Dragon card. Please check. Reward: mastery of dance skills, proficient in various dance styles from ancient to modern. Seeing these two rewards, Wang Fan felt his heart sink. What kind of reward is this? He had just gotten $100 trillion from the dark web, and this paltry 10 trillion was inconsequential. The most crucial thing was that Wang Fan had become indifferent to money unless it quickly transformed into wealth points. Now that the world had entered a new phase, these talents really had no practical use. It would be better to give him something useful to make him stronger. No matter what kind of old monster he encountered, he wanted to be able to handle them easily, just like the invincible protagonists in novels, slapping away any heavenly tribulations or heavenly laws that dared to provoke him. To have such a remarkable presence and still listen to those so-called family signs in the mundane world scolding him was simply absurd. It made viewers want to dig their toes out of the ground. Just then, he received a second evaluation prompt from the platform. Clicking on it showed it was indeed a 5-star review. Some fates are truly wonderful, a lovely taxi experience. I love you, but I'm blocking you. Chapter 249. Xinyuan Shui had also reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, so they were not afraid of anyone from the Huangfu family in a real confrontation. Sima Liang, I don't know what you know, but today you will know that I can only send you on your way. Zhuge Yi, you bastard who only hides behind women. Today I will let you know what it means to not provoke an elder in the nascent soul stage. Huangfu Shan, what a waste to live so long without seeing the situation clearly. Kneel down and beg me, otherwise none of you from the Huangfu family will leave today. After Zhuge Yi finished speaking, he immediately attacked the closest person from the Huangfu family, aiming to kill with one blow. Zhuge Pifu, come and take your life. When hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength, especially when it involves life and death. Huangfu Shan immediately used his ultimate move, Mount Tai pressing down. In the void, a towering mountain appeared, directly pressing down towards Zhuge Yi. If he got trapped, his soul would definitely be obliterated. Zhuge Yi didn't expect this old guy to be so determined, so he no longer held back and used the Zhuge family's ultimate skill, the Zhuge Bagua formation. Chapter 250 saw a storm brewing around Wang Fan online again, but he had no mood to pay attention to it, because he had been complained about by the White Sox. After arriving at the designated hotel, the White Sox invited Wang Fan to sit upstairs, but Wang Fan didn't want to spend even a second with such a person. This made the White Sox very angry because Wang Fan was indeed his ideal type, happy to let him go easily. So he told Wang Fan to help carry the suitcase to the hotel room and promised to give him a bigger tip. Wang Fan flatly refused, and despite all the sweet talk, he still acted as if he were a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. The White Sox became very angry and directly called Didi customer service to complain about Wang Fan, saying that his service was inadequate and that he did not uphold the customer is king service philosophy. Not even helping a customer with their suitcase. What kind of service is that? The platform also did not treat drivers as human beings, forcing Wang Fan to fulfill his follow-up service to customers. Otherwise, his points would be deducted, which was quite a deterrent for Didi drivers. After all, if too many points were deducted, one would lose the qualification to drive for Didi. Wang Fan was very dissatisfied with the platform's unlimited indulgence of consumers, so he directly withdrew the 62 yuan and 80 cents he earned and fiercely confronted customer service, saying, "We earn a meager living through our own abilities, not by selling our bodies to passengers." Chapter 251 Li Sueki couldn't stand it and said, "These people are really boring. How about I teach them a lesson?" Long Pia Piao grabbed her hand and shook her head, then decisively said, "Let's ask Wang Fan for his advice before making any plans." Then she dialed his number, and after 3 rings, Wang Fan answered, "Dear, you're trending online again. This time, it's because of a secret between you and a bearded man." Wang Fan immediately understood the situation. I warned them not to post it. They really don't know how to write the word death. I want this group of trash to pay the price. Have Meng Jiao contact the company's legal team to gather evidence online, see who is spreading the related videos, and preserve the evidence. I want to send these people who are spreading rumors online to jail. Only then can we restore clarity to the internet. Wang Fan spoke with righteous indignation on the phone, and they couldn't help but laugh on the other end. "Dear, you're angry. Can you get even angrier? Get really angry." Long Pia Piao mimicked the bearded man's words and said, "I really like how Deer looks when he's angry." Chapter 252 Li Baoran thought of himself as a genius, seizing a rare opportunity in life, watching the carnival in the live broadcast room one after another. He was sure he would become a millionaire after tonight. Starting tomorrow, he would do live streaming sales. And just by riding on the traffic from the Wang Fan Big Shot, he planned to make 1,000 W. Sometimes when a person goes far, nothing can stop them. Anchor, I saw that the fan group issued an announcement. Are you ready to step on the sewing machine? I also saw that the Fan Big Shot posted a video. You're amazing. The Fan Big Shot made a video just for you. The anchor was just a big fool. He didn't think about who the fan big shot was, daring to directly go live and mock him, truly not knowing how to die. Looking at the comments, Li Baoran didn't care at all. Those speaking for the fan big shot were just sycophantic rich people. As the saying goes, the scariest thing on the internet is not being chased and cursed at every day, but rather being ignored. So black and red is still red. As Li Baoran happily counted how many carnivals he received today, there was a knock on the door. He didn't want to leave the live broadcast room for even a second, as that would mean he might miss the chance to thank the big brother of the carnival. Chapter 253. In fact, according to Wang Fan's logic, there was nothing wrong with what he did. After all, everything was orchestrated by Zhuge Yi, the incarnation of the blood demon ancestor. One could say this tactic of misdirection was played very smoothly. In fact, he made the same mistake as Li Sueki before. In any event, there will always be vested interests. Whoever benefits is the one behind the scenes. This is a rule everyone acknowledges. In retrospect, the hidden family members went to the bar to have fun, which had a certain negative impact on the bar's business. This would cause a decline in the bar's business. And at this time, Zhuge Yi brought people to trouble the leader of the hidden family at the bar, effectively helping the bar settle matters. Did Zhuge Yi have any vested interest with the bar? Obviously not. So, with no one stirring up trouble at the bar, business improved, and they earned more money. Who benefited? Naturally, it was Wang Fan, the mastermind behind the scenes. From this logic, there were actually many loopholes, and after an analysis by Old Han, Wang Fan realized the problem. Moreover, this time they had jointly killed a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, and the Huangfu family would definitely not let it go. This is called cutting the grass, but not uprooting the roots, allowing it to grow back with the spring wind. Chapter 254. On the helicopter, Wang Fan called Zhuge Yi aside and quietly asked, "Did you capture Xinyuan Shui?" Zhuge Yi shook his head and said, "I originally planned to capture her tonight, but unexpectedly. Master, you suddenly had me come to Jinling." In fact, Wang Fan didn't want that either. It was all Old Han's fault for being meddlesome. "Do you have confidence in controlling her?" Zhuge Yi shook his head again. Wang Fan squeezed out two words between his teeth. "Useless. I can feel her love for me." "That should be true." "Fine, as long as there are no major troubles. Once we get to Jinling and find the secret realm, your current cultivation level definitely won't allow you to enter, so you could take Xinyuan Shui to the city to have fun." "Thank you, Master, for your support." After returning to his seat, Wang Fan didn't hide anything and directly took out the sheepskin scroll treasure map he obtained. This truly surprised Xinyuan Shui. She didn't expect this seemingly vase-like guy to have collected so many map fragments. "Did you find all of these?" "What else?" "The only regret is that the last piece wasn't found, so I can't determine the exact location of the secret realm." Xinyuan Shui looked at Wang Fan and asked seriously, "If I give you the last piece of the treasure map, what can you give me?" Chapter 255. Got it. Jean Luoxia said, "I know the answer." The little maid beside her said, "Miss is amazing. I knew this wouldn't stump you." Knowing the answer made Jean Luoxia's cheeks flush with two patches of red, and the masked man eagerly asked, "Please, young lady, tell us your answer." Jean Luoxia took a deep breath and said, "The answer is, I love you for 10,000 years. Is that right?" The little maid covered her mouth in surprise, not expecting the miss to say such a thing. The masked man nodded appreciatively and then seriously looked at Jean Luoxia and repeated, "Yes, I love you for 10,000 years. This life will never change." A simple sentence made Jean Luoxia blush and lower her head. "How did you guess that, young lady?" Jean Luoxia explained the riddle. "Friendship is like rain, always accompanying you, refers to the character for love. Human relationships encounter you at times, refers to the character for you. Wild geese fly south, not the character for person, refers to the character for one, as the shape of the wild geese flying south resembles the character for person. But the riddle clearly states it is not, so it is one. Only then do we know the fate should have no dots, refers to the character for 10,000. As the character for 10 has no dots, it's 10,000. Chapter 256. Jean Luoxia's wanton and reckless style ultimately brought her to her demise. The sects of immortal cultivation united to form an anti-Luoxia alliance, with only one goal, to eliminate this scourge. Among them was the renowned healer Yaoji from Yaowang Valley, whose medical skills were unmatched, claiming to be able to break any poison. With Yaoji's involvement, the casualties of the anti-Luoxia alliance were greatly reduced. Thus, Jean Luoxia fled all the way back to Jinling, returning to that valley, which, though changed beyond recognition, she felt should be her best haven. in her final battle. In this valley, she ambushed and killed all members of the Anti-Luoxia Alliance, including the genius Yaoji from Yaowang Valley. From then on, this place became barren, continuing to be a bald mountain even 1,000 years later. After listening to the blood demon ancestor's tale, everyone couldn't help but sigh and lament. What is love in the human world? It teaches one to pledge life and death. In other words, this time we go to Luoxia Mountain to seek treasure. Could it possibly be a book of poisons? Wang Fan asked curiously. If that's the case, he wouldn't even bother to seek treasure. Chapter 257. Just as Wang Fan was preparing to take the next step, suddenly Han Mimi's protective shield was hit by a bullet, waking her up. Darling, someone is ambushing us. To be honest, Wang Fan was quite furious. It was late at night, and he was in a good mood. People like that deserved no good end. But then he thought about the current situation and decided it was best to avoid conflict if possible. So he said, let's land quickly and head straight to the valley where Jean Luoxia is. Han Mimi took Wang Fan and dove down, quickly disappearing into the night. Boss, the target has disappeared. Should we chase? Forget it. If we go in now, they might get poisoned. We don't need to go down with them. After Wang Fan landed, he saw the ground was indeed, as the blood demon ancestor said, not a single green plant, all stones, and some weathered areas like a desert. Wang Fan took out 2 gas masks from his jade ring, handed one to Han Mimi, saying, put this on. After all, this is the territory of the old poisoner. We might get poisoned. Darling, it's great to have you. You think of everything. Being with you for a long time, I feel like I might get dumb. I don't even have to think. Chapter 258. This is interesting. I didn't expect that after so many years, finally someone caught my eye. Since you're here, let us fly together. The beautiful woman said this without a trace of emotion, as if recounting something unrelated to her. But this was an illusion created by Wang Fan's inner demon. Everything was under Wang Fan's control. Wang Fan smiled and said to her, if I fly with you, what will happen to Xian Miao? The previously expressionless frost beauty began to get emotional upon hearing Xian Miao's name. Don't mention that heartless man's name. I abandoned my family for him. Why can't he let go of his hatred for me? Why? Why? Wang Fan waved to her and said, do you want to know? If you do, come over and I'll tell you. The beautiful woman said mysteriously, can you really tell me the answer? This has troubled me my whole life. Because I'm also a man, I naturally understand what Xian Miao is thinking. Just come over and I'll tell you the answer. Okay, but if you dare to lie to me, I will make your life worse than death. Chapter 259. This news is really outrageous. It's ridiculous to the point of absurdity. A sword spirit said she was pregnant. Where could you even reason with that? Who would believe it? Moreover, when Sir One got really angry and said this, there was indeed a distinction between male and female in the tone. Before, it was all childish voices, indistinguishable as male or female. Sword 2 pitifully said, Master, she slandered me. How would I know I made her pregnant? This question indeed stumped Wang Fan. How would he know what was going on? Sword 1, tell me, what on earth happened? How did you end up pregnant with Sword 2's child? Han Mimi, also curious, chimed in, I've heard of sows being pregnant. But this is the first time I've heard of a sword being pregnant. Sword 1 thought for a moment and said, Master, you forgot. At first, I devoured half of Sword 2. Given my nature, if I were to devour, I would want to swallow a complete sword, but at that time, I felt uncomfortable with the sword body. So I didn't continue to swallow, which left Sword 2 with a life. Later, when I devoured other swords, I discovered that I was nurturing life inside me. The energy I absorbed was not directly used by me, but instead nourished something inside me. Chapter 260. Now holding a wand poison pill, taking it would cure 10,000 types of poison, but it costs a staggering 5 billion divine wealth points. Wang Fan wasn't stingy, but it was just too damn expensive. Watching Han Mimi's palm start to turn black, Wang Fan really wanted to curse. This butterfly was truly poisonous. Without thinking, he directly bought 1,000 poison pills from the Divine Wealth Mall, spending a total of 500 million divine wealth points. He quickly took one out, ready to give it to Han Mimi, but unexpectedly, as soon as he removed her gas mask, a strange fragrance entered Han Mimi's nostrils. The blackness, slowly spreading in her palm, began to expand rapidly, and soon her entire hand turned black. Then it started to spread up her arm. He didn't expect the poison here to interact and have such unexpected effects. If they hadn't been prepared when they arrived, they could have been poisoned the moment they stepped in, and not long after, they could have died. Hurry and take this pill. You'll feel better right away. He placed the 100 poison pill in Han Mimi's mouth. It melted instantly. Wang Fan immediately took out a bottle of mineral water from his jade ring and gave Han Mimi a sip. Chapter 261. Wang Fan quickly stopped her. Okay. Stop fighting. If you keep hitting, you'll knock me out. Han Mimi, seeing Wang Fan wake up, hugged him tightly, almost choking him. This isn't an MMA ring. You don't need to use a rear naked choke to suffocate your opponent, but it does show that Han Mimi was really scared. Wang Fan quickly patted her shoulder. Indeed, feeling her fear. Quick, let go of me, I can't breathe. Han Mimi finally released Wang Fan and asked with concern, what happened to you just now? You suddenly fainted, and I couldn't wake you. Wang Fan felt this matter needed to be taken seriously by Han Mimi. Anything could happen in this place. He solemnly said, perhaps it was an illusion caused by a bee sting, feeling as if he had walked into another world. But you must remember that I will always love you and will never choose to part ways with you, no matter what choices you have to make. At this point, Wang Fan paused, contemplating a question. If Han Mimi were faced with such a choice, what should she choose? For instance, if she had to choose between her grandfather and Wang Fan, one side being her beloved grandfather and the other her lover, which one would she choose? What would she do? Chapter 262. All right, dear, I will listen to you, Han Mimi responded affectionately. Han Mimi, are you ready? If you have to make a choice in this illusion, just kill me, okay? I understand. Okay, then let's go in. The two walked hand in hand into the peach blossom forest, and after they entered, a light curtain rose, enveloping the entire peach blossom forest. Then two snakes appeared, one white and one green. They flicked their tongues, glanced at each other, and then went their separate ways. At that moment, the entire peach blossom forest began to move. The peach trees that were originally rooted in the ground started to move as if they had grown legs, following some unknown pattern. Dear, I feel like the peach trees are moving. Beautiful. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew by, and those seemingly beautiful peach blossoms turned into lethal weapons, shooting towards Wang Fan and Han Mimi. The two had no choice but to let go of each other's hands. And Wang Fan anxiously said, Sword 1 and Sword 2, cut these peach blossoms. Immediately, Wang Fan used the Qian Kuan sword technique, and some fallen leaves and petals in the peach forest instantly transformed into sharp swords, attacking the lethal weapons made from the peach blossoms. Chapter 263. Wang Fan also arrived at a nunnery called Peach Blossom Temple, from which came a beautiful nun dressed in white robes. This nun had a seductive look. If it weren't for the three characters on the signboard, Wang Fan would have thought he had entered a brothel. Little benefactor, since you have come to Peach Blossom Temple, it is a fate cultivated over thousands of years. Come in and continue our past connection. Sister, you are already a nun. What past connection are we continuing? Our fate has long since ended. Little benefactor, you speak with great Zen wisdom, just the kind of disciple my Buddha needs. Come in and comprehend the Buddhist path together. Sister, are you really studying Buddhism seriously? Is the main deity you worship the happy Buddha? I think you are quite flirtatious. Little benefactor, you guessed it right. Are my legs white? White, not only white, but also long. If those long, white legs were paired with black stockings, that would be perfect. Little benefactor, is this what you mean? The white-robed sister produced a pair of unopened Balenciaga black stockings. How about you help me put them on? Wang Fan, like a pig, approached the white-robed sister step by step, his eyes filled with greed and desire. Chapter 264. The white snake was dead, and the surrounding peach forest began to wither rapidly, like a domino effect. Even the white marble peach blossom temple disappeared, and, at that moment, the green-tiled peach blossom temple appeared in Wang Fan's sight. Wang Fan took the crystal core handed to him by Sword 2 and directly placed it into the jade ring. Let's go. We need to hurry and save Mimi. He unleashed the Xiaoyao Lingyun step to the extreme, racing towards the other peach blossom temple. At this time, Han Mimi was in the belly of the green snake, feeling utterly powerless. The soft sword in her hand couldn't cut through the opponent's scales, and she couldn't escape at all. The techniques she used were weakened to less than 30% of their original power due to the corrosive liquid inside the green snake, and under these circumstances, her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Although she had the top-grade spiritual liquid provided by Wang Fan to support her, if this continued, she would definitely be defeated in the end, leading to her death. She was truly unwilling. After finally finding a man to date, less than a month later, she was about to die, which was not what she wanted. She forced herself to calm down. Only by staying calm could she think of a solution. After several deep breaths, she finally calmed down completely. Chapter 265. Wang Fan glanced at Han Mimi. They also didn't expect to hear Jean Luoxia's voice after 1,000 years. This feeling was quite wonderful. Then Wang Fan took Han Mimi's right hand with his left, and the red thread on their wrist surprisingly connected together. However, neither of them felt anything as they continued walking forward. After they moved on, the originally withered peach blossom forest miraculously restored to its original appearance. And, at the entrance, 2 snakes, one white and one green, appear to guard this peach blossom forest. While Wang Fan and Han Mimi were exploring in the secret realm, chaos ensued in Jinling City as everyone searched for the secret realm's location. But they discovered a problem. No one had obtained the map to the secret realm. From a Zhu family's people, they learned that their family originally had a sheepskin scroll map, but it was later taken to the Demon City by their clansmen, Zhu Imo Han, and after a conflict with Wang Fan, the scroll disappeared. The black monk from Sand Country also released news that their master, Kulma, brought a sheepskin scroll to the Demon City, attended the Murong family's auction, and then died suddenly. Chapter 266. After leaving the Peach Blossom Forest, Wang Fan and Han Mimi arrived at a place called Wangchuan River. Strangely, the river water was pitch black, making one wonder if it was caused by factory wastewater. However, there was no pungent smell, and there was a broken bridge over the river, which was indeed missing half. Yet the remaining half still stood tall. The challenge here was simple. They needed to find a way to cross the river, but on their side, there were no trees or bamboo, making it impossible to build a raft or reconstruct a bridge. What was even more incredible was that even Han Mimi, who had reached the master level, found her spiritual power suppressed as she approached the riverbank. She couldn't exert any strength at all. Although Wang Fan didn't rely on spiritual power for cultivation, and his physical fitness was 5 times stronger than that of a normal person, even he couldn't jump across. He initially thought about going back to that peach forest to get some peach trees to try and make a boat to cross. However, when they returned, they found that there was no way back, as they were trapped beside this Wangchuan River. Chapter 267. While Wang Fan and Han Mimi were barbecuing, time sped up unknowingly. They tried many methods and made many attempts, but still couldn't cross Wangchuan River. Later, they used the red beads taken from the fish heads, which allowed them to swim around in the black water and reach the center of the river, as if a magical force was parting the water, but they couldn't cross. Then the two began searching the riverbed to see if they could find a weaker spot to target, hoping they could break through. It's hard to tell how much time has passed since they started looking for it again. When they began to barbecue once more, Han Mimi looked at Wang Fan, whose hair had already turned gray, and said in horror, "Old man, why do you have white hair? Isn't that abnormal? We've been here for so many years. Look at that pile of white fish bones, it's almost a mountain. How can we not grow old? Then wouldn't I also be like you? Turn into an old lady. So what if you become an old lady? Anyway, there are only the 2 of us here. As long as I don't find you repulsive, you will always be the most beautiful flower. If you dare to find me repulsive, see if I want to kill you." Chapter 268. Han Mimi looked at Wang Fan. He was no longer the old man with a few sparse white hairs, but had transformed back into the handsome young man with short hair. Indeed, in this state, he could evoke more dopamine in a person. She hooked her arm around Wang Fan's neck and kissed him deeply. Wang Fan was not the kind of person who didn't understand romance, so he didn't interrupt Han Mimi's spell at that moment. After crossing the Wangchuan River, they realized that the flow speed of the space there was much faster than in other places, though they couldn't specify how much. They felt as if they had lived a complete life, so to save time, they didn't engage in deep conversations, as they had no idea what was happening outside. As they continued to explore, those hidden families and foreign cultivators finally reached the entrance of the secret realm. Without a treasure map, they could only wait for the full moon night to open. During this time, they were not idle. Some good-hearted individuals tried to break through the barrier with their power, but ended up suffering backlash and had to give up. When the moon rose, a gap opened in the barrier of the secret realm, and people surged in. Zhuge stopped Xianyuan Shui and said, "It has been rumored that the realm inside suppresses power, and that masters cannot enter. I believe this isn't just a baseless rumor. Since that's the case, why should we take the risk to go in?" Chapter 269. If you only care about finding the boundary-breaking tree, we will miss out on the beautiful scenery around us. In the trials set by Senior Luoxia, I feel like she is just a girl with a crush. Han Mimi analyzed from her emotional perspective. As the eldest daughter of the Jin family, she grew up in luxury, never lacking food or clothing. When she first fell in love, she met Xian, the man who brought her a lifetime of pain. She has been searching for her own answer in her heart. But there is no single answer to matters of the heart. So the obstacles she sets are all related to love. There's her understanding of love, her yearning for love, and her contemplation between love and familial affection. However, love is an elusive thing with no standards. Meeting the right person at the right time and place is love. Meeting the right person at the wrong time and place is also love. Meeting the right person at the wrong time and the wrong place is also love. There is no fixed pattern, just a feeling within oneself. So in this place full of strong individualism, we should perceive it with our hearts rather than searching for it with a specific purpose. Sometimes, seeking may not be as good as waiting for it to reveal itself. Chapter 270. According to Han Mimi's strategy, Wang Fan, who is faster, will be responsible for luring the enemy. Once the enemy came out from the waterfall, she would sneak in to steal the boundary-breaking fruit. This method carried quite a risk. After all, they didn't even know what the enemy was, and just a brief encounter had left them disoriented. If they faced off directly, they could easily be defeated in one move. Just as Wang Fan was about to say something, Han Mimi seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said, "Well, we're already here, and the treasure is right in front of us. If we don't take a chance, we will definitely regret it." Thinking of how the boundary-breaking fruit could allow one to directly transcend the cultivation realm, which would greatly help him in nurturing his subordinates, Wang Fan gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let us go crazy together." After saying that, they embraced each other and then sped towards the sides of the pool. This time, Wang Fan was clever. He didn't directly pass through the waterfall to investigate. Instead, he threw a black obsidian thunderstorm ball at the spot where he was attacked. With a loud explosion, the low roar from inside grew louder, clearly angering the opponent. Chapter 271. With the dragon saliva herb in hand, Wang Fan placed it beside him, releasing a faint fragrance. Surprisingly, this herb was really refreshing, much more effective than coffee. He then began to drink the supreme spiritual liquid and activated the skills of the national medical sage to treat himself. Silver needles were inserted into his body, and his internal injuries began to heal rapidly. The skills produced by the system were truly impressive. After adjusting for about 3 great cycles, the pain from the Jiao's attack was completely healed. Han Mimi, who was beside him, also opened her eyes and asked with concern, "Darling, how are you?" He replied, "I feel like I'm fine now, but I still don't have a better way to deal with that giant python." That is not a giant python. It has already grown horns and turned into a Jiao. If it evolves further, it might become a true dragon. We previously misjudged its strength. It might be more powerful than we imagined. What should we do? I saw the boundary-breaking tree inside, and there's a red boundary-breaking fruit on it. But there are also prohibitive formations around it. If we can't hold the Jiao off for a long time, we won't be able to get the boundary-breaking fruit. This is a dragon saliva herb I found. With it, we should be able to hold off the Jiao. At that time, you can go with Sword 1 and Sword 2 to get the boundary-breaking fruit. Chapter 272. When the guardian beast, the Jiao, saw its treasured possession that it had guarded for 1,000 years about to be handed over, its madness completely overshadowed the pressure from its bloodline. It was like watching a cooked duck fly away right before it could be eaten. The bloodline suppression from the dragon saliva herb was nothing compared to the temptation of obtaining the boundary-breaking fruit. This was its treasure that it had waited for 1,000 years. It absolutely could not let it become someone else's wedding dress. At that moment, the Jiao went completely mad, recklessly charging in and catching Wang Fan and Han Mimi off guard. Sword 1 and Sword 2 directly dove into the wound they had just made on the Jiao's tail and entered its body. Before the python had transformed into a Jiao, its gallbladder was a good cultivation resource, but now that it had changed, its heart had become an excellent cultivation resource. It contained a high level of energy. As long as either Sword 1 or Sword 2 absorbed it, they could advance further. The two swords rampaged inside the Jiao's belly, truly making it feel like it was an unbearable agony. However, it couldn't care less. It had to obtain the boundary-breaking fruit today. And then it opened its mouth and directly swallowed Wang Fan and the meditating Han Mimi whole. Chapter 273. The guardian beast Jiao was also tough, preparing to self-destruct and take Wang Fan down with it. At that moment, a red fruit appeared in Wang Fan's hand, exuding an enticing fragrance. If it wasn't the boundary-breaking fruit, what else could it be? Seeing this, the already ready to explode Jiao immediately released Wang Fan. It dared not gamble. What if this boundary fruit was directly consumed by Wang Fan? Then it wouldn't even know where to cry. Han Mimi, who had already successfully broken through, sensed that Wang Fan was being coerced. With a flash, she slapped the Jiao Jiao, who was still contemplating how to completely obtain the boundary fruit, sending it flying and crashing into a large rock. The stone shattered instantly, which shows just how heavy that slap was. "Are you okay, dear?" Wang Fan replied with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Have you advanced to Grandmaster?" "Yes, this boundary fruit is indeed a divine fruit. After eating it, I truly managed to break through." "Great. Our dragon country now has an additional Grandmaster. Let us take care of that Jiao Jiao." Looking at the Jiao Jiao, which had now turned into a puddle of mud on the ground, it was far from the imposing presence it had when they first encountered it. "Mimi, help me control its soul while I refine it into my puppet." Chapter 274. Wang Fan always had a feeling that something major was about to happen, especially with the emergence of hidden families during this time, making him think that things were not so simple. If that's the case, it would be better to place his own spies among the people of the hidden families to grasp any situation at the first moment. After using the soul puppet skill to control them, Wang Fan gave each person a red bead obtained from the transparent fish in the Wanchuan River. However, he still didn't know what these red beads were for. At the same time, he also gave each of them 10 high-grade spirit stones and a bottle of top-grade spirit liquid, which served as a meeting gift for his subordinates. With these, they should be able to report back to their families. Wang Fan initially didn't want to use the soul puppet skill on Xian Yuanxue, but then he remembered that he had promised to give her a boundary fruit. For someone of her grandmaster level, it was definitely safer to keep her under his control. So, after making her one of his own, he gave her a boundary fruit. Of course, he didn't forget about the blood demon ancestor. After asking him whether to continue using Zhuge E's body, he received a positive reply. This old guy had already lost himself in Xian Yuanxue's gentle embrace, and didn't want to lose this old beauty. Chapter 275. Being with someone you like makes any place beautiful. There was no reason for Han Mimi to refuse Wang Fan's invitation. The two queued to buy tickets, and during this time, nothing dramatic like cutting in line occurred. After all, the general quality of people nowadays is quite high. Only a rare few lacking in manners would do something like that. Walking into such a large courtyard always gives a sense of tranquility and a feeling of time travel. Looking at the ancient trees in the courtyard, one can imagine that when the ancestors planted them hundreds of years ago, they never expected that they would turn to dust, while the trees they planted would continue to grow through the ages. After walking for a while, Han Mimi said to Wang Fan, "Dear, don't you feel that the spiritual energy here seems to be much denser than in other places? Regular visits to such courtyards can indeed contribute to a healthy physique." After Han Mimi's reminder, Wang Fan felt that the spiritual energy was indeed much better than in other places. After all, this was once the place of Confucius, so it naturally had some mystical aspects. Perhaps this was an opportunity for them as well. This young gentleman has such insights at a young age. He must be from one of those families. "I am Chu Tianjiao. May I ask how to address you?" Chapter 276. Chu Tianjiao also didn't expect that in this mundane world, there would be someone capable of blocking her immortal binding rope. What was even more incredible to her was that the astonishing sword strike from Wang Fan and Han Mimi next made her feel that this was not a flawed technique, but a complete set of sword techniques, and a very formidable one at that. These two really surprised her a lot, but no matter how many surprises there were, she had to first withstand this sword strike. She directly took out a defensive talisman from her storage ring and threw it into the air. The sword intent that was unstoppable was directly blocked by the protective barrier formed by the talisman. However, cracks appeared on the talisman, indicating that a single defensive talisman could only block one sword strike from the opponent. Chu Tianjiao knew that these two young people were extraordinary, on par with her. A top-tier cultivator. If she could bring them into her sect, it would qualitatively elevate her sect's power. Thus, she voluntarily ceased combat, withdrew the technique she used on Sword 2, and restored his freedom. At the same time, she also dismantled the previously set-up barrier. Sword 2 swiftly returned to Wang Fan's side. "Master, she has released me. Thank you for saving me, Master." Chapter 277. Lead everyone to live well. A simple statement that carries significant weight. Could it be that there will be some tremendous calamity that would lead Confucius to say such things? Wang Fan smiled and replied, "Saint, you jest. With you here, that is not an issue. You do have a sweet tongue, but according to our deduction, the spiritual energy is about to fully revive. At that time, monsters and demons will reappear in the world, and it's inevitable that there will be suffering for living beings. I thought the revival of spiritual energy was a good thing. Everyone would then become martial artists, and the lifespan of ordinary people would also increase, leading to a joyous situation for all. Confucius smiled and said, thinking positively about everything is a good thing, but it often does not align with reality. Therefore, you need to work harder to improve your own cultivation and not always rely on external forces like the system. Wang Fan was startled and took a few steps back. After binding to the godly rich system, no one had ever mentioned it, not even those close to him like Long Pia Piao or Han Mimi. Yet, Confucius pointed it out directly. Could this be the power of a saint? However, Wang Fan did not intend to admit it so easily. He bowed respectfully to Confucius and said, I do not know what the saint refers to as the system. I hope the saint can enlighten me. Chapter 278. Wang Fan did not expect that while he was only thinking about creating a manned spaceship, these ancient sages had already begun to explore the truths of the universe. A sense of admiration arose. Perhaps this is the true meaning of having great responsibility with great ability. In order to ensure that the child of destiny who received the system can grow up safely. Before we leave, we will eliminate any uncertain threats that can be killed and seal those we cannot, using them as sharpening stones for the child of destiny of the fourth era. To be honest, upon hearing this, Wang Fan felt quite ashamed, as if he were a wasteful child. His elders had paved all paths for him. So far, the first cultivator he encountered had been so difficult to deal with, truly making him feel like he had let down those saints who had high hopes for him. According to our deduction, the spiritual energy of the fourth era will completely revive, and at that time, the old folks we seal will break free to wreak havoc in the world, eliminating those that should be eliminated. Perhaps you will gain different insights and understand the different truths of life. Maybe you will uncover the key to the exhaustion or revival of spiritual energy, finding the secrets we have been seeking. When Hongjun Daozu slashed his own body to become a saint, it is not certain he can exist eternally. Chapter 279. Wang Fan suspected that Confucius had walked into the wrong scene, mistaking him for that Monkey King. However, knowing when to stop is the way of the king. He touched the back of his head and indeed felt 3 stiff hairs, which was equivalent to 3 lives. So he obediently bowed 3 times in front of Confucius's portrait with great respect. This scene caught the attention of the surrounding tourists, who naturally wouldn't miss recording such a quirky event. After all, this is the era of social media, where everyone can voice their opinions on anything. This guy is really foolish, actually asking Confucius for gifts. He must be crazy from poverty. Damn, you're crazy from poverty. He wouldn't be poor. He asked the current boss of Yida and the boyfriend of the pop diva Long Pia Piao. Oh my, pulling his goddess Isen T Long Pia Piao, what a scumbag. You can't say that. It's true, he really is a big shot. Didn't he expect him to turn into a scumbag so quickly? I feel sorry for my goddess Pia Piao. First, there was Principal Wang of Yida, and now there's the boss of Yida. Could it be that having Yida instantly activates the scumbag gene? Damn, being rich is great. He is surrounded by beautiful women, while someone like me only deserves to have 5 maidens. Chapter 280. Han Mimi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Fan, her gaze becoming passionate. Dear, did Confucius pass on his complete technique to you? Speaking of this, Wang Fan felt very frustrated because he hadn't sensed that Confucius had transmitted the infinite transformation technique to him, which was why he had made a fuss to receive 3 protective hairs. I'm not too sure right now, which is why I made a fuss for a reward. But this time the embarrassment was worth it. Confucius gave me 3 life-saving treasures. If one day we encounter any danger, I'll hold the rear to let you escape first. Don't hesitate at all. Just leave immediately. With Confucius protecting me, these so-called cultivators are nothing but cardboard figures. Okay, I'll remember that. Chu Qianjiao didn't know why, but seeing Wang Fan hugging Han Mimi and whispering in her ear made her feel a bit sour. And she wished Wang Fan would hug her and talk to her like that, wanting to experience what that feeling was like. So she smiled and approached teasingly. You two are really spreading dog food everywhere. Then she extended her hand in front of Wang Fan and said, Young Master Wang, you just used me. Shouldn't you give me some rewards? Han Mimi also joked, Tianjiao, if you want Wang Fan to hug you, just say it. I can let you have that. I'm not a stingy person. Chapter 281. The little follower of the holy son of the Shadow Demon sect, Fan Inyuan, after threatening Wang Fan and the others, immediately ran off to see what was going on with his master. At this moment, Wang Fan felt very pleased. Indeed, the methods of Sage are not something ordinary people can fathom. Clearly, he and T felt that Confucius had passed on to him the infinite transformation technique. But now he had this ability. Having the skill is far more impressive than Murong Fu's using their own methods against them. As long as others use their techniques in front of him, he can spot the flaws in their techniques and immediately improve and use them himself. Anyone who encounters such a foe would feel frustrated. Unless there is one situation, which is that the opponent is too powerful and not the kind of person who dilly-dallies, who comes up and, without saying anything, directly kills with one move. In that case, there's no solution, and besides that, he could be considered invincible. With this technique, one can fight above their level. After all, in this era of incomplete techniques, everyone's techniques will have weaknesses and flaws. As long as you find their flaws during an attack, everything can be resolved. This is equivalent to having an upgraded version of Wang Yuyan by your side. Not only able to find out the flaws in the opponent's techniques, but also able to upgrade and use techniques yourself. Truly, it's the Sage's technique. It's simply against the heavens. Chapter 282. As for enjoying things, as long as you have money, you will gradually learn it. And there's no need for anyone to teach you. Just like Wang Fan and Han Mimi, they planned to leave Jinling for Shanghai today. But they weren't in such a hurry. Instead, they slept until they woke up naturally and played a game of billiards. After that, they called the butler service of the presidential suite to bring them exquisite meals. After finishing their meal, they took the elevator to the rooftop, as at that time, the Dragon Shield S helicopter had already landed there. Once on the helicopter, Qian Duo asked Wang Fan if he had time to talk about the recent situation of Dragon Shield. Wang Fan glanced at Han Mimi next to him and saw that she looked a bit sleepy. He also felt a bit tired himself, perhaps because he had just eaten and wanted to take a nap. Is it something particularly urgent? If not, let us talk about it when we get back to the Magic City. I'm a bit tired right now, Wang Fan replied to Qian Duo, who was actually following the instructions of Qian Shiguang, the head of the Magic City, to give Wang Fan a brief report on recent situations, and there was nothing particularly urgent. Okay, boss, then you rest first. I'll give you a detailed report when we get back. Chapter 283. Grandpa, why are you here? Han Mimi exclaimed as she saw her grandfather. Give him a big hug while speaking. Old man Han's face blossomed into a smile, truly not expecting that the little girl who used to be like a little tail would suddenly grow into a big girl with her own lover. Thinking about this, he felt as if a flower he had painstakingly raised had been taken away with the pot. You're all grown up. Why are you still acting like a child? All right, let me see if you got hurt in this secret realm. Han Mimi stepped back a few paces, turned around, and said, Grandpa, I'm perfectly fine. With Wang Fan around, how could I possibly get hurt? Wang Fan quickly chimed in. Yes, I promised you I would take good care of Mimi before we left. Old man Han snorted coldly at Wang Fan. You brat, at least you have a bit of a conscience. Then he turned to Han Mimi. Suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he jumped 3 feet high, coming directly to Wang Fan and grabbing his collar, angrily saying, You little bastard, what happened to Mimi? Why can't I sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy in her body? You scoundrel. Chapter 284. Wang Fan smiled without speaking, instead grabbing Han Chengong's hand to feel his pulse. At that moment, Wang Fan appeared to be profound and inscrutable in Han Chengong's eyes. Looking at his granddaughter, she smiled proudly and said, Grandpa, Wang Fan's medical skills are very impressive. Previously, Grandpa Jean was diagnosed by the divine doctor of the Medicine King Valley and was said to have no hope, but after Wang Fan worked on him, he miraculously came back to life. Maybe after he checks you this time, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds, and you might even return to your peak years. Hearing this made Old Man Han feel delighted. For someone who once stood at the peak of the mountain, when he finds himself at the foot of the mountain, he hopes to return to the top. Grandpa is getting old. What peak or no peak? It's all your young people's world from now on. I'll just take care of your kids then. Han Mimi felt a bit speechless. Why did the conversation shift back to this topic? Moreover, having children is a matter of timing, location, and harmony. It's a blessing from heaven. How could it be something that could just happen? However, to put it another way, ever since being with Wang Fan, the two of them have indeed played a lot of billiards together. But after so many times, and without any safety measures each time, it stands to reason that something should have happened by now. Could it be that either he or Wang Fan has a problem? Chapter 285. Han Mimi saw Wang Fan shaking his head beside her and curiously asked, Dear, is it that Grandpa's cultivation method has a problem? Otherwise, what does your shaking head mean? Wang Fan finally understood what Confucius meant by the current cultivation methods being incomplete. So he said to Han Changgong, Grandpa, your 5 elements fist is an incomplete version. Practice with me, and I'll teach you the complete version. In the past, if a young man in his early 20s like Wang Fan had told someone that their cultivation method had problems, he would have definitely been hit on the head and told, you little brat, what do you know? If my cultivation method were incomplete, how could I reach the master level? However, after experiencing so much, Han Qinggong couldn't see through this young man in front of him at all. He had too many secrets, like that top-grade spiritual liquid obtained from the Murong family's auction, which was clearly just one bottle. Yet, he could continuously produce new ones. And the most crucial part was that even the jade bottle that held the top-grade spiritual liquid was the same. He had inquired about the situation with the Murong family. That was a bottle they had accidentally obtained from a secret realm, and they believed there wouldn't be a second bottle in this world. Yet, Wang Fan had already given him 5 bottles. Chapter 286. Of course I will participate. With the strength I have gathered around me now, sweeping through the Sakura martial arts world will be very easy. It won't delay my return to attend the first martial arts conference. Now that the world is undergoing great changes, it is indeed necessary to make more preparations. Wang Fan then briefly relayed the information he had received from Confucius to Han Qinggong. Hearing it made Han Qinggong's hair stand on end. He originally thought that the sects were the most severe tests they would face, but unexpectedly, there were even more troublesome powerhouses than the sections. Therefore, before those sealed powerhouses emerged, they needed to rapidly enhance their strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the power to fight back. Of course, in addition to regular cultivation, they also needed to increase their technological strength and have research personnel focus on tackling the exploration of outer space. Perhaps one day, this blue planet will be battered by various forces and become uninhabitable for humans. What will they do then? They can only look for planets suitable for survival in space. Okay, let Mimi accompany you then. It's also to protect you. I'll keep an eye on a mortal group here. At that moment, Han Qinggong genuinely regarded Wang Fan as his grandson-in-law, which made Wang Fan quite touched. After all, he had lacked the love of his grandfather and grandmother since childhood, and he found some compensation in the old man Han and the old man Jean. Chapter 287. To be honest, hearing Han Mimi say that made Wang Fan a bit doubtful of his own abilities. After all, he was also a battle-hardened person, so it should have happened at least once. However, there was no movement from the people he had come into contact with. Could it be that his own bad luck was coming true? If that were the case, would he be scolded to death by his mom? So he began to check himself and found that he was doing great in every aspect, and he even had 2 iron kidneys, definitely capable of 10 tanks of power. Extremely strong. Since he couldn't figure it out, it was probably just that fate hadn't arrived yet, so he cleared out the messy thoughts from his mind. He began to seriously watch the 9th set of radio calisthenics, and the limitless transformation technique granted by Confucius automatically activated. At that moment, he discovered the problems with the 9th set of radio calisthenics. Thus, Wang Fan used the basic techniques commonly employed by cultivators, integrating posture and movements, intention and breathing, mentality and emotions, and physical condition to improve the 9th set of radio calisthenics. Of course, different versions were created for different ages, and he believed that under the guidance of professionals, people would quickly grasp the essence. As long as they trained consistently, when the spiritual energy fully revived, their cultivation would soar. Chapter 288. Dong Mengjiu really wanted to roll her eyes at Wang Fan. Was this something a chairman would say? Did your money come from the wind? With such a caring heart, why not go help those who are trapped around the 3,000-point mark in the stock market? They would thank the ancestors of the boss for generations. However, as a professional manager, Dong Mengjiu definitely wouldn't do something so emotionally unintelligent. She could only agree. In fact, the current project of the Mortal Group had already surpassed more than 70 of investment companies in the country. After all, no investment company could match them by investing over trillions even before officially opening. If this were to be known, it would surely leave the big shots in the investment world dumbfounded. One could only say Wang Fan was naive with too much money. However, from Wang Fan's speed in making money, it was clear that the current investment scale was still far from enough, especially since he had just received news from the bank that the boss had managed another 10 trillion US dollars. Where could one make sense of that? After everyone had eaten under Wang Fan's guidance, They began to line up properly to learn the ninth set of radio calisthenics. Wang Fan first demonstrated it for everyone, making the goddesses eager to try it out because this change not only made it simpler, but also made them feel very pleasant during Wang Fan's practice. Chapter 289. Wang Fan was full of black lines. Li Sueki was truly more trouble than she was worth, and this would only make things worse. However, that night he did have an honest conversation with Li Sueki and had some close contact, but it was also a result of circumstance. Of course, there was another party involved in this matter, which was Dong Mengjiao. After being reminded by Li Sueki, she subconsciously glanced at Wang Fan's lower body because she had been fortunate enough to see it that night. Wang Fan didn't expect that what had happened that night would be brought up again today. Of course, that night he had also had intimate contact with Lin Xiaoxiao. It was truly a headache. Why are you all looking at me? Don't you know Li Sueki? She loves to exaggerate. I kindly helped her open her meridians to assist her cultivation, and yet I was treated like a fool. Since that's the case, let her cultivate at a snail's pace. I won't bother with it anymore. Looking at Wang Fan's righteous demeanor, he really managed to convince quite a few people who thought he was right. Li Sueki was indeed the kind of person who loved to make a fuss. Everyone acknowledged this point. Li Sueki indeed felt the spiritual energy moving within her. If what Wang Fan said was true, that he could help her open her meridians, then it really cleared away quite a few obstacles on her path to cultivation. Chapter 290. The most crucial thing is that such clothing can indeed conceal one's figure. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about their figures being overly exposed. With everyone's joint efforts, the filming of the improved version of the ninth set of radio calisthenics was completed. In the end, they filmed 2 versions, one for Wang Fan and Han Mimi as a male-female breakdown version, ensuring that the subsequent learning would have no deviations. At the same time, the improved version of the 5 Elements Fist was also filmed similarly. After finishing, everyone was exhausted, but Han Mimi was quite excited. With these 2 sets of techniques, they could take advantage of everyone's current enthusiasm for martial arts to promote these 2 techniques. As if thinking of the chaotic scene tonight, Han Mimi didn't intend to stay here and continue vying for affection. Instead, she said to Wang Fan, "Dear, I've finished these 2 sets of techniques. I plan to go to the imperial capital to deliver them to the elder and take care of some work I haven't done during this time." Wang Fan didn't feign affection by asking Han Mimi to stay for the night, as they no longer needed such formalities. They had experienced a lifetime together in the secret realm and understood each other well. "All right, I'll have Long Dun take you over. Be careful with everything. If there's anything you can't solve, be sure to tell me, and we can think a way together." Chapter 291. Sometimes, girls' minds are really something special. They can fill in a lot of details based on what you say and end up conquering themselves. Thank you for understanding, my dear wife. Next came a series of interesting dribbling moves. Only by running fully and under dazzling dribbling could one have the chance to get open for a 3-point shot. This time, Long Piao didn't stop them again, and soon they were engaged in an exciting 1-versus-1 basketball game. Of course, to prevent interruptions, Wang Fan locked the door from the inside before preparing to shoot. Both were very invested in the game. They initially thought of a fast-paced match, but since both sides were evenly matched, it remained tight, and they played for over 2 hours before it completely ended. "Sister Mingjiao, you really are insightful. Let us cook later. Otherwise, who knows how many times we'll have to heat things up? This is the charm of a little separation being better than a new marriage, so we should give the newlyweds more time. Is it really that addictive? I'm curious how it can last so long. You dirty girls, can you find something to do instead of always hovering around here? Ha ha, look, someone is getting anxious." Chapter 292. What nonsense are you talking about? Long Piao, feeling shy, quickly replied, "You all eat first. We'll be out soon. Wife, time waits for no one. Let us go. Get lost." Long Piao kicked him aside. "Are you trying to murder your husband? If I go practice the sunflower manual, wouldn't you be crying like you Ling Chan every day? That won't happen. By then, we'll be the best sisters, and that would be beautiful." "Oh, so you have such a preference. Then sister is ready. Little sister is coming." Long Piao was truly exasperated by Wang Fan's shamelessness. After some playful teasing, they finally began to clean up the battlefield. Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the dining table with a puzzled expression. Fanga said he is not full yet and will come out to eat after he is full. Sister Piao told us to eat first, saying they'll be out soon. Wang Fan really has no shame. Li Sueki said bluntly, "We're all full. What else do we need to eat?" Everyone laughed at her cute remark. You have to admit that in a group, you really need someone bold enough to speak out. That's what makes it fun. In an era where most people are only children, having a group of beautiful girls living together really compensates for the lack of sisters. Chapter 293. Bobo felt a bit embarrassed hearing Long Piao say that. When they decided to cook to prank Wang Fan, they said they would use heavy ingredients. Lin Xiaoxiao chose sour, she chose spicy, Li Sueki went for numbing, Li Na made it sweet, and Dong Mengjiao made it salty. In short, none of them were normal. Unexpectedly, they ended up inadvertently hurting their sister. Lin Xiaoxiao picked up a small bowl of vinegar next to her and said, "Sister Piao, quickly rinse your mouth with vinegar. It will reduce the spiciness." Long Piao remembered how Wang Fan reacted when he ate the tomato scrambled egg she made. His expression was extremely distorted, so it must not have been good. She now realized that her sisters must have purposely pranked Wang Fan by making these dark dishes. So she grabbed the water next to her and started rinsing her mouth frantically. Wang Fan could be said to be in a very embarrassing situation. He had never cried like this before. Just then, Dong Mengjiao, dressed as a chef, came over with the stir-fried broccoli she made and said to Wang Fan, "Boss, this is the broccoli I carefully prepared for you. It will definitely give you a unique experience." Wang Fan quickly waved his hand and said, "No, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm already full. Besides, I can't be a tasting official for this. Let us just leave it at that." Chapter 294. Dong Mengjiao and the others felt like they were lifting a stone only to drop it on their own feet. Why provoke him for no reason? Wang Fan had just come out of the secret realm. Now outside, it was rumored that those hidden families and martial artists who entered the secret realm didn't even get past the first level before it suddenly ended. In other words, someone was ruthless enough to complete the task ahead of all the martial artists, making this the most failed secret realm expedition in history. Many martial artists died, and they gained nothing. Many people didn't know that Wang Fan had entered the secret realm first, but the beauties in Villeneuve, one of Donghu Bei, were well aware. What terrified them even more was that Han Mimi had directly become an unapproachable grandmaster. So, when Han Mimi left, they breathed a sigh of relief. Plus, Wang Fan's shamelessness in the study with Long Piao doing intimate things made the women's desire for revenge explode. After discussing, they decided to have the tasting official matter. Now, they truly felt like they were stepping on their own toes. They clearly had their own consciousness, but their bodies had completely lost control. The martial artist's strength was terrifying, especially those like Han Bailing who ate the dark dishes. That scoundrel Wang Fan didn't even give them the chance to rinse their mouths, and now their tears were flowing. Chapter 295. Bobo on the side wanted to give Dong Mengjiao a big thumbs up. This sister really had a head of iron. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, she still wanted Wang Fan to keep challenging her. What was the difference between that and seeking death? Wang Fan didn't expect that Dong Mengjiao was still clinging to the meaning of the previous game. Was she not afraid of his punishment? "Are you determined to carry this through to the end?" Wang Fan asked with an unfriendly tone. "Or are you more interested in what I said about the dragon?" Dong Mengjiao disdainfully replied, "Don't forget how I came here. Your tricks might work on Lin Xiaoxiao, that naive little girl. But I'm not some wild horse you can scare off at will." After Dong Mengjiao's reminder, Wang Fan realized that she was indeed different from the other girls. When Wang Fan had given a reward to a streamer and the amount reached 100 million, the system provided a hidden task reward, which was a personal secretary. That secretary was Dong Mengjiao. Wang Fan could unconditionally trust those rewarded by the system, so he handed all the matters of the Fanrin group to Dong Mengjiao. It must be said that she really understood him well. Looking at Dong Mengjiao's provocative eyes, Wang Fan thought for a moment and said, "All right, since you say you're a wild horse, then I want to see if I can tame you. I declare that among the sour, spicy, and salty dishes, I choose your salty one." Chapter 296. Before Wang Fan could react to what was happening, Dong Mengjiao attacked again. Wang Fan was quite frustrated. Dong Mengjiao came to him to train a wild horse, implying that he was the wild horse. It was really turning the world upside down. He definitely deserved a beating. Actually, after Dong Mengjiao explained how she arrived, Wang Fan was still very curious. If he could win her over tonight, would the system give him some hidden task rewards? However, Dong Mengjiao was indeed, as she said, a wild horse that was difficult to tame. She immediately tried to assert her dominance over him, thinking that Wang Fan was easily frightened. Using the carefree cloud stepping technique again, he instantly transformed into a graceful dancing butterfly, effortlessly dodging all of Dong Mengjiao's fierce attacks. However, when Wang Fan noticed various tools placed behind Dong Mengjiao, he almost blacked out and fell to the ground. Could it be that Dong Mengjiao had some special preferences? Otherwise, why would there be so many weapons? In her work, she exuded a queenly demeanor. Could she also be a different kind of queen in private? Anyway, Wang Fan's mind was a bit overwhelmed. No matter what, he couldn't let Dong Mengjiao continue. He needed to correct her behavior. Chapter 297 now. Dong Mengjiao was facing a dual test of body and soul. She had completely lost hope in Wang Fan, as he felt so unfamiliar to her at that moment. It was as if she had never known him. He was purely a devil from hell. Crack, crack, crack. A series of 3 whips left her clothes in tatters. She was genuinely scared. With Wang Fan's current status, if he really wanted to kill her, he could easily frame her with a crime and get away unscathed. After all, she was quite aware of what the Dragon Soul Palace represented, and Wang Fan was considered a mid-level figure there. Faced with such a demon, she was truly frightened and awed. When Wang Fan raised the whip again, she quickly replied, "I know I was wrong. I will never dare to speculate about my master again." Even after admitting her mistake, Wang Fan's whip still fell on her. And this time it was the hardest hit yet, harsher than all previous ones. This time, it directly dislocated Dong Mengjiao's arm, causing her face to go pale instantly. And she couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Next door, Long Piapiao also heard the scream and felt a tightness in her heart. Was training a wild horse really this intense? Thinking of the scene of Wang Fan galloping, her face couldn't help but flush. Chapter 298. Wang Fan taught with great detail, completely breaking down the divine-level breathing technique and teaching it to Dong Mengjiao sentence by sentence. After all, he would be leaving for Sakura country tomorrow. If he could teach one person before leaving, it would be worth it. Later, he could have Dong Mengjiao teach others in his place. After training with Dong Mengjiao, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her internal energy had broken through from the 3rd to the 5th rank. She couldn't believe how fast her realm would improve if she practiced this technique every day. At this moment, she truly believed what Long Piapiao had said. After developing an extraordinary relationship with Wang Fan, her cultivation would indeed make a qualitative leap. Dong Mengjiao always remembered Long Piapiao's generosity. She leaned into Wang Fan's ear and said, "Master, this technique is truly wonderful. Why not call Piapiao over and let her learn it too? What do you think?" Wang Fan thought Dong Mengjiao's suggestion was quite good. After all, Long Piapiao was his first woman, and her cultivation shouldn't fall behind too much. "Sure, I just don't know if she's asleep. I'll go take a look." With that, Dong Mengjiao, wearing a new nightgown, opened the door and walked out. Chapter 299. Wang Fan revealed a bitter smile and said, "You are still too well protected by me. A great change in the world is imminent, and facing such bloody scenes will become commonplace. If one day you are captured by bad people, the punishments they give you will be far worse than what I do. So you need to prepare mentally for that. You have to adapt to harsh environments, face death, and learn to kill. Sometimes, it's not that you don't cause trouble. Trouble will find you anyway. Remember, never be soft-hearted. If you aren't ruthless to others, just a little bit of softness could mean that the next person to die is you. This world is all about survival of the fittest. I hope that one day I won't have to help you collect corpses. I want you to quickly adapt to various environments. Let go of your inner cowardice and fragility, and become a strong and brave girl. We will always be together." Wang Fan's words were very sincere, which made Long Piapiao, who had some lingering resentment, feel all her displeasure dissipate. Dong Mengjiao, who had been trembling beside her, also stopped shaking. Long Piapiao said with a pitiful tone, "Dear, you can take your time to tell us. Don't make me feel scared and unfamiliar like earlier." Chapter 300. Watching Wang Fan's departing back, evenly Sweki, who wasn't particularly fond of him, felt a sense of loss. Although he was quite flirtatious and attracted many girls, he genuinely treated them well. Even before he left, he had considered their safety and other issues. Finding a man who provides a strong sense of security is truly something that makes a man feel content and at ease. Long Piapiao looked at everyone and said, "We need to practice well. Let's do the 9th set of radio calisthenics together." When Wang Fan arrived again at the villa where the Sakura sisters were staying, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonderful connections between people. Initially, when he met Aoyu, neither of them left a good impression on the other, especially Aoyu, who wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Fan. had reached the peak of that thought after the Morong family's auction. She even sent family assassins to attempt to kill Wang Fan, but fortunately, he managed to turn danger into safety. Later on, Wang Fan completely shattered the nightmare that had troubled Aoyu for many years, conquering this little Sakura, and everything changed. Chapter 301. The Aoi sisters exchanged surprise glances. They never expected that Wang Fan, who they thought was just helping them regain control of their family, actually had such grand ambitions to make the entire martial arts world of Sakura country submit to him. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for their Aoi family. Once the martial arts world was unified, the sisters would become the strongest presence in Sakura's martial arts realm. This was a task that even their ancestors had not accomplished, and they never imagined it would be completed in their hands one day. Compared to Long Country, the martial arts world of Sakura country was much simpler, controlled by the 4 major families and a significant force. When their grandfather was still healthy, their Aoi family had the upper hand, but as their grandfather's health declined, the 4 major families and the significant force with a master-level figure reached a delicate balance. With Aoi Yumi introducing Wang Fan to the martial arts world of Sakura country, he gradually understood the situation there. The 4 major families are the Aoi family, the Mutu family, the Yamamoto family, and the Ito family. Each family has its own unique martial arts heritage and business sector. Chapter 302. Aoi Ryuichi's expression changed dramatically. He really did not expect to feel the pressure he sensed from the family ancestor coming from the junior Aoyu. He asked in horror and uncertainty, "Have you reached the Grandmaster level?" As a former master, he naturally knew how difficult it was to advance from master to Grandmaster. Even if the young man in front of him had magically transferred his cultivation to Aoyu, she could not have reached the Grandmaster level so quickly. The realm he had pursued his entire life was achieved by a junior in less than a month. Aoyu proudly said, "Of course, it's all thanks to my master's grace, so you understand why I'm so loyal to him." Aoi Ryuichi looked at Wang Fan with fiery eyes. If what Aoyu said was true, could he also reach the Grandmaster level with Wang Fan's help? Wang Fan naturally knew Aoi Ryuichi's thoughts, but in Wang Fan's plan, he was merely a one-time consumable. Even if he provided enough resources for someone who had been a martial arts master before, it would indeed be possible to quickly reach their original realm. Chapter 303. The distance from Modu to Edo is quite short, about an hour and a half by flight. However, this time is not even enough for Wang Fan to play a game of billiards. So after landing in Edo, he noticed that the karaoke room door had not opened, and the flight attendant did not come forward to urge them. This made the blood demon ancestor envious. The body he was using belonged to Aoi Ryuichi, and he wondered if this guy had overused it when he was younger. Facing a top-tier beauty like Xianyuan Shui, he could only finish things in about 20 minutes, which made Xianyuan Shui complain a lot and often compare him to Wang Fan. This left the blood demon ancestor, a creature who had lived for 1,000 years, feeling so ashamed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. And he was extremely displeased with Aoi Ryuichi for being so useless. After waiting for over an hour, they finally saw the karaoke room door open from the inside. Xianyuan Shui looked at the Aoi sisters with envy, while the blood demon ancestor was filled with pent-up anger and needed to vent. "Master, should we go directly back to the Aoi family or find a place to stay first?" Wang Fan asked in confusion. "Have we arrived?" The blood demon ancestor was speechless. They had been there for over an hour, and this guy was really something. Chapter 304. Aoyu's mother fainted from shock, while Wang Fan, as if it had nothing to do with him, sat directly at the banquet set up by the Aoi family head and began to eat the corresponding delicacies. To be honest, the food from Sakura was hard to describe. If he hadn't consumed too much energy on the plane and felt a bit hungry, Wang Fan wouldn't have eaten this bland food. Soon, the blood demon ancestor had controlled 2 masters from the Aoi family, completing half of their mission upon arriving. The other half naturally involved finding the ancestor of the Aoi family, who was not only the stabilizing force of the Aoi family, but also of the entire Sakura country. Under the leadership of Aoi Akihiro, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor, where Aoi Akihiro took out a uniquely designed key from his pocket and opened the door. He led the way inside, then approached a stone door and performed a bowing ceremony. Since the blood demon ancestor was in Aoi Ryuichi's body, he had to kneel down as well. Only Wang Fan and Xianyuan Shui stood at the back as bodyguards, observing the surroundings as if enemies could attack the Aoi family at any moment. Chapter 305. Interesting. After using his soul attack to check Aoi Ryuichi's condition, the Aoi family ancestor said this, causing Wang Fan and the others to tense up. Did this old guy discover something? After all, he was the blood demon ancestor. Could it be that this old fellow was also a master of mental cultivation? Just as various questions arose in everyone's minds, the Aoi family ancestor picked up a jade bottle containing top-tier spirit liquid and began to drink it as if it were water. It really tastes the same as before. Those who wanted me dead are now dust in the wind, never to meet again in this life. With this bottle of spirit liquid, I can send some little cuties down to accompany them, don't you think? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure swept through the entire hall. Aoi Akihiro shouted loudly, "Ancestor, what are you doing? How much did it cost to get this top-tier spirit liquid from Longwa?" A massive phantom hand struck Aoi Akihiro, who had the strength of a master, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground, unconscious. This showed how terrifying the power of a grandmaster was. Chapter 306. With the system's assurance, Wang Fan directly released his divine sense. The Aoi family ancestor, who was originally about to complete the Aoi family's secret technique, noticed Aoi Ryuichi's change and exclaimed, "Interesting, I didn't expect to find a soul-controlling expert. It seems you all put in quite an effort to deal with me, old man. I have studied mental attacks and soul control for hundreds of years and have only reached the entry level. Today, I can catch you and learn from your experience." While the Aoi family ancestor was rambling, the blood demon ancestor had already entered Wang Fan's sea of consciousness, instantly feeling the power of Wang Fan's body. Truly, it was the body he had originally set his sights on. Just as he wanted to adapt a bit longer, Wang Fan's soul kicked him and said, "Get to work. Take this old guy down. His arrogance annoys me." "He, master, just watch. With your body, I could take this old fellow down in no time." The blood demon ancestor, who had been suppressed for 1,000 years, immediately raised Wang Fan's cultivation from Master Rank 5 to Grandmaster Rank 9 after taking control of his body. Chapter 307. If it were anyone else controlled by Wang Fan's soul puppet technique, they would definitely turn against him if he discarded them like this. But the blood demon ancestor would not, because he was Wang Fan's most loyal servant. Following Wang Fan's orders, he immediately exited Wang Fan's sea of consciousness and returned to Aoi Ryuichi's body. Wang Fan felt his cultivation drop all the way back to Master Rank 5. However, Wang Fan's gains were still substantial. He had witnessed the entire process of advancing from Master to the peak of Grand Master in his sea of consciousness. He noted how spiritual energy circulated within the body, which he could completely reference in his future cultivation. It was like going to an unfamiliar place without knowing how to reach the destination. At that moment, someone guided you through it, so when you went back next time, it would naturally be much easier than figuring it out on your own. For Wang Fan, this was a rare opportunity, meaning that he could smoothly reach the peak realm of a grandmaster by following the steps ahead. After readjusting to his own body, Wang Fan turned to Aoi Yumi beside him and said, "Are you ready? Next, I will transfer all of your ancestors' cultivation to you." Chapter 308. Truly the best yakitori shop. The chicken is grilled to perfection. At the common barbecue stalls in the Dragon Country, grilled chicken skin, wings, hearts, and gizzards are commonly seen, but here, in addition to those, there are also chicken legs, breast meat, livers, and kidneys, making it quite abundant. Seeing them crazily grilling chicken kidneys, Wang Fan was impressed. How many chicken kidneys would it take to make one skewer? Aoi Ryu ordered quite a few skewers and then asked Wang Fan what he wanted to drink. When Wang Fan watched Japanese dramas, he noticed that ordinary men and women or colleagues at gatherings usually drank sake, while if one party had feelings for the other, they would drink shochu. "Let's start with some sake. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know what it tastes like." He ordered 2 bottles of sake, and Aoi Ryu introduced Master. There's also a ramen shop nearby that serves an amazing dish. Should we give it a try? "Sure, you arrange it." Aoi Ryu called over a waiter and asked him to buy ramen. Their pork belly ramen is famous for its rich broth and large pieces of pork belly, making it unforgettable. The waiter, of course, dared not disobey Aoi Ryu's orders, and without even asking for money, he went to inform the manager about the situation and directly went to buy the ramen. Chapter 309. Are the women of Sakura Country this proactive? When Wang Fan was in his home country, he knew he was handsome, but the ones pursuing him were usually young girls. Now arriving here, he directly encountered a higher level. It was like stepping into the realm of mature women, regardless of whether they were widows or wealthy wives. They were certainly not comparable to those naive young girls. Agui Ryu continued to be an onlooker, wanting to see how Wang Fan would respond. Wang Fan curiously extended his hand and asked, "From my observation, you are still a virgin. How did you become a widow?" Ito Yui didn't expect that the handsome guy in front of her could see through her situation at a glance, making her even more curious about Wang Fan. "Sir, who said a widow can't be a virgin?" This rebuttal was flawless, and Wang Fan thought it was indeed a bit abrupt on his part. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "You are right. There is no necessary connection between the two. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Fan from the Dragon Country." "Wow, I didn't expect your Japanese to be so good. I thought you were a local." Older women tend to compliment others, which can provide emotional comfort to those they converse with. Chapter 310. The fighting outside eventually drew the attention of those inside the private room, first from the Yamamoto family. After all, Yamamoto Riai had been in the restroom for too long, so they sent someone to look for her, and just as they stepped out of the room, they saw her fighting with someone. They immediately turned back to the private room and informed everyone inside. This time, Ito Yui was surrounded by the Yamamoto family members, and she pitifully looked at Wang Fan, who had already finished his ramen, saying, "Honey, they are bullying me. Do you want to just watch them bully me and become a cuckold like Ning Jitaro?" This again refreshed Wang Fan's understanding of the men from Sakura country. He had seen playful ones, but never imagined they could play this way. Wang Fan couldn't accept his woman messing around with others. But Ito Yui really treated him like a fool. Although she currently had the atmosphere of a widow, she indeed attracted Wang Fan. After all, every man wants to try different styles, and this perfect widow vibe is definitely hard to come by. Even so, Wang Fan had no intention of intervening. Everything seemed a bit abnormal in his eyes. Although he knew his looks were quite appealing, he could indeed attract the opposite sex more than the average person. Chapter 311. Ito Yui's expression turned extremely ugly because she knew that Wang Fan and the others might not be interested in her. But the two heads of the Desert Rain season were indeed people who dared to act on their words. Mercenaries are a group of people who would give up their lives for money. So what do these big mercenaries do when they have money? It goes without saying that they look for women to relieve their fears. Every time they went on a mission, they were a group of people who risked their lives. So naturally, fear would arise, and the best way to relieve that was through the comforts of a woman. It is said that these people are like beasts, and when they get into it, they seem to throw their lives away. Some even treat their partners like captives, which is quite terrifying. These two are also among the most representative figures in the mercenary world. Initially, they targeted a lady, and these two rushed in, directly snatching her away under the heavy protection of security. The person who was snatched was actually quite significant. She was the sister-in-law of the head of the Muta family. Although she was released that same night, it was said that she was disheveled at the time. What exactly happened between the three of them? Chapter 312. Nightwalker Barry felt it was hard to believe. Since entering the ranks of warriors, he had only seen one person who could manipulate gravity, and that was his second brother, the bloodthirsty demon Giant Rock. As for this secret technique, it was something his second brother learned by chance from the Giant Ape clan, requiring both talent and an extremely powerful physical training quality to master, making it an incredibly difficult skill. It was precisely because of this unique skill that the bloodthirsty demon Giant Rock secured a place in the mercenary realm and later encountered their older brother, Shadow Monarch, to establish the Desert Rain Season organization together. Rapidly rising among mercenaries, it was also at this time that he joined and even sat in the third chair. One could say that on the battlefield, his speed, combined with his second brother's defense and gravity manipulation, formed a battle strength that reconstituted their older brother's fighting power. Whether executing tasks or battling against other mercenaries, they could always seize certain advantages. This sudden emergence of a person with gravity control gave him a feeling that was even more impressive than his second brother. Could he be from the Giant Ape clan? Or did he meet the Giant Ape clan before his second brother? Chapter 313. Wang Fan did not expect that as the first family of the Sakura country, the Aoi family had such poor awareness of prevention. They had been breached by competitors right at their doorstep. And he couldn't help but wonder how many people were infiltrating their ranks. Perhaps having been in the position of the first family for too long made them feel invincible, leading to such a basic mistake. Do you want to know what happened in the Aoi family? Ito Yui and the others nodded in unison. Wang Fan said to Aoi Ryu, "Clear the area. Let all unrelated people sleep." Aoi Ryu made a cutting gesture across his neck, and Wang Fan replied helplessly, "Sleep? Not die. At your age, why is your killing intent so strong?" After finishing speaking, Wang Fan took the lead towards the nearest private room. The subordinates brought by Yamamoto Ria all fell to the ground and started to sleep as if hypnotized. Then, Aoi Ryuichi closed the restaurant's main door to prevent other customers from coming in. After doing all this, he returned to the private room. At this point, Wang Fan had briefly explained the situation of the Aoi family, as well as the purpose of calling them over for discussion. After all, with the Aoi family having destroyed their organization, there needed to be someone to manage families or forces like theirs. Chapter 314, I believe you have already sensed that the global spiritual energy is beginning to accelerate its recovery. Some ancient monsters will reappear in this world in various ways. If our generation cannot take the lead, we can only become puppets of others. Are you willing to accept that? Wang Fan did not engage in pleasantries with the bloodthirsty demon and Nightwalker Berry. He laid out the imminent events clearly. If they lacked even this basic awareness of crisis, then Wang Fan truly looked down on the organization. However, seeing the drastic change in the faces of the two leaders of the wilderness rainy season, Wang Fan knew that as mercenaries executing tasks around the world, they must have received more information and witnessed more things than he did. For Jian and Barry, they indeed had received quite a bit of information. For example, a team they were recently part of while on a mission at sea encountered a creature with tentacles over 10 meters thick when they reached the Bermuda region. Accompanied by a storm, their ship sank after only a few tugs, and they estimated that this creature was larger than the largest whale currently being advertised. Given that their ship weighed over 1,000 tons, one could imagine how powerful that monster was. Chapter 315, don't be fooled by Ito Yui's appearance of being a love-struck fool in front of Wang Fan. However, this widow was a definite black widow when facing others. When confronted with Barry's doubts, she merely shot him a glare, and Barry felt as if his body was out of control. That invisible pressure was even stronger than that emanating from their older brother. Before Ito Yui consumed the fruit Wang Fan offered her, his strength had been superior to hers, which was enough to prove that what the young man had said earlier was true. He not only possessed treasures that could allow people to break through their limits, but could also repair a person's cultivation method, which was truly extraordinary. Just as Barry was about to kneel, Wang Fan pinched Ito Yui's waist and said, "Nightwalker is not an outsider. We'll all be good friends from now on, so let's not spoil the mood." Wang Fan felt he was making a reasonable statement, but to Ito Yui, it sounded quite different. She thought it meant Wang Fan wanted to share her with another man. She could share Wang Fan with other women, but she absolutely could not allow other men to share him. After all, she did not want to repeat the mistakes of her grandmother. So she whispered into Wang Fan's ear, "Honey, please don't share me with anyone, okay? I only want to belong to you in this life." Chapter 316, thinking of this, Wang Fan's body began to tremble. In that era, the leader of the wilderness rainy season was truly Wang Fan's real leader during those nights of battle. It had long been etched in his mind. But as he grew older, that memory had been buried deep within. Ito Yui sensed Wang Fan's emotional fluctuations and immediately felt murderous. If the three from the wilderness rainy season made any moves against Wang Fan, she wouldn't mind silencing them. Wang Fan then said to her, "Go help me turn on a machine. I want to play World of Warcraft." Ito Yui, bloodthirsty demon Jian, and Nightwalker Berry were all confused. Weren't they here to discuss matters? How to turn into a gaming session? However, Ito Yui would unconditionally obey Wang Fan's words and immediately went to the service desk to turn on a computer next to Shadow Emperor. Before coming, the bloodthirsty demon and Barry had already reminded Wang Fan that when their boss was playing games, they shouldn't disturb him even if the sky fell. He was a very focused person, so focused that it was almost alarming. They recalled a time when they went to protect a so-called big shot, and their team felt a danger, thinking it was a massacre targeting the wilderness rainy season. Chapter 317, Ito Yui could not tolerate Shadow Emperor trying to sow discord between her and Wang Fan, as Wang Fan was not just a man in her heart now, but also a godlike presence in her mind. In her perception, no one could so easily elevate another person's cultivation by a whole realm, especially without any pain involved, as simple as eating fruit. As Ito Yui seemed about to get angry, the bloodthirsty demon quickly tugged at Shadow Emperor's arm and whispered, "Big brother, calm down. Ito Yui is now far more powerful. She is already a grandmaster and can suppress you with one hand." Shadow Emperor jumped 3 feet high like a dog whose tail had been stepped on and exclaimed, "What? How is that possible? She just reached the Master Realm. How did she become a grandmaster? I have struggled in the Grandmaster realm for 8 years, and still haven't broken through that barrier. How has this world become so incomprehensible? Nightwalker Berry added from the side. All of this is thanks to your miraculous little brother. He gave Yui a red fruit, and shortly after eating it, she achieved the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 318, the Bloodthirsty Demon and Nightwalker both lit up at the mention of Wang Fan, wanting to elevate them to the Grandmaster realm. This was monumental good news for them. Moreover, the resources for cultivation Wang Fan mentioned were truly unexpected, as they had previously only discussed cultivation methods without mentioning cultivation resources. Of course, I can also provide you with complete cultivation methods. As far as I know, apart from some hidden sects or prominent families, there are no complete cultivation methods available, which is why people get wiped out when encountering some revived old monsters or young disciples within sections. Because of incompleteness, they have to suffer. However, once the cultivation method is complete, they need not fear those so-called revived ancient monsters or the geniuses within the sect. Shadow Emperor truly did not expect that this little brother he knew had such high talent in martial arts that he could even perfect cultivation methods. If this were in a sect, he would definitely be regarded as an ancestor-like figure. Previously, when Wang Fan mentioned that they had already dealt with the ancestor of the Aoi family, it had already left the people in the martial arts world of Sakura country in utter shock. Chapter 319 Wang Fan naturally noticed Shadow Emperor's concerns and continued to explain. If you have no thoughts of betraying me, then this mark has no effect on you. You can make all your decisions as you wish. I won't interfere. If you need my support, just come to me. After all, having invested so much, he did not want to raise a tiger to trouble himself, as that would only invite trouble. Boss, if I call you boss, then you're my Wang Fan's boss. And I won't betray you. You have the breakthrough fruit in hand, and the Grandmaster is within reach. I can eliminate the desert rain season with just a thought. If it weren't for you, boss, I wouldn't even consult. I would have directly marked you or eliminated you. I could easily find someone else to lead the desert rain season. If you, boss, disagree, I won't blame you or take action against the desert rain season. After all, you are my boss, and I acknowledge that. However, the desert rain season must leave Sakura country. I want to create a back garden for Dragon Country, so I need to ensure that this garden obeys my orders 100. That's all for now. You can discuss it further and give me a final answer. Chapter 320. If it weren't for Aoi Longi leading Yamamoto Riai, the newly promoted Grandmaster and future head of the Yamamoto family, might have been directly suppressed upon seeing the Aoi sisters. At this moment, Aoi Yumi has become the strongest among the existing martial artists, as she has inherited the full cultivation from the ancestor of the Aoi family, achieving the peak of the Grandmaster realm. In Aoi Yumi's eyes, Yamamoto Riai is just a small Karami who has just stepped into the Grandmaster realm. No one expected that in Sakura country, where Grandmasters dominate, it now feels somewhat commonplace. All of this is due to one man, Wang Fan. Not only can he mass-produce masters, but he can also create Grandmasters. On his first day in Sakura country, he has already produced 6 Grandmasters, significantly elevating the strength of martial artists throughout Sakura country. Seeing the renowned Yamamoto Riai, the Aoi sisters felt helpless. After all, Wang Fan is so outstanding that he is admired by girls wherever he goes. After both sides openly discussed, they understood that Wang Fan had made changes to the original plan, which was to allow the Aoi family to dominate and directly absorb other forces. Chapter 321. The reason why Ito Yasu knew his daughter reached the Grandmaster realm was mainly that he had personally felt the pressure from the ancestor of the Aoi family. This goes back over 20 years when he had just stepped into the Master realm, and a master-level expert from the big, beautiful country came to Sakura country to flaunt their power. At that time, the desert rain season had not yet arrived in Sakura country, and the country was still under the control of the 4 major families. However, the master from the big, beautiful country was exceptionally strong, overwhelming the 4 major families and providing many benefits to the economy while establishing their organization in Sakura country, which touched the reverse scale of the 4 families. In a desperate situation, the Aoi family summoned their ancestor, and this battle confirmed the Aoi family's title as the first family in Sakura country. The previously arrogant master group from the beautiful country turned into obedient little sheep the moment the Aoi ancestor made a move, with no ability to resist. It was at that time that Ito Yasu developed a deep-seated fear of the Grandmaster realm, and even after so many years, he still remembers it vividly. The normally lofty Master realm is truly nothing in front of a Grandmaster level expert. Chapter 322. Wang Fan had seen enough of the drama and stood up to say, "All right, it's time to get down to business. After dealing with the Edo family, we still need to visit the Muto family and unify the martial arts forces of Sakura country today." Upon hearing Wang Fan's words, Barry naturally retracted his Grandmaster pressure. Ito Yasu then realized how wrong he had been. No wonder his daughter said he couldn't recognize a true dragon. It turned out that the real mastermind was his daughter's new boyfriend. Otherwise, how could the Grand Master level strongman of the Desert Rain season possibly listen to a master's words? This completely transcended common understanding. Therefore, when Wang Fan said he would unify the martial arts forces of Sakura country, he definitely had the ability to do so. Thinking of this, he felt extremely fortunate, grateful that he had given birth to a good daughter, allowing the Ito family to survive this major upheaval. After understanding all the twists and turns, he trembled as he stood up, becoming cautious. Wang Fan then told him, "Go call over your family's master-level experts." He then turned to Ito Yui and said, "You go find those loyal members of your family, the ones who will never betray you, so I can help enhance their strength." Chapter 323. Wang Fan has always scoffed at the notion of retribution. In his logic, the concept of cause and effect does not exist because he believes it is a false proposition. If there were retribution, then what he did to others would be the retribution he deserved, and he is merely resolving the corresponding cause and effect. So in response to the cheap future father-in-law's curse, he smiled and said, "I'm just in my early 20s. What evil can I do? What retribution can I receive? On the contrary, as the current head of the Ito family, how many heinous acts have you committed? I guess they are too numerous to mention. So now, when I strip you of your cultivation, consider it a way to atone for the sins you have committed. You should thank me." Seeing Wang Fan smile, Ito Yasu felt he was the most terrifying devil in the world, regretting deeply how he had initially underestimated his son-in-law and failed to curry favor with him. Now, he was about to lose the cultivation he relied on due to his habit of climbing high and stepping low. He truly regretted it, feeling like he was dying of regret. But in this world, there is no such thing as regret medicine that can restore his image in Wang Fan's mind. Chapter 324. The lights in the manor were as bright as day, and some security teams in camouflage uniforms, armed with advanced modern firearms, quickly surrounded Wang Fan and his group. It seems that after the death of Muto's son, their security team underwent upgrades, not only in equipment, but also with a significant increase in personnel. The butler of the Muto family said with a serious face, "Who are you? Why did you break into our Muto family at night?" For ordinary people or regular gangs, these armed security teams would definitely be top tier. However, for a group of top martial artists like Wang Fan, they were merely insignificant. The first to get out of the car was Ito Yui, who had changed from her previous widow's attire into a vibrant kimono, completely transforming her image. The butler frowned even tighter upon seeing this. She was supposed to be the widow of their young master, dutifully keeping vigil at home. She returned home on the 7th day. But who could say anything since she was the young lady of the Ito family? However, on the 8th day, before dawn, why did she bring people to break down the door and barge in? What on earth happened? Chapter 325. After making a threatening remark, Muto Ichiro did not immediately take action, but instead looked at the Shadow Emperor beside him, as he believed that among these young people, only the leader of the Desert Rain Season organization was qualified to stand on equal footing with him. The various young ladies from the families brought by his daughter-in-law were not to be feared. After all, according to his intelligence, they were merely newly stepped into the Master Realm. Compared to the foundations of the Muto family, they were not a threat at all. Emperor Shadow, today your esteemed presence is a bit overwhelming. Let me finish my family matters and we can have a good drink together. Wooden Ichiro is indeed an old fox. When he speaks, he is meticulous, and with a simple sentence, he excluded Emperor Shadow and the others. This way, he can focus on dealing with Ito Yui. After all, in his impression, Ito Yui has just broken through to the Master Realm, and he can easily suppress her. After this, he must punish that wretched Ito Yui properly. Originally, according to his plan, as long as they allied with the Ito family to eliminate the Yamamoto family, they could further strengthen the Wuding family. In this way, the Wuding family would be just one step away from becoming the top family in Sakura country. They just needed to wait for that old Aoi family member to die peacefully. Chapter 326. Arrogant young man, I will let you know who the real fisherman is. The ancestor of the Wuding family seemed like the judge of hell. It was as if he had sentenced Wang Fan to death. Do you understand the real difference between the Master Realm and the Grandmaster Realm? Go die. An unprecedented pressure descended upon Wang Fan from all directions. Even his proud speed was restrained by this pressure. Damn, the Grandmaster Realm is indeed formidable. He could faintly feel that the opponent had grasped some power of the loss. Wang Fan thought to himself but said out loud, "Spare this old dog-s life. I still have great use for him." Yumi smiled sweetly. "Okay, brother-in-law." Indeed, even she had developed an unusual relationship with Wang Fan. But Yumi still continued to call him by his original title. The overwhelming pressure from the ancestor of the Wuding family was effortlessly dispelled by a gentle wave of Yumi's hand. And just like that, the ancestor of the Wuding family, who was originally showing off in midair, fell to the ground as if hit from behind. The ancestor of the Wuding family did not expect that their entire family had exerted all their strength to obtain a bottle of top-notch spirit liquid from abroad. And it was with the help of this liquid that their ancestor finally broke through to the Grandmaster Realm. Chapter 327. Wuding Ichiro saw that Ito Yui had also become a Grandmaster, and his heart was completely crushed. The rise of the Wuding family he had been dreaming of now seemed like a particularly ridiculous joke. Unable to bear any more stimulation, he tilted his head and fainted. Emperor Shadow and his team turned the Wuding family upside down and indeed found a 5th-grade Grandmaster expert and a violent black cat in an underground secret room. The reason it was called violent was that its attack power was still quite fierce. Even an adult tiger probably wouldn't be a match for it. So one can imagine how formidable its strength was. Therefore, a Grandmaster martial artist was stationed here to guard it, which was obvious. This was a cat with cultivation. Emperor Shadow directly controlled it, and it became obedient. Such pets capable of cultivation are generally referred to as spirit pets among cultivators. It is unknown where the Wuding family found such a spirit pet with the ability to fly. Generally, spirit pets of this level can fight across realms, which is why the Wuding family specifically assigned a Grandmaster to guard it. In fact, the reason for sending a 5th-grade Grandmaster was mainly because this Grandmaster was a pet enthusiast and specially applied to hope to tame such a little creature one day. Chapter 328. However, this little black cat did not use any cultivation techniques to attack, but instead relied on pure physical strength to strike with its claws. If that claw really scraped across Yamamoto Riai's face, her delicate features would surely be left with scars. This face was her important asset for becoming Wang Fan's woman, and it must not be damaged in the slightest. Just at this critical moment, her powerful mental force surged toward the little black cat's mind like a tide, instantly causing it to become dizzy and lose its attack power. With a casual wave of her hand, the little black cat fell heavily to the ground, meowing in pain. Of course, Yamamoto Riai did not use excessive force. After all, she just wanted to teach this little cat, which didn't know its limits, a lesson. Wang Fan's gaze inadvertently swept over this side, and the scene before him made him feel a surge of emotion. He recalled the beast-taming skill he had just obtained, feeling as if he had seen a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, as if all these encounters were a sort of unexplainable fate arrangement, an inevitable course. He took a deep breath and silently issued an instruction to the system. System, use beast-taming skill. Okay, host. The system's emotionless yet powerful response quickly followed. Chapter 329. Wang Fan stood quietly, firmly holding the high-quality spirit stone that emitted a warm glow, slowly extending it toward the little black cat. The little black cat's ears perked up slightly, its round eyes sparkling like 2 crystal-clear black gemstones. When it sensed the presence of the spirit stone, its eyes seemed magnetically drawn to it, filled with desire and urgency. Suddenly, the little black cat seemed to receive the command to charge, opening its mouth wide. Moving as fast as a black lightning bolt, its tiny mouth instantly swallowed the spirit stone in one go, the entire process seamless and astonishingly quick. After swallowing the spirit stone, its throat twitched slightly, as if savoring the deliciousness of the stone. The sight was as if it had been starving for 800 years, and its gluttonous behavior was incredibly amusing, making one want to laugh. Yamamoto Riai stood frozen like she was immobilized, her eyes wide open, shock written all over her face. Filled with disbelief, the encounter with the little black cat kept replaying in her mind. Not long ago, she thought the little black cat was cute and merely wanted to gently stroke it. Chapter 330. After working hard for more than a day, Wang Fan felt extremely tired. However, seeing the results made him deeply feel that all the effort was worth it. Overall, with his push, the martial arts world of Sakura Country had achieved a significant unification. Of course, this unification was not simply about merging all four major families into one big force, but rather forming a strong, cohesive whole centered around Wang Fan. Whether it was digesting various resources of the Wuding family or organizing and incorporating internal personnel like Aoi, Ito, Yamamoto, and Desert Rainy Season, it was a long-term and arduous task that could not be completed in a day or two. Since this was the case, Wang Fan felt there was no need to rush. He stretched lazily to relax his body and then said to Yamamoto Riai, "Let us go to your home. I will help your subordinates improve their strength." Hearing Wang Fan say this, Yamamoto Riai felt warm inside. In the face of her former husband, she could deal with it casually. After all, he was merely a random son-in-law brought in to appease the family. But Wang Fan's appearance gave her a real sense of love. Wang Fan truly cared for her and considered everything for her. Chapter 331. The service awareness of women in Sakura Country is indeed much stronger than that in Dragon Country. Under the influence of the cultural atmosphere and social environment of Sakura Country, they often integrate sincerity and dedication into their interactions with others. As long as they recognize someone in their hearts, they will wholeheartedly invest in their relationship with that person, unreservedly offering love, companionship, and support. During his communication with Ito Yui, Wang Fan deeply felt this. Ito Yui's enthusiasm and sincerity captivated him, and although it was their first encounter, the harmonious and passionate atmosphere left Wang Fan wanting more. Of course, this was also an unprecedented deep experience for Ito Yui, who was experiencing such emotional exchanges for the first time. She was conquered by Wang Fan's unique charm, developing an indescribable attachment to him deep within her heart. Even a powerful grandmaster like Ito Yui felt somewhat powerless after experiencing an intense battle with Wang Fan. This battle was not only a drain on her physical strength, but also a tremendous shock psychologically. She sensed Wang Fan's unfathomable strength and his dedication and focus on combat. Chapter 332. Faced with her family's questioning, Ouyang Yuling felt a mix of confusion and bewilderment. She truly could not understand how she had been unjustly branded with the charge of stealing a significant treasure since returning from Jinling. Or had the theft occurred? How could such a priceless treasure have ended up in her hands? In desperation, she mustered the courage to approach Han Chunggong, her eyes full of doubt and pleading. "Senior Han, please clarify. This accusation of stealing significant treasures is truly perplexing. I do not know what crime I have committed or what treasure I have stolen." Han Chunggong's face was as cold as water, and his eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he replied, "Miss Ouyang, the wealthy often forget things. Since returning from Magic City, have you not acquired 5 bottles of top-grade spiritual liquid and 100 obsidian thunderstorm balls? Where did these priceless treasures come from?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yuling's mind immediately conjured the image of Wang Fan. On the way from Magic City to Jinling, she and Wang Fan had shared a passionate kiss in the car. Thinking of today, this special and unfortunate day, it was as if a cloud had lifted and she suddenly understood. It turned out that Wang Fan had not forgotten her due to busyness. Instead, he had sought help from the Dragon Soul Hall to stop her engagement with Huangfu Yulong because he truly could not spare the time. Chapter 333. Ouyang Jie, with a serious expression and firm gaze, stepped forward and said, "Senior Han, our Ouyang family and the Huangfu family are not ordinary figures in this martial world. We have always been respected. We hold you in high regard, but our two families also have our pride. Now, you have intruded without warning, directly interrupting the engagement banquet that we have carefully prepared and forcibly taken my daughter away without our consent. You do not take our two families seriously. If you just take her away for some so-called investigation, how will our two families stand in the martial world in the future? How will we explain this to our friends and relatives present? Moreover, the request made by Yulong is also reasonable. Can't you be a little more accommodating?" Ouyang Jie's words carried an obvious hint of threat by the end, and his gaze revealed a touch of coldness. For Han Chunggong, before obtaining the breakthrough fruit from Wang Fan, it would have been a very tricky matter for Wang Fan to ask him to rescue Ouyang Yuling. But now, it was different. The strength of the Dragon Soul Hall had significantly increased. Not counting Wang Fan, there were already 6 more grandmasters among them. Chapter 334. at the tense moment when both sides were on high alert and in a standoff. The saying, "the side that backs down first will surely lose," hung in the air like a sharp guideline. The old fox Han Qinggong was well aware of this principle. From the moment the standoff began, every look and movement of his exuded undeniable toughness and determination. Such a Han Qinggong left the people from the hidden family utterly confused, unable to grasp where his confidence stemmed from. It is known that when people speculate on the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, their brains often create a peculiar phenomenon of imagination. They tend to unintentionally envision the enemy as an unfathomable abyss, deep and inscrutable. Once this speculation takes hold, even if they later lose, they won't experience much psychological disparity. After all, during the standoff, they had already imagined the opponent to be immensely powerful, making defeat seem reasonable. Yang Wei and Huang Fan, as the heads of two prominent families, were certainly not ordinary individuals. They had received meticulous training from their families since childhood and had undergone numerous trials in the ever-changing world, giving them keen insight and decisiveness regarding family interests. Chapter 335. Wang Fan never expected that this change would descend so rapidly. He couldn't help but ponder whether the comprehensive revival of spiritual energy began at sea. If not, why would the monsters in the sea come ashore one after another? This abnormal phenomenon was anything but ordinary and surely had some indescribable reason behind it. Had this situation occurred before Wang Fan laid out his plans in Sakura country, he could have adopted an indifferent attitude, watching the chaos and disasters unfold as if it were someone else's spectacle. But now, it was entirely different. Sakura country had become his backyard after a series of arrangements. To ensure that this territory remained stable and prosperous, he naturally had to take action. Otherwise, all the effort he had invested would be in vain. He had poured various precious resources into Sakura country and generously donated over 100 billion to the women here. Therefore, he absolutely could not sit idly by and watch his contributions go to waste. Wang Fan was determined to investigate what was really going on. Relying solely on news reports would only scratch the surface and would not reveal the true reasons behind it. Chapter 336. The octopus monsters were originally known for their ferocity. But at this moment, witnessing the methods of Wang Fan and the others, their ferocity was completely ignited, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Multiple tentacles surged towards Wang Fan and the others like black lightning, moving so quickly that they created a howling sound in the water, making it nearly impossible to evade. Each tentacle contained immense power. If ensnared, they would surely face an overwhelming assault and sustain injuries. However, these octopus monsters were facing grandmasters who had been through countless battles. Wang Fan and the others weaved through the tentacles with grace, their movements fluid, dodging each attack perfectly as if they had already anticipated the trajectory of the tentacles. Even though the octopus monsters coordinated their attacks, in the face of absolute strength, their efforts still seemed insignificant, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Wang Fan stood on the surface of the sea, his gaze deep as he looked out at the boundless ocean. This polluted sea seemed to hide countless unknown dangers, and no one knew how many terrifying monsters were concealed within. He understood that to truly eliminate the attacks of sea monsters, he must control the most powerful beast in this sea. Using beast to control beast was the best solution. Chapter 337. Deep in this ocean, which had suffered from nuclear radiation pollution, some special marine creatures continued to live tenaciously. In the harsh environment, they absorbed the energy of nuclear radiation and achieved mutations, becoming more resilient and powerful. Moreover, they possessed a mysterious ability to absorb the spiritual energy contained in seawater. Thanks to this spiritual nourishment, these mutated marine creatures seemed to open a new chapter of life, giving birth to a higher form of intelligence. They were no longer simple marine creatures, but beings endowed with the wisdom of thought and strategy. Kachibala was one of the outstanding examples. It was massive and incredibly strong. When it sensed the new power it possessed, a strong desire surged within it, driving it to greedily devour other marine creatures. With each consumption, it became stronger and more invincible. However, the temptation of this power gradually caused these mutated beings to lose their sanity. In order to obtain more energy, they began to take the initiative to attack, targeting the nuclear facilities of Sakura country. Repeated fierce assaults led to more nuclear wastewater being discharged into the sea, worsening the pollution of this area and completely breaking the ecological balance. Chapter 338. From the moment Du Yofu Yi was born, it was as if he had been cursed, becoming an ominous presence in the eyes of the world. When he was born, a sense of death permeated the air around him, and the delivery room, which should have been filled with joy for new life, instantly turned into a hell on earth. The doctors who assisted in his birth fell to the ground in pain. As if bitten by an invisible poisonous snake, their faces etched with terror and despair. They were all poisoned to death at the moment of his birth. His arrival was like a terrible disaster, swiftly spreading to his father's family. Those relatives, who should have welcomed the joy of new life, were consumed by the invisible poison due to his existence, each one struggling in pain before dying in front of him. Their corpses seemed to express confusion and resentment towards this innocent child who brought death. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, the entire hospital was engulfed in panic and chaos, as the toxins emanating from Du Yofu Yi, like invisible ghosts, stealthily traversed every corner of the hospital, leaving no one unharmed. All were poisoned to death without exception. The atmosphere in the hospital was filled with the scent of death. The walls and floors seemed to be corroded by the toxins, exuding a chilling sense of dread. Chapter 339. That brilliant and dazzling light, which once pierced through the darkness like a beam of hope, illuminating this tranquil space, now seemed to have never appeared, leaving only endless darkness and silence. At the moment when the light vanished, the contract between Du Yofu Yi and the dragon was officially established. That invisible power, like a mysterious thread, tightly connected them, as if a bond transcending time and space quietly spread between them. This contract resembled an irreversible wheel of fate, beginning to spin wildly. Du Yofu Yi's destiny was henceforth shrouded in a mist of the unknown, with earth-shattering changes awaiting him. His originally calm and orderly life was now like a fragile petal, mercilessly blown apart by the fierce winds of fate, leaving only endless confusion and the unknown. It was unclear how long had passed, but Munai Xiahai, who had fainted, slowly regained some consciousness. The shocking scene from just moments ago remained in her mind, those images like shattered reflections, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. Her body was still weak, and each breath came with slight pain, as if every inch of her skin had been torn by fear. Chapter 340. Whenever the night fell silent and everything was quiet, Munai Xiahai was enveloped by a deep sense of worry and fear. This emotion shadowed her relentlessly, tormenting her endlessly, causing her body to deteriorate as if shrouded in a haze, growing weaker by the day. Even more worrisome was that the toxins within her body had completely transferred to her young son, Du Yofu Yi. The transfer of toxins caused the energy within Munai Xiahai to become completely unbalanced, and her life force gradually dimmed. When Du Yofu Yi turned 6, she could no longer withstand the invasion of illness and passed away, leaving her beloved son forever. At that moment, the heartbroken Du Yofu Yi felt as if he had lost the entire world. Before her death, Munai Xiahai endured her pain and told her son in detail about her legendary encounter with the dragon, as well as how she had him sign a contract with the dragon. She hoped that these precious memories and secrets would accompany Du Yofu Yi through the difficult years ahead. However, without his mother's protection, Du Yofu Yi's life became exceptionally difficult. Living on a deserted island, as only a 6-year-old child, he faced numerous unknown challenges. Chapter 341. The dragon solemnly said, "Child, when you step into the spiritual spring, you must concentrate all your energy and use your soul's power to communicate with the water of the spiritual spring, allowing it to merge with you. Remember, this is an excellent opportunity for you to enhance your strength, as well as a significant test of your will." Du Yofu Yi nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly walked to the edge of the spiritual spring, resolutely stepping into the multicolored light. Instantly, a powerful force surged towards him like a tidal wave, as if his body were about to be torn apart by this force. But he gritted his teeth, silently recalling his past with his mother, the flames of hatred driving him to resist fiercely. After an unknown amount of time, the powerful impact gradually weakened, and a tired yet satisfied expression appeared on Du Yofu Yi's face. He felt the surging power within him, as if an endless source of energy was pulsating. "Child, you did well," the dragon praised. "Your strength has been greatly enhanced, but the road to revenge is still long. In the days to come, you must continuously hone your skills in order to stand your ground in the human world." Du Yofu Yi said with determination, "I understand, Lord Dragon. I will train harder and will not let hatred blind my eyes. When my strength is strong enough, I will surely trample down the sources of my pain. Chapter 342. The octopus leader waved its agile tentacles, a glimmer of expectation and determination in its eyes, and said, "We are willing. But we need to undergo rigorous training to possess strong combat power." Du Yofu nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with confidence and resolve. "No problem. I will carefully teach you tactics and strategies, so that we can become stronger together and jointly defend our homeland." Du Yofu looked at the many beings gathering around, feeling a surge of heroism and strength. He meticulously organized and trained them, and a powerful ocean legion gradually took shape. He carefully guided them in tactics and strategies, teaching them to work closely together in combat. Under his leadership, the Ocean Legion grew stronger, gradually acquiring the formidable strength to compete with humans. Du Yofu understood that this battle against humans would be incredibly difficult, but he was undaunted. Carrying his longing and hatred for his mother, he prepared to launch a full-scale retaliatory strike against humanity with the Ocean Legion, making those who had committed sins pay the price, restoring peace to the sea that had once suffered. Du Yofu was well aware of the unique advantages of the Ocean Legion and cleverly utilized their strength to execute his revenge plan. Chapter 343. Reflecting on the time spent in the secret realm of Luoxia Mountain was a deeply memorable experience for Wang Fan and Han Mimi. In the end, Wang Fan was fortunate enough to receive the inheritance of the Poison Queen, Jean Luoxia, in the form of the Poison Heart Refining the World technique. This secret technique was extremely profound, and mastering it to its peak could allow one to control all poisons in the world, even using poison to prove one's path. However, Wang Fan had always been troubled by the inability to find a suitable successor for this technique. After all, the cultivation requirements were extremely harsh, and not just anyone could practice it. Now, with the appearance of Du Yofu, who possessed an innate poisonous body, this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Wang Fan thought to himself that Du Yofu might be the best candidate to inherit this secret technique. He could already envision Du Yofu, with his unique physique and Poison Heart Refining the World technique, advancing rapidly on the path of poison cultivation, becoming a magnificent poison king. Kachibala, I want to discuss cooperation with your so-called Ocean Saint son, Wang Fan said with a determined gaze and a solemn expression, addressing the octopus leader. As the leader of the octopus clan, you surely know the whereabouts of the Ocean Saint son. Yes, master, the octopus leader replied respectfully, its massive body trembling slightly. I will take you to find the saint's son right away. Chapter 344. Blood instantly stained this vast sea, and the strong scent of blood seemed to have a magical allure, quickly attracting more aggressive marine creatures. However, they each hesitated, not daring to approach easily. After all, this was an intense confrontation between two powerful leaders, and the chilling momentum emanated far and wide, instilling fear in them. Moreover, the surroundings were surrounded by the subordinates of Huan Haisheng in layers, their cold faces and vigilant eyes forming an insurmountable barrier. The subordinates of these leaders were all well-trained and focused intently on their surroundings. If any inappropriate creatures dared to make a move, they would be instantly eliminated by the waiting pod of whales nearby. The scene was as decisive as autumn winds sweeping away leaves, with no suspense at all. Master, I'm no match for Huan Haisheng, Kachiba said with a weary and helpless expression, a hint of frustration in his eyes. I don't know what has gotten into him today. He inexplicably came looking for trouble. Usually, he is domineering but still reasonable, but today he is completely disregarding old friendships. I feel like a floating weed being battered by a storm, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 345. Subsequently, Kachiba's powerful tentacles reached out again, like a black python, with an irresistible violent force, instantly pulling the already weak Huan Haisheng to his side. Kachiba opened his massive mouth, resembling a gaping maw, with disgusting mucus dripping from the corners, and mercilessly swallowed Huan Haisheng whole, leaving no chance for resistance. After doing this, Kachiba's face was filled with admiration, his eyes shining with fervent light as he looked at Wang Fan and said, "Thank you for your grace, master. Your strength is simply awe-inspiring. You are like a brilliant lamp in the endless darkness, guiding me forward. Now I have perfectly restored the severed tentacle, and it is even more resilient than before. With my cultivation having significantly improved, I will surely serve you loyally in the future, undeterred by any danger. All right, drive these little creatures away. We still need to find the Ocean Saint's son, Wang Fan said calmly yet authoritatively. With Wang Fan's command, a powerful pressure emanated from Kachiba, like surging waves covering all directions. Chapter 346. Crossing that reef. The surrounding sea seemed to be enveloped in a layer of mysterious mist, an invisible pressure crashing over them like a tide. Sure enough, as soon as they entered this mysterious area, a powerful mental attack, capable of crushing souls, swept toward them like a raging flame. Clearly, Kachiba's previously smooth and powerful movements slowed dramatically, and his massive body became increasingly clumsy in the water. As if it were stuck in a quagmire, he began to flail aimlessly, each collision sounding like a landslide, splashing high waves that seemed to threaten to overturn everything around, making it impossible to swim in a normal rhythm. Wang Fan's brows furrowed slightly, rising like two peaks, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness and determination. Taking a deep breath, a powerful and overwhelming mental force surged from his body like crashing waves. This mental force, like a living dragon, twisted and coiled in the water, spreading outwards. The waves crashed against the reef, making a deafening sound, as if declaring defiance and challenge against this mysterious mental attack. Chapter 347. From that moment on, Lan Meikai Kaizi completely lost any fantasies about human males. She thought she could never find anyone in the human world who could make her heart race again. However, fate is so wondrous. Unexpectedly today, this man who sought her out like a dazzling light struck her heart directly. His handsomeness seemed to possess a magical power, making her involuntarily want to get closer and understand him. Thus, after hearing Wang Fan's explanation, her hostility toward him subconsciously diminished significantly. She gently raised her hand and waved her long sleeve, releasing a gentle yet mysterious power. Those from the Demoness clan who had fainted began to slowly awaken under this influence. Their eyes were still filled with rage, glaring at Wang Fan with fury, as if the fire in their hearts could burn the entire space. They wished they could dismember Wang Fan to vent their anger. My name is Lan Meikai Kaizi. As the leader of the Ocean Demoness clan, every generation of leaders in our mysterious and ancient clan bears the responsibility of inheritance and protection. Chapter 348. Just moments ago, Wang Fan and Lan Meikai Kaizi were deeply discussing significant matters between their two clans. The atmosphere felt somewhat tense. But who would have thought that Wang Fan would suddenly shift the conversation to a very personal question? This sudden change caught Lan Meikai off guard. She was inherently shy, and when faced with such a personal question, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with rosy hues, as radiant as the evening glow. When she slightly raised her eyes to look at Wang Fan, her gaze was already filled with tenderness, as if a spring tide was rippling within. I'm just one step away from transforming into human form. Lan Mei's voice was gentle and bashful, as if carrying a hint of tremor. When I cross the threshold of a Grand Master and truly reach the God transformation realm, I will be able to completely transform into human form. That has always been my dream, the moment I have longed for. Upon hearing this response, Wang Fan's eyes instantly brightened, as if brilliant starlight was flickering within. He thought that by then, he would not have to worry about whether he could split his legs when interacting with Lan Meikai. What if I can help you break through to the peak of the God transformation realm? Wang Fan's tone was very casual, as if he were talking about something easy. I wonder how the clan leader Kai would repay me. Chapter 349. Wang Fan gazed deeply at Lan Meikai, his eyes as solid as substance, firm and profound, as if they could penetrate her mental defenses and reach the most secret corners of her heart. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I need to leave a mark on your soul. Only then can I trust you wholeheartedly. Throughout his speech, Wang Fan's gaze remained locked onto Lan Mei's eyes, not shifting for a moment, as if he wanted to see through her soul. To him, the eyes were the windows to the soul, reflecting a person's inner world most authentically. Sure enough, as he expected, Lan Mei's eyes trembled slightly. Though it was only a subtle movement, it did not escape Wang Fan's sharp gaze. Wang Fan went on to explain in detail. The reason for this is that the effect of the boundary-breaking fruit exceeds your imagination. It can truly and completely elevate a person by a major realm. Moreover, this enhancement has no side effects. It is absolutely pure and powerful. Otherwise, look at me. I'm only in my early 20s, yet how could I possess such strength in the God transformation realm? Lan Mei Kaikai originally thought Wang Fan's trust was merely a desire for her beauty and body. Chapter 350. Lan Mei Kaikai stood there, her gaze fixed on Wang Fan's face, listening intently to his oath. As Wang Fan's firm vows echoed in her ears, her eyes gradually reddened, tears welling up, as if a warm spring was surging in her eyes. At this moment, her heart was deeply moved, the emotion overwhelming her like a surging tide. She never expected Wang Fan would so decisively and without hesitation make such a heavy oath of heaven according to her request. She understood the weight of this vow very well, for she knew that in this vast world, the cycle of cause and effect is merciless. If one day in the future she wanted to break free from the confines of this world and ascend to immortality, then on this long path of cultivation, every choice and every action could involve countless causes and effects. These causes and effects were like invisible shackles when facing the legendary, terrifying 99 Thunder Tribulation. If entangled in cause and effect, she would have no choice but to face death. At this moment, her feelings had transcended the realm of words. Chapter 351. Wang Fan extended his hands to help Lan Mei Kaikai up, a slight smile gracing his lips, radiating a reassuring warmth, and he softly and confidently said, "Dear, don't be afraid. I will help you become a master at the peak of the God transformation realm." After saying this, Wang Fan's expression was calm, yet slightly mysterious, and with a flick of his right hand, the red boundary-breaking fruit appeared in his palm, which he had seen before. He then handed the boundary-breaking fruit to Lan Mei Kaikai, smiling as he said, "Dear, eat this, and your cultivation will leap a major realm." Lan Mei's sight-sized gaze was already captivated by the boundary-breaking fruit, her eyes sparkling with surprise and anticipation. She widened her eyes slightly and asked, "Dear, is it really for me? But it's so precious." Wang Fan gently nodded, pushing the boundary-breaking fruit closer to her, saying, "Of course it's for you. I mean what I say." Lan Mei Kaikai extended her slender hands, slightly trembling, and solemnly accepted the boundary-breaking fruit. She cradled it in her palms, bowing her head slightly to feel the abundant and surging spiritual energy within the fruit. That spiritual energy seemed alive, gently pulsating in her hands. Chapter 352. Wang Fan gazed at Kachibara, unable to help but smile at the sight before him. Kachibara was covered in wounds, clearly having just experienced a brutal battle. Worse still, it had lost 2 of its tentacles, appearing both comical and pitiful. Yet now it was declaring it would protect Wang Fan, which was simply absurd. How could it protect him when it couldn't even protect itself? Wang Fan pondered. Not long ago, he had forcibly elevated Kachibara's cultivation to the strength of an 8th-grade grandmaster using the incredible spell of Dozhuan Xingyi. However, now seeing its miserable state, Wang Fan couldn't help but sigh. It truly was a quintessential weakling. Despite its enhanced strength, it seemed utterly defenseless in battle. Wang Fan decided to teach Kachibara a lesson. He cast a barrier around it, directly enveloping Kachibara. Kachibara was terrified by this sudden barrier, fearing Wang Fan would directly kill it. After all, during the recent fight, it had severely injured several members of the Demoness clan. Now that the clan leader of the Demoness was clearly Wang Fan's partner, it could be seen as overstepping its bounds. Chapter 353. After separating from Wang Fan, Ito Yui and Yamamoto Ria encountered an attack from sea monsters on their way back. They fought while retreating, but instead of returning home, they chose to go to the Aoki family together. At this moment, an unprecedented disaster was looming over the land as sea monsters had come ashore, launching fierce attacks on humanity like demons. The entire Cherry Blossom Kingdom was instantly shrouded in the shadow of war, plunging into an unprecedented crisis. In the coastal towns, the once peaceful beaches had turned into a scene of devastation. Enormous sea monsters continuously emerged from the dark depths of the sea, their massive bodies resembling moving hills, glistening with an eerie sheen under the sunlight. Some sea monsters had snake-like bodies but were covered in countless sharp scales and fierce tusks, thrashing their thick bodies in the water, churning it into a murky mess. Others were bizarre in appearance, sporting huge pincers and countless tentacles, which swayed in the sea breeze as if searching for prey. They rushed toward the shore, crushing the rocks beneath their feet and producing a dull thud. Chapter 354. Wang Fan has firm confidence in the alliance of the three major families of Sakura country in the desert rain season to drive the rampaging sea monsters back into the ocean, ensuring that humanity is free from threat. However, he also understands that this battle is far more complex than he imagined. The existence of the Ocean Saint is the biggest variable in this war against the sea monsters. The attack of the sea monsters on humanity was instigated by him. He believes that his mother's death was caused by humans, and this hatred cannot be dispelled by mere words of comfort or some treasures. Lan Mei Kai Z pointed to the isolated island surrounded by the ocean and said to Wang Fan beside her, "Dear, that is where the Ocean Saint lives." The isolated island is surrounded by the sea, cut off from the world, floating lonely in this vast ocean. The swirling black waters around it must be a result of the saint practicing poison techniques. Based on the information he has gathered, Wang Fan analyzes that the Ocean Saint's personality is extremely complex and unique. Having lived alone on the isolated island for many years, accustomed to solitude, he likely possesses an innate arrogance, coupled with hatred and disappointment towards humanity, which may lead him to disdain communication with others. After facing storms and threats from sea monsters for 8 years, he has developed a resilient character, which may also result in a paranoid personality. Chapter 355. Lan Mei Kai Z squatted down, her eyes filled with worry as she carefully examined Xia Kabbalah's injuries. Xia Kabbalah lay weakly on the ground with several visible wounds on his body. However, after Lan Mei Kai Z's inspection, she found that although these wounds looked a bit frightening, they were not life-threatening. He had merely temporarily lost his ability to move. Lan Mei Kai Z then breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to Wang Fan's side. Her eyes were filled with concern as she anxiously asked, "Dear, are you all right?" Wang Fan had just experienced the peril of battle, and his body was still trembling slightly. Hearing Lan Mei Kai Z's voice, he was about to respond when suddenly his legs weakened and he leaned forward, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Lan Mei Kai Z reacted quickly and caught him just in time. After stabilizing himself, Wang Fan hurriedly took out a premium spirit liquid from the system. He needed to replenish the depleting spiritual power within him, and, without hesitation, drank it straight from the bottle as if it were beer. Once the premium spirit liquid went down, he instantly felt a warm sensation spreading from his throat throughout his body, as if he had consumed a legendary all-purpose elixir. He felt filled with strength and immediately realized he was back in action. Chapter 356. After enduring life and death challenges and being pulled into that mysterious cave, he began to focus on cultivating the legendary technique inside. However, he never expected that halfway through his practice, he suddenly detected the toxins that had been lurking within him erupting like a long-dormant volcano. When he was not afflicted by the poison, he felt that his body was not much different from others. Everything seemed normal. But once the poison flared up inside him, it was truly unbearable, like descending into the depths of hell. Each time the poison struck, the pain was akin to thousands of sharp blades mercilessly cutting into him. Each slice feeling as if it were tearing flesh from his body, the excruciating pain almost driving him to the brink of collapse. But that was not enough. It felt as if a blazing fire was ruthlessly burning within him, the waves of heat rolling through his body as if it would turn his internal organs to ashes, tormenting him to the point of life and death. Under this endless suffering, he secretly vowed countless times in his heart, he must make those who hunted him and his mother pay in blood. Chapter 357. Wang Fan saw the two people in front of him, both appearing completely unconcerned, as if they were dead pigs unafraid of boiling water. And he instantly felt overwhelmed. He felt helpless, silently calculating. These two really do not understand the severity of the situation. According to his previous predictions, the poison from the Ocean Saint this time was certainly not something that the previous 100 poison pill could resolve. Just thinking about the prices of the 1,000 poison pill and 10,000 poison pill in the Godly Riches Mall made Wang Fan feel as if his heart were bleeding. They were simply too expensive. The two people in front of him were typical examples of those who do not know the value of essential goods, relying solely on their passion, without considering whether they could win or if they might end up losing their lives. He really wanted to knock these two out and throw them into the sea to spare himself the trouble. Just as Wang Fan and the others prepared their strongest defense against the Ocean Saint's attack, something unexpected happened. The thick black mist surrounding the ocean saint suddenly dissipated as if it had encountered a natural enemy, disappearing without a trace. Immediately after, the ocean saint's body began to twitch erratically, continuously spewing black fluid from his mouth, resembling an epileptic seizure, giving a nauseating and terrifying impression. Chapter 358. In an instant, these powers intertwined with the yellow light in the saint's soul. This yellow light, already mysterious and unfathomable, became even more complex and unpredictable as it intertwined with the power of the cauldron. Faintly, one could hear the sound of dragon roars emanating from that yellow light. The dragon's roar was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the soul of a person, shaking their very spirit. Each syllable seemed to contain boundless strength, echoing throughout the space and making everyone feel the immense pressure from the ancient soul. At the same time, the giant dragon sealed deep in the ocean, which had been in a calm state after being sealed, suddenly changed its expression to one of extreme anger. Its enormous eyes revealed endless fury and terror as it roared. Damn it! Who dares to erase the soul contract I signed with Poison Guardian? I have waited for over 10,000 years, and finally, I have found someone who might help me escape. Yet, they want to ruin my good fortune and prevent me from achieving my desires. This is truly unacceptable. Its voice seemed capable of tearing the space apart, filled with boundless anger and unwillingness. If this hidden mastermind was not found, this dragon vowed not to rest. It would surely tear you to pieces and make you experience the true power of this dragon. Chapter 359. The first major initiative was to carefully formulate a brand new cultivation goal and thoroughly reform and correct the traditional classification of cultivation realms. The old classification method of 6 realms and 9 grades was like a worn-out garment, no longer suitable for the current situation in the cultivation world, and was decisively abolished. In its place was a new classification method, as dazzling as the brilliant stars, called the 13 Realms and 3 Stages method. These 13 realms were like 13 towering peaks, each positioned along the path of a cultivator's ascent. The refining cheese stage, fetal breathing stage, and rotating illumination stage were all crucial foundational periods. They are the beginning of the cultivation for immortality. For most people, as long as they practice according to the methods of cultivation, it is achievable. In these 3 stages, the main task of the cultivators is to refine their bodies. It is like cultivating a vast field, allowing spiritual energy to flow into the dantian through a special breathing method, thus slowly accumulating spiritual energy in the body, achieving the miraculous effect of strengthening the body. This is akin to building a sturdy warship, preparing for the subsequent journey of cultivation. The 4 stages of fasting, enlightenment, fusion, and heart movement are significantly different from the previous 3 stages. Chapter 360. Old Man Han anxiously picked up the phone, wanting to contact Wang Fan. But all he got was the frustrating prompt that the call could not be connected at the moment. Please try again later. He was burning with anxiety, dialing over 10 calls in a row, and each wait turned into disappointment as he was unable to reach Wang Fan. Han Qinggong's face turned very ugly, and he panicked. Therefore, he immediately contacted the special envoy of the Dragon Soul Palace in Cherry Blossom Country without caring about anything else. The news on the other end was like a heavy bomb. Cherry Blossom Country had been attacked by sea monsters, and the entire country had fallen into chaos and panic. However, regarding Wang Fan's whereabouts, the envoys were also unclear, stating that in such an urgent and chaotic situation, it was difficult to keep track of everyone's specific movements. Upon hearing this news, Han Qinggong felt like an ant on a hot pan and immediately ordered sternly, I don't care what methods you use. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find out Wang Fan's current whereabouts immediately. The person on the other end quickly replied, okay, I'll contact the 4 major families. They are well informed and might know Wang Fan's whereabouts. Chapter 361. The other sea monster leaders echoed, their roars shaking the sea as if they were going to overturn the entire ocean. After some discussion, they decided to take matters into their own hands and head to the deserted island where the ocean saint once instilled fear in them. It had once been their nightmare, but now they had to place their hopes on the ocean saint. When they arrived at the deserted island, they were shocked by the scene before them. The once black and tumultuous sea and the dead island were now completely rejuvenated. The island was lush and vibrant, with various strange flowers blooming, and a faint floral fragrance filled the air as if it were a paradise. Even more surprising was that in the central area of the island, a group of people was busily barbecuing various seafood. The flames danced on the grill, and the aroma of seafood wafted in the wind, making one drool. The spirit Dolphin King and the other sea monster leaders exchanged glances, filled with confusion and unease. They cautiously stepped onto the island, each step taken with great care, afraid of triggering some unknown trap. The spirit Dolphin King's gaze swept around and finally fixed on the busy figures. When its gaze landed on the ocean saint, poisonous protector, its body trembled slightly, and it immediately knelt down without hesitation. Chapter 362. Wang Fan sat comfortably under the beach umbrella, the sea breeze gently brushing against him, carrying a salty scent that blew away the hair on his forehead. He held a skewer of freshly grilled squid in his hand, which was fragrant and crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with juices bursting in his mouth, leaving a lingering taste. While enjoying the food, he reached for his phone placed beside him and skillfully shouted into the microphone, "Hello, hello, hello." However, there was silence on the other end, as if it were isolated in another world. Wang Fan couldn't help but frown slightly, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He instinctively looked down at the phone screen, which displayed nearly 20 missed calls. Upon closer inspection, he found that these calls were from Han Mimi, Aoyu, Han Shenggong, and others, with Old Man Han's calls being the most, totaling over 10. Old Man Han made so many calls. Wang Fan's heart sank, and an ominous premonition instantly surged within him. He speculated to himself, could something have happened in Magic City? He anxiously flipped through his phone again, but found the screen showing no signal, which made him even more worried. After all, they were currently in deep-sea territory, and unstable signals were normal, but the current disconnection made him feel particularly uneasy. Chapter 363. Hee, Grandpa, you really know everything. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. I have meticulously carved every detail of these cultivation methods, and even added some unique elements. These elements are significant. They are specifically designed according to the physical characteristics of our Dragon Country people. Our Dragon Country people have had unique physical advantages since ancient times, which are quite different from those of people from other countries. After my modifications, they're only suitable for our Dragon Country people. If those foreigners get hold of these methods, no matter how hard they study, they won't be able to use them as effective cultivation methods. That's the gap. So, Grandpa, if they want these methods, just give them to them. I'm waiting to see the show. I can imagine their expressions when they later discover the problems will definitely be hilarious. Haha. Han Shenggong couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the room. You kid, your mind works quickly and you have plenty of tricks. But I really like your clever spirit. You are both brave and resourceful. Chapter 364. Lan Meikai Kai Zi is an authoritative matriarch in the Yaoji clan, and her clansmen respect her greatly. What she says goes. But now, to be with Wang Fan, she has crossed the sea to the human world, only to find herself the youngest among Wang Fan's many women. Even worse, she had to be examined by 3 older sisters. When Aoyu, Ito Yui, and Yamamoto Ria surrounded her, looking at her with curious and scrutinizing eyes. Lan Meikai Kai Zi felt nervous and scared, like a little rabbit being eyed by wolves. Her body instinctively activated its self-protection mode, and a layer of sweat like lubricant surfaced on her skin, making her slippery and hard to catch. When Aoyu and the others reached out to touch her, it was like trying to catch a loach. They simply couldn't hold on. Ito Yui looked at Lan Meikai Kai Zi and felt a twinge of envy, saying, "Sister, your natural skin lubricant is really enviable." Lan Meikai Kai Zi looked at her in confusion, clearly still tense and not understanding what Ito Yui was saying. Yamamoto Ria suddenly thought of something funny and laughed uncontrollably, while the other 3 looked at her in confusion. Chapter 365. Today, the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace in Jiangsheng was once again booked by the Huangfu Yulong family. Compared to the last time during the engagement, this time the decorations were extraordinarily luxurious. The entire venue resembled a brilliantly decorated palace, with an aura of nobility and grandeur that made one feel as if they were in a dreamlike fairy tale world. As soon as one steps into the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, the luxurious atmosphere envelopes them like a tidal wave, making it hard to breathe. A bright red carpet at the entrance stretches like a splendid silk ribbon from the main door to the grand banquet hall, seemingly guiding guests into a lavish dream. On either side of the red carpet are countless pots of meticulously trimmed exotic flowers, their vibrant blossoms exuding enchanting fragrances, adding a touch of natural vitality to the opulent scene. Guests walk along the red carpet, as if participating in a grand ceremony, each step filled with anticipation and surprise. At the end of the carpet, an archway adorned with flowers and crystals comes into view, resembling a portal to a fantastical world. Countless sparkling crystal pendants hang from the archway, reflecting dazzling light like twinkling stars in the night sky. As guests pass through the archway, it feels as if they have traversed time and space, entering a luxurious wonderland. Chapter 366. Upon hearing that the holy son of the Shadow Demon sect has arrived, guests stop their actions and turn their attention to the entrance, their faces displaying surprise and envy. It is truly unexpected that the Huangfu family has such deep ties with the Shadow Demon sect. No wonder their influence has been growing in recent years. Backed by such a powerful sect, the Shadow Demon sect is one of the top 10 sects with unfathomable strength. It is no surprise that Huangfu Yulong has gained the favor of the Shadow Demon sect, rapidly advancing in cultivation. If I had such an opportunity, I would have long since become a powerful figure. It seems the Huangfu family is truly on the rise this time, with the support of the Shadow Demon sect. Their future achievements are limitless. We need to curry favor with the Huangfu family. Perhaps we can benefit from their rise in the future. How infuriating it is to compare oneself to others. Huangfu Yulong is so young, yet has entered the Shadow Demon sect and become a confidant of the Holy Sun, while we're still fighting over a minor family status. If only our ancestral grave could smoke, that would be wonderful. The guest discussions were filled with surprise and envy over the arrival of the Holy Son of the Shadow Demon sect. Chapter 367. Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance, where a familiar figure appeared, Wang Fan. He was dressed in a black suit, with a tired yet determined expression on his face, slowly walking towards the main wedding stage. Wang Fan's appearance drew surprised looks from the guests, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Some guests began to whisper, speculating about Wang Fan's intentions. How Wang Fan end up here? Isn't he the sworn enemy of young Master Huangfu? One guest asked in confusion. Last time he ruined the engagement by not showing up. It seems this wedding is also doomed now, another guest worriedly remarked. This is going to be a good show. Everyone knows about the enmity between Wang Fan and Huangfu Yulong. This wedding is unlikely to go smoothly, a knowledgeable guest sighed. Wang Fan approached Yang Yuling, looking into her tear-filled eyes, and gently said, Yuling, don't force yourself. Do you really want to marry this person? Upon seeing Wang Fan, Yang Yuling could no longer hold back her tears. She had waited so long and finally saw the person she had been longing for. Chapter 368. The Holy Son of the Shadow Demon sect's words were brief, yet they struck like a heavy bomb in a calm lake, instantly stirring the hearts of the guests into tumultuous waves. Who would have thought that Wang Fan would be so audacious? Having a past grievance with the Holy Son of the Shadow sect? Even more puzzling was why the Wujizong, another of the top 10 sects, would protect him. Could it be that Wang Fan was also secretly designated as an inner disciple by Wujizong, just like Huangfu Yulong? Facing Fan Ingyuan, a former subordinate he had defeated, Wang Fan showed no regard for him. With a cold smile and a disdainful look in his eyes, he fearlessly met Fan Ingyuan's gaze and coldly said, Fan Ingyuan, don't forget what happened last time in Jinling. Do you still want to mention it in front of everyone? Mentioning the past in Jinling caused curious and mocking expressions to appear on the faces of those present. At that time, Fan Ingyuan had been out on a night tour of the Qinhuai River and, seeing the close relationship between the Wujizong holy maiden Chu Tianjiao and Wang Fan, became extremely jealous and sought trouble with Wang Fan. As a result, Wang Fan had punished him with his inner demons, forcing him to embarrass himself in public by dancing on a pole, a scene that many still laughed about today. Remembering that humiliating moment, Fan Ingyuan's face turned dark, and he gritted his teeth, interrupting Wang Fan. Wang Fan, times have changed. This place is filled with my people, and you are alone. Today, this will be your burial ground. Chapter 369. At this moment, the wedding banquet hall had descended into chaos. Guests panicked and fled in all directions. What was once a celebratory wedding had turned into a scene of carnage. Huangfu Yulong watched the direction in which Wang Fan and Yang Yuling disappeared, roaring in anger. Wang Fan, I will not let you go. Fan Ingyuan's face was ashen, his hatred for Wang Fan deepening. He vowed that he would capture Wang Fan today and personally end him. As for Li Tianhao, he could only sulk in a corner, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. He knew he had thoroughly offended Wang Fan this time, and life would be difficult moving forward. As Wang Fan and Ouyang Yuling approached the banquet hall entrance, a powerful gust of wind blocked their path, forcing Wang Fan to retreat with Ouyang Yuling. At that moment, Qiao Shoudao also arrived, creating a pincer movement against Wang Fan and the others. Zhuang Ruiyang stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile on his face, his eyes filled with cruelty and resentment. Wang Fan, this time you won't be able to escape, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying an endless chill, as if it came from the depths of hell. Wang Fan halted, protecting Ouyang Yuling behind him, and cautiously watched Zhuang Ruiyang. Chapter 370. Qiao Shoudao and Zhuang Ruiyang were seasoned veterans, having seen all kinds of storms, but this time Wang Fan had indeed taught them a lesson. They hadn't expected his backup plan to be so formidable. The poison was simply unheard of and unseen. Once it entered their bodies, they couldn't even activate their spiritual power. They could only watch as the black toxic gas rapidly spread throughout their bodies. With no time to cut off their arms to stop the toxin spread, their faces turned extremely grim. They had thought capturing Wang Fan would be an easy task, but it seemed they had been too naive. Having been out of the game for so long, they truly lacked sufficient understanding of today's talents. Qiao Shoudao endured the pain coursing through his body, trying to stabilize his footing. He knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for them, and they needed to find a solution quickly. He glanced at Zhuang Ruiyang and found that the latter's condition was also dire. Much of Zhuang Ruiyang's body had turned black, clearly indicating he was deeply poisoned. "Brother Zhuang, what should we do now?" Qiao Shoudao whispered, his voice tinged with helplessness and fear. Zhuang Ruiyang gritted his teeth, then had to take a long breath, suppressing all his current anger and unwillingness deep within his heart. Chapter 371. Looking at the darkened figure of the Shadow Demon Sect's holy son, who still wanted to negotiate terms with him, Wang Fan couldn't help but smile, revealing a grin that was almost sinister. That smile spread through the dim air, as if carrying a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. He thought to himself that fanning Yuan was quite interesting at such a critical moment for life and death. He still wanted to use empty words to escape his predicament and continue to negotiate. It was truly unexpected. A glint of cunning flashed in Wang Fan's eyes as he deliberately elongated his tone and said, "Since we are old acquaintances, I will give you a preferential price today out of consideration for our sect. Give me 10 divine artifacts and 100 magical tools, and we will let this matter go. From now on, we will part ways, and you can return to your Shadow Demon sect and continue to live freely." Upon hearing this, Fanning Yuan felt a chill run up his spine, secretly cursing Wang Fan for being too greedy. Wang Fan was clearly taking advantage of the situation and asking for a lion's share. Although their Shadow Demon sect had a long history and deep foundation, it was far from being able to meet such demands. 100 magical tools would severely deplete the sect's resources, and as for 10 divine artifacts, that was simply a fantasy. The sect only possessed 3 at present. Chapter 372. Fan Yingyuan, Qiao Shoudao, and Zhuang Ruiyang all wore bitter expressions, truly not expecting that their plan to eliminate Wang Fan would end up with them being outsmarted by him, and in such a manner that left them no room for anger. Not only had they lost face for their sect and family, but they also ended up losing 40 magical tools. For them, this was an absolute disgrace. But they were well aware of their situation and dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. They clasped their hands in greeting to Wang Fan and hurriedly departed. Wang Fan looked at the people lying on the ground with a disdainful sneer. These individuals had come to curry favor with the Huangfu family. And who would have thought that a wedding that attracted global attention would almost turn into their funeral? With the Grand Martial Arts Conference approaching, he did not want to create too much bloodshed, so he turned to Yufu and said, "Get rid of the poison for these people. We need to return to the demon capital. The Grand Martial Arts Conference will start in a couple of days." Yufu nodded, his body slowly floating in midair. He flicked his fingers, and a green light shot out from his fingertips, quickly enveloping everyone lying on the ground. As the green light dissipated, those individuals gradually regained their vitality, sitting up in confusion and looking around, clearly still not fully awake from their stupor. Chapter 373. "Mr. Wang, you're back." Dong Mengjiao greeted him with a joyful smile. "Yes, I'm back," Wang Fan nodded. "You've worked hard during this time. How's the situation with the group?" "Everything is going quite smoothly. Long Pia Piao and the others are studying diligently and making great progress, Dong Mengjiao replied. By the way, our mortal group has spent 10 billion to sponsor the Grand Martial Arts Conference. I thought we could take this opportunity to put our mortal group in the public eye. It's a great promotional chance for our mortal brand. Wang Fan has always been supportive of spending money, as the more he spends, the more he gets in return, which brings him closer to acquiring the ability to purchase the invincible technique. You've done well. This is indeed a great opportunity for our mortal group to make an appearance. This year is a year of sowing for us. Don't be afraid to spend money, and don't worry about making a profit. I believe that as long as we invest money, we will eventually reap the rewards. As the one granted by the system to oversee the entire mortal group's trajectory, Dong Mengjiao completely disagreed with Wang Fan's so-called investment return philosophy. Chapter 374. Stop chatting with me here. Come to the Dragon Soul Hall in the Demon Capital and discuss the Grand Martial Arts Conference with the Grand Elder, Han Qinggong said. Without hesitation, Wang Fan agreed. After all, the Grand Elder's status was crucial, a stabilizing force in the martial arts world of Long Country. He had to give face to the Grand Elder, otherwise. As a special envoy of the Dragon Soul Hall, if he didn't even understand this basic courtesy, he would truly become the most unprincipled person in everyone's eyes. It would be difficult to gain the trust of others and would add many obstacles to his future actions. All right, I'll head there immediately. After hanging up, Wang Fan pointed to his phone and said to Dong Mengjiao, Old Han called. The Grand Elder wants to see me. Okay, you can go with peace of mind. Dong Mengjiao said thoughtfully. Yu Ling and Kai Kai will stay here. I'll help take care of them. Just as Wang Fan was about to leave, Lan Meikai hurried over and tightly hugged him. Fan Jun, can I go with you? She blinked her watery big eyes, full of reluctance and a hint of expectation. Chapter 375. Looking at her grandfather's phone screen, which was completely black, Han Mimi felt secretly pleased. She knew her grandfather had tacitly approved of their marriage, and her feelings for Wang Fan were deepening. In this sweet moment, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. Just as the old man closed the door, Han Mimi gazed affectionately into Wang Fan's star-like eyes, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. Naturally, Wang Fan would not be rude to the lady. Savoring the sweetness of their reunion, Han Qinggong walked out of his office, a smug smile on his face. He waved to the guards, standing at a distance. And two guards quickly approached. You two guard this door. No one is allowed in, Han Qinggong instructed with an extremely serious expression. Even if it's the Grand Elder, it won't do. If anyone wants to come in, let them go to meeting room number 3 to find me. Do you understand? Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. The two guards replied in unison, their eyes resolute, clearly loyal subordinates of Han Qinggong. Satisfied? Han Qinggong nodded and turned ahead toward meeting room number 3. Chapter 376. Hearing the meaningful words of Han Lao and Jean Lao, the Grand Elder's keen perception instantly grasped their deeper meaning. He then calmly said, all right, let's take this opportunity to carefully discuss whether there are any oversights regarding the Grand Martial Arts Conference. Wang Jinghua's gaze shifted back and forth among the three of them, repeatedly looking several times, feeling increasingly confused, as if they were speaking in riddles that he couldn't decipher. After all, Wang Fan was his grandson, and based on his investigations, he learned that Wang Fan had known Han Qinggong the longest among the four. However, even so, their acquaintance had not exceeded half a year. This was puzzling. How could Wang Fan become the one who listened to Han Qinggong the most in such a short time? What about him, his own grandfather? The more Wang Jinhua thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was full of resentment, recalling the impulsive act of driving Wang Tong, Wang Fan's father, out of the Wang family in a fit of anger because he simply couldn't accept what he considered a failed love of his eldest son. Chapter 377. More than 2 hours later, Wang Fan was holding Han Mimi's shoulder as they both appeared in the conference room. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinghua's face lit up with joy. Old man Han really hadn't lied to him this time. The old Wang family had indeed overshadowed the old Han family. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. He walked over with a smile to greet Wang Fan. Han Mimi, upon seeing old man Wang, obviously felt a pang of anxiety, not expecting to meet Wang Fan's grandfather in such circumstances. Sensing Han Mimi's emotional fluctuation, Wang Fan asked, Dear, what's wrong? Han Mimi whispered in Wang Fan's ear, The one walking over is your grandfather, old Wang Zhenghua, one of the 10 elders. Only then did Wang Fan look at the approaching elder. He could vaguely see some resemblance to his father in the old man's features, with a similar nose and mouth shape. However, Wang Fan thought about how his father had been seen as unfilial by this old man for firmly choosing his mother. And to forcefully dismantle his parents' love, this old man had even driven his father out of the Wang family. Their family had to live a normal life in the countryside of their hometown, and thinking of this made him very angry. According to what he learned from his previous conversation with the elder, if his father had stayed in the imperial capital, he would have achieved great things. Chapter 378. Throughout the meeting, only Wang Zhenghua appeared to be out of sorts. He sat in a corner of the conference room with a vacant expression, seemingly uninterested in the topics being discussed. He struggled to understand why Wang Fan harbored such hostility towards him, but could never figure out the reason. In fact, if one were to delve into the reasons, it was closely related to Wang Fan's past as a sycophant to Fu Yanjie. At that time, Wang Fan had even misappropriated his mother's medical expenses to please Fu Yanjie, completely losing his moral compass. Every time he thought of this, he felt immense guilt. If the Wang family in the imperial capital had paid them a bit more attention, perhaps he wouldn't have felt so inferior and wouldn't have been easily deceived. The root of all this was actually in Wang Zhenghua's hands. If he hadn't driven his son out of the house, Wang Fan might have long been the crown prince of the Wang family, living a life he could hardly imagine. The accumulation of various events led Wang Fan to completely lose any goodwill towards his grandfather Wang Zhenghua. Therefore, before the meeting, he had disregarded Wang Zhenghua's feelings, mercilessly confronting him until he felt humiliated and then directly ignoring him. The focus of the meeting was on the upcoming World Martial Arts Conference. Chapter 379. What Wang Fan urgently needed to solve was how to quickly improve his strength. He knew that although he had a lot of boundary-breaking fruits, he had tested them long ago, and after consuming one, the effectiveness of subsequent ones would be greatly reduced, essentially failing to help him break through again. Now, the boundary-breaking fruits could only be used to quickly restore the spiritual energy within him, but using them like this would be too extravagant and wasteful. Since he still had a large number of high-quality spirit stones and top-grade spirit liquid, these resources were sufficient to quickly replenish his spirit energy during battles. Even so, he still had no clue. What should he do next to quickly enhance his strength? After some thought, he remembered Yang Wei. He felt that if he could absorb the unique energy of her purine body, it might be a breakthrough direction. Therefore, the next priority was to figure out how to absorb the unique energy of her purine body. Remembering what Yang Wei had said, Huang Fu Yulong needed to consummate with her to absorb the pure yin power within her. Wang Fan felt that this matter was quite private and felt embarrassed to ask Han Lao, who was closest to him. Chapter 380. Bai Jingqi's excited expression was completely different from the terrified and fearful effect Wang Fan had imagined in his mind, making him feel somewhat helpless. At the same time, Bai Jie's cheeks were still flushed, and she slightly raised her pair of affectionate, autumn-like eyes, softly saying, "Are we just a client relationship? Can we only reminisce about the past?" Her words were like a spring breeze, yet also like a sharp arrow, filled with strong impact. Wang Fan was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, standing there as if time had stopped for this moment. Faced with such a stunning beauty, whose intentions were subtly conveyed, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, feeling that one should seize the moment when the flowers bloom, rather than waiting until they wither. All the past interactions with Bai Jie flashed through his mind like a movie. The scene where Bai Jie personally handed him the Supreme Dragon card launched by the 4 major banks still felt vivid. Her sincere apology to him on behalf of her brother, with her earnest gaze and slightly shy demeanor, was unforgettable. And the unexpected large remittance that suddenly appeared in his account, along with her concerned and gentle words when she called him, every detail felt like shining pearls, connecting the bits and pieces of their relationship. Chapter 381. In an instant, this simple 5-element spirit gathering array began to operate. As the speed of its operation increased, Wang Fan could clearly feel the change in the surrounding spiritual energy. This scene made him incredibly happy. He never expected that his first time using such simple materials to create a spirit gathering array would actually gather spiritual energy. With his intent, the 5-element spirit gathering array slowly rose, directly floating to the room where Bai Jie was resting. Wang Fan believed that it wouldn't be long before the spiritual energy here became rich. By then, it would greatly benefit Bai Jie's recovery. Watching Bai Jie, who was sleeping, he felt filled with gratitude and anticipation. This unique ability allowed him to better protect and care for her, while also bringing new possibilities to their cultivation journey. Afterwards, Wang Fan found some more materials and created another 5-element spirit gathering array in the living room, then sat cross-legged to begin cultivating his created technique, All Things Thrive. It must be said that with the enhancement of the 5 elements spirit gathering array, the repeated practice of All Things Thrive made him feel that the pure yang power that had originally disappeared within him was beginning to increase. This discovery made Wang Fan feel that the technique he created was indeed powerful. Chapter 382. Leaving Wang Fan in the living room to teach Yang Wei All Things Thrive. Under Wang Fan's careful guidance, Yang Wei began to practice earnestly. Soon, she felt that this technique was perfectly suited for her, as if it had been tailor-made for her. From the very beginning of her practice, she could clearly sense that the pure yin power within her seemed to be infused with a mysterious vitality, beginning to operate rapidly. And her realm was steadily improving. As she delved deeper into All Things Thrive, she increasingly felt that her pure yin power was also rapidly growing. Gradually, she sensed her body beginning to feel cold, as if she were in an ice cellar. The temperature around her rapidly dropped, and many crystal-clear ice flowers gradually appeared in the surrounding air, shimmering with a piercing light. At this moment, Wang Fan also began to cultivate All Things Live nearby. As he progressed in his cultivation, the pure yang power within him began to surge. The temperature around him started to rise, forming a scorching warm current that seemed to envelop him. This extreme temperature change, alternating between cold and hot, created a marvelous and mysterious atmosphere in the two rooms. Gradually, the two barriers began to merge, emitting a mysterious and powerful force amidst the intertwined light of cold and heat. Chapter 383. This soul-deep coldness made him involuntarily recall the terrifying experience in the Jinling's secret realm. At that time, Wang Fan and Han Mimi were by the banks of the Wangchuan River, surrounded by surging and turbulent waters, and that bone-chilling cold seemed to penetrate their souls. They tried every possible way to cross the Wangchuan River, but they were powerless. In the end, with no other choice, they could only helplessly jump into the river. In that icy and turbulent water, they felt the piercing pain and cold that stabbed at their souls. However, just when they were almost in despair, they discovered a nearly transparent fish in the Wangchuan River. These fish seemed like spirits from an ice cellar, living in such an extreme environment, yet they swam freely. Later, they roasted this strange fish and found the fish meat to be quite delicious. Moreover, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the red beads on the heads of these fish had a magical warming effect. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of hope ignited in Wang Fan's heart. He hurriedly activated the system's storage space and took out a carefully preserved red bead from that mysterious space. He placed some beside him and without hesitation swallowed the rest. Chapter 384. Yang Wei nodded without hesitation and swallowed the red bead directly. As soon as she swallowed it, she immediately felt the pure yin power and spiritual energy within her body, as if summoned by some mysterious force, wildly converging towards the bead. In an instant, the red bead swelled due to these powers, and due to the violent impact of the force, some cracks appeared on the bead. Yang Wei felt anxious and hurriedly said to Wang Fan, "Dear, I found that the bead you gave me has cracks." Wang Fan, unfazed, handed her 2 more red beads, which she swallowed again without hesitation. The moment these 2 beads entered her body, they immediately rushed to assist the previous bead that had developed cracks like loyal guardians. Soon, the 3 red beads miraculously fused together, and after their fusion, the speed of absorbing pure yin power and spiritual energy accelerated further, as if that powerful force wanted to break all shackles. Yang Wei sensed the changes inside the beads and said to Wang Fan, "Dear, can you give me some spiritual stones to replenish my spiritual energy? I urgently need more spiritual energy to support these beads." Chapter 385. Wang Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Han Mimi, who was indeed a good young person from the Dragon Kingdom, raised under the red flag and in the spring breeze. This had nothing to do with being a saint. It was entirely related to Han Mimi's childhood experiences and living environment. She grew up alongside her grandfather in the Dragon Soul Palace, where she received a lot of love from many people. To her, the people of the Dragon Soul Palace were her family, and naturally, when she had the ability, she hoped her family would also do well. Therefore, when Wang Fan mentioned the red beads obtained from the transparent fish, which could replace inner alchemy and even help cultivators reshape their bodies, she thought about using them for her brothers. As a qualified boyfriend, Wang Fan naturally wouldn't refuse her request. After all, he and Han Mimi had consumed a lot of that transparent fish in the Jinling secret realm and obtained many red beads. Even if each person absorbed different amounts of these red beads due to their physical constitution, Wang Fan didn't need to worry about it being insufficient. At worst, he could use the system's credibility on the red beads, which would definitely allow those who couldn't cultivate inner alchemy to have their own. All right, as long as you're happy, do whatever you want. Wang Fan readily agreed to Han Mimi's request, saying, I will always be your strong support. Chapter 386. Wang Fan slowly opened his eyes amidst a cacophony of noise, his consciousness gradually returning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and noticed that his phone, placed beside his pillow, was flashing continuously, accompanied by a series of crisp, ringing tones. Reaching for the phone, he saw the words Mom displayed prominently on the screen. His heart tightened. He hadn't expected his mom to call at this moment. You little brat, you've become capable now. Do you want to be like you? Passing by home without entering? His mother's familiar and slightly teasing voice immediately came through the phone. Wang Fan was taken aback by her opening line. He hadn't expected her to start the conversation this way. He was momentarily at a loss until his mother continued. Yesterday, you came to Jiangcheng to snatch a bride, and it caused a sensation all over Jiangcheng. I heard that the bride you snatched is quite beautiful. Were you bringing her home for me to see? It was only then that Wang Fan realized he had forgotten to call his parents to report his safety in the midst of all the hustle and bustle. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He was always busy with this and that, sometimes forgetting about his parents and lacking concern for them. Taking a deep breath, Wang Fan said into the phone, Mom, it's not that the Grandmaster Martial Arts Conference is about to start, and many things need my attention. It's not that I don't want to go home, but the elder insists on dragging me to meetings. Chapter 387. Wang Fan stood quietly there, a gentle breeze brushing across his face. Yet he felt that this time was completely different from before. A sense of surrealism washed over him like a tide, stirring his thoughts into chaos. How to describe it? This feeling was like being on a lonely little boat in the midst of a tumultuous sea, with raging winds and heavy rain, and towering waves crashing all around. Surrounding him was boundless darkness and a deep ocean, with gigantic waves relentlessly crashing against the little boat, as if wanting to swallow it whole. The little boat rocked violently amidst the waves, sometimes being tossed high into the air, and other times plunging into the depths, each second filled with uncertainty and danger. And the little boat was completely exposed, immersed in this surging tide, with wave after wave crashing against it. Try to force it to yield. The thrilling and stimulating sensation was unending. Each impact of the waves made Wang Fan's heart race, his blood surging within him as if it were about to burst from his chest. The wind howled in his ears, as if recounting ancient and mysterious ocean legends, and also mocking his smallness and helplessness. At that moment, his senses were magnified to an extreme. Every splash of seawater, every gust of wind, and every roar of the waves made him feel an unprecedented power. Chapter 388. Wang Fan and Lan Mei Kai Z immersed themselves in the cultivation of the 10,000 things generating technique for a whole day, and finally, they succeeded in stabilizing their respective realms at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. If this scene were known to Ouyang Yuling, she would probably be speechless in shock at Wang Fan's ability to leap 2 minor realms in just one day. Such speed is truly unfathomable and unprecedented. In the cultivation world, the general rule is that the higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to break through, often requiring a significant amount of time for gradual accumulation. However, Wang Fan seemed to be on a rocket, frequently advancing a major realm or several minor realms, leaving people astonished at his speed. If this continues, it won't be long before Wang Fan breaks free from the constraints of this world and truly ascends to the immortal realm. But what exactly does the immortal realm look like? For Wang Fan, who received 9 years of compulsory education, it is an existence beyond imagination. At this moment, Lan Mei Kai Z was radiant, not only having made great progress in her cultivation, but also experiencing an unprecedented taste of love. Her gaze towards Wang Fan was filled with tenderness and admiration. After finishing their training, Wang Fan opened his phone and found several missed calls and messages. Chapter 389. Wang Fan looked around the office and finally chose the largest conference room. He walked in and directed the staff to place 50 magical weapons one by one on the long rectangular conference table. These magical weapons were diverse and unique. Not all of the same type. There were unmatched sharp long swords, ancient heavy battle axes, mysterious wands, and oddly shaped strange weapons, dazzling to the eye. Such a rich variety of weapons was quite good, allowing everyone to choose according to their preferences and needs without being constrained to a single style. Wang Fan then gave Dong Mengjiao a list, asking her to quickly contact the people above and call them together at the mortal group as soon as possible. In fact, Wang Fan had only one purpose, which was to distribute divine artifacts and make final preparations for the upcoming world's #1 martial arts conference. Of course, when selecting personnel for the distribution of divine artifacts, Wang Fan carefully considered it, drafting such a list. After all, for those with relatively low strength, having a divine artifact might just be a death warrant. The participants of this world's #1 martial art conference were all talented seed players in the cultivation world, and if they found out, they could easily obtain divine artifacts without going through challenges. Chapter 390. After speaking, a hint of determination and resolution appeared in Wang Fan's eyes, as if a blazing fire burned within them, filled with anticipation. After all, this was the first divine artifact he crafted, and he didn't expect to face a thunder tribulation so soon. He couldn't help but wonder how the poison god whip would transform after overcoming the thunder tribulation. After finishing his words, Wang Fan's figure flickered slightly, and in a flash of light, he disappeared from his original spot. The surrounding air instantly quieted down, as if time had frozen at that moment. After an unknown amount of time, when he reappeared, he had arrived on an uninhabited island. It was far from the hustle and bustle, surrounded by silence, with the sea breeze rustling the seaweed, making a soft sound. Indeed, the magic capital has a sea, but it is quite far from the city center, and, generally, no one comes to see the sea there. The sea resembled a massive piece of black satin, shimmering under the lightning, exuding a mysterious and enchanting aura. As soon as he landed on the island, the thunder tribulation descended from the sky. The thunder tribulation appeared like a white giant dragon from the heavens, carrying endless power, directly striking the poison god whip placed on a boulder by Wang Fan. The boulder was instantly shattered, with debris flying and dust rising. Chapter 391. Such an apparently ordinary report hid an astonishing secret. Wang Fan, who was once an inconspicuous ordinary person in the crowd, completed an astonishing advancement in less than half a year, transforming into an enviable wealthy figure. Everything happened too suddenly and was too incredible. As if overnight, he had transformed from an unknown person into the focus of everyone's attention. What was even more jaw-dropping was his incredible cultivation talent. It was an ability as easy and effortless as drinking water. While others struggled to make even the slightest progress in their cultivation, he thrived and advanced rapidly. In just a few months, he raised his realm to an unattainable level, nearly equal to those seasoned predecessors. What amazed people the most was that this guy had even gained the recognition of Confucius. Confucius is a supreme existence in the minds of countless people throughout history. His acknowledgement was like giving Wang Fan a golden ticket to the peak, allowing him to stand at the level where everyone looked up to him. All of this seemed chaotic, yet it appeared to have an answer, which was related to Confucius. Chapter 392. Hearing Wang Fan's insistence, further pushing back would seem overly pretentious. Zhang Daoi paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I won't be polite this time." After speaking, he set his sights on a large knife placed at the front. This large knife had a unique charm, somewhat resembling the well-known green dragon crescent blade of Guan Yu. The curve of the blade was beautiful and imposing, with a faint cold light flickering on the edge. Zhang Daoi gripped the handle of the large knife, feeling it fit perfectly. When held in hand, it was incredibly imposing, as if he had instantly transformed into an invincible war god on the battlefield. This one, Zhang Daoi's voice conveyed a sense of grandeur and confidence. Due to the valuable experience accumulated from the transformation of the poison god whip into a divine artifact, the subsequent process of Wang Fan crafting divine artifacts became much smoother and simpler. Moreover, through continuous exploration and experimentation, he pleasantly discovered that his limit for crafting at one time had reached 10. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough, greatly encouraging Wang Fan. However, achieving such results came at a considerable cost, requiring a substantial amount of top-grade spiritual liquid. Chapter 393. The thunder tribulation caused by Wang Fan's transformation of magical weapons into divine artifacts began to spread wildly online. Wow, who said our dragon country doesn't have good-looking special effects? This would completely outshine a bunch of foreign special effects artists. What era is it? Is this really a thunder tribulation? With the world's #1 martial arts conference about to begin, it definitely rivals today's thunder tribulation, and I can't wait for it. Have you all bought the immersive VR glasses launched by the Mortal Group? Whoever buys them is a fool. A simple pair costs $1,000. It's purely an IQ tax. I've seen some pretty embarrassing marketing tactics, but nothing like this. Isn't their boss quite wealthy? I think the initial stage is definitely about building a persona, just to conveniently harvest money now. Haters, shut up. I bought them and can tell you they're absolutely worth it. I watched some VR films from Sakura Country, and they were incredibly enjoyable. I couldn't stop, and now I need a box of tissues a day. Where did the upstairs person watch VR movies? Please share the link. Sometimes the wonders of the market lie in its unexpected twists. Take the immersive VR glasses launched by the Mortal Group, for example. Logically, the product's manufacturer should know the usage scenarios of their own product best, but the reality is not so. Chapter 394. Sitting in this great sage, new energy vehicle, Li Qianquan and his team had already conducted a large amount of thorough and detailed research. They comprehensively and meticulously summarized the internal flaws that many car enthusiasts pointed out regarding the Su Qi. These flaws could involve aspects such as vehicle comfort, handling, and system stability. Based on this, they proposed strict and even harsh requirements for the development and manufacturing of the Great Sage, stating that the Great Sage must not repeat the mistakes of the Su Qi. It can be said that this Great Sage new energy vehicle aimed at young people is definitely a car filled with sincerity. The R&D team carefully crafted every detail, pouring countless efforts into everything from the selection of high-quality materials for the interior to the design of a user-friendly intelligent interaction system, as well as a stylish and dynamic appearance. Moreover, Li Qianquan and his team were full of anticipation and firmly believed that through the high exposure of this world's #1 martial arts conference, the Great Sage new energy vehicle would surely attract the attention of many young consumers with this grand event, ushering in a period of explosive sales. Now, with the downgrade in consumption, not all young people can casually spend $300,000 to buy a fully equipped Su Qi. The Great Sage has launched a fully equipped model priced at just $188,000, bringing home the Great Sage. Chapter 395. As for them, in terms of appearance, they are also top beauties, each with a graceful figure and outstanding temperament. However, when faced with Lan Mei Kai, whose extraordinary beauty is unmatched, even though they possess striking looks, there's indeed a gap. Thinking of this, Dong Mingjiao could only sigh helplessly. Humans and transformed demon immortals inherently differ, making it very difficult to compare in terms of beauty. Additionally, she thought that in the future, there would be many more powerful ancient demons appearing, such as fox demons, phoenix clans, and so on. Imagining their stunning immortal elegance and extraordinary strength, Dong Mingjiao felt overwhelmed. She understood that to establish herself among the many women around Wang Fan and not be easily overlooked or replaced, merely relying on commercial means was far from enough. She needed to continuously enhance her cultivation ability, because she was well aware that as Wang Fan continued to break through his own limits, his strength would reach an unimaginable height. The only way was to give her all and strive to keep up with his pace, even if the process would be incredibly arduous. Dong Mingjiao secretly encouraged herself. Chapter 396. Jianyi paused at this point, his tone filled with determination and longing as he continued. If one relies on their own efforts to cultivate step by step, perhaps in the future, they could become a chaos spirit treasure. Chaos spirit treasures possess endless spiritual power and mysterious abilities, which are certainly incomparable to ordinary divine artifacts. Upon hearing this, Jian'er was momentarily silenced and could only hang his head, obediently staying by the side, no longer daring to speak. However, Jianyi's reminder caused Wang Fan's gaze to involuntarily return to the two swords floating in the air. At this moment, his look towards these two swords was completely different from before, his eyes shimmering with a mix of doubt and anticipation. He secretly speculated that these two swords might truly have an extraordinary origin, perhaps even containing the mysterious potential to become a chaos spirit treasure. If that were the case, it would be a tremendous stroke of luck at the auction, and he wondered if the Murong family would regret it after knowing. So from now on, please call me Lucky Little Wang. To verify Jian's words, Wang Fan couldn't help but ask, Jian, do you mean to say that you think you can become a chaos sword? Chapter 397. Wang Fan made no complex editing to the video. He simply added a cute background music to enhance its appeal. When adding captions to the video, he pondered for a moment and then wrote succinctly, "My cat can crack sunflower seeds." He then directly posted the video on Douyin. Speaking of the last time he posted on Douyin, it was quite a distressing event. That was when Wang Fan was out and encountered a guy with a full beard and white socks. This guy wanted to hit on Wang Fan, but ended up getting beaten by him, after which he posted the video of Wang Fan beating him online. He manipulated public opinion to create a storm against Wang Fan, and when he saw the traffic was good, he started a live stream, wildly spreading rumors and tarnishing Wang Fan's reputation. When Wang Fan learned of this, he was filled with anger, his temper flaring up. To quell the increasingly rampant discussions about his sexual orientation, which were growing like a snowball, he took legal action to make this shameless guy pay the price. He then released a video, which had a black background with white text, stating, "Rumors stop with the wise, and those who spread rumors will be severely punished. Not a single one will escape. A good show is about to unfold." Chapter 398. Wang Fan looked at the work he had just posted, and the numbers on the screen were jumping, catching him off guard. The originally stable data volume was now surging upwards like a runaway wild horse. The familiar formula and familiar taste suggested that Zhang, who was in charge of operations on the Douyin platform, really understood things. He tossed his phone aside carelessly, as if discarding something unimportant, and then slowly walked to a spot by the window. There was a lounge chair that looked very comfortable, exuding a lazy atmosphere. Wang Fan gently lay down on it, stretching out his limbs, ready to soak up some sun and enjoy this moment of tranquility. The warm sun shone on him, and gradually, his eyelids became heavier, and he unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, when he woke up, it was already dark outside. The night enveloped the entire room, radiating a tranquil atmosphere. He lazily stretched and then twitched his ears, listening to the sound around him, but strangely, he didn't hear any woman's voice. According to his plan, the World's #1 martial art conference was supposed to take place tomorrow. Chapter 399. Wang Fan stood quietly in front of the mirror, his gaze fixed on his reflection. He wore a pure white, form-fitting, short-sleeved t-shirt, which seemed tailor-made for him, fitting perfectly to his muscular physique. The muscles on his chest were subtly visible in the sunlight, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art, with every line showcasing strength and beauty. The hem of the t-shirt was slightly tucked into his light blue denim shorts, the smooth lines of the shorts accentuating a tight, toned waist reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture. His arms had smooth and powerful lines, seemingly containing boundless energy. On his wrist, he wore a minimalist metal watch, the design of which was understated yet stylish, perfectly adding a touch of maturity and composure to his demeanor. On his feet were a pair of snow-white sneakers, the surface so clean that not a speck of dirt could be found. The bright white appeared particularly striking under the sunlight, making him stand out refreshingly in the crowd. As he prepared to head out, a mischievous little black cat darted right to his side, then leaped gracefully onto his shoulder. Wang Fan gently shook his shoulder, trying to dislodge the little black cat, but the cat merely squinted its eyes, enjoying the warmth and comfort of the moment, unwilling to come down no matter what. Chapter 400. After finishing his meal, Wang Fan stood up, stretched lazily, and moved his slightly fatigued body before stepping out to check the backstage. The backstage was a bustling scene, with Long Piao and others busy with makeup or preparing for rehearsal, all meticulously getting ready for the upcoming performance. Wang Fan thought about giving them some confidence and loving encouragement, as everyone's emotions were quite tense in this anxious atmosphere. He knew that even simple words of encouragement could effectively ease their nervousness. Long Piao's makeup was inspired by the popular character A.O. Run from Neza 2, The Devil Child Rises, and it was nearing completion as the makeup artist focused intently on making final adjustments. Upon closer inspection, the makeup was truly exquisite, with an incredibly high degree of restoration, surpassing expectations. Long Piao's appearance at that moment was as if A.O. Run had descended to the mortal realm. Her expression had completely transformed from the pure and lovely image she had previously shown to Wang Fan, replaced by a bewitching allure. Under the spotlight, she radiated a unique and captivating charm. Chapter 401. For a marvelous experience of getting up close and personal with Miss Long, please open the support package we have prepared for you, and wear the immersive VR glasses launched by our fan group. This is not just any ordinary VR device. It boasts high technological content, with clear and realistic visuals that can precisely capture every movement and detail. It will also create an exclusive ambient sound effect in real time based on Miss Long's singing and stage performance, making you feel as if you are right in the center of the concert stage. You will experience a concert like never before, where the brilliance of the stage lights and the shock of Miss Long's voice will immerse you completely. Now, let us welcome the highly anticipated Miss Long Pia Piao to the stage, who will bring us the recently popular ending song at the end of the story from Neza 2, The Devil Child Rises. As soon as the announcement finished, astonishingly, Meng Zhen disappeared without a trace from midair. This scene seemed like a supernatural phenomenon, causing waves of gasps from the audience below. Especially those wearing the immersive VR glasses felt a flash of white smoke pass by. Chapter 402. This scene was truly shocking, as if it transcended people's conventional understanding. On stage, Bo threw powerful punches, followed by a dull thud. The steel plate was actually punched through, causing an uproar in the audience. However, many people shouted from the stands, their voices echoing in the spacious venue. Everyone was convinced that the steel plate must be a prop, as they believed it was impossible for a human to punch a hole through it. Faced with such strong skepticism, the host Meng Zhen responded calmly on stage. She randomly selected 5 individuals from different locations in the audience. These 5 were representatives of the loudest doubters, their expressions filled with disdain and certainty, as if they believed this was merely a trick. Initially, the selected individuals thought they would simply stand still, waiting for a staff member to hand them a microphone to voice their doubts. However, to their surprise, as the big screen displayed a clear image of one selected person, a miraculous and terrifying scene unfolded. His body suddenly flew up as if controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. Chapter 403. Subsequently, Wang Fan instructed the relevant personnel of the Fanren group to quickly spring into action and start ordering milk tea across the entire Magic City, still planning for a scale of 20,000 people. That night, due to Wang Fan's sudden burst of creativity, many people began to get busy, creating a scene of nervous yet orderly preparations everywhere. Wang Fan never lacked money. For him, problems that could be solved with money seemed to never pose a challenge. After Dong Mengjiao coordinated various tasks with Wang Fan, she couldn't help but tease him, calling him a madman. Yet deep down, she admired Wang Fan as courage and generosity. Sometimes, the relationship between lovers is like nurturing flowers. As long as you water and care for them with heart, they will eventually bloom into brilliant flowers one day, yielding beautiful results. Thanks to Wang Fan's flash of inspiration, the subsequent offline events organized by the Fanren group were all hugely successful, each bringing unexpected surprises to the public. It made everyone deeply feel that they could never anticipate the unique surprises the Fanren group had prepared for them behind the scenes. To actively respond to the bold and novel idea proposed by Wang Fan. Chapter 404. Due to Wang Fan's spontaneous idea of treating more than 10,000 concert attendees to a meal, this seemingly mad notion stirred ripples in the calm surface of the lake, causing waves of activity to surge through the bustling city of Magic City. First, the television station unexpectedly interrupted to broadcast a striking news report. The anchor, with a serious demeanor, reported that a special late-night event would take place at the Workers' Stadium. The scale of this late-night event was so large that the number of participants exceeded imagination. To ensure the smooth progression of the event and maintain order on site, avoiding unnecessary crowding and chaos, the relevant departments hoped that the public would cooperate and refrain from visiting the vicinity during this time. Of course, to incentivize more people to comply and not flock to the stadium, the Fanren group offered a very enticing proposal. Residents in the 3 districts near the stadium would each receive a red envelope of 200 yuan as compensation. When this news broke, those who heard it at first found it somewhat unbelievable and even a bit angered. Chapter 405. They always acted mysteriously, and no one knew their true intentions. As a special existence in this world, not bound by conventional order, they were indeed uncontrollable factors. Every action they took could trigger unpredictable chain reactions, adding many variables to the current situation. Dong Mingjiao cautiously shared her deep concerns with Wang Fan. She knew that these potential uncertainties were like hidden reefs lurking in the dark, and a slight misstep could cause their plans to run aground. After careful consideration of Dong Mingjiao's well-thought-out suggestion, Wang Fan felt it was quite reasonable. After all, he understood that every aspect of this plan was interconnected, and there could be no room for carelessness. Any small loophole could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, leading to the plan's failure. He was not the kind of stubborn person who disregarded other suggestions and insisted on his own way. In his view, pooling ideas and listening to various opinions were essential to ensure the plan's thoroughness and feasibility. Realizing the issue, he decisively took out his phone. Chapter 406. Mengjin wore a warm smile and answered slowly, "Everything is free for everyone, so please rest assured. However, there is one principle: do not waste. We also hope that while enjoying the food, everyone pays attention to hygiene, not littering after eating, and keeping the venue clean and tidy." After hearing this confirmation, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm, as if ignited by a flame in their hearts. They shouted the names of Long Pia Piao and the Fanren group. The cheers echoed back and forth, creating an incredibly shocking scene. With so many people present, many had seen videos of late-night snacks at the Fanren group's building. The scenes in the videos were enticing, showcasing top chefs personally serving food, as professional as those special chefs on television. The chefs skillfully transformed various ingredients into exquisite dishes, their colors alluring and aromas captivating, making even those watching through the screen feel the deliciousness. Such scenes were previously only a dream for them, but today here they were, able to enjoy such treatment. Chapter 407. In summary, those around them were all singing praises for the Fanren group. The atmosphere was lively and harmonious. Everyone was immersed in this delightful ambience of tasting food, laughter and joy filling the air. Just as everyone was lost in this wonderful atmosphere, a group of mysterious individuals quietly blended into the various food areas and began their actions. They seemed to walk leisurely but with a unique rhythm, approaching each stall without reaching out for the delicious food that exuded tempting aromas like everyone else. Instead, they waved their hands gently, as if greeting the chefs at the stalls or conveying a special signal, then expressionlessly moved on to the next stall, repeating the same actions. This group's behavior seemed out of place, attracting curious glances from those around, but no one intervened. The small black cat nearby keenly sensed something was off. Its big eyes widened, ears perked up, and it became instantly alert. It lightly jumped onto Long Xian's shoulder, scratching the collar of his clothing a couple of times, meowing anxiously as if trying to convey its suspicion. Chapter 408. The third elder's gaze was sharp as he stood in front of the Holy Sun, his figure like an indestructible fortress, vowing to protect him for the impending crisis. He looked at the Holy Sun with a heavy and earnest tone. "Holy Sun, listen to me. I will do my utmost to hold them off. You take this opportunity to leave and quickly inform the palace master. The palace master is wise and brave, and will surely save us from danger." He paused for a moment, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes as he continued. "Moreover, Holy Sun, do not forget tomorrow's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. This is an excellent opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. If you shine in this tournament, your future will be boundless." However, the third elder's words made the Holy Sun feel deeply ashamed. His once confident mastery of poison was now shaken by the skills of a poison expert, leaving him in shock. His faith in his talent and strength in poison began to waver. The Holy Sun thought to himself that even if he informed the palace master, his position as Holy Sun might not be secure. In this fiercely competitive cultivation world, any mistake could lead to a fall from grace. Yet, he also felt a surge of determination not to give up, deciding to take a risk and use the third elder's hand to eliminate the opponent, thereby resolving the current predicament. Chapter 409. The third elder's expression was grave as he sighed and said, "You are right. That flood dragon's defense is too tricky to break through in a short time, and that person controlling the poison pills has rendered our poison ineffective." The Holy Sun responded, "Our breakthrough point now is that one who only uses poison pills. As long as we eliminate him and let our poison exert its full effect without obstruction, we have a chance to turn this unfavorable situation around." The third elder agreed, "All right, I will handle him. I will do everything in my power to resolve this issue." As soon as he finished speaking, the third elder began to circulate his internal energy, and in an instant, a powerful inner pill slowly emerged from his body. Upon closer inspection, this inner pill was larger than the poison pill, radiating a faint cold light, as if containing boundless energy. At the same time, the third elder's primordial spirit detached from it, taking on a lifelike form, exuding a mysterious aura. The third elder slightly closed his eyes and began to chant. The inner pill that had already flown out was mysteriously drawn toward the primordial spirit, as if pulled by an invisible hand. Chapter 410. Facing a sect that also used poison excited him. He momentarily forgot about the existence of the artifact. Now, looking at the silver needles in his hand, their tips infused with the innate deadly poison in his body, glowing with a ghostly blue light, he shouted, "Go!" "Poison Yofu," he suddenly yelled, forcefully flicking his wrist. 3 silver needles shot out like shooting stars toward the black mass. The speed was incredible, leaving 3 silver trails in the air. A piercing scream echoed from the black mass, resonating in the silent space as if it could pierce eardrums. Then a jaw-dropping scene unfolded, the once pitch black, lifeless substance gradually transformed back into the primordial spirit of the third elder of the ghostly poison palace. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe that what they saw was real. At this moment, the third elder's face was filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. He widened his eyes, filled with disbelief, staring intently at the 3 inconspicuous silver needles on his body, as if he wanted to see through them. Chapter 411. Sensing Wang Fan's emotions, Long Xian let out a roar, the sound echoing through the entire food square like thunder. That voice seemed to possess supreme power, causing everyone present to tremble. Fortunately, Long Xian did not target the ordinary bystanders with any sonic attack. Otherwise, with just that one roar, those who were still curiously observing in the square would likely have collapsed in droves, lying scattered on the ground. "Master, after all, the artifact is immensely powerful, and I have yet to fully refine it." Long Xian quickly explained to Wang Fan why he hadn't used the artifact. "I don't have complete confidence in my control ability. If I use it recklessly, I might find it hard to control its power accurately, and a slight misstep could hurt those ordinary people who are defenseless. If that happens, it would cause a lot of trouble for you, Master, which is a situation I absolutely do not want to see." Wang Fan did not expect this beast to think so much, and his anger subsided. "Enough of the nonsense. The matter with Du Yofu is already settled. You should wrap things up quickly here. No more dragging things out. With so many people in the square, every second of delay could lead to more variables." Chapter 412. The beautiful faces filled with panic stirred the male hormones hidden deep within him, as if an invisible force was burning in his chest, making his fighting spirit soar even higher. The atmosphere in the entire private room became heated due to his nearly frenzied actions. His laughter, shouts, and the screams of Dongmeng Jiao and the others intertwined, like the background music of this absurd farce. However, just as his excitement reached its peak and he wanted to end this game, an unexpected turn of events suddenly shattered this joy. He looked at the formation he had painstakingly set up, only to find that it had been broken by someone from the outside without him realizing it. In that instant, the confident expression on his face was instantly replaced by horror. He was taken aback, his body involuntarily turning to look, his eyes wide open like copper bells. What met his gaze was a handsome guy, whose exquisite features seemed to be carefully crafted by the heavens, every line perfectly shaped. His face was well-defined, and his deep-set eyes revealed a sense of calm and confidence, with slightly upturned lips that carried a hint of disdain. Chapter 413. Zhang Jichao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively covered his cheeks. In that moment, his heart was filled with shock. He never expected someone to be so bold as to slap his face. After all, he was the esteemed third elder of the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect was already a formidable presence among the top 10 sects, feared by all factions. They specialized in psychological attacks, which were extremely strange. Once unleashed, a careless mistake could leave enemies trapped, unable to resist their influence. In the past, regardless of the matter, big or small, as long as there was any interaction with the Blood Demon sect, others would give them some face. After all, the strength of the Blood Demon sect was evident, and offending them would not end well. But who could have imagined that this time, when they enter the world, things would take such a dramatic turn? Their highly regarded and greatly anticipated holy son was actually schemed against, which was a blatant humiliation of their sect's dignity. At this moment, he, the dignified third elder, was publicly slapped in the face, which was nothing less than an open provocation against him and the entire Blood Demon sect. Chapter 414. Zhang Jichao stood there in a daze, completely unable to grasp the situation. The sect's ancestor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slapped him, making him see stars. This feeling was so familiar, as if he had experienced it several times before, filling him with unease and confusion. When he looked up again, the sight before him shocked him greatly. The original ancestor had transformed into the appearance of Zhuge Yi, and he seemed to understand everything. It was all the damn Zhuge Yi's prank on him. The anger in Zhang Jichao's heart was instantly ignited. The ancestor of the sect could not be humiliated, and he was filled with endless rage. Zhuge Yi, how dare you disguise yourself as my ancestor? Zhang Jichao shouted madly, pointing at Zhuge. The Blood Demon sect will not let the Zhuge family go. Just wait for your annihilation. His voice echoed on the beach, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and dissatisfaction. The Blood Demon sect was his root, his everything. How could he not be enraged by such humiliation? The Blood Demon sect cannot be humiliated. Zhang Jichao's voice became hoarse, yet resolute, as he pointed at Zhuge Yi and shouted again, "You all will die." Chapter 415. Could it be that the sect's inheritance had been passed down for too long, and through countless generations, some mistakes had occurred in the process, leading to discrepancies in his cultivation? Or was it that the spiritual cultivation itself had some issues? However, these were merely his speculations. The Blood Demon ancestor naturally knew that now was not the time for deep investigation. With a flash of fierce light in his eyes, he raised his hand without hesitation and slapped down, this slap containing his immense power, landing directly on those Blood Demon sect disciples. Those disciples had no chance to resist at all and instantly rolled their eyes and fainted. In a strange illusion, where dreams and reality intertwined, the Blood Demon ancestor's gaze was firmly locked on that holy son, his eyes flashing with inquisitive light. After a thorough inquiry, he finally understood the holy son's true origins. It turned out the truth was not as he thought. There was no blood relationship between him and the holy son. Instead, the current sect master had once stumbled upon a tranquil and secluded Taoist temple during his travels. Chapter 416. The holy maiden of the Wuzhizong, Chu Tianjiao, clearly saw through online videos and live clips that Wang Fan was surrounded by beautiful women, like a star surrounded by the moon. Each of those women was stunningly beautiful and graceful, intimately close to Wang Fan. Seeing this, Chu Tianjiao felt a pang of jealousy, a sour sensation rising in her heart, as if countless fine needles were piercing her deeply. But after a moment, she thought again about how Wang Fan was the big boss of the mortal group. This thought was like a bucket of cold water, slightly dousing the fire of anger in her heart. Such an excellent man deserved to be admired by more women. After all, every girl with dreams wants to attract the best man. Seeing that both the transformed dragon and the one using poison-wielded artifacts. Did Wang Fan lack an artifact? She had a crazy thought in her mind, which was that during this World Martial Arts Championship, no matter what method she used, she had to take down Wang Fan. She firmly believed that by doing so, she would also possess a divine artifact. The current saintess of Yaowang Valley, Yao Ling, who had just finished washing up, was watching a video of the battle between Du Youfu and the third elder of the Underworld Poison Palace. Chapter 417. Of course, the fact that the mortal group made such a grand gesture to please their fans really gave Wang Fan a huge boost in popularity. Wow, it's truly unexpected. Back then, we simply thought that the mortal boss was just a nouveau riche. Online, he was very generous towards female streamers, tipping as if money were no object. Who would have thought that after such a short time, his business is now thriving and flourishing, far beyond our mortal imagination. To reverse fate, the key lies in whether one can seize that fleeting opportunity. Do you know what opportunity the mortal boss seized? If you're curious, add me on V, and I'll tell you this amazing secret. Right now, I have only one thought in my mind, which is to practice hard and continuously improve myself. I hope that when I become strong enough, I will have the chance to join the mortal group, and then I will have no regrets in this lifetime. The people upstairs are really useless. Look at me. I've already started to take action. I exercise every day to make myself more and more beautiful. I must become Wang Fan's woman. You will be working for me. Chapter 4:18. The World Martial Arts Championship, meticulously organized by the Dragon Kingdom, undoubtedly attracted the attention of humanity worldwide. In this era, cultivating immortality has become a symbol of power for many. And this martial arts competition is crucial to whether the practice of cultivation can be promoted globally. Its importance is self-evident, attracting the attention of many experts and ordinary people alike. To maximize the value of this martial arts conference, the Mortal Group quickly made wise moves after acquiring the operational rights to the championship. They specifically established a new department within the group, the Martial Arts Conference Operations Center. The establishment of this center signifies the Mortal Group's high regard for this martial arts competition. The members of the Martial Arts Conference Operations Center are all elites from various fields. Some are marketing experts, some are leaders in the martial arts community, and others are professionals skilled in organizing various events. Their common goal is singular: to do everything possible to enhance the influence of the World Martial Arts Championship. To achieve this goal, the members of the Operations Center racked their brains and came up with many innovative promotional methods. Chapter 4:19. In the heart of the Grand Elder. After careful study and consideration of the various characteristics of the secret realm, he firmly believes that in this secret realm, with Wang Fan's strength and wisdom, no one can become his opponent. Wang Fan's strength is beyond doubt, and he has enough confidence in it. Because of this, the Grand Elder willingly entrusted everything in the secret realm, whether it be precious treasures or special inheritances, to Wang Fan without reservation. He hopes that Wang Fan can showcase his true strength in such an environment, adding more brilliance and glory to this grand event. Time is ticking away, and there are less than 5 minutes until 8 o'clock. The entire venue is filled with a solemn, yet enthusiastic atmosphere, as the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the World Martial Arts Championship is about to begin. This is an event that gathers heroes and chivalrous warriors from all corners of the world, with various sects and families sending their strongest lineups to witness this historic moment together. Among the many prestigious seats in the venue, a special spot is reserved for Wang Fan. After all, Wang Fan's reputation and strength among the youth are well known, and his presence will undoubtedly add a lot of luster to this grand event. Chapter 4:20. The trash upstairs, can you please get lost? A middle-aged man dressed in traditional Dragon Kingdom attire angrily scolded. This is a global live broadcast. Foreigners can see the comments you post. Don't embarrass our Dragon Kingdom. His anger was evident, clearly discontent with the remarks made by the person upstairs. I'm really curious what kind of tests these cultivators will face, a young woman said softly, her eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the Grand Elder slowly stepped forward. His gaze swept over everyone present, and then he calmly and powerfully explained the rules of the secret realm. Ladies and gentlemen, once you enter the secret realm, you may ignore existing laws and regulations. This secret realm is a special place where life and death are predetermined. What is fated to happen must occur, and what is not fated cannot be forced. It all depends on your fortune. The Grand Elder's voice suddenly became serious, and his gaze sharpened. Once you leave the secret realm, if anyone dares to act recklessly based on their experiences in the secret realm, oppressing the common people, they will never be able to leave the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will not tolerate anyone who crosses the bottom line and will impose severe punishment. Chapter 4:21. After a while, the man finally calmed down. He was furious, jumping 3 feet high, pointing at Wang Fan and cursing, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you hit me for no reason?" He completely ignored his previous remarks and started to bite back. Wang Fan, however, didn't want to waste any more words with him and directly raised his leg to kick fiercely. The man reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but his anger was already hard to suppress. He angrily said, "Oh, you dare to hit me? You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? You damn yellow-skinned monkey." At this point, his aura began to surge, indicating that he was planning to use his real strength. Wang Fan merely snorted coldly and said slowly, "Sword 2, go." As soon as the words were spoken, a sword aura instantly sliced through the air, rushing towards the man with a chilling sword intent, creating a sharp trajectory in the air. The flying sword seemed to possess its own consciousness, charging straight towards him. In just one encounter, it broke through the man's defenses and accurately sliced across his neck. With a splatter, blood sprayed out, and the man was left with no power to retaliate. Then he fell to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open, clearly unable to close them, looking extremely terrifying. Chapter 422. The Heavenly Ladder's Heart Question. Han Mimi answered almost without hesitation, her response crisp and decisive, showing confidence. Then she elaborated. This first challenge is really not simple. You see, there are a total of 9,000 levels of the Heavenly Ladder. Just thinking about that number is enough to instill fear. Moreover, the gravity doubles every 100 levels, which means that the pressure faced by those climbing will gradually increase. With each step upward, the effort required will be greater than before. The higher you go, the more effort each step demands, as if an invisible mountain is pressing down on your body, making it impossible to move. There are also hidden inner demons in this illusion, which will generate according to the deepest fears of each individual. Some people may fear loneliness, and in this illusion, it feels as if they are in a desolate universe, surrounded by nothing but endless silence and darkness, tightly enveloping them, the profound sense of loneliness gnawing at their hearts. Others may fear failure, and the illusion might present scenes of repeated efforts that end in vain, each failed scenario like a sharp sword piercing straight into their mental defenses, making it extremely easy for one to collapse mentally, sinking deeper into despair. Chapter 423. Han Mimi's gaze fell on Wang Fan, and his smug expression made her furious. She really wanted to rush up and give him a good beating to relieve her pent-up anger. However, Han Mimi also knew that she didn't have the ability to do that right now and could only endure the anger within. At that moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, the familiar sensation immediately making her realize that Wang Fan was secretly attacking her mentally again. The pain was almost unbearable, but she gritted her teeth and tried to stay awake. Then she felt as if she was being pulled by a mysterious force, gradually entering an illusion. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her astonished her. It was more beautiful than the outside secret realm, as if it were a fairyland. She looked around and found herself in the kind of living environment she had always dreamed of in the Jinling secret realm. The environment was beautiful, peaceful, and serene, just like her ideal home. She couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, questioning whether she had really escaped from that terrifying place. But soon, Han Mimi clearly understood that such a dreamlike scene could not possibly appear at this moment. Chapter 424. Among couples, the worst thing is comparison. As the saying goes, comparing goods should be discarded. Comparing people should perish. Listening to his girlfriend's complaints, the boy snorted dismissively and turned his head away, saying, "Don't envy blindly. Wang Fan is not a good man at all. He is a complete scumbag. Just think about it. He already has Long Pia Piao, such a great girl, a diva in the music industry, and he turns around to show affection with other girls. What a pure scumbag. The key is that he is not surrounded by just one or two goddesses. I've heard he has an unclear relationship with the general manager of his company, Dong Mengjiao. These are all tricks that scumbags use to manage their time. He is just putting on a show for those girls, providing them with some emotional value. While behind the scenes, who knows what unspeakable activities he is involved in. Perhaps he is secretly flirting with other women while being with those girls. This is the behavior of a scumbag who cheats while being with you. Jealousy can sometimes distort a person's appearance. Just like this brother who also wants to embrace both sides like Wang Fan, but his abilities do not allow it. Chapter 425. Han Mimi couldn't help but pout when she heard Wang Fan say this, somewhat dissatisfied as she mumbled, "You don't need to say that. I already told them about the situation here." As she spoke, she slightly raised her head, revealing a confident expression, as if saying this was a trivial matter that didn't need Wang Fan to mention again. Wang Fan's eyes showed a hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head and said, "So does this count as cheating? After all, the rules have been broken to some extent. This is originally the secret realm of our Dragon Soul Palace. The existence of this secret realm is for nurturing and training outstanding talents within our Dragon Soul Palace. Allowing these outsiders to enter is already a great mercy." Speaking of which, a cold gleam flashed in Han Mimi's eyes. If they don't know their place and cause trouble, then we will make them stay here forever like that previous guy, so they know the consequences of offending our Dragon Soul Palace. Han Mimi said this calmly, without much emotional fluctuation. Her expression was as calm as a deep pool, as if she were merely stating an inconsequential fact. Although her tone was flat, it sent a chill down people's spines. Chapter 426. Long Xian did not respond to Yen Song's overtures. He was solely focused on the martial arts competition. wanting to showcase his strength well at the venue. However, after being rejected, Yin Song still did not give up, like a stubborn plaster that could not be shaken off. Continuing to chatter away beside him, he kept saying words of admiration for Long Xian, such as, "Brother Long Xian, I have always admired your reputation. Your last battle was truly thrilling, and I particularly admire you," and so on. However, others around him could not help but show disdain. In the eyes of the crowd, this strong man should have been concentrating on the challenge, showcasing his strength and courage. But instead, he was not preparing properly for the challenge, not investing effort in improving his own strength, but instead launching this ambiguous pursuit towards another man, acting like a sycophant, which was truly contemptible. This really confirmed the saying that in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Today, a situation truly opened everyone's eyes. Various matters converged, resulting in a hodgepodge of worldly phenomena. However, some people were completely focused on the challenge and rewards, not caring at all about what was happening around them, nor whether others were engaging in any ambiguous relationships, fully intent on moving forward. Chapter 427. Yin Song couldn't help but secretly rejoice, as if an indescribable joy was quietly surging in his chest. His current situation was already a huge stroke of luck. He had actually obtained a divine beast like a Jiao, which was a rare opportunity in the history of the Beastmaster sect. But who would have thought that good fortune would come one after another, and he would also be lucky enough to encounter the legendary Xian cat. Excitement sparkled in Yin Song's eyes, and his heart was filled with anticipation and longing. He began to imagine in his mind that if he could gain the recognition of the Xian cat, it would be an immense honor and opportunity. As an ancient divine beast, the Xian cat possessed unparalleled strength and wisdom. If he could establish a deep bond with it, perhaps he could truly create an incomparable divine beast in the future. His thoughts drifted far away, envisioning the Beastmaster sect under his leadership, sweeping through other sects with the help of this divine beast and becoming the leader of the entire cultivation world. That kind of glory and status filled him with endless yearning and pursuit. A meaningful smile crept onto Yin Song's lips, revealing his confidence and expectations. He once again wore a satisfied and cunning expression, slowly and carefully taking out a small golden hoop from his pocket. Chapter 428. At this moment, Long Xian's eyes widened, as if two flames of anger were jumping fiercely in his gaze, burning with rage, resembling two burning flames, emitting a hot aura that distorted the air around him. A chilling aura radiated from him, the light piercing through the void like a fierce cold wind, creating visible cracks in the air, as if fragile paper was unable to withstand his might. With an unstoppable momentum, he advanced like a roaring tiger descending a mountain. Each step seemed to make the earth tremble, and his figure appeared towering against the backdrop of light. With a sudden and powerful impact, the force was like a mountain collapsing into the sea, instilling fear in all. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to ignite, producing a sharp whistling sound that spread out like surging waves. It felt as if this furious power was about to fill the entire space, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. This fierce impact not only failed to break through the barrier as he had hoped, but also triggered a hidden mechanism. Chapter 429. Yin Song unhesitatingly pulled out a precious formation flag from his bosom, swinging it forcefully, creating an elegant arc in the air, landing precisely in the hollow of the formation. Instantly, the formation flag emitted a soft glow that resonated with the original energy of the beast-trapping formation, stabilizing it once again. Yin Song's gaze locked tightly onto Long Xian, clearly seeing the divine artifact in Long Xian's hand, radiating a golden light. The brilliance was dazzling, seemingly containing endless power, which Yin Song could not ignore. His expression turned serious, shedding any previous contempt or arrogance. He turned to the disciples of the Beast Control sect and shouted loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. This serpent and Xian cat are not ordinary beasts. They possess immense power and unpredictable dangers. However, if our Beast Control sect can subdue them, our strength will surely increase significantly, possibly even making us leaders in the cultivation world. Therefore, we need to give our all to stabilize the beast-trapping formation and ensure we can trap these two creatures." A disciple asked, "Holy Son, if we focus all our energy on dealing with these two beasts, how will we handle the subsequent challenges?" Chapter 430. Han Mimi, standing at a distance, said worriedly to Wang Fan, "Darling, it seems Long Xian and the others are in danger. We should go help them." Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease, clearly worried about their safety. Wang Fan frowned slightly and asked, "Do you still have the obsidian thunderstorm balls I gave you earlier?" Upon hearing this, Han Mimi flipped her palm, and a Chinquan bag appeared in her hand. She skillfully opened it and replied, "I have about 70 or 80 left. Do you want to use them to blow up those beast control sect people?" Wang Fan nodded, his tone firm and decisive. "That's right, the situation is urgent. We must act quickly. These obsidian thunderstorm balls are incredibly powerful and sufficient to deal with those from the beast control sect." He then took out 200 obsidian thunderstorm balls from his system and placed them in a Han Mimi's Chinquan bag. Looking at the increased number of thunderstorm balls in the bag, Han Mimi felt a surge of confidence and strength. These people were simply lacking in martial ethics, attacking Long Xian and the others in such numbers, making them feel as if they were often under siege by the thunderstorm balls. Upon hearing this, Han Mimi's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling as she playfully chided Wang Fan. "Darling, you're so naughty, but why do I like this little rascal so much?" Chapter 431. At the moment Wang Fan threw the thunderstorm ball, he swiftly tilted his neck with incredible agility, the movement as fluid as flowing water. In that instant, Yinsong's seemingly unstoppable fierce attack whooshed past his body. Yinsong felt as if he had struck into a void, and his anger surged. In the brief moment they brushed past each other, Wang Fan seized the rare opportunity, his form darting like a swift leopard. Using inertia, he charged towards Yinsong at great speed. As he approached Yinsong, he gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to Yinsong's abdomen, accompanied by a pained yelp. It seemed to release Yinsong's inner suffering. The force of this punch was immense, sending Yinsong flying back 3 or 4 meters like a kite with a severed string. Fortunately, Yinsong's mount, a fierce tiger, reacted quickly, its powerful limbs reaching out to catch its master. Otherwise, with Yinsong flying out 2 or 3 meters high, a fall to the ground could have resulted in a concussion. "Tiger, tear him apart," Yinsong shouted angrily once he steadied himself, his voice booming as if to break through the clouds, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Chapter 432. What the hell? Can someone tell me if a sword can also get pregnant? Why does that sword look so bloated? This is a heart-wrenching kill. A heart-wrenching kill. The mortal expert defeated the opponent using the Beast Control Sect's signature technique. I see that the Beast Control Sect will be taken over by the mortal expert in the future. Damn, how can one person be so outstanding? Not only do they have looks and money, but their cultivation is also so profound. I wonder if it's too late to be reborn as your child. Mortal expert? The elder on the viewing platform frowned at this scene. Wang Fan was indeed too troublesome. According to the information he received before the first martial arts conference even began, he had already made enemies with the Nether Poison Palace and the Blood Demon Sect, and now added the Beast Control Sect to that list. Not to mention the Shadow Demon Sect, which he had previously swindled out of 40 magical artifacts. If these 4 sects teamed up to attack the Dragon Soul Hall, it would indeed create significant trouble, capable of seriously injuring the Dragon Soul Hall. Moreover, with so many ordinary people present, any unexpected incidents could lead to a major disaster. The previously prepared contingency plans would need to be further strengthened. Yinsong was already severely injured by Wang Fan and then received another beating from his former mount, the tiger, and was now lying on the ground, breathing more out than in. Chapter 433. I hereby solemnly warn all cultivators, do not bully ordinary people. This is a live, global broadcast, and every action of yours is under the watchful eyes of everyone. Cultivators who dare to bully ordinary people relying on their cultivation. Once you leave this secret realm, be prepared to face the wrath of the entire world. At that time, there will be no space for survival. Also, please do not let momentary greed cloud your judgment and snatch items from our mortals. Although these items may help you ascend the ladder to heaven, you can purchase them through legitimate means. Snatching them will bring you disgrace and the punishment you deserve. It's a behavior that is not worth the loss. Do not do something you will regret for the rest of your life due to momentary greed. By the time you realize your mistake, it will be too late. These warning-laden messages were prominently displayed on the big screen and even on the nearby pull-up banners. Every word exuded seriousness and gravity. It seems that the mortal group has gone to great lengths to prevent some cultivators from resorting to unscrupulous means to seize their products in order to heal their injuries. Chapter 434. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room rolled crazily like a surging tide. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Look at that guy in AJ sneakers. He seems to be on a cheat. He has actually climbed to the 1,314th step. Wow, look, he is even secretly hiding a banner. Making a heartfelt confession in front of the whole world. My goodness, this is too romantic. With such a display and sincerity. It feels like all the love in the world is about to be ignited by him. Romantic? Give me a break. I see this as a cost-free confession. Only silly and sweet types of women would think such a man is romantic. Such a man is most likely the stingy type who, after treating you to a bowl of spicy hot pot, will insist on having you 7 times at night purely to attract attention, with no real feelings involved. What heart-to-heart ladder? I see him as an old lady with a flickering candle struggling to climb the stairs, every step filled with mockery and showmanship. Come on, everyone, place your bets. The market is open. Can the big shot of the mortal group reach the top today? I think his chances are slim, but it's not impossible. After all, this man might have some superpower we don't know about. Chapter 435. The blood energy surged like a wild horse breaking free from its restraints. Difficult to control no matter how hard they tried. Among the first echelon, there was a guy named Han Yu who was currently in 5th place. At this moment, Han Yu's face suddenly turned extremely pale, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which spread in front of him. Before the people around could react, Han Yu fell straight down, crashing heavily onto the steps. The climbers behind saw this scene and showed no signs of sympathy, each one unhesitatingly bypassing him. They all came for the enticing rewards, and in this competitive environment, no one wanted to meddle in others' affairs. This is not a charitable place. Everyone only thinks about whether they can get more rewards. If they waste their time for someone who has nothing to do with them, it could cost them further opportunities due to unforeseen circumstances, which would be too much of a loss. So in their eyes, Han Yu was like a barrier obstructing their progress, and bypassing him was the wisest choice. Chapter 436. Dong Mengjiao's eyes widened as she tightly focused on the constantly changing curve, feeling mixed emotions, proud of the astonishing sales figures yet anxious about the overwhelming situation. In front of the huge and sturdy floor-to-ceiling window of the flagship store in Tokyo's Ginza, the bulletproof glass cracked under the pressure of the frenzied crowd. With a heart-wrenching, creaking sound, the glass gradually shattered, sending fragments flying. This scene was caused by the global frenzy for the Mortal Group's AR glasses. In distant Times Square, New York, under the world-famous big screen, the crowd had already formed an endless line. This queue was impressive, stretching across 3 blocks. People from all over the world, filled with eager anticipation for the new technology, looked forward to the latest news about the AR glasses. Excitement and thrill written all over their faces. Meanwhile, in the incredibly luxurious Dubai, a group of extravagant tycoons spared no expense to use private jets to be the first to experience this magical product. Over 100 luxurious private jets streaked across the sky like meteors, ultimately landing directly on the helipad of the Shenzhen factory, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was truly a stunning sight. Chapter 437. It felt like being enveloped by an invisible veil, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. The originally ancient and warm jade steps suddenly revealed strands of blood-red patterns the moment Wang Fan touched them. These patterns slithered like winding blood snakes, slowly moving across the surface of the jade, gradually spreading to the entire step. As the blood-red patterns spread, a rusty, sweet smell began to permeate the air, strong and pungent, as if it emanated from the corpses of an ancient battlefield, sending shivers down one's spine. Standing beside, Han Mimi, who had appeared calm, suddenly furrowed her brows, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. Her body trembled slightly, and faint fresh red blood seeped between her fingers. The blood glistened strangely under the light, contrasting sharply with her usually fair complexion. Clearly, the blood energy within her body had begun to flow in reverse. Each reverse flow of blood energy felt like a small storm erupting in her meridians, causing her to grit her teeth in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. On the 1,000th step, Wang Fan seemed to be in hell, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed like frying beans, continuous, as if every bone was under tremendous pressure and trial. Chapter 438. The bronze wine jug hanging at Chu Tianjiao's waist swayed slightly as she walked, faintly exuding an ancient aura. She opened her lips with a smile and said, "As I thought, it's indeed you who can climb up at such a fast speed." It had been several months since their parting in Jinling, and she never expected to meet here again today. It was indeed fate. Han Mimi, still feeling apprehensive, instinctively stood protectively in front of Wang Fan, like a hen guarding her chicks. But Chu Tianjiu waved her hand with a smile, her eyes full of teasing. "Sister Mimi is still as protective as ever. Relax. I want to compete with you. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's catch up." Before she finished speaking, a sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and a fierce sword energy accompanied by a chilling wind pierced through the air, instantly cutting through the sky, shooting towards them. The person arriving was none other than Jian Shun, the holy son of Lingxiao's sword sect, dressed in white and soaring on his sword with elegance. His robes fluttered, and in mid-air, he appeared like an immortal descending to the world, exuding a sharp and noble aura. His gaze was intense, like tangible light, fixated on the dual swords behind Han Mimi, filled with fervent desire, and he spoke. "Miss, may I borrow these two divine swords for a look?" Chapter 439. Creating chaos will result in the cancellation of your qualification to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. And you will also need to compensate for the destroyed counter, totaling 1 million. The leading security personnel of Long Shield announced the punishment decision with a serious expression and a steady voice, his words resounding. "You are extorting us. I will sue you." The burly man turned red in the face, neck stiff, eyes bulging like copper bells as he shouted loudly, waving his hands to try to bolster his own confidence. Just then, members of the Dragon Soul Hall also approached. An elder slowly took out relevant documents from his pocket and showed them to everyone. He said with a serious expression, "All items belonging to the Mortal Group are specially made products, with clearly marked prices. You cannot slander them at will. The price of 1 million has been professionally evaluated and approved by relevant departments, and is reasonable and legal. If you cannot compensate at the original price, it will not just be a simple compensation issue. According to legal provisions, you will face serious consequences, including a long imprisonment." On the huge screen behind the booth, the elegant and well-made words of Dong Mingjiao were being broadcasted. "Everyone needs to pay attention. During the martial arts conference, all transactions that occur here are completely voluntary." Chapter 440. If they returned empty-handed, they would face not only criticism, but also the possibility of being fired. Now, their side has finally opened for business, and the trend looks very good. Customers continuously came to purchase, and the lively scene filled them with immense satisfaction. Of course, not everyone had so much money or was given such generous pocket money from home. Some young people were financially strained and could only sigh silently while looking at their desired products. Thus, some started calling home for money. Some parents readily agreed, while others inquired about the specifics, insisting that their children explain the product details before making a decision. Those who were unable to get money felt very dejected, their faces filled with disappointment and helplessness, watching others enjoy the pleasure of purchasing. At this moment, the employees of the Mortal Group quickly took out a stack of beautifully designed promotional papers from a counter. With a warm smile, the employees of the Mortal Group said to those who were frowning beside them, "Anxious due to lack of funds, our Mortal Group has always adhered to the service philosophy of being considerate of others' needs." Chapter 441. Indeed, the Mortal Group seemed to possess some magical power, always able to capture consumers' attention and make products quickly popular. "Mortal Big Boss, can you launch a sanitary pad that makes us women feel at ease? There are too many unscrupulous merchants now, with many issues regarding size and quality that affect women's health." Female netizens could not hold back and called on the Mortal Group. They shared various troubles they encountered when choosing sanitary pads, hoping the Mortal Group could pay attention to women's health and launch a high-quality sanitary pad to safeguard women's health. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Mortal Group solemnly issued an announcement. In the announcement, the group emphasized the importance of rationally purchasing the 4-piece mountaineering set. It is understood that this set of equipment was specifically designed by the Mortal Group after careful research for the unique environment of the Sky Ladder. It should be noted that the functional characteristics of the 4-piece mountaineering set it apart from ordinary mountaineering equipment. For daily mountaineering activities, its practicality is not high. If it is just a regular scenic climb and casual descent, this set of equipment not only fails to maximize its value, but may also feel like overkill. Chapter 442. Wang Fan was filled with curiosity about the formation of the Sky Ladder. He could not help but wonder who had researched this. It must have taken a lot of boredom to come up with such a complicated method. The sky ladder seemed to have its own life, constantly changing. When he slowly stepped onto the 1000th step, the feeling was vastly different from before. He knew very well that this was not just simple gravity at work. There was also centrifugal force involved. Under the interaction of these two forces, he actually experienced a reversal of chi and blood. He had to stop again, quietly feeling this power that he had never experienced before, rampaging through his body like a trapped beast starting to struggle. Wang Fan understood that he needed to find the corresponding rules to break the immense pressure brought by this. Otherwise, he did not know if he could continue walking down the sky ladder. The viewers watching the live broadcast immediately began to discuss excitedly after witnessing this. Everyone quickly said, "How long will it take for that mortal big boss to truly comprehend the profound rules within?" Chapter 443. He could only endure the waves of severe pain transmitted by his consciousness, exerting all his strength to launch a series of fierce attacks against him. It must be said that this blonde guy was indeed not simple. His movements were as agile as a ghost. Every time Yang Wei gathered powerful strength to attack, he could always cleverly dodge with his exceptional reaction speed and strange movement style, as if her attacks were no threat at all. The most important point was that he seemed to be completely unaffected by the crushing pressure of the consciousness. Under such heavy pressure, which should have made movement difficult, he was as comfortable as a fish in water, facing Yang Wei's storm-like attacks as if he were playing hide-and-seek, leisurely and carefree, even showing a playful smile, completely toying with Yang Wei, which made people grind their teeth in frustration. In contrast, Yang Wei, having not fully adapted to the heavy gravity of her consciousness, was gritting her teeth and fighting hard. This caused her to consume far more energy than expected, and the pain in her consciousness became increasingly obvious. Her face grew paler, and her condition worsened. Chapter 444. He slowly began to move his hands, chanting incantations, those obscure and difficult spells continuously spilling from his mouth. As the incantations continued, a powerful mental force radiated from him like a tide, overwhelming and intense, making the air feel heavy wherever it passed. Soon this powerful mental force enveloped Yang Wei, Aoyu, and Xian Miao, trapping them in an invisible mental barrier, rendering them unable to move. In my mental barrier, this is my exclusive territory. Here, I'm the undisputed god, swiftly arrogantly said to Yang Wei and the others. You all obey me. As long as you submit to me, I will let you experience a wonderful feeling of ecstasy. It will be an ultimate pleasure. You must kneel and submit to me, under my control. I will make you feel ecstasy. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, an even more powerful and unimaginable mental force, like a raging tsunami, violently slammed against the barrier Swift had just created. The force distorted the space slightly wherever it passed. Chapter 445. With every breath, he could feel the pressure of gravity on his consciousness, as if an invisible mountain was heavily pressing down on his heart. But for Swift, this made him feel incredibly excited, as if he had arrived at his own home ground. The long-lost confidence and sense of control surged within him. He couldn't wait to strike at Yang Wei. A fiery light flashed in his eyes, and his movements became fierce. Soon, Aoyu also arrived. Swift looked at everything before him, feeling that this was heaven's compensation for him. All along, he had tirelessly focused on his cultivation, suppressing his inner desires. Now, in this lawless remote place, with no constraints, he could indulge himself and release the long-held repression. But just then, who knew a naive young man suddenly appeared. He thought it would be an easy indulgence, but unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary young man possessed an attack power even stronger than his normal state. It was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. Chapter 446. Hey, you guys, I just saw that young man. His strength is terrifying, exuding an aura that makes one dare not look directly at him. But the problem is, why does he like a middle-aged woman? Does anyone know why? Someone please enlighten me. I'm so curious I feel like I'm being clawed at by a cat. A netizen raised a question regarding the relationship between Blood Demon Ancestor and Xianyuan Shui. In this era of information explosion, the internet is filled with all kinds of talents. They seem to possess extraordinary abilities, able to uncover unexpected information from various subtle clues. Sometimes, even a simple picture, no matter how ordinary it looks, can lead these talents to peel back layers of information and accurately locate specific positions in the photo. Moreover, when the image features two living people, it's even easier to find them. Human activities often leave traces in various social circles and life scenes. And these traces are like keys that help these talents unlock crucial information. Chapter 447. Sima Liang stared wide-eyed at the information before him, as the dense text seemed to mercilessly whip him with every stroke. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. This had completely ruined his lifetime reputation, throwing his once-respected face before the world without reservation. This shameless, ruthless woman truly deserves to be punished. At this thought, Sima Liang's eyes turned red, filled with murderous intent. He abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth in the grand hall of the Sima family like a beast about to go mad. He then issued a kill order within the Sima family, his voice cold and full of murderous intent. "Send my orders, pursue and kill thoroughly, leave no one alive." The voice echoed in the hall, carrying endless authority and anger. Not only that, but he also set his sights on the Sima family members present at the first martial arts conference. Sima Liang hurriedly sent a message, instructing them to find Xianyuan Shui as quickly as possible and do everything to make her kill the Blood Demon Sect's holy son, Ling Feng. Chapter 448. The two then leaned in closer, lowering their voices to begin plotting. The air around them seemed to grow heavy with their scheming, hinting at an oppressive feeling like a storm was brewing. On that mysterious, towering heavenly ladder, Ling Feng stood quietly, his expression slightly grave. At this moment, he was within Swift's sea of consciousness. This sea of consciousness resembled an endless dark abyss, swirling with various complex and hidden information. In this mysterious space, Ling Feng gradually unveiled the secrets behind the fallen angel's arrival in Longhua. He learned clearly that the plans behind the fallen angel's visit were vast and far-reaching, their ambitions far exceeding his initial imagination. They even had intricate ties with one of the 10 elders of the imperial capital, Elder Chun. This elder, Chun, held significant power in Longhua, and every decision he made could influence the entire situation of Longhua. His collusion with the fallen angels undoubtedly added more complexity and danger to this event. Amidst the intricate flow of information, he discovered that the once dreaded fallen angels had previously conducted a joint siege with Elder Han, who was currently responsible for the affairs of the Magic Capital's Dragon Soul Hall overseas. Chapter 449. Just look at the current top-ranked guy. He has climbed over 5,000 steps. Wang Fan said to Chu Tianjiao and Han Mimi, "If we don't hurry, this gap will just keep widening. So, let's not waste time. We should move quickly." After saying that, the three figures shot up the heavenly ladder like arrows, showcasing astonishing speed and passion once again. Their speed was so fast, it seemed as if the wind was beneath their feet, crossing a significant distance in the blink of an eye. The onlookers on the heavenly ladder were once again left dumbfounded. They looked on in shock and confusion, wondering, how can there be such a big difference among people? This speed and state are completely beyond our understanding, leaving them deeply puzzled. When they reached the interval of 2,000 to 2,999 steps, the situation became exceptionally special. Here, the direction of gravity and centrifugal force would randomly flip every minute, which was undoubtedly a significant test for climbers. However, having adapted to the arduous climb of the previous 1999 steps, this stage was not a challenge for Wang Fan and the others at all. Wow. The Grandmaster is taking two beauties to the peak, someone in the crowd exclaimed, filled with envy. Chapter 450. Their beauty was unparalleled, drawing attention wherever they went. Moreover, each of them displayed extraordinary talent in fields such as art and literature, whether through singing and dancing or through their eloquent writing. However, in today's era of universal cultivation, the power of cultivation gradually became an important standard for measuring a person's strength. The talents and abilities they excelled in earlier seemed somewhat thin in the context of cultivators possessing extraordinary powers and special means, making it difficult to provide sufficient support for Wang Fan in the complex and ever-changing world of cultivation. In stark contrast, Chu Tianjiao, as the saintess of one of the 10 major sects, the Wuzhizong, was inherently endowed with incomparable advantages. Not only did she have a powerful sect as her backing, but the prestige of Wuzhizong also commanded respect throughout the cultivation world, providing her with immense convenience in terms of resource allocation and connections. More importantly, Chu Tianjiao's own cultivation level was also extremely solid. After years of hard work and cultivation, she continuously improved on the path of practice, mastering many powerful spells and supernatural abilities, and could calmly respond to various challenges. Chapter 451. Han Mimi's face radiated with a happy smile as she gently kissed Wang Fan on the cheek. That smile was as bright and charming as flowers blooming in spring, and she said sweetly, "Thank you, dear. You always give me so much support and trust." Next to them, Chu Tianjiao looked at this scene with envy and shyly said to Wang Fan, "Thank you, Wang Fan. It's all thanks to you." Then Han Mimi took Chu Tianjiao to find a comfortable corner to sit down and seriously began to teach her the divine-level breathing technique, her voice gentle and focused, leaving no detail overlooked. Chu Tianjiao listened intently, striving to comprehend the mysteries within. Wang Fan, meanwhile, was not idle. He vigilantly observed the surroundings, protecting them both and ensuring they were learning in a safe environment. At this seemingly ordinary moment, a very sweet-looking girl approached with light steps. Her delicate features were like finely carved jade, her fair skin glowed slightly under the sunlight, and her long, shiny black hair danced gently in the wind, as if every strand was telling of her enchanting charm. Chapter 452. Wang Fan looked at the tense scene before him, feeling quite speechless, secretly pondering how bold this woman was. Although Chun Yao had some skills, she was still outmatched in front of Wang Fan and the others. It was nothing like she imagined, thinking she could handle Wang Fan with ease. Who knew Wang Fan wouldn't take her seriously, which made her quite frustrated. Coupled with Han Mimi's assistance, she truly felt powerless. Han Mimi, who was straightforward by nature, snapped back at Chen Yao. "Chen Yao, look at yourself. You must have been ridden by foreign horses too much abroad, only spewing nonsense here. No one here will indulge you, and it's not a place for you to act wild. If you know what's good for you, just leave. You're not welcome here. Go do whatever you need to do." After speaking, Han Mimi swiftly disarmed Chen Yao, snatching the dagger tightly held in her hand with a clean and decisive move. Then, she pushed Chen Yao, who stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chen Yao glared at Wang Fan and Han Mimi with fury, as if fire could burst from her eyes, and gritted her teeth in threat. "You two dog men and women wait for me. I will make you pay for what you did today." Chapter 453. After some inquiries, Dan Yu finally learned that this renowned poison expert in Sakura country was actually under Wang Fan. To smoothly approach the mysterious poison Yofu Dan Yu devised a plan, deciding to create an opportunity to meet in the relatively limited space of the sky ladder. Reflecting on the previous scene, Dan Yu couldn't help but shake his head. He had kindly given Dan medicine to Wang Fan, hoping to befriend him, but who would have thought Wang Fan and the others would not appreciate it? That awkward and perplexing atmosphere still left a deep impression on Dan Yu. Having followed Poison Yofu up more than 300 steps, he was constantly planning how to get closer to him. Amidst this seemingly calm progression, a voice in Dan Yu's heart kept shouting wildly. That voice surged like roaring waves, continuously stirring his curiosity and ambition, driving him to want to try Poison Yofu Yi's poison. He wanted to see whether Poison Yofu Yi's mysterious poison was stronger or if his painstakingly researched antidote was superior. So, at the critical moment when the gravity-transformed leopard pounced toward Poison Yofu Yi like an arrow released from a bow, Dan Yu seized the opportunity and struck decisively. Chapter 454. The Holy Son of the Medicine King Valley, Dan Yu, strode up behind Poison Yofu Yi and loudly said, "Friend, can you give me some innate poison to study?" His tone was filled with certainty and arrogance, as if Poison Yofu Yi wouldn't dare refuse him. This was an exceedingly excessive request. After all, that was the very foundation upon which Poison Yofu Yi relied. It was his greatest asset for survival in the martial world. How could he easily lend it to others? Only a complete fool would do something that undermined his own foundation. Moreover, the one wanting to resolve this deadly poison was actually the Holy Son of the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley is renowned in the field of medicine, with disciples who possess profound skills, and this Holy Son is among the best, surely possessing extraordinary wisdom and high mastery in the medical field. But once this poison was given away, it would be like exposing one's fatal weakness without reserve in front of others. If the enemy grasped the characteristics of this poison and its antidote, then one would be like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. and death would be near. What greeted Daniel was Wang Fan's Black Obsidian Thunderstorm Ball. Chapter 455. Until the last moment of his life. The man understood one truth. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous she is. After doing all this, Lan Meikai wiped the blood off the knife with a calm expression. Then she sheathed it with skilled and cold movements. Without any hesitation, she quickly climbed upward, her figure soon disappearing from everyone's sight. This scene was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing the online community to erupt again. The barrage of comments rolled in the live broadcast room like a tide, with countless comments flooding the screen once more, as everyone was stunned by this sudden twist. Wow, look at that beautiful sister. She's just too cool. That move where she sealed the throat of that despicable man was fast, accurate, and ruthless. That despicable man deserved to be dealt with so decisively. Truly blinded by lust. He didn't think about it. Someone who could reach this stage wouldn't be easy to deal with. So men should manage their lower halves. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. I sincerely wish to call this beautiful sister the world's #1 beauty. Her looks are breathtaking, completely breaking the conventional boundaries of beauty. Chapter 456. The sword seemed to carry endless coldness, easily piercing through Wang Fan's defenses. Blood instantly gushing from the wound and staining his clothes. His body swayed slightly as he struggled to steady himself. At the same time, Han Mimi was also injured by Xianyuan Shui's fierce swordsmanship during their intense battle, a cut on her arm. She bit her lip tightly, enduring the sharp pain, trying to continue fighting, but blood kept dripping from the wound. Chu Tianjiao also did not escape unscathed in this chaotic battle. Her leg was violently attacked by her opponent, blood gushing out profusely. With every step she took, a shocking blood footprint was left on the ground. The holy son of the blood demon sect, Ling Feng, was also gravely injured in this chaos, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, he still stood there arrogantly, a hint of pride and arrogance in his gaze as he addressed Wang Fan. Wang Fan, did you ever expect that this 3,500 steps would be your death sentence? The pressure on your consciousness here is like an invisible mountain, unbearably heavy, and with the unique skill of my blood demon sect, the heart demon induction, how can your meager strength withstand it? How does it feel to be betrayed by someone close to you? Chapter 457. As Wang Fan descended step by step, he found it even harder than when he was climbing. By the time he reached the 1,000th step, his legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, and it seemed as if all his strength had been drained. Every movement was incredibly difficult, and he could barely stand, let alone continue down on his own. Seeing this, Han Mimi and Chu Tianjiao hurriedly stepped forward. After exchanging a glance, they wasted no time and carefully lifted the already weak Wang Fan. If it weren't for the strict no-flying rules on the ladder, they would have flown down immediately. It is said that only those who have reached the sage realm can fly freely on this ladder. The power and mystery of sages only exist in books and legends. Their strength seems to transcend worldly constraints, able to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at will. However, in the current cultivation environment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth remains thin, and cultivation resources are increasingly scarce, leaving cultivators facing numerous difficulties and challenges. Achieving the sage realm is almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens, making the birth of a sage practically impossible. Chapter 458. However, the Dragon Kingdom does not belong to any individual, but is a nation governed by law, where all criminal acts will be exposed and face legal repercussions. In the tense and solemn operating room, Wang Fan had just undergone the doctor's skilled and urgent suturing of his wounds. Just when everyone thought everything was developing positively, unexpected changes suddenly appeared on the machine next to him, which was monitoring his bodily functions. The originally stable lines gradually approached zero, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything, sending chills down their spines. The doctors were stunned, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment, completely unaware of what was happening. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and an eerie silence filled the operating room. After a while, the leading doctor regained his composure and immediately ordered the medical staff to use a heart pacemaker for emergency treatment on Wang Fan. The medical staff quickly and orderly sprang into action, recalibrating and activating various instruments, all making the final efforts to save Wang Fan's life. Chapter 459. Wang Fan took a deep breath and recounted the process of how he obtained information from the fallen angel Swift to the Elder. While he spoke, he occasionally gestured with his hands, trying to make his narration as clear as possible, fearing he might miss any crucial details. Zhang Daoi's expression was serious, his brows tightly furrowed, and his gaze was grave as he slowly said, "Are you sure the words of that blood demon sect's holy son are reliable? You must understand, this is not a trivial matter. It is a top priority concerning the stability of our Dragon Kingdom. The peace and prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom today are hard-won, and any factor that may threaten national security must be treated with caution, without the slightest negligence." After hearing this, Wang Fan's eyes were firm, his chest thumping confidently as he assured, "Uncle Zhang, you can rest assured, after spending so much time with you, don't you know me? How could I joke about such a matter that concerns the fate of the Dragon Kingdom? The Chen family indeed has colluded with foreign forces, and I am completely confident it is definitely not groundless." According to the information held by Zhang Daoi, the Chen family's actions in this regard were indeed extremely secretive. Chapter 460. Uncle Zhang, people nowadays are very shrewd. If I don't make it look realistic, how can I create the illusion that I'm really dead? This is crucial for many significant matters ahead. Do we need to find a top-notch makeup artist? Zhang Daoi asked Wang Fan while furrowing his brows in thought. After all, in Zhang Daoi's view, if this matter were to be executed flawlessly, every detail was crucial, and a top makeup artist might make the illusion even more seamless. "No need. I can do it myself. No one knows me better than I do," Wang Fan replied with certainty. He was very clear that his appearance and characteristics were best understood by himself. If he did his own makeup, he could handle every detail perfectly, as this was vital for the success of the entire plan. Zhang Daoi nodded. Since Wang Fan had said so, he naturally chose to trust Wang Fan's ability. In his view, since Wang Fan could say such things, he must be capable of executing this task perfectly. This kid is meticulous and always comes up with unique solutions when faced with problems, and this time was no exception. Chapter 461. However, seeing Wang Fan lying motionless on the bed, Wang Fan's repeated admonitions to her on the ladder echoed like a tolling bell in her ears. She bit her lip but held back her words. Meanwhile, Dong Mengjiao's eyes were restless, first glancing at Wang Fan, who lay silently on the operating table, looking so quiet it was frightening. Then she looked at Long Piapiao beside her, trembling uncontrollably, her hands shaking and her body swaying slightly like a leaf in a storm, as if she would collapse to the ground any second. The anger in Dong Mengjiao's heart continued to burn. She could not understand why Aoi Sora would betray Wang Fan and treat him so cruelly. Her heart was filled with hatred, vowing to avenge Wang Fan. Even if it meant sacrificing the mortal group, she would not hesitate. She must make those who had harmed Wang Fan pay a heavy price, and she would not be satisfied until they followed Wang Fan to the grave. As they slowly pulled back the white cloth covering Wang Fan's face, a bloodless, pale face came into view. In truth, Han Mimi knew this was all a facade created by Wang Fan, but even so, she could not control her emotions, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Chapter 462. Uncle Zhang. Wang Fan's voice carried a hint of playfulness. "Look, I've devoted myself to the Dragon Soul Hall, going through life and death. This incident has truly broken my heart. Our Dragon Soul Hall cannot be stingy. We must compensate my girlfriend properly." As he spoke, he wiped at the corner of his eye, as if it were genuinely a bit moist. "You have no idea. Just now she cried so heartbreakingly that my heart shattered into countless pieces. The pain was simply indescribable." The elder smiled, his eyes filled with approval. "You little brat still has a conscience, knowing to care for girls. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will let your girlfriend go with you to the treasure vault of the Dragon Soul Palace. There are many treasures there, and each person can freely choose one as a small token of our appreciation from the Dragon Soul Palace." Hee hee, Uncle Zhang is so righteous. Wang Fan slowly sat up from the operating table, his movements exuding a sense of ease and confidence, as if he had only taken a short nap. He then rolled up his sleeves neatly, revealing his strong forearms, which glowed with a healthy hue, seemingly containing boundless strength. While preparing to work, he asked loudly, "Have you brought everything I wanted?" Chapter 463. Even the black-clad figure, who had been standing nearby with little presence, as if blending into the air, stared intently at this scene, as if under a spell. This makeup technique is simply amazing. Every stroke is just right, as if giving this face a new vitality. Wang Fan joked back with a smile, "Uncle Zhang, don't rush to change the topic so far. Let us talk about future matters later. For now, let me see the new identity you've prepared for me. Wang Fan sat at the table, carefully opening a slightly worn file folder. As the folder slowly opened, a piece of paper with information came into view. The paper clearly recorded: name, Yi Tao, gender, male, age, 26. Looking further down, the hometown column read Longsheng. The occupation was listed as bodyguard, and under family background, it stated that he was without parents and had grown up in an orphanage. It was lamentable that the orphanage, which once provided him warmth, no longer existed. Wang Fan looked at this information, pondering silently. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this new identity. Chapter 464. Meanwhile, the Mortal Group issued another major statement. The essence of the statement was that the highly regarded chairman of the Mortal Group, Mr. Wang Fan, had unfortunately been schemed against during the highly publicized World Martial Arts Conference. Although medical staff did their utmost to save him, they ultimately could not reverse the situation, and Mr. Wang Fan passed away suddenly at the young age of 23. The group would hold a funeral in 3 days to commemorate Mr. Wang Fan's great achievements. We sincerely thank all the friends who have supported Mr. Wang Fan. This news, once released, was like a heavy bomb, causing a huge uproar worldwide. Social media instantly erupted, with people discussing this incredible event. Some were shocked, unable to believe that such a young and talented Mr. Wang Fan would encounter such misfortune. Others harbored doubts, speculating on the conspiracy and calculations hidden behind it. In short, the entire world was shaken by this news, as if plunged into chaos and confusion. Many girls, who were originally immersed in the excitement of the World Martial Arts Conference, found their eyes turning red upon seeing this scene, tears flowing down like beads from a broken string. Chapter 465. Spear Jones gritted his teeth and said, "That's for sure. Once we find the mastermind behind this, send someone to take their head off for me. How dare they offend our fallen angel clan? They are nothing. Let them all die. If they dare to touch our piece of cake, they will pay a painful price." The butler acknowledged and hurriedly turned to execute the order. Such events unfolded again within the Rothschild family, a family that once ruled the financial world, now facing severe challenges in the stock market. Their vast and complex stock market interests were facing a comprehensive siege. However, at this stage, their counterattacks were mainly concentrated on the stock market battlefield, without extending their means to other areas. It should be noted that the Rothschild family is a long-established financial giant, standing firm in the financial world for many years, accumulating profound foundations and prestige. Throughout their glorious history, any force daring to provoke them has been mercilessly crushed in the stock market by their thunderous means. Countless successful counterattacks have also allowed this family to maintain absolute confidence in the face of crises. Chapter 466. Wang Fan couldn't help but smile, feeling sweet inside. He didn't know what they were busy with now, whether they were working hard for the little happiness in life. Finally, they arrived at the spicy hot pot stall. At a glance, it was mostly unchanged from their last meeting, still that familiar lively atmosphere, with ingredients neatly arranged at the stall, and the soup base bubbling in the pot, emitting an enticing aroma. However, this time, Wang Fan saw the male owner who had been helped by Han Mimi. His leg had been accidentally broken on the construction site, which was a heart-wrenching scene at the time. But at this moment, the man was wearing a prosthetic leg. Although his movements were a bit inconvenient, he looked in good spirits. That's good. A couple working together isn't tiring, Wang Fan thought to himself, admiring Han Mimi's kindness even more. It was just a chance act of kindness from Han Mimi that unexpectedly changed this family's fate. The owner was as warm as before, wearing that signature smile, greeting every customer with a friendly face. "Sir, there are plates over there for you to choose from. A skewer of meat is $1.50, a skewer of vegetables is $1, and the dipping sauces are free. Take whatever you want to eat." The owner's voice was cheerful and kind. Chapter 467. She did not immediately look for a place to hide. Instead, with a determined courage, she directly pushed Wang Fan against the wall, the sound of her high heels clattering against the ground. She placed her hands on the walls beside Wang Fan, leaning in towards him as if to wall him in. Her eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and urgency, as if she wanted to use Wang Fan to escape the impending danger. For this wild woman exuding an inexplicable aura, Wang Fan felt no interest whatsoever. In his view, there are too many temptations in this world. Some things may seem fresh, but often hide unknown traps behind them. Just like this woman who appeared out of nowhere. Who knows what her true intentions are, or whether she's like a public bus with no safety guarantees, easily accessible but potentially bringing endless trouble. Wang Fan was very clear in his heart that he did not want to get involved with anything unclean due to a moment of carelessness, especially since he could be considered a public figure now. If something went wrong because of this woman, leaving him embarrassed, it would not be worth it. Chapter 468. The four of them looked at each other, one of them unable to help but glance at the room number. Feeling suspicious, did they walk into the wrong room? But just as they hesitated, some peculiar sounds faintly emanated from the room, which stood out sharply in the quiet atmosphere. The four of them exchanged glances, as if receiving some kind of signal, and tightened their grips on the knives in their hands, then strode towards Wang Fan. The man at the front, who was the leader, raised his knife menacingly and pointed it directly at Wang Fan, shouting loudly, "I'm here to find my woman. Someone saw her enter your room." As he spoke, he forcefully shoved Wang Fan aside. Wang Fan stumbled, but quickly regained his balance. The four men charged in aggressively. Wang Fan watched them enter the room, showing no signs of panic, calmly closing the door behind him. Once inside, the four men's eyes fixated on the bed. There, the woman lay unclothed, performing some shameful actions, a scene that was nauseating. The leader saw this and instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward and delivering a hard slap to the woman, causing her head to snap to the side. Chapter 469. Wang Fan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance. He quietly activated his unique and mysterious abilities. He focused all his mental energy, carefully erasing all memories related to him from these men in the hotel, leaving no detail or trace behind, as if a skilled craftsman was meticulously sculpting a perfect piece. As he successfully erased their memories, Wang Fan cleverly used his abilities to leave behind some intricately designed tricks in their minds. These tricks were deeply hidden, like threads concealed in the dark, seemingly without a trace, but capable of playing unexpected roles at critical moments. This made it easy for him to control the situation in his future plans, using them to his advantage. Once everything was handled perfectly, leaving no flaws, Wang Fan maintained an expression as if nothing had happened. He casually let these men leave, watching their departing figures with a slight smile, revealing a barely noticeable smirk. Chapter 470. Chen Pengfei's expression darkened in an instant, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. His heart was filled with indignation. His father must look down on him, and he couldn't help but ponder, is what I've done not good enough? Over the years in the capital, every expense of the Chun family was something he had painstakingly managed, utilizing all resources to handle. He had worked tirelessly in business, navigating various connections, just to ensure the Chun family could stand firm in this prosperous city. Yet now, facing a matter like the Fan Group, he felt completely excluded in his father's eyes, as if he were a total outsider. With this thought, the feelings of grievance and unwillingness transformed into anger, and he abruptly stood up and left the disheartening place without looking back. Chun Jianhua watched his youngest son leave resolutely and couldn't help but shake his head gently. This youngest son was a child he had hoped for in his later years, coming to him when he was nearly 50. Because of this hard-won father-son bond, he had spoiled him since childhood. However, this indulgence had led to Chun Pengfei never considering the consequences of his actions. Chapter 471. Through previous interactions and understanding. The guy who claimed to be the world's #1 poisoner had always acted with a certain dominance, but he also adhered to principles. Their exchanges, while not intimate, were pleasant, and they had never had such intense conflicts. Moreover, the poisoner had never launched a sudden attack when he was completely unprepared. So why did this poisoner suddenly change his temperament and launch such a deadly attack without warning, catching him completely off guard? Dan Yu's brow furrowed tightly, his heart filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Watching the black, poisonous gas spreading from his arm, his originally fair arm had turned pitch black, and he could faintly feel the poison wreaking havoc in his veins, causing excruciating pain that turned his face pale. He knew this was serious trouble, and he was likely to teeter on the edge of life and death. This also made him fully recognize a very tricky situation, facing this poison of mysterious origins. The power it contained was complex and formidable. Given his current strength, there was no way to immediately neutralize this toxicity. Chapter 472. This all started from the moment they entered the secret realm. Since stepping into the secret realm, Lan Meikai Kai Z had been holding back a strong urge, intentionally not walking alongside Wang Fan. She did this to prove that she was very capable. Indeed, although she was not human, she firmly believed that with her own powerful abilities, she could stand beside Wang Fan, providing him support and becoming his capable assistant. Holding on to such a passionate thought, she endured unimaginable pain along the way. Perhaps because she was not human, her journey through the ladder became more difficult than for others. Those 5,000 steps felt like walking on the edge of a blade. She relied on her resilient body, climbing step by step with great difficulty. Each time she lifted her leg and placed her foot down, it was accompanied by sharp pain, but she never thought of giving up. What sustained her was not just the indomitable spirit within her body, but also her deep love for Wang Fan, a love that was unwavering and persistent, burning like a flame that would never extinguish in her heart. But now, someone told her that Wang Fan had died. This news struck her like a bolt from the blue. She could not believe it was true. Chapter 473. Everyone arrived here with expectations, thinking it would be a harmonious and fruitful gathering. But who could have anticipated that the situation would develop like this? They hadn't even passed the first hurdle before it completely fell into chaos, leading to a disorderly melee. Oh my God, look at that beautiful woman. Her temperament and looks are just like a fairy descending from the heavens. But who would have thought she is not one of us humans? The changes in this world are too rapid. It feels like everything has suddenly flipped upside down, becoming a scene I no longer recognize. What on earth is going on? Just a while ago, we witnessed winged birdmen with their peculiar appearance flying gracefully. Now there are these mermaids in the sea, their elegant figures swimming as if dancing in the water. It seems that everything we see is merely the tip of the iceberg in this vast world, with so many mysteries we do not know about. Let them be. You and I are just ants in this vast world, struggling for survival every day, with no time to worry about so many things. Chapter 474. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect had long trained alongside Ling Feng, developing an excellent rapport with one another. When facing enemies, Ling Feng, as the core of the group, always remained calm under pressure and decisively unleashed the Heart Demon induction. With swift hand seals and muttered incantations, a strange light shot from his palm, instantly trapping the enemy in a dreamlike yet profoundly real illusion. Just as the enemy was ensnared in the illusion and their formation was thrown into chaos, the three powerful figures, Xian Yuan Shui, Ouyang Yuling, and Song Jingyu, did not hesitate to strike. Xian Yuan Shui moved gracefully, her long sword flashing with cold light. The sword energy intertwining like a dragon emerging from the sea. Ouyang Yuling waved her jade hand, releasing a gentle yet immensely powerful glow from her magical artifact, dismantling the enemy's defenses one by one. Song Jingyu, with her unique body technique, weaved effortlessly among the enemies, each strike infused with lethal force. The three collaborated seamlessly, decimating their trapped foes in a breathtaking display. However, the competition at this martial arts gathering was incredibly brutal. In this hellish battle environment, some individuals simply could not endure the oppressive atmosphere that left them gasping for breath.